Chapter 1. The Necromancer in the Apocalypse. Xie Tao spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retrieved a small vial to collect it, unwilling to waste even a drop. As a necromancer, one is particularly frugal with their own blood. Every drop is precious. They would gather even the tiniest amount, as if saving the blood from a mosquito for future use. Once she had finished collecting, Xie Tao finally took the time to observe her surroundings. She appeared to be in a cramped and dimly lit space, with only a small window above her head allowing a few beams of light to filter in. Her presence in this place was the result of desperation, having been pursued and left with no choice but to use a random teleportation scroll. The essence of the random teleportation scroll lies in its unpredictability. It was said that some had been transported to the depths of the earth, while others found themselves in the forbidden lands of dragons. Those unfortunate souls met fates more gruesome than one could imagine. Being sent to the skies or the ocean depths was a common occurrence. Had she not been in such dire straits, Xie Tao would never have resorted to such a device. Eager to ascertain the safety of her current location, she produced a gem lamp from her pocket and began to survey her surroundings. The modest room contained 2 rows of shelves, haphazardly adorned with bottled water and instant meals. Although Xie Tao did not recognize the types of food, the words on the packaging were familiar to her. It seemed she had merely been transported to a remote area her luck was holding up. With that thought in mind, Xie Tao located the door and pulled it open with a creak, only to be met by a flurry of debris, mingled with the scent of blood. She was acutely sensitive to such odors, and with a hint of wariness, she took a cautious step outside. To her horror, half a decayed human face dangled from the ceiling, almost brushing against her, revealing maggots writhing in the putrid flesh. Most would have screamed at such a sight, but Xie Tao quickly produced a pair of gloves and grasped the rotten visage, examining it closely before reluctantly releasing it, allowing the half-corrupted corpse to fall. The corpse was too incomplete, and no longer fresh. It held little value. As soon as the scent of the living reached them, the wandering corpses silently turned their heads, revealing faces in varying states of decay. Some were horrifically decomposed, with one side of their face reduced to white bone, while others retained a clearer outline of features, albeit with a pallid, rigid appearance. The scene evoked the unmistakable ambience of a zombie siege. Wow! Xie Tao's eyes widened, and in that instant, she nearly shed tears, stifling a gasp with her hand. She was not frightened, rather, she was covetous. For a necromancer, this sight was akin to stumbling upon a mountain of gold. And it was all unclaimed. Thank you, Mother Nature, for your generous gifts. Xie Tao swiftly opened a portal to her dimensional space, retrieving her collection of tools and calculating how many corpses she could fit inside. The zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, moved faster than Xie Tao, as if fearing that their slow pace would deny them a share of the feast. Necromancers operate within a structured hierarchy, predominantly divided into 2 branches, one that manipulates corpses and another that commands souls. In earlier years, these factions had quarreled, leading the soul manipulators to even rename themselves as death mages, declaring a separation from the necromancers. However, after enduring considerable strife and persecution, their numbers dwindled. If they continued to bicker during such perilous times, it was likely that necromancers would soon become extinct. After reconciling, they produced individuals like Xie Tao, who majored in one faction while dabbling in the other. Xie Tao possessed remarkable talent in this domain, even merging the 2 branches into a new discipline. By imprisoning souls within corpses, she achieved a semblance of false resurrection. Thus, her servants possessed the capability for independent thought, far more useful than mere, mindless skeletons. Yet, during her flight from danger, Xie Tao's servants had all been destroyed, compelling her to release their souls, intending to gather new ones in the future. At this moment, she could only summon 2 of her often disdained skeletons. The skeletons clattered as they bravely charged forward, binding the zombies and laboriously lifting them to deposit into Xie Tao's dimensional space. The zombies gnawed at the skeletons, leaving only shallow bite marks, unable to inflict any real harm. After all, the skeletons bore not a shred of flesh. Save for the 2 flickering azure flames in their eye sockets, their entire forms stark white. The greatest threat posed by zombies lay in their terrifying infectious capability, which could turn bitten humans and even animals into their kin. However, they could not transform the skeletons into their own kind. Some zombies attempted to bypass the two skeletons to attack Xie Tao, but she was encircled by a black barrier, rendering them impotently furious. Yet devoid of intellect, the zombies felt no fear nor sought to flee. Instead, they surged closer, clawing at the air around Xie Tao while the skeletons continued to gather them, packing them into her repository. Xie Tao was filled with a sense of bountiful harvest. Swiftly employing the blood she had collected earlier to sketch a simple summoning circle, selecting several of the less intact zombies to craft into new minions using rudimentary techniques. For a necromancer, having an abundance of inexhaustible resources laid out before them exuded an air of liberating abundance. Such a scenario felt surreal, akin to a dream or paradise. Not to collect more would be a disservice to her ancestors and to those of her peers who, lacking materials, had resorted to clandestinely digging graves, only to be met with violent repercussions. The quality of relationships among necromancers could be discerned by the gifts they exchanged. Gifting seemingly extravagant scrolls, more plastic than plastic. Sharing research insights, true brotherhood. Offering materials, a bond forged in life and death. Now, she lamented that her dimensional space had been insufficiently large, causing her distress over the limited capacity for more zombies. Had she known this day would come, she would have borrowed more money to expand her space to limitless dimensions. Xie Tao felt a pang of anguish as she pressed forward with her skeletal minions, collecting as much as possible, leaving the rest for later. With such thoughts, she resembled a farmer reveling in a bountiful harvest, a grin almost splitting her face. She organized the chaotic contents of her dimensional space, striving to pack in as much as possible, akin to a bus conductor urging passengers to squeeze in tighter. In the end, her dimensional space was completely filled. Yet still, zombies continued to swarm towards her, drawn by the scent of humanity, rendering Xie Tao breathless with anxiety. What a waste! I am truly extravagant. So many fresh materials. In this state, Xie Tao caught sight of a young man, utterly powerless to resist, initially at a distance. She had been too engrossed in gathering zombies to grasp the situation. She witnessed a vehicle speeding past, followed by a young man being thrust from it, surrounded by an overwhelming horde of zombies. Before he even hit the ground, he was engulfed. A pale arm flickered like a fleeting flower, and then he was completely consumed. He was a living human, but Xie Tao had never been interested in the living, even if he was exceptionally handsome, particularly with his elongated, slightly upturned eyes, adorned with a faint beauty mark. When he gazed vacantly at the sky, as if bereft of the will to survive, he resembled a beautiful doll on the brink of decay. So pitiful. She keenly sensed a change in the aura of the young man now trapped among the corpses. Initially, he was an ordinary living being, but in mere seconds, as he was torn and devoured, revealing stark white bones, his essence began to shift. He was becoming more like a corpse than a person. Yet this transformation was not merely a sign of impending death. It felt more akin to being assimilated by the surrounding undead. He was morphing into a creature resembling the zombies around him, yet retaining subtle differences as though beneath the rotting facade lay a still-beating heart, stubbornly pulsing even as the exterior deteriorated, undergoing further changes that Xie Tao could scarcely comprehend. Zhong Shanjing had resigned himself to death, harboring no hope, and had come to the painful realization that he had never been loved by anyone. Perhaps his only belonging lies in hell, rather than in this earthly realm. At that very moment, a young girl appeared in his bloodied and blurred vision. Her gentle brows and eyes exuded a hint of compassion as she asked, "Would you like to come with me?" Approximately 10 minutes later, a young woman appeared in haste, accompanied by two companions, seemingly searching for something. Yet, despite the passage of time, she remained empty-handed. Her companion could not help but exclaim, "What exactly are you looking for? There is clearly nothing here, just a horde of zombies." The woman murmured, "It's impossible. That devil, the man who would become the world's nightmare, should be here at this moment. Only now is he at his weakest, capable of being killed. She must eliminate him before he transforms into the Corpse King." Chapter 2. She looks delicious. It was after leading Zhong Shanjing away that Xie Tao gradually sensed something amiss. This place was filled with towering buildings, yet absent were the clock towers and sanctuaries that Xie Tao was accustomed to. This was illogical. No city exists without a sanctuary. Otherwise, the necromancers would not have to reside deep in the mountains to avoid capture. Moreover, the buildings here were astonishingly tall, with even the shorter ones appearing to be several stories high, starkly contrasting with her memories of the city. Where on earth has she been transported to? As Xie Tao calmed herself, she observed the countless wandering corpses on the streets, the peculiar iron boxes by the roadside, the familiar yet foreign characters, and the skyscrapers, filling her heart with confusion. Casting a glance at the unconscious Zhong Shanjing, she found an open doorway and slipped inside. Bloodstains remained on the floor, trailing from the entrance to the living room, where she could vaguely discern dried, black remnants of flesh that had rotted away. Two industrious little skeletons swiftly found brooms and cloths, clearing a small space. Xie Tao first laid Zhong Shanjing down, allowing the little skeletons to tend to his wounds before she began to explore the room. Framed photographs adorned the walls, depicting a family of three, a young couple and a small child. However, aside from the bloodstains and signs of struggle, it was difficult to find anything else. Xie Tao could only speculate about the events that had transpired based on these subtle clues and the wandering corpses outside. A catastrophe had erupted in this city, causing humans to transform into wandering corpses for some unknown reason, swiftly turning the city into a dead zone, leaving those who had not become corpses trapped within. Such sudden disasters always bring immense suffering to humanity, some inflicted by unknown monsters, others stemming from humanity itself. Zhong Shanjing appeared to be a product of the latter. After wandering for a while, Xie Tao confirmed once more that she was in an entirely unfamiliar place. The language spoken here bore slight differences from what she knew, making it both familiar and alien. Furthermore, the pervasive sense of technology was evident, devoid of any signs of magic, unlike her homeland, where magic predominated and technological advancement was slow, often intertwined with magical elements. Currently, there were two possibilities. First, there existed a new region unknown to her, and she had inadvertently transported herself here. Second, she had been teleported to another world by a scroll. How could that be? It must be the first option. Yet, Xie Tao harbored a premonition that she might perhaps truly have arrived in an unfamiliar world. This possibility plunged her into contemplation, instinctively resisting the notion while simultaneously unable to dismiss it. At that moment, Zhong Shanjing began to regain some consciousness. He felt an intense heat engulfing him, as if submerged in boiling water, while certain parts of him felt as cold as ice. Deep within, something seemed to be incessantly gnawing at him, causing abnormal changes in its wake. He even began to question whether he had truly descended into hell. As he gradually regained consciousness, Zhong Shanjing slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of a skeletal face grinning at him. He could not fathom how he perceived concern from such a visage nonetheless. It was indeed a skeleton, clad in a maid's outfit. Yes, a maid's outfit. The little skeleton in maid attire appeared excited by his awakening, summoning another skeletal companion dressed similarly. One held a cup of water while the other clutched bandages, encircling Zhong Shanjing and examining him curiously. Indeed, he had arrived in hell. Zhong Shanjing calmly shut his eyes once more. 2 minutes later, a sweet voice chimed, "You're awake? Still alive, I presume?" Zhong Shanjing opened his eyes again, finding that the two little skeletons had stepped back. Before him stood a girl draped in a black cloak, appearing rather slender, barely reaching 5 feet. The girl slightly tilted her head, revealing her face beneath the cloak round, cat-like eyes with gently drooping corners, projecting an air of innocence and cuteness, accentuated by a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, adding a touch of sweetness to her charm. His family had cast him into hell, yet it was a stranger who showed concern for his well-being. This stark contrast compelled Zhong Shanjing to smirk ironically, only to have Xie Tao poke his cheek. As she did so, she remarked in a tone tinged with regret, "Ah, you're still alive, Zhong Shanjing." Something felt amiss. Well, being alive does have its advantages, Xie Tao reassured herself. Zhong Shanjing was unlike the other zombies. He was a unique specimen, valuable for research regardless of his state. Moreover, being alive was beneficial, for once he passed, Xie Tao could study him anew. This thought uplifted her spirits considerably. That was inconsequential. Xie Tao was not seeking his consent, merely declaring her decision. Zhong Shanjing was gravely injured, his body riddled with deep bite wounds, exposing bone and rendering him a sight of horror. He was undergoing a crucial transformation, which would likely take 2 to 3 days to stabilize. Before that, Xie Tao resolved to remain here until Zhong Shanjing completed his transformation and could move freely before departing. This arrangement proved convenient. Zhong Shanjing's moment of awareness was fleeting, and he soon succumbed to slumber once more. Xie Tao touched his skin, cold as that of a corpse, yet he continued to sweat profusely even in his unconscious state. The sweat he expelled bore a faint reddish hue, quickly soaking the carpet beneath him. He awoke several times, only to fall back into unconsciousness. After observing for a while, Xie Tao realized that this transformation would persist for an extended period, prompting her to attend to her own matters. She was uncertain whether she was truly in an unfamiliar world, but it was indeed a strange place, making self-preservation her top priority. Most necromancers were inherently frail, as it is hardly unusual for a mage to lack proficiency in melee combat. Xie Tao was stronger than the average necromancer, yet could not compete with a true warrior. In such an alien environment, where the nature of her forthcoming encounters was unknown, enhancing her combat capabilities became paramount. Xie Tao carried sufficient materials with her, while one of the little skeletons tended to Zhong Shanjing. She dispatched the other to gather food and stayed behind in the room to begin mass-producing her minions. Normal corpses lack souls, and it was precisely because the soul had departed the body that humans faced true death. Thus, necromancers skilled in fabricating corpses often resorted to secretly digging graves when materials ran low, while those adept in conjuring souls could not do the same. They either learned to summon spirits or linger near the dying, awaiting fresh souls. The latter, known for their preference for white cloaks, were often referred to as white crows. Xie Tao embodied both aspects while crafting her minions. She observed closely, for the zombies presented a completely unfamiliar material, distinctly different from all she had previously encountered. For instance, during her crafting, Xie Tao discovered that the bodies of zombies seemed to harbor souls, though the sensation was elusive, as if they existed yet did not. It was truly fascinating. She could only proceed by utilizing the methods of corpse crafting to transform them into her puppets, ensuring her safety. As for delving into the secrets of the zombies, that could wait for another time. She needed to ascertain whether she had genuinely arrived in a new world. That opened the sack, allowing Xie Tao to select whatever delicacies she desired within. A cornucopia of sumptuous delights awaited her eager choice. With her chin resting in her hand, Xie Tao deliberated for an extended period before finally identifying the dish that piqued her interest the most. Thus, when Zhong Shanjing awakened once more, he was greeted by an unusual aroma, pungent and somewhat overwhelming. With great effort, he tilted his head and successfully beheld Xie Tao indulging in a bowl of snail rice noodles on the nearby coffee table, while a diligent little skeleton, donned in an apron, busily peeled fruits. The scene appeared extraordinarily surreal even for Zhong Shanjing, who had endured the apocalypse and a siege of zombies. This moment felt almost absurd. He began to lose his grip on the distinction between reality and dream, experiencing a sense of disconnection from the harrowing events of being thrust so close to a horde of the undead. In his dazed state, Zhong Shanjing watched as Xie Tao, cradling a bowl of snail rice noodles, leaned over to inquire, "Are you hungry?" Zhong Shanjing hesitated for a fleeting moment, indeed acutely aware of a burgeoning hunger. His gaze drifted slowly to Xie Tao's round, cherubic face. She resembled a cheerful little squirrel, delightfully slurping her noodles, with a smudge of broth adorning the corner of her mouth. Blissfully unaware of the primal desire ignited within him at that very instant. He was ravenous, yearning to consume her. Chapter 3. She is looking for you suddenly. Xie Tao leaned in closer, her cat-like eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a fierce yet endearing aura. "What are you thinking about?" Zhong Shanjing. He found it difficult to articulate the impulse that surged within him just moments ago. The desire to consume was not laced with any lewd implications. Rather, it was a primal urge to devour flesh, organs, an entire body. The mere thought of it made his throat itch, and he could almost visualize the moment of flesh tearing, blood splattering, the warm liquid coursing down his esophagus. "Wait." Zhong Shanjing pressed his hands against his head, attempting to dispel the 18-plus images flooding his mind. He was not foolish. Recalling the events leading up to his unconsciousness made it painfully clear why he felt this way. He was on the brink of becoming a zombie, akin to those mindless creatures outside. They possessed no rationality, no intellect, driven solely by instinct to consume human flesh. Zhongshan refused to succumb to such a fate. Becoming like them would be worse than death itself. The very people who had brought him to this state were his own kin. Immersed in his thoughts, hatred and despair consumed him, causing his spirit to simmer with fury. If this continued, he would either cool into ashes or lose himself entirely, abandoning all principles. Yet, Zhongshan managed neither, for just then, Xie Tao delivered a sharp tap to his head, startling him that he looked up at her. Bewildered, seeing that he had not fainted, Xie Tao contemplated for a moment before handing her bowl of snail rice noodles to a nearby skeleton. In a swift motion, another skeleton passed her a steel rod. Xie Tao cast a dubious glance, questioning Zhongshan's mental fortitude. Unperturbed, the skeleton calmly replaced the steel rod with a rolling pin. Zhongshan watched in disbelief as Xie Tao raised the rolling pin, sending him into a physical slumber. Zhongshan. Xie Tao discarded the rolling pin, muttering softly, "If you're asleep, you won't have any nonsensical thoughts, right? You little simpleton." Humans often grapple with a multitude of complex emotions, particularly when confronted with the unfamiliar and incomprehensible. Having witnessed enough, Xie Tao had learned the simplest solution: to keep them too occupied to dwell on their thoughts, thereby reducing their troubles by 2/3 or more. Throughout the following day, Zhongshan occasionally regained consciousness. Whenever he teetered on the brink of brooding, a figure wielding the rolling pin would silently appear behind him. With time, he could not discern whether it was a concussion or newfound clarity. But he found himself no longer ruminating on pessimistic thoughts. When he was lucid, he would gaze at Xie Tao, emptying his mind to sense the changes in his body. His demeanor pleased Xie Tao, who offered him a thumbs dash up to be the second night. The searing sensation coursing through every cell of his body had dissipated. He gradually felt a coolness enveloping him, his skin devoid of warmth that he could sense a surging power within him, ready to erupt. Remarkably, he seemed to have retained his sanity, still capable of thought, and had not suffered amnesia from Xie Tao's actions. This was a relief. When his transformation reached its conclusion, Xie Tao was by his side, her gaze fixated on him with fascination. Zhongshan noticed she was indulging in instant noodles, the sour cabbage flavor. Xie Tao slurped a mouthful of noodles, speaking indistinctly, "Let us test your physical condition. If all is well, we must leave this place." Had Zhongshan's transformation not persisted, Xie Tao would have already carried him out of the city, eager to ascertain whether the anomaly affected just one city or the entire world. If it were the latter, she could confirm that she had entered another realm, necessitating a plan for her next steps. "How do we test?" Zhongshan's voice was hoarse, and he could still taste the metallic tang of blood lingering deep in his throat. Xie Tao quickly finished her noodles, praising their flavor. For them, the convenience and deliciousness of instant noodles was akin to a divine artifact. "This is how we'll test." She produced a fruit knife and pierced his abdomen. Zhongshan silently looked down at the wound on his stomach, noting the absence of blood. Approximately 5 seconds later, the wound had nearly healed. It seemed he was no longer human, that a more detailed experiment would have to wait until they left this place. She pricked her fingertips, squeezing out a drop of blood to make a simple mark on Zhongshan, then asked, "Will you come with me?" In a daze, Zhongshan recalled the moment he lay amidst a heap of corpses, battered and bitten, when he had heard those very words. Xie Tao was indeed a peculiar individual, yet she had rescued a stranger engulfed by zombies, seemingly unfazed by his inhuman state. Contemplating this, Zhongshan cast a glance at the two skeletons clad in maid outfits, feelings of complexity swirling within him. All right, he had become a lost soul with nowhere to go. It mattered little where he ended up, that as for certain individuals, he would never forgive them, as the thought crossed his mind. Zhongshan instinctively covered the back of his head. Xie Tao looked at him quizzically and said, "Then let us go to in a state of heightened alertness." Zhongshan. Xie Tao's little minions gathered their belongings, the zombie minions lining up to enter Xie Tao's otherworldly portal. Due to the limited space, they were forced to stack themselves in odd positions. The remaining third scattered, with several clearing the way, while others formed a protective perimeter around Xie Tao like professional bodyguards. Zhongshan found himself in a realm of ignorance, perplexed as to how this young girl could command zombies. Some individuals had indeed awakened peculiar abilities following the disaster, but their powers remained relatively mundane: strength, impenetrable skin, invisibility, and the like. Zhong Shanjing had encountered one or two, but none were as extraordinary as Xie Tao. However, she did not pry into his secrets, and naturally, he refrained from delving into hers. Mutual respect was a fundamental courtesy. Xie Tao carried a small backpack brimming with various snacks, and under the protection of the zombies, they departed their dwelling. Where to go upon leaving the city? Xie Tao tilted her head, and Zhong Shanjing, having resided in the city for a brief time, vaguely recalled a single exit and took the initiative to lead the way. The tenderness in her gaze towards the zombies sent a shiver down his spine. Transforming into a zombie was a terrifying prospect, yet it was beyond Zhong Shanjing's control. Unlike Xie Tao's situation, yes, they continued onward. Nearing the highway out of the city, a zombie under Xie Tao's control staggered over. Delivering a message. Someone was blocking the exit, searching for someone. Xie Tao was familiar with such scenarios, having often been on the run. She deftly pulled up her hood to conceal her face, although unaware of who was being sought. As a necromancer, she was exceedingly cautious in such matters. She beckoned Zhong Shanjing, who towered over her. After all, she was barely 5 feet tall, while he appeared to be over 6 feet. The tall youth had to bend down to be close to Xie Tao. "I'll temporarily give you a new face." Though Zhong Shanjing was bewildered, he complied without resistance. Soft, warm hands rested upon his face, a stark contrast to his icy skin, reminiscent of a corpse. Xie Tao prodded and pinched his face, her grip unwavering. After a considerable time, Zhong Shanjing's cold cheeks seemed to absorb a semblance of human warmth. All done. Completing her task, Xie Tao adjusted Zhong Shanjing's clothing, ensuring his battered body was well concealed. The injuries he sustained prior to his zombification would not heal quickly, revealing a body riddled with wounds and exposed bones beneath his once handsome visage. Xie Tao extended her hand, palm up. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhong Shanjing placed his hand atop hers. Her small hand clasped his long fingers as they continued onward, her lively demeanor bouncing with energy as she leapt forward. Somehow moving faster than him, despite her shorter strides, that he was drawn towards the other end of fate, unaware that at this moment, his destiny was undergoing a profound transformation. The exit from the city was indeed obstructed by a group of individuals who had set up barriers, inspecting every person attempting to leave. Leading the group was a man, holding a cell phone, and as Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing approached, they heard him complain, "It's been 2 days, and hardly anyone has come out. Why won't they let anyone pass? Who is this person that they're looking for? What is the point of this? Why don't they do something useful?" As Xie Tao led Zhong Shanjing past, the latter caught a glimpse of the phone screen displaying his own face. Chapter 4: Can Science Be Trusted? Zhong Shanjing had no enemies. Prior to becoming a zombie, his health had been poor, rarely venturing outside. He possessed neither enemies nor friends. The only one who could be said to harbor a deep-seated grudge against him was the person who had cast him into the pile of corpses. However, that individual likely lacked the energy for such a pursuit and would not block the city's exit in search of him. After all, in their eyes, once Zhong Shanjing had fallen into the heap of bodies, he was beyond salvation, either utterly torn to shreds or transformed into a zombie, rendering the need for eradication unnecessary. Thus, from the very beginning, Zhong Shanjing believed it could not possibly be him. Yet, ironically, the person they sought turned out to be none other than him, who was searching for Zhong Shanjing. His muscles tensed for a fleeting moment, which was immediately noticed by Xie Tao. She tilted her head to glance at him, and in an instant, she comprehended. She took the initiative to engage him in conversation. "Who are you looking for? Is it friends or family trapped in the city?" Given the monotony of their task and Xie Tao's adorable and innocent demeanor, the man blocking the entrance had no qualms about exchanging a few words with her. He was rather dedicated. After confirming that Zhong Shanjing did not match the photograph beside him, he crossed his arms and began to complain that "I have no idea who we are looking for. It's just an order from above. One moment they say it might be a person, the next they suggest it could be a zombie, that I think they are just toying with us. Perhaps they are searching for someone's secret lover or something equally scandalous." In such a vast city, not being able to ascertain whether it is a human or a zombie is rather exhausting. I assent it. "Of course, we have been stationed here for 2 days without seeing a soul. It's utterly maddening. This disaster has been ongoing for more than a day or two. There are still quite a few humans trapped within the city. Every day, some manage to escape, some fortunate enough to emerge unscathed, finding refuge in survivor camps, thus overcoming the initial hurdle. Those less fortunate emerge injured, with no base willing to accept them. They can only seek a place to lie down, awaiting either death or transformation into a zombie. Once they become a zombie, the distinction from death seems negligible. So, while we stand guard at the entrance, we occasionally spot a few individuals, but most are unrelated, each expressing joy at their escape from hell, yet trembling at the uncertainty of what lies ahead. There hasn't even been anyone as composed as Xie Tao to engage in conversation. It's dreadfully dull. After a brief exchange with him, Xie Tao cheerfully pointed the way. The base I'm at is called Xie Tao Survivor Base. If you have nowhere else to go, it might be a good place for you. All right. Xie Tao made an okay gesture. So, it's located here. That's quite close. If it's on my way, I might just check it out. You must come. Our base is truly wonderful. The benefits for newcomers are fantastic. Xie Tao readily agreed, then turned and walked in an entirely different direction. Zhongshan Jing could not help but remark. This doesn't seem to be the route to Xie Tao. Xie Tao slowly lifted her head, regarding him with a gaze that defied description, leaving Zhongshan Jing utterly perplexed. She beckoned him to bend down, then reached out to touch his forehead, murmuring afterward, "Not even warm." She produced a small notebook and began to inquire, "May I ask, have you always been like this since childhood?" Zhongshan Jing replied, "Let me rephrase that. Have you been foolish since you were a child?" Xie Tao looked at him with a pitying expression, as if Zhongshan Jing were a simpleton with a single-digit IQ. The once pitted Zhongshan Jing, who had been lamented as a victim of fate due to his brilliance overshadowed by frail health, was experiencing being called foolish for the first time. It seemed not to be a residual effect of becoming a living corpse, but rather an inherent simplicity. Xie Tao closed her notebook, expressing regret. If it's congenital, then there's no hope. Zhongshan Jing squinted slightly, stating coolly, "It's not quite that. They are looking for you, then do you intend to walk into the trap at Xie Tao?" Xie Tao unceremoniously tapped Zhongshan Jing's forehead, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Are you foolish?" Zhongshan Jing could only remain silent. After delivering her unrelenting reprimand to her little brother, Xie Tao found a clear space to begin sketching a formation. Due to the constraints of the alternate dimension, a portion of her little brothers remained trapped within the city, and all exits were evidently blocked, and if they attempted to exit through those points, conflict with humans would inevitably ensue, which would be quite troublesome. Contemplating her options, Xie Tao decided to directly teleport her little brothers out. Long-distance teleportation was not feasible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to rely on teleportation scrolls, which had inadvertently transported her to such a place. However, short-distance teleportation was possible, albeit requiring some time. As Xie Tao diligently drew the teleportation array, Zhongshan Jing squatted beside her, seemingly wanting to say something. Without lifting her head, Xie Tao remarked, "I know what you are thinking. I simply do not care." Zhongshan Jing remained silent for an extended period until Xie Tao continued, "I despise those things. Preferring to avoid the intricacies of human schemes, I chose to become a necromancer. Your thoughts, your speculations. I remain indifferent. I regard you merely as a big fool." She wrinkled her nose as she expressed her disdain. Zhongshan Jing, who had intended to voice something, found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was because Xie Tao was unlike anyone he had known. Her forthrightness was startling to the point of being unbearable in the context of normal social interactions. Those unspoken rules that typically governed exchanges, which would remain implicit, she boldly articulated without hesitation. Even without her luminous eyes, which sparkled like scattered stars, fixed upon him, and lacking any deliberate scrutiny, Zhongshan Jing still felt a pang of guilt. This guilt did not stem from deceit or any other source, but from the sudden realization that, in contrast to his socially conditioned self, now tainted by worldly wisdom, Xie Tao was refreshingly pure and clear-headed. She was not a blank slate, but in a certain sense, she was rarer than one. Compared to Xie Tao, he appeared utterly contemptible. As Zhongshan Jing lingered in his thoughts, Xie Tao finally completed the teleportation array. She stretched lazily and then turned to face him, stating, "You have your way of living, and I have mine. I shall not interfere with yours. Well, I will simply call you a big fool." Although Zhongshan Jing had just been labeled a big fool, he felt surprisingly lighthearted and chose to sit beside Xie Tao, watching as one zombie after another emerged from the glowing teleportation array. With curiosity, he inquired, "Did you just say you're a necromancer?" "Yes," Xie Tao replied, resting her chin on her hand as she observed her little brothers emerging one by one. a sense of joy welling up within her. Ordinarily, Zhong Shanjing would have had many questions, such as what a necromancer truly was, or if there truly existed such beings as mages in this world. However, today he asked nothing, simply watching as the zombies sprouted forth like mushrooms after rain. Once all her zombie little brothers had crawled out, Xie Tao led Zhong Shanjing and the horde of zombies in a direction that was entirely opposite to where the enthusiastic man had indicated. To avoid startling others, Xie Tao instructed her zombie little brothers to be mindful of their movements, striving to remain out of sight, showcasing her thoughtfulness. Not long after departing from the initial city, Xie Tao confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, she had entered a foreign world. Moreover, this calamity had not merely affected one city. Nearly all cities had become desolate, populated primarily by those who had just fled and found no place to settle. They had yet to decipher any patterns. Some individuals, having been scratched or bitten by zombies, quietly transformed into zombies one fateful night, devouring their friends and family. Those who clung to a sense of luck did not escape the clutches of fate. Xie Tao and her group frequently passed by the scenes of tragic events. Car doors flung open, blood seeping from vehicles onto the ground, remnants of carnage subtly visible, with both perpetrator and victim vanished without a trace. The supplies within the vehicles remained, save for food and clothing. At times, she would spot photographs left behind in abandoned homes. No one knew to whom the remains belonged, nor what had transpired that night, yet most could envision a tragedy unfolding at the site. They believed that escaping the city equated to safety. A minor wound would not lead to infection. Relatives and friends could not be forsaken, that a flicker of compassion stirred within Xie Tao. After gathering supplies, she often commanded her little brothers to dig a pit and bury the remains, ensuring their resource acquisition was not in vain. Among the most heart-wrenching scenes she encountered was that of a mother, devoured almost entirely, her skeletal remains still cradling a lifeless, cold infant. The perpetrator of this horror was likely the husband of the family. As when Xie Tao arrived, he had already succumbed to zombification and attempted to consume the baby from his wife's grasp. Overwhelmed by emotion, Zhong Shanjing could not help but exclaim, "Is this a disaster bestowed upon humanity by the divine? Like the deluge that annihilated the world, only those favored by the gods can survive." While Xie Tao coordinated her little brothers to restrain the transformed husband, she simultaneously dug a grave to bury the wife and child. Hearing Zhong Shanjing's lamentations, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, stating, "It's a virus. Can one truly place their faith in science? Even a necromancer from an era more advanced than ours believes in science. How perplexing." Zhong Shanjing. Chapter 5. The Swing and the Dream. Xie Tao tilted her head and cast a glance at Zhong Shanjing, recalling the last witch-hunting expedition, which originated from the bizarre affliction that suddenly afflicted countless ordinary people, causing their bodies to decay while they lingered on the precipice of death without immediate demise, accompanied by a degree of contagion. The clergy proclaimed that it was the work of necromancers and dark witches. Following a fervent witch hunt, countless necromancers and dark witches perished, after which the clergy began distributing holy water. A bath in this sacred liquid could cure the strange illness, and it could also serve as a preventive measure. In an instant, the reputation of the divine and the clergy grew ever more resplendent and fervent. Yet, Xie Tao pondered, how could such a dreadful illness spare the nobility? From that moment forth, she became a staunch atheist. Though the notion of a necromancer being an atheist seemed rather peculiar, Xie Tao had no desire to serve as a life coach for others, hence she refrained from elaborating with Zhong Shanjing and simply stated, "Our provisions are running low. Let us venture into the city." Not far from their location lay a small town, and this unfortunate family of 3 might have fled from there, as they sought an entrance. Zhong Shanjing suddenly remarked, "I have been here before." Xie Tao adjusted her cloak, tilting her head in curiosity. Zhong Shanjing, who typically shunned discussions about his past, inexplicably divulged, "When I was young, I lived here with my grandparents for nearly 5 years." "Then you must be quite familiar with this place," Xie Tao said, rising on her toes to pat his shoulder. "Then you shall lead the way." Thus, this small town existed as both a familiar and strange entity for him. Xie Tao's hands appeared slightly smaller than those of an average girl, with short, rosy nails that looked rather endearing, resting within Zhong Shanjing's long, scarred palms that he enveloped her hand completely with his, and upon casting a glance downward, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction before stepping forward into the town. Such a diminutive town would be swiftly overrun, with the streets teeming with wandering zombies and debris strewn about. Xie Tao's loyal little subordinates diligently filled the gradually emptying void of her alternate space. Her cadre of zombies was rapidly expanding, that he still recalled the inhabitants of some dilapidated houses. But given the current circumstances, they had either met an untimely fate or fled this place, leaving no trace of familiarity behind. This way, Zhong Shanjing directed, uncertain of how much the town's layout had changed, though he vaguely remembered that this area once housed a small supermarket. As they ventured forth, they indeed spotted a supermarket, albeit one that was no longer reminiscent of Zhong Shanjing's memories. Xie Tao meandered nearby, successfully locating a fire axe by the fire exit. She weighed it in her hands. Then, brimming with excitement, used the axe to create an opening in the supermarket's roll-up door. Such small supermarkets typically did not possess vast inventories, and Zhong Shanjing had long prepared himself for the inevitable sight of an emptied store. To his astonishment, upon entering, they found the shelves largely untouched. The onset of the apocalypse stemmed from a fateful night. It was highly probable that during the cataclysm, the supermarket was devoid of any shoppers. Thus, no one had transformed into a zombie. Those who fled the city did not dare to linger to scavenge for supplies. Given the town's diminutive size and scarcity of resources, outsiders with the capability to assist were reluctant to enter. And as a result, the supplies here had survived. The only individual in need of food and water was Xie Tao. Her subordinates, including Zhong Shanjing, were now zombies, capable of subsisting without sustenance. Their instinct to attack and consume humans was driven by an innate desire for evolution. In Zhong Shanjing's eyes, Xie Tao was an exceedingly alluring and delectable being. However, unlike ordinary zombies, he retained his intellect and self-control, while those under Xie Tao's command complied obediently. Thus, Xie Tao's collection of supplies was not extensive. She gathered some bottled water and instant food to store in her alternate space. Yet, as the space was filled with zombies, she had not yet managed to fully control and release them, leaving no room for more. Consequently, she entrusted the remaining items to Zhong Shanjing, a tall and handsome young man, yet burdened with a pink backpack brimming with snacks and beverages, presented a rather peculiar sight. It was not Xie Tao's intention to indulge in dark humor. She simply chose the pink backpack for its capacity. After thoroughly scavenging the supermarket, as they descended from the second floor to the first, they stumbled upon a mobile phone kiosk where small black devices were neatly arranged. Xie Tao paused, inquiring of Zhong Shanjing. "What are these?" Zhong Shanjing. Each day, he sensed something amiss with Xie Tao, such as her self-identification as a necromancer capable of controlling zombies, and her bewilderment at the sight of a mobile phone. That in this day and age, even those residing in mountainous regions should possess knowledge of mobile phones. With a flicker of suspicion, Zhong Shanjing patiently explained to Xie Tao what a mobile phone is, how to use it, and most importantly, that it can no longer connect to the internet, rendering it rather useless. That at best it could only serve to tell time, and with no means to charge it, one would require a power bank, which, although not fully charged, would generally provide some power. Hence, the mobile phone was essentially a relic of the past. I see. Upon learning of its limited functionality, Xie Tao's eyes sparkled with regret, yet she still took one as a keepsake. In a world that prioritized technological advancement, there were numerous lessons to be gleaned. Her visit here might not be entirely fruitless. Standing on the street, Zhong Shanjing appeared somewhat dazed. "Where would you like to go next?" He found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain of what to do next or where to go, akin to a marionette, momentarily eager to heed Xie Tao's commands and dance gracefully, to further explore this world. Xie Tao placed her hands on her hips, standing tall and exuding vitality, a stark contrast to the lethargic Zhong Shanjing, almost incongruous with the decaying world around them. "At times, you resemble the sun," Zhong Shanjing suddenly remarked. "Huh." Xie Tao was taken aback, momentarily suspecting that Zhong Shanjing was undergoing some transformation, perhaps casting aside his intellect to alleviate his burdens. How could one compare a necromancer to the sun? Xie Tao's gaze softened with affection, and she ultimately patted Zhong Shanjing on the shoulder, saying, "Make sure to eat well from now on." Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao nonchalantly shifted the topic. "It is getting late. Let us not venture outside the city, though we should find a place to rest for the night. At this hour, departing the city would likely lead to darkness enveloping them before they could escape, forcing them to spend the night in the wilderness. amidst roadside underbrush, lacking the comfort of a bed within the city. Zhong Shanjing, lost in thought, murmured, "Then come with me." The two of them walked in tandem, swiftly arriving at a quaint little courtyard, a rarity amidst the bustling metropolises where such rustic charm was seldom witnessed. The more developed the city, the taller the buildings soared, reaching hundreds of stories, utilizing land to its fullest potential. This small courtyard, adorned with antiquated doors, bore a rusted lock that Zhong Shanjing instinctively sought to unlock, only to abandon the effort with a forlorn gaze. Xie Tao swiftly retrieved her fire axe, her newfound favorite tool, adeptly wielding it to break the lock without damaging the door itself, swinging it open with ease. The courtyard, though not expansive, bore the marks of careful planning by its former inhabitants. Small vegetable patches flanked either side, now overgrown and untended, that a trellis-like corridor lay in the center, its vines withered and the structure decayed. Further inside, they discovered a faded swing, still intact, but perhaps unsafe due to its weathered ropes. It seemed that no one had resided here for quite some time, not merely since the recent cataclysm, but long before, as this place had lost its owners to the passage of time. It had been sealed away, untouched for many years. Xie Tao found herself quite fond of this place, even jogging over to the swing, shaking it gently in an attempt to see if it was still usable, only to find a layer of dust coating her hands. "That I it?" Zhong Shanjing chuckled softly. "This is where I lived as a child." "Really?" Xie Tao exclaimed, her surprise evident, not understanding why Xie Tao was so taken aback. Zhong Shanjing nodded. Lost in his own memories. 2 minutes later, he found himself squatting beside the swing, repairing it while grappling with a sense of anguish over his own innocence. Chapter 6. The Mutant Zombies. The old swing was relatively easy to repair. The only issue was the lack of materials. Zhong Shanjing repeatedly cautioned, "Be careful when playing. Don't fall." Xie Tao, resembling a child attempting to placate a parent, shouted, "I know," as she dashed toward the swing, exclaiming with glee. Having never cared for children, Zhong Shanjing suddenly felt a pang of trepidation at the prospect of being responsible for her safety, but he entered the room to inspect it, only to find that the bed linens and blankets, having been untouched for far too long, had become damp and emitted a musty odor. The spare bedding stored in the cabinet had clearly not escaped the ravages of time either. In the kitchen, an old gas canister was still in use, and to Zhong Shanjing's surprise, it still ignited, demonstrating remarkable resilience that he took a circuit around the room. It remained the same, yet the people he longed for were no longer present. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhong Shanjing's heart as he feared that Xie Tao might fall from the highest point, landing with a sickening thud. It is often said that what one fears most will inevitably come to pass. As Xie Tao swung back and forth, one of the ropes snapped just as she was at the apex, and she began to plummet in free fall. Zhong Shanjing's breath hitched, the tension that had been taut in his mind suddenly snapped. Xie Tao's had fell off, her hair a disheveled mess, yet she appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself, sitting there and giggling. Zhong Shanjing held his breath, momentarily at a loss for words, when Xie Tao finally managed to rise. Sporting a fluffy head, he darkened his expression and said, "You really aren't afraid of getting hurt. You truly do not understand the ways of necromancers." Xie Tao promptly pulled her hood back over her head and, hands on her hips, began directing her little minions. One minion ventured outside to procure fresh bedding, while another brandished a broom to tidy up the room, sweeping away the dust and debris. The once small, quiet room instantly buzzed with activity, though the sight of zombies and skeletons clad in maid outfits was undeniably disconcerting. These two little skeletons were evidently quite capable and diligent, organizing the cleanup with admirable efficiency. Zombies, with their often stiff movements, were incapable of handling more delicate tasks, which had to be entrusted to the two little skeletons. For instance, they expertly made the beds and prepared meals. The moment Xie Tao stepped into the room, one skeleton would intuitively step forward to clear a sitting space for her, then wash a cup and pour her a glass of mineral water. Yes, mineral water. Zhong Shanjing's treatment was less favorable. He had to wipe down the stool himself. After cleaning, he sat across from Xie Tao and observed the busy little skeletons, inquiring, were they girls in their past lives? How thoughtful, dada. They were boys, Xie Tao unabashedly declared. With a tone of conviction, boys in maid outfits are the best. Zhong Shanjing. Suddenly, he found it difficult to look at the two little skeletons. The little skeletons, on the other hand, remained unfazed, swiftly continuing their tasks. Due to their rapid and nimble movements, Zhong Shanjing could only catch glimpses of their fluttering bows as they turned as they neared the end of their cleaning. One of them set down its cleaning tools and dashed into the kitchen. Before long, the house, long devoid of inhabitants, was filled with a delightful aroma. Yes, the scent of food. With the presence of a human touch, the room felt significantly cozier. As for Xie Tao, she was engrossed in her phone. While Xie Tao lay bored on the table, Zhong Shanjing had an impulse and taught her a mobile game that didn't require an internet connection, a simple match-pairing game that came pre-installed on the device. From that moment, Xie Tao became utterly captivated. She initially leaned over the table to play, but when the little skeletons finished preparing the meal and set the table, she alternated between eating and playing, even allowing the little skeletons to feed her, indulging in an extravagantly lazy demeanor. Even as she prepared for sleep, she clutched her phone. The master bedroom and the side room were separated by a wall. With Xie Tao occupying the master bedroom, while Zhong Shanjing took the side room, in truth, as a zombie, he no longer had any need for sleep, yet he still prepared to rest as he closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, he was awoken by the incessant sounds of Xie Tao's game, which continued on and on. If Zhong Shanjing were still an ordinary human desperately in need of sleep, he would be on the brink of collapse by now. But he was not. Thus he lay awake, staring at the ceiling, contemplating whether Xie Tao had been sent by fate to torment him. She had rescued him from the horde of zombies merely to inflict suffering upon him. Hadn't she? When he finally heard commotion outside, Zhong Shanjing was the first to rise, primarily due to the torturous sounds of the game, repetitive, trivial, and mind-numbing. Xie Tao likely had yet to learn how to adjust the volume. As it was rather loud, as he stepped outside, he caught sight of Xie Tao, clad in fluffy pajamas with rabbit ears flopping to the sides, engrossed in her game as she walked outside. Clearly having heard the noise, I'll go check it out first. Just as Zhong Shanjing was about to step out, Xie Tao thrust a fire axe, her former favorite weapon. Oh, now that she had a phone. It had become an old love, into his hands, suggesting that perhaps she still harbored a smidgen of affection for him. Armed with Xie Tao's old love and followed by several little minions, Zhong Shanjing departed the courtyard, only to find the streets outside in chaos that a few ordinary people were fleeing towards his direction, pursued by an exceedingly peculiar zombie. This zombie resembled a muscular fitness enthusiast. But even such a fitness enthusiast would find it hard to stand 2 meters tall, with pillar-like legs and hands as large as fans capable of easily crushing a person's skull. There were roughly 4 survivors, 3 men and 1 woman, clearly lacking experience in facing such formidable monsters. They dared not linger, witnessing their companion crushed, and could only sprint ahead, adhering to the old adage that one need not outrun the monster. Just their companions. The headless body of their unfortunate comrade remained clutched in the massive zombie's hand, easily torn apart and consumed. The sound of chewing, accompanied by the dripping of liquid, echoed harshly in the not-so-quiet street. If the creature could pause to eat, the remaining 4 might have a chance to escape safely. Yet it did not. It was evident that one person could not satiate its hunger as it feasted. It charged towards the remaining 4, its hefty frame moved with surprising agility, causing dust to rise with each heavy footfall. Despite wielding the fire axe, Zhong Shanjing felt no pressure, his slender figure contrasting sharply with the zombie's bulk. Instead, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that Xie Tao might find it quite fascinating. Not in the usual sense, but rather in the way she appreciated unique zombies and bizarre corpses. Just as Xie Tao seemed to cherish Zhong Shanjing, not for his looks, but for his peculiar transformation. This realization brought him a strange sense of comfort. After all, most humans judge by appearance. Looks, demeanor, intellect. Many factors could influence one's assessment of another. Only Xie Tao was different. Unless you died in an extraordinarily bizarre manner, she wouldn't spare you a second glance, regardless of how divine your appearance might be. Zhong Shanjing turned to the little skeleton beside him and asked, "Can you understand me? If so, please go in and inform Xie Tao." The little skeleton raised its head. Though it possessed no eyes, only empty sockets housing eerie blue flames, Zhong Shanjing inexplicably detected a hint of disdain from it. After dismissing Zhong Shanjing, the little skeleton scurried inside to notify Xie Tao, who was still engrossed in her game. Meanwhile, the group of frantic survivors had reached Zhong Shanjing's vicinity, seeing him dawdling at the entrance. Their faces paled in alarm. "Run! What are you waiting for?" Zhong Shanjing, tall and slender, appeared almost like a delicate bamboo stalk, especially after having been gnawed on for so long amidst the corpses. He seemed to possess little flesh. Coupled with his frail health and infrequent outings in life, his skin had taken on an almost sickly pallor. Standing there, he looked as if he could be swept away by the wind. The four of them worried that Zhong Shanjing might not be able to run at all, fearing he would be crushed and devoured by the pursuing zombie in mere moments. Slowly, Zhong Shanjing opened the door. "Do you want to come in and take shelter?" This door might not hold against a monster of that caliber, but even if they ran forward, as long as they couldn't outrun the zombie, they would eventually be caught one by one and torn apart. After deliberating, the four of them gritted their teeth and dashed into the courtyard. "Quick, close the door, close the door!" Zhong Shanjing slammed the door shut and secured it, while the remaining four scurried around the yard, gathering items to barricade the entrance. Once the door was securely blocked, they breathed a sigh of relief and sat down, wiping the sweat from their brows. At that moment, Xie Tao emerged, curiously observing the four and asking Zhong Shanjing, "Where's that big guy you mentioned?" "Out on the street." Xie Tao's eyes sparkled with interest. She even set her phone aside, shoving it into her pocket, and eagerly prepared to scale the wall. "Let me go take a look." The four. Chapter 7. Don't go. You'll die. The four had never encountered someone so audacious. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Though they were a bit lacking in skill, they were kind-hearted, and in a frenzy, they clung to Xie Tao's legs, desperately dissuading her that "Don't go. You really will die." Curiosity killed the cat. The rabbit, too, particularly the only girl among them, her voice resembling a wail, cried, "Don't go. It will crush your skull. It'll rip your bunny ears off, Xie Tao." Her arms were short, and her stature diminutive. For a moment, she found herself unable to extricate herself from the clutches of the four individuals blocking her path. Xie Tao was quite anxious that the peculiar zombie might escape, so she promptly summoned her subordinates. The four were fervently imploring Xie Tao not to scale the wall, urging her to come down quickly for the sake of her life. That was then that they noticed a white figure gracefully floating above their heads. Moving with an ethereal elegance, as they craned their necks to discern what it was, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Before them hovered a skeletal form clad in a black and white maid outfit, and due to the lack of flesh, there was no need for any additional garments beneath the skirt that it leapt over their heads. They could distinctly see the femur, pelvis, and pubis, all on display without a hint of modesty, just as they began to think they were hallucinating from fright. A second skeletal maid figure soared past them. "Abba, Abba." One of the discouragers uttered a rather foolish sound. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Tao exerted herself to break free from their grasp and climbed atop the wall. After a moment of silence, the four of them followed suit, and 5 heads slowly emerged from the wall's edge, gazing at the scene beyond. The 2 little skeletons had already landed, and the towering, grotesquely mutated zombie stood at the entrance, raising its arms high in an attempt to smash the door down. The 2 little skeletons appeared rather short, roughly between 1.5 to 1.6 meters, and were undeniably mere bone structures. Moreover, the maid outfits they wore were of different styles. One was a traditional long, white dress adorned with a large bow at the back and a frilly apron, exuding an air of delicacy. The other was a modified version, with a shorter hemline and slight slits, revealing the pelvis, and intriguingly, it sported black garter stockings without any undergarments. Altogether, they emanated a peculiar sense of dark humor while simultaneously appearing quite fragile. "What are these creatures?" One person, clinging to the wall, exclaimed in astonishment. The only female among them expressed some concern. "They won't come to harm, will they?" Yet Xie Tao brimmed with confidence in them, exclaiming, "Charge forth." Little Black and Little White. The 2 little skeletons chattered their jaws, producing a rhythmic clacking sound, before darting towards the large zombie. In the next heartbeat, the trio's worldview shattered. The skeletal figure in the white dress, likely Little White, executed a deft sweep, causing the hulking zombie to stagger, while the one in black garter stockings, presumably Little Black, leapt high, ensnaring the zombie's head with its femur and effortlessly toppling it to the ground. The 2 little skeletons, acting in perfect unison with agility and strength, swiftly overpowered the once-feared zombie, rendering it helpless as it struggled ineffectually on the ground. Attempting to flee, its legs were seized by the two skeletons, who dragged it away with unyielding force. The four observers were left speechless, turning their gaze towards Xie Tao, whose expression was one of innocent surprise, as if she were entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Yet they had heard her refer to the skeletons as Little Black and Little White. This did not seem like the demeanor of someone oblivious. Zhongshan approached silently, placing a hand on Xie Tao's shoulder and offering a subtle smile to the four others. This is her unique ability. You must have encountered other ability users before, correct? Indeed, they had, with two among them being ability users. One was the girl, and the other, the eldest amongst them with a beard. Yes, they referred to this phenomenon as supernatural abilities. When abilities that existed solely in fictional works manifested in humans, they instinctively adopted such nomenclature, supernatural abilities, and those who possess them are known as ability users. However, most individuals' abilities are not particularly formidable. The more practical ones include enhancing skin resilience to prevent injury or augmenting physical strength. The former can prove invaluable when facing zombies, as injury greatly increases the risk of infection, while ordinary individuals have nearly a 100% chance of infection. The likelihood for ability users is somewhat lower, though not entirely safe. Some who are injured swiftly succumb to the zombie virus, while others, after enduring fever and unconsciousness, emerge with enhanced abilities that in such circumstances. Resilient skin becomes exceedingly useful. As long as it remains intact, the virus finds it challenging to infiltrate the body. As for other fanciful abilities, many are woefully weak. For instance, some individuals can conjure flames akin to a magician on television. Yet their flames are barely sufficient to light a cigarette, let alone boil water. Others possess the ability to become invisible, which can be quite advantageous against humans, especially now when surveillance systems are in disarray, making nefarious deeds difficult to detect. Yet, against zombies, this ability falters, for zombies rely not on sight, but on smell to track humans. Even if they cannot see you, they can still discern your presence. Among them, the girl possessed the ability to transform her hands into a rock-like texture, maintaining a sharpness akin to metal. However, her lack of combat experience rendered her ineffective in utilizing it. The bearded man's ability allows him to extract moisture from the air, converting it into pure water, with a current limit of 2 bottles of mineral water per day. Rather lackluster, in contrast, Xie Tao's ability appeared both dazzling and potent, as she could manipulate 2 skeletons, whose combat prowess was formidable. The others gazed at her enviously, tears of admiration nearly spilling from their eyes. As a necromancer often pursued by danger, Xie Tao understood the importance of concealing her identity. She calmly directed her skeletal subordinates to crawl out from behind the wall, leaving only Little Black and Little White by her side, stating, "I can only control these two now that we are safe. Let us head inside." The group retreated into the room, with Xie Tao bringing up the rear. She discreetly opened a portal to a different dimension, and once she had passed through, the 2 little skeletons dragged the bound hefty zombie into the dimensional doorway. Holding a bowl, she slurped noodles while inquiring, "What brings you all outside at this late hour?" Upon mentioning this, their expressions turned somber. The bearded man spoke in a low voice. "We are a team from different bases, typically adhering to a policy of non-interference. However, tonight, they were pursued by that zombie and brought it to our location, attempting to divert the threat our way. Had they not been so vigilant and swift in their escape, they might have lost their lives." The one crushed by that zombie was the last survivor of another team, for the bearded man and his companions. Tonight was a calamity. Had they not encountered Xie Tao, they might have met a fate similar to that of the other team. Xie Tao chewed on her chopsticks, muttering indistinctly, "This aspect of humanity is truly detestable. Among humans there exists both good and evil. Yet human hearts often harbor secrets. One can never discern who is virtuous and who is malevolent based solely on appearances. Thus, no one can guarantee their ability to see through another's facade. And in the realm of humanity, deception, murder, and conflict are ceaseless. In contrast to humanity, Xie Tao preferred the company of corpses, for they do not lie." This heavy topic cast a pall over the mood of all present, including Zhongshan, who had experienced betrayal in the past. Yet Xie Tao quickly recovered, finishing her noodles and broth with haste before declaring, "In any case, we have found temporary stability, Little White and Little Black. Please tidy up the remaining rooms. No, no. We can manage ourselves, the others politely insisted. Nevertheless, the two little skeletons worked with remarkable speed, rearranging the sofa in the living room due to the lack of space, allowing them to sleep separately in the living room and guest room. Witnessing this scene further fueled their envy. Look at their supernatural abilities, and then look at theirs. The four spent the night as guests. And due to their exhaustion from the previous evening, they awoke quite late in the morning. Xie Tao, having engaged in gaming throughout the night, also rose late, even a tad later than the others. When she finally got up, the others were already bustling about in the kitchen. The bearded man was performing a gesture akin to cupping his hands over the pot, his face flushed as he concentrated. Upon closer inspection, clear water was steadily dripping from his palms into the pot. Meanwhile, the woman, with an unperturbed countenance, was flipping chicken strips in a sizzling hot oil pan using her rock-like hands. Though their abilities varied, they all possessed promising futures. Chapter 8. Plastic Friends Before Breakfast. It felt as though Xie Tao had witnessed a circus performance. After rising, she munched on snacks while observing for an extended period. Her eyes brimming with a necromancer. She had only encountered peers and a few other mages. When it came to supernatural abilities, she was quite unacquainted. While the bearded man manipulated water, she applauded. And as the young woman expertly managed the frying pan, Xie Tao transformed into a relentless praise machine, leaving them both blushing with embarrassment that as mealtime approached. A few individuals proactively suggested, "It seems you haven't registered at any base yet. Have you? Would you care to stay at our base?" The man with a scruffy beard thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Our base is quite expansive that if you possess special abilities, upon entering, you can receive a week's worth of assistance. Even if you do not intend to stay long-term, you could still benefit. Should you decide to remain, there are additional rewards provided monthly. It's truly advantageous." They extolled their base, praising everything from the leadership to the policies. Then transitioning to the geographical advantages, and finally discussing the quality of the handsome individuals there. When they found themselves at a loss for words, noticing that Xie Tao remained unresponsive, one of the young women paused before stating, "Our base also boasts a plant-based ability. It is said that we have cultivated numerous vegetables and fruits, including grapes, which can be exchanged for contribution points." Xie Tao, who was diligently enjoying her meal, wiped her mouth and responded earnestly, "Whether there are grapes or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is the opportunity to live alongside friends." The four individuals exchanged glances, thinking, "You simply wish to eat grapes." Little did they know, such seasonal fruits were not only rare in this apocalyptic world, but were also coveted by necromancers. After all, these necromancers tended to conceal themselves, either lurking in deep forests or hiding in graveyards, only venturing into the city for essential supplies or research materials, hastily buying what they needed before retreating. Fruits, especially grapes, were scarce. Ordinary families could hardly afford them. The necromancers, cloaked in hoods, would seek out seasonal fruits that only the affluent could purchase, almost inviting the holy hall to capture them. While fruits are delightful, one must also have the means to enjoy them. Sitting upright, Xie Tao, with her inherently sweet and innocent appearance, spoke unabashedly, "Dear friends, when shall we embark? Oh, by the way, what are your names?" The four of them were left speechless, exchanging glances before introducing themselves. The man with the scruffy beard said, "I am Jiang Ming," as in clear. The young woman introduced herself. "Zhang Chunyu, as in spring rain is as precious as oil." The other two chimed in, "Zhao Yi, as in one, not a dash, Sun Xiang." Xie Tao set down her chopsticks, declaring, "I am Xie Tao, and this is Zhong Shanjing. From this moment forth, we are friends." This friendship felt rather inexpensive, though Xie Tao had indeed saved them. They all possessed a fundamentally kind nature, which was a rarity in the apocalypse, compared to those who were strong yet lacked integrity. Swaying with the wind for personal gain, Xie Tao preferred the company of the kind-hearted, provided they were not foolish. She had no patience for incompetent allies. When choosing friends, she seldom considered strength, for none could match hers. Although she longed for the grapes at the base, there were other matters to attend to before departing, such as assisting her newly acquired friends in gathering supplies. Xie Tao trailed behind, accompanied by Zhong Shanjing, who furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. "Why would you wish to go to a base? It could bring about numerous troubles. Perhaps I am simply curious about the humanity of this era," Xie Tao replied earnestly. tilting her head, that I've never lived among a large group of humans before. Those with strength can act freely. I wish to experience what it's like to coexist with humans, that if I tire of it, I can always leave. Why must there be a reason? She simply desired to pursue this experience that, of course, in previous times, refraining from such actions was due to the potential complications. The number of mages at that time was overwhelming. Even though Xie Tao was a formidable presence among them, exposing her identity as a necromancer would invite an onslaught from many mages. There is a saying, a flurry of punches can defeat a master. The hassle of it all would deter Xie Tao from mingling among the crowd for the sake of experiencing life. She also feared complications. However, when the troubles were manageable, she sought joy. After contemplating for a while, Zhong Shanjing began to grasp Xie Tao's perspective. Indeed, he should not view her through the lens of ordinary individuals. Her thought processes were vastly different from those of the average person. Tao interpreted her, as he would a normal person, would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. They soon arrived at the supermarket, where Xie Tao ensured her ability to manipulate zombies remained a secret. She dispatched her zombie minions to clear the area, preventing other zombies from approaching. Zhang Chunyu remarked in surprise. It feels like my luck has improved since teaming up with you. We haven't encountered many zombies on the way. Occasionally, they would see a few, but they showed no inclination to approach, merely wandering nearby. Seemingly disinterested. Perhaps they are simply sated, Xie Tao responded dismissively. The atmosphere surrounding this topic felt rather complex for the group, leading them to focus on gathering supplies. The necessary items included not only food but also bedding, blankets, mosquito nets, and tents, among other essentials. Even if they had no personal use for these items, they could trade them with others, ensuring they would never suffer a loss. When Zhao Yi arrived with the vehicle, they began transporting supplies. The vehicle was a spacious truck, capable of carrying a substantial load. While moving the items, Jiang Ming expressed their gratitude, stating that Xie Tao had saved them and provided shelter for a night. He felt a tad embarrassed as he added, "We don't have much in terms of supplies left. We came out to find more, needing to reserve some for our own sustenance. Otherwise, we would give you everything." Xie Tao, not in need of such a surplus, waved her hand dismissively. "Half is already quite generous. We won't require that much, that a third will suffice. You may keep the rest." The group expressed their gratitude profusely. And Xie Tao interjected, "We are friends, after all. There's no need for thanks." This seemingly cheap friendship began to feel a touch more valuable. Once they had collected enough supplies to fill the truck, they prepared to leave the city. Before departing, Xie Tao eagerly insisted on taking Zhong Shanjing for a tour of the old house where she had lived during her childhood, planning to meet at the city gate afterward. However, upon entering the old house, she released the peculiar zombie they had previously captured. The zombie was tightly bound by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, ensuring it could not escape. That IT stood over 2 meters tall, its muscular form resembling rock, radiating a bronze sheen. Unlike other zombies, its flesh showed less severe decay. Aside from its mouth, which revealed a set of sharp teeth exuding a foul stench, it appeared quite human. This one was distinctly different from the others. Xie Tao crouched beside it and suddenly remarked. Zhong Shanjing, puzzled, inquired, "What makes it different besides its appearance?" Most of the zombies that roamed the streets possess souls that remain dormant within their bodies. However, regardless of my attempts to locate or awaken those souls, I find it impossible, as if the presence of their souls is merely an illusion. Yet this one is different. I can sense its soul in slumber. And I can even discern its location, though I still cannot rouse it. But this is a significant advancement, Xie Tao explained. Zhong Shanjing stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is a soul important for a zombie? Whether it's a faintly perceived soul, or one that can be sensed but not awakened, they remain mere shells. Only those with genuine souls are fully conscious. Xie Tao replied nonchalantly. Do you think it's important? Zhong Shanjing comprehended, grasping the deeper implications. However, did this not suggest that if the day came when a zombie soul awakened, it might possess reasoning, indistinguishable from its living self? Xie Tao was unaware of his thoughts, quickly designating the peculiar zombie as her subordinate, assigning it the number 2. From now on, you shall be known as number 2. At the time, Zhong Shanjing did not perceive any issues. That it wasn't until they reunited with Zhang Chunyu and sat in the vehicle, gradually steering toward the city, that Zhong Shanjing suddenly realized the implication. Who then was number 1? Xie Tao slowly turned to look at him, remaining silent. Zhong Shanjing concluded, "So, I am number 1. Chapter 9. Do you know whom you are provoking?" They swiftly arrived at the base. Perhaps constructing a city within the base would incur exorbitant costs, as it would first necessitate clearing all zombies from the area, followed by encircling the entire city to prevent incursions. If enclosing the entire city proved impossible, it would require numerous individuals to patrol the surroundings continuously, incurring a significant human resource cost that in such scenarios. There are generally 2 options, either to distance oneself from the city or to establish a base in a small town. Small towns allow for simpler defensive measures and patrolling. This base was not particularly large, resembling a slightly expanded village, seemingly capable of accommodating around 1,000 individuals, though Xie Tao's estimate might not be entirely accurate. As the vehicle approached the entrance, Zhang Chunyu reminded Xie Tao, to prevent the entry of infected individuals into the city, a thorough inspection is required. It is essential to ascertain whether anyone has wounds. However, those with abilities are exempted from this requirement. They merely need to spend a night in the monitoring room, and as long as they do not mutate during that time, they will be permitted to enter the base. Both of us are endowed with abilities. Xie Tao confidently patted her chest and inquired, "How do we register?" In actuality, it was the zombie Zhong Shanjing who responded, "I will guide you to the registration." Zhang Chunyu led Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing through a small entrance, while the others carried supplies through the main gate. The gatekeeper recognized Zhang Chunyu and greeted them. "Are you here to register newcomers?" Indeed, both are endowed with abilities. After bringing them in, Zhang Chunyu stated, "Complete the registration as per the normal procedure, then rest in the monitoring room for a while. I'll come to fetch you at this time tomorrow." "All right," Xie Tao waved her hand nonchalantly. "You go ahead and be busy." Zhang Chunyu would also be subjected to isolation upon entering the base, though the isolation area for newcomers was more populated than that for the base's residents. To prevent any potential zombies from causing chaos, it seemed that the base had encountered similar incidents in the past, which led to increased caution. The gatekeeper warmly handed them forms, saying, "Please fill out this brief questionnaire. It won't take long. Just a few items. Name, gender, age, along with a few optional questions, such as whether you wish to reside in the base long-term, the type of abilities you possess, and if you are willing to join the base's defense team. Among others. Once completed, proceed over there for a brief ability verification." The 2 took the forms and moved to a side to fill them out. Xie Tao, holding the form, appeared troubled. She had filled in the basic information like name and gender, but was stumped by a more challenging question. Leaning closer to Zhong Shanjing, she whispered, "How old do I look as a human?" Zhong Shanjing replied, 16, that after a moment of silence, Xie Tao, who had intended to write 400 years, quietly changed it to 18, that she then filled in her ability as summoning before turning to look at Zhong Shanjing, who was resting his chin on his hand, evidently pondering what ability to list for himself. Xie Tao snatched the pen and wrote one down for him. Yes, Zhong Shanjing glanced at the 2 characters she had inscribed. He wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he silently rolled up the form and, along with Xie Tao, proceeded to the ability testing area. The form also needed to be submitted there. The staff member who received their forms unfolded them and first asked Xie Tao, "Could you please demonstrate your ability?" Summoning abilities had been encountered before, though not as fantastical as those in online games, where one could summon fire demons, succubi, or dragons. Most individuals could only summon peculiar creatures, such as a small jellyfish that sprayed water or a cluster of cockroaches that, aside from being repulsive, were unlikely to be of much help. Those who could summon a fearsome hound were considered quite powerful. Xie Tao silently summoned her little black companion, thereby confirming her ability to summon. The staff's expression grew complex as he observed the skeleton in a maid outfit, and after a moment he muttered, "So this is a 2-dimensional thing that IT can do household chores," Xie Tao proudly asserted. The staff member merely turned to Zhong Shanjing, saying, "Please demonstrate your ability." Zhong Shanjing gazed at the wall and then punched it with force. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed. Indeed, Xie Tao had recorded him as possessing a strength-based ability, which was relatively common and highly practical in the post-apocalyptic world, akin to a universal tool, particularly as it was quite easy to feign. Unsurprisingly, after witnessing the demonstration, the staff confirmed Zhong Shanjing's classification as a strength-type ability user and subsequently directed the 2 into an isolation chamber. They would be allowed to leave the following day if no issues arose during the isolation period. The isolation area was well equipped, featuring a sofa, a bed, and a small bookshelf stocked with various books and comics. The refrigerator contained prepared meals, merely requiring reheating for consumption, along with an assortment of instant food available for selection. In short, the accommodations were quite generous. Xie Tao flopped onto the sofa, resembling a languid fish. And since the room was monitored, they refrained from discussing sensitive topics. One dozed on the sofa, while the other perused a couple of books leisurely. "Are you planning to stay at this base for an extended period?" Zhong Shanjing suddenly asked. "That let's wait and see that I'm quite lazy. If there are no issues, I dislike moving unnecessarily. Of course, if problems arose, she would be the first to vacate." The 24-hour isolation period passed swiftly. Xie Tao napped, then spent some time playing a matching game, and before long, considerable time had elapsed. Soon enough, Zhang Chunyu returned to escort them. Ability users were entitled to a rent exemption, allowing them to reside free for a month, and she added, "I will take you to choose your accommodations." She felt a tinge of regret, for if they joined the base's defense team, they would receive a salary each month and be allocated housing. The longer they remained in the base, the longer they could live rent-free. That IT was quite advantageous. However, the defense team had requirements for strength, necessitating an assessment prior to entry. She believed that Xie Tao would undoubtedly have no issues should she wish to join. As Zhang Chunyu walked deeper into the base, she elaborated on the various aspects, including the point system that allowed for exchanges, constructing defensive structures, farming, and accompanying base teams on resource hunts. All earned points, which could be exchanged for numerous items. Essentially, all daily necessities could be found on the exchange list. Their conversation flowed as they ventured into the depths of the residential area. This section was divided into three main parts: the most luxurious accommodations for high-level and powerful ability users, a standard residential area consisting of modest bungalows, and significantly, a shanty town filled with tents and makeshift wooden homes, permeated with drafts. This area housed the lower and middle classes of the base, comprising those without abilities and those whose abilities made little difference. New ability users were permitted to select housing in the bungalow section. Unclaimed houses bore signs. To claim one simply needed to remove the sign and proceed to register. Excited, Xie Tao, who had never before chosen a house in a human settlement, swiftly jogged ahead to inspect the properties. Most of the houses appeared quite similar, likely constructed in bulk, with variance primarily in sunlight exposure and the condition of the buildings. Before long, Xie Tao was overwhelmed with choices. After traversing from north to south, she concluded that the front row of houses was the most desirable. Here, sunlight streamed in continuously, allowing for moments of idle contemplation while basking in warmth. However, only one house in the front row remained unclaimed, likely due to its more peripheral position. Still, Xie Tao found herself quite fond of it. Approaching, she prepared to remove the sign for registration when suddenly a hand reached out beside her, delicate and fair, adorned with crimson nail polish. The hand aimed to snatch the sign, yet no one could successfully take anything from Xie Tao. She swiftly swatted the hand away and deliberately waved the sign in front of its owner before nonchalantly stating, "I chose this first." The woman attempting to seize the sign was young, with long, wavy yellow hair, striking features, and an alluring figure, accentuated by a form-fitting black dress that highlighted her curves. With a scoff, she rolled her eyes at Xie Tao, remarking, "So what? You don't think this is the end of the world, do you? We don't need to queue for anything. The only rule now is strength. Whoever is stronger gets to speak. I want this house, so hand it over. That if you refuse, I won't hold back." Accompanying the woman was a burly man, nearly 6 feet tall, muscular and imposing. Although he could not compare to the formidable number 2 that Xie Tao had recently subdued, he was undoubtedly robust by ordinary human standards. After the woman spoke, the man stepped forward, grinning menacingly as he raised his fist. "Don't say, I didn't warn you. I am a strength-type ability user." Xie Tao, incensed, puffed up her cheeks like a little hamster and quickly jabbed her finger at Zhong Shanjing, who appeared pale and slender, evoking images of a fragile willow. "You are also a strength-type ability user. Take him down. Let them see whose strength truly prevails." Chapter 10. Who wants to court death? Zhong Shanjing replied. "He is merely an unremarkable little zombie." Meanwhile, Xie Tao bounced excitedly, encouraging him. "Hit him. Bring him down." The contrast between the two was striking. On one side stood the towering, muscular man, resembling a small mountain, while on the other was the delicate, pale figure of Zhong Shanjing, seemingly fragile enough to topple with a mere poke. The beautiful woman surveyed the scene and burst into laughter. Are you sending your man to his doom? She utterly disbelieved that Zhong Shanjing was any sort of power-wielding supernatural being. She merely thought he was too handsome, and it would be a pity if he were to be killed. Thus, she sought to sow discord from the sidelines. She is clearly inviting you to your doom. You wouldn't still protect her. Would you? As Zhong Shanjing slowly emerged, seemingly indifferent to her provocations, the woman expressed a hint of surprise, that in a biting tone. She remarked, she has neither bosom nor curves, looking rather childlike. What could you possibly find appealing in her? The woman scrutinized Xie Tao and suddenly covered her mouth. Could it be that her skills are exceptionally good? Xie Tao's attention was entirely captured by the first half of the statement. She glanced down at her own flat chest, then looked up at the impressive figure opposite her. The woman, noticing her gaze, deliberately puffed out her chest, hardened fists. She had never faced such scrutiny regarding her physique. For in her era, strength was revered. Ordinary individuals lived in fear of necromancers, and her peers were well aware of Xie Tao's exceptional talent and formidable prowess. None dared mock her in this regard. After all, offending her could lead to a fate of becoming a mindless corpse, controlled by others, with the soul eternally shackled. Before Xie Tao could unleash her indignation and deliver a blow that would leave the woman speechless, a burly man intervened, but he sensed that his companion's gaze towards the handsome figure was somewhat askew. But he dismissed it. Such a pretty boy was no match for him. With a single punch, he could vanquish 10 of them. Stop wasting words with them. Let me gauge this pretty boy's strength. Go, attack him. In Xie Tao's cat-like eyes, which usually appeared innocent and adorable, there now blazed an inferno of fury, clearly indicating that she was genuinely enraged. Zhong Shanjing stepped forward to confront the burly man, who grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles while silently mouthing, "Prepare to die." Pretty boy, did he notice that although Xie Tao lacked curves, she was undeniably beautiful, especially her feline eyes, which, even when filled with rage, could leave one feeling weak in the knees, longing to be struck by her tiny fists on the chest, regardless of whether it was Xie Tao or his female companion. How could their eyesight be so poor as to find attraction in someone as feeble and slender as Zhong Shanjing? They ought to admire a man of his robust masculinity, with the intention of impressing his companion and decisively undermining Zhong Shanjing. He resolved to annihilate him swiftly. The thought of this brought a savage, bloody grin to his face as he harnessed his supernatural abilities, channeling all his strength into his right hand, the very instant he charged at Zhong Shanjing. He envisioned the frail figure being obliterated by his punch, with blood and flesh splattered everywhere, the head rolling gruesomely about. And what of Zhong Shanjing? He stood there, seemingly dazed, as if struck dumb, only clenching his fist tightly and striking out the moment that the burly man lunged towards him. Zhang Chunyu was in a state of frantic concern. She knew Xie Tao was powerful, but Zhong Shanjing appeared rather inept in combat. Not only her, but even the beautiful woman felt a twinge of anxiety. Don't actually kill him. A man so good-looking shouldn't die. It would be such a waste. Before she could finish her thought, a figure was suddenly propelled backward, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, blood spraying forth. The beautiful woman was about to lament about how a handsome man might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, risking his life for such a woman, when she realized something was amiss. Zhong Shanjing stood there, still appearing gaunt and frail, with a mere speck of blood staining his sleeve, a stark contrast against the white fabric that he raised his hand to gently brush it away. The burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, slumped against the wall, his right hand utterly shattered. Fragments of bone mingled with flesh, an unrecognizable mass, blood flowing profusely, turning the ground crimson. The woman, realizing the gravity of the situation, let out a piercing scream and rushed to the burly man's side. That he had not perished, but his right hand was completely ruined. The pain had rendered him unconscious. Xie Tao, hands on her hips, exuded an air of arrogance. Whose fist is larger? Whose fist is harder? The beautiful woman had not anticipated such an outcome. She stood stunned. Although she too was a supernatural being, she was no match for the burly man's strength. If she couldn't overpower him, how could she contend with Zhong Shanjing, the monster who had crushed him with a single blow? Her previous bravado evaporated in an instant. She had assumed that both of them, being supernatural beings, would possess considerable combat prowess, capable of holding their own even if they couldn't dominate the base. Yet here they were, stumbling onto a blistering hot iron plate. Xie Tao chimed in. Strength is revered. The weak are preyed upon. Only those with larger fists deserve to speak. She reiterated the beautiful woman's earlier rhetoric, hopping about in indignation like a little sparrow. Zhong Shanjing glanced at her, finding her adorable. Unable to suppress a smile to the beautiful woman, Xie Tao appeared merely a worthless being, relying on the strength of a formidable supernatural ally to exert dominance. Clutching the burly man tightly, she snarled at Xie Tao. Don't think that just because you have a powerful man beside you, you can act with impunity. There will come a day when you will be cast aside. When that day arrives, let us see what you're capable of. Her eyes gleamed with malice, clearly marking this grievance. Xie Tao countered. You assumed you could speak because you thought your fist was larger, and then flaunted your superiority. That shouldn't you accept the consequences of getting beaten because your fist wasn't big enough? If it's survival of the fittest, then abide by that rule without double standards. Winning means your fist is large enough to reason. Losing means you're being bullied, that others are not being kind. She detested such hypocrisy and rolled up her sleeves, preparing to deliver a profound lesson, teaching her that double standards lead to punishment, and offending the wrong person could result in death. However, the beautiful woman who had been hovering over the burly man suddenly vanished along with him. Zhong Shanjing, having witnessed Xie Tao teleporting her minions, instinctively thought the woman had used a similar ability. But Xie Tao shook her head. I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. It might be a different power. Something akin to invisibility. Tracking them down to eliminate them would be rather easy. A simple area of effect skill would suffice. However, Xie Tao did not wish to cause excessive destruction, as they had only just arrived at the base and did not intend to make a ruckus. For they would not be leaving today and never returning. Thus, she chose to let the woman go for now, knowing that within the confines of the base, they would inevitably cross paths again. Xie Tao clapped her hands and proceeded to register with the signboard, leaving Zhang Chunyu, who was utterly astonished, to realize that Zhong Shanjing was indeed a powerful supernatural being, that he appeared to be quite the opposite of a fighter, giving off the impression that, even with supernatural abilities, he should primarily possess supportive skills. Who could have anticipated? After a while, he returned with some vegetables and rice, stating that the remaining supplies would be sorted and delivered to them shortly. The house was reasonably spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Although each room was not particularly large, there was enough space for a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. However, at present, the room contained only a single bed. Everything else was absent. Moreover, after the previous tenant vacated, the house had not been cleaned thoroughly, with dust and debris visible in the corners, and the kitchen walls were coated in what appeared to be grease. After surveying the premises, Xie Tao felt a bit of breathlessness and quickly summoned her 2 little skeletons that AS for the zombie minions. Due to restrictions on their entry into the base, most were wandering outside, awaiting orders. The 2 little skeletons were exceptionally diligent. Upon being released, they commenced a frenzied cleaning of the house. With 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, it would likely take quite some time. Given this task, Xie Tao decided to explore the base to see if she could procure some necessary items to furnish her home. Before leaving, Zhang Chunyu informed Xie Tao about the various facilities within the base, including the marketplace. In the marketplace, anything could be exchanged, and the age-old barter system was still in place as long as the vendor deemed the items to be of equal value. One could trade for anything from another. Chapter 11. They should die. Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing navigated the bustling base, where she exuded an exuberance that starkly contrasted with the lifelessness of the majority of its inhabitants. For most ordinary people within the base, even the luxury of a full meal each day was an unattainable dream, as they struggled daily for survival, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring, leaving little room for levity. Consequently, Zhong Shanjing became the focal point of attention, drawing the gaze of many. Zhong Shanjing could only accelerate his pace to keep up. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the marketplace situated in the heart of the street, bustling with activity, where people came and went. From a distance, one could see individuals laying out tattered cloths, even an old coat, displaying various items for sale. Some called out their needs, while others silently leaned against walls, holding up small signs that, as Zhang Chunyu previously remarked, in this marketplace, one can procure virtually anything: food, clothing, daily necessities, and even contraceptives, those unconventional staples of life. And there are humans. Yes, humans, some individuals are peddling themselves, often in silence. Clad in scant attire, and with merely a meager offering of food, one might engage in a delightful discourse on the meaning of existence with a beautiful woman or a handsome man. Within this category of human sale, there exists another manner of transaction, treating a normal human being as mere merchandise to be sold to others. Typically, it is young women, or those still possessing their allure. And even underage girls who find themselves commodified, die in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It is not only laws that have crumbled, but also morality and humanity that in their struggle for survival, for a morsel to eat. They are willing to sell anything that can be sold. As Xie Tao passed by, she overheard someone calling out for attention that a girl was weeping. After a couple of sobs, she was struck across the face. Her father chiding her. If someone is willing to buy you, they will feed you. So what is there to cry about? He genuinely believed that selling his daughter would ensure their survival. A notion he deemed entirely commendable as for the daughter's personal will. That was of no consequence. As Zhongshan walked beside Xie Tao, his handsome visage bore no expression. Xie Tao glanced at him and remarked, "You rethinking of something peculiar again." "No, you are." "All right, I am." Zhongshan murmured, "Is human nature inherently like this?" In this world, familial bonds seem to hold little significance. For 80% of people, the paramount concern is merely survival. What they sacrifice for that survival is inconsequential, especially if the cost is not borne by themselves. There is an error in your statement. Which part? Is it regarding human nature? Indeed, Xie Tao replied coolly. It is not 80%, it is 99%. For 99% of individuals, survival is the utmost priority, which is why that 1% is so exceptional, deserving of the titles of hero or saint. Those willing to allow others to live and willing to sacrifice themselves for that cause are heroes, that if they do so even for strangers without any blood ties, they are saints. That if there were enough heroes and saints in this world, there would be no more disputes, and only mutual respect would remain among people. The most wondrous thing is that whether ordinary individuals or villains, beasts or heroes, they are all composed of the same essence, flesh, blood, and bone. What differentiates them is merely the soul. At this point, Xie Tao chuckled, if you encounter a villain or an ordinary person filled with selfish desires, that is entirely normal among billions of humans. There exist billions of differences, just as a father may sell his own daughter, and brothers may turn against each other. Such occurrences are utterly commonplace. Zhongshan once believed that Xie Tao had uncovered the darkness of his past, as if she were hinting at it. Yet her expression was one of innocence that he gazed intently at her for a long while before finally posing this question. Is it because of human nature that you chose to become a necromancer? On the contrary, it was only after becoming a necromancer that I realized this. Xie Tao replied nonchalantly, your lack of understanding is quite normal. You are still quite young. Zhongshan. Every time he heard Xie Tao utter such words, he found them absurd, for she appeared to evoke images of youth. Perhaps even of someone barely past adolescence, 18 or 19, that seemed to be the upper limit of her apparent age. Just after she had finished her act of maturity, Xie Tao spotted someone selling fruits not far away, including grapes, a meager quantity, perhaps merely 2 bunches. She immediately exclaimed in delight and dashed over, her entire being radiating joy. Noticing his own wavering feelings stirred by Xie Tao's words, Zhongshan. He felt utterly foolish. Fruits were exceedingly precious. Within the base, they were a luxury only afforded by the higher echelons. Ordinary individuals scarcely dared to indulge, as it was an extravagant waste that a small bunch of grapes could cost the equivalent of 10 days' worth of rations, a practice far beyond mere wastefulness. Yet Xie Tao remained unconcerned. To her, staples like grains and oils were abundant, her minions scouring the cities to bring her whatever she desired. Grapes, however, were a rare delicacy, cultivated only in limited quantities within the base, obtainable solely through points, and Xie Tao currently possessed none. Acquiring them would be a considerable bargain, at least in her eyes. I want them all, Xie Tao declared, her voice exuding a wealthiness reminiscent of a prosperous lady. The vendor, having little to sell, was jolted to attention by her proclamation. I require immediate payment. Did you not see my terms? A nearby sign boldly stated, 1 bunch for the price of 15 pounds of rice. Surpassing the cost of a human life. It was rather ironic. In this apocalypse, human life was cheaper than grass. I see it. Just come to me for your goods, Xie Tao said. I shall buy. who was tidying up at home, opened the door to the alternate space, dragging out supplies that it was entirely reasonable not to carry food with her. Dragging along 10 pounds of rice would be conspicuous, potentially attracting the attention of the starving, who might resort to theft. The vendor remained unperturbed. His ability to sell grapes indicated he either had backing or was formidable himself, so he took his wares and left with Zhong Shanjing. He harbored no worries for Xie Tao's safety. After all, she was a necromancer, and if conflict arose, it would surely be the other party who would bear the brunt of misfortune, not her. Xie Tao continued her exploration, brimming with curiosity about everything. Meanwhile, after Zhong Shanjing concluded his transaction with the vendor, the latter departed with his goods, leaving Zhong Shanjing alone in the living room. He lowered his gaze to his hands, once elegant and slender, suitable for writing or playing the piano, now marred with scars, the flesh torn away leaving behind small, jagged wounds. Uneven and unsightly, they served as a constant reminder that he was no longer human. Merely a corpse walking like a zombie, destined to decay at any moment. Even if he managed to maintain this form, to humanity, he was a monstrous existence. When Xie Tao was present, she could always divert his attention to peculiar matters. In her absence, he would reflect on himself. Even though his grandparents refused to utter a word, the astute Zhong Shanjing could piece together the narrative. His father and mother had crossed paths before achieving success. His mother enamored with this talented man, dedicating her all to pave his way to success. Yet once he amassed wealth, he strayed for younger, more beautiful women. Heartbroken, his mother took Zhong Shanjing and left, her spirit waning until her untimely death a few years later. His father remarried without a moment's remorse or guilt. Zhong Shanjing, appearing intelligent, composed, and polite, gradually established his place in that household. Although inherently frail, he excelled academically, a model child in contrast to the illegitimate brother born of his father's affair, which only endeared him more to his father. Yet, no one knew that as he looked upon his father, stepmother, and brother, he occasionally harbored thoughts of setting fire to this wretched place. Chapter 12. His soul felt hunger. Zhong Shanjing always felt anguish over his dark thoughts. The teachings he received insisted such notions were not those of a normal person. Yet his soul incessantly clamored for their demise. That he traversed his youth in this state of dissonance, convinced that one day he would succumb to madness. But before that madness could descend, the apocalypse arrived. And before he could act, his remnant conscience was vanquished by those even more devoid of it. When he transformed into a zombie, the pain and hatred within him became his greatest sustenance, bestowing upon him immense power, even if he never displayed it before Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing gazed down at his hands, striving to master his strength. He knew he could achieve more. One day, he would rectify what he had been unable to complete due to his lingering sense of morality. When Xie Tao returned home, she found Zhong Shanjing seated there, one long leg bent, his fingertips tracing the edge of a plate, lost in thought. Silently, Xie Tao crept up behind him. Just as she reached out, Zhong Shanjing turned, alert. "What are you doing?" Perhaps the memory of being struck by those rolling pins had left him with piste. Seeing Xie Tao standing behind him filled him with wariness, for he felt on the verge of a concussion. Even for the sake of his own sanity, he must prevent another blow. Yet, all she offered was a pair of deerskin gloves. "I'll buy you new ones when it gets warmer. For now, just make do." Zhong Shanjing, "You should look at the state of your hands. They practically scream, 'I have issues, I am not human. Come and question me.'" Xie Tao rolled her eyes and remarked, "You truly do not bother concealing your peculiarities. How brazen you are." In her prime, despite her formidable prowess, she had been cautious to keep her identity as a necromancer hidden. For the might of one could hardly contend against the combined strength of many. Failing to conceal oneself could lead to unforeseen consequences, with an army potentially forming to hunt one down. Zhong Shanjing was taken aback, not realizing that Xie Tao was expressing concern for him. His momentary hesitation was interpreted by her as a sign of confusion. Grasping his fingers, she lifted his hand and deftly slipped a glove onto it. Just the right fit. Neither too large nor too small. Startled, Zhong Shanjing instinctively curled his hand, tightly clenching his fist. Xie Tao took a seat opposite him, her plate filled with sparkling clean grapes, plump and inviting, exuding sweetness. She casually plucked two and popped them in her mouth, the the succulent sweet and sour juice causing her cat-like eyes to narrow in delight as she swung her legs playfully. Unforgivingly, she exposed Zhongshan Jing's thoughts. "You were contemplating something rather peculiar. Weren't you?" "No," he replied, his expression serene, as if he were indeed telling the truth. Xie Tao clicked her tongue in mild disapproval, poking his chest without offering any comment on his honesty, simply instructing him. "Go on. Wash me another bunch." Zhongshan Jing dutifully complied, heading to the kitchen, unaware that Xie Tao was watching him with narrowed eyes, lost in her own thoughts. So they resided together in this base for a time. And by the third night, Zhongshan Jing sensed something was amiss. That it was the dead of night. Although he did not require sleep, he lay quietly in bed, savoring the stillness of the evening. Around midnight, an unusual warmth began to radiate from his chest, spreading through his limbs until his entire body felt ignited. That a familiar, yet foreign sensation slowly enveloped his mind. Hunger and desire. That it was akin to the first time he opened his eyes as a zombie. Seeing Xie Tao beside him, an overwhelming urge to consume her blossoming within his heart. Then he was restrained. After that moment, the craving dissipated, showing no signs of resurgence over the following days. Until today, this long-lost sensation gradually reclaimed Zhongshan Jing's consciousness, stirring within him a strange appetite and an insatiable craving for flesh. While he still possessed awareness, he swiftly reached for the scissors on the nearby shelf, slicing open his forearm with the sharp blade. A long wound appeared, yet no blood flowed. Only pale flesh parted, soon to close and form a faint scar. He felt no pain, and thus remained oblivious. Every aspect of his being reminded him that he was no longer human. Unable to awaken from this numbness, Zhongshan Jing stumbled from the bed and poured himself a large glass of cold water, downing it in one go. His burning heart and limbs showed no sign of cooling, and his muddled mind found no relief as he leaned against the wall, struggling to endure that he still retained some semblance of reason, not out of fear of consuming something inappropriate, but dread of provoking Xie Tao, who, given her temperament, might very well dismember him and leave his parts scattered until dawn. Until today, Zhongshan Jing had not fully grasped the implications of becoming a zombie. Zombies feast on humans, and the flesh and blood of the living are irresistibly enticing, akin to delicacies. Leaning against the wall, he noticed his breathing growing increasingly labored, the scent of humanity wafting through the room. Xie Tao's aroma held a hint of sweetness, accompanied by a faint fruity fragrance. As his reason waned, the alluring scent intensified. Zhongshan Jing lost track of time, his rationality fading rapidly. In the depths of the night, a crack appeared in Xie Tao's door, revealing her soundly asleep on the bed, clutching a pillow that should have been beneath her head. She lay at an awkward angle, exposing a small segment of her delicate, fair waist. Zhongshan Jing's breath momentarily halted. Not from desire, but from hunger. At that moment, Xie Tao appeared as a delectable morsel rather than a living being. Standing at her bedside, he clung to the last vestiges of consciousness, battling against his instincts as his fingertips dug painfully into his palm. Yet still, no blood flowed, nor did he feel pain, only numbness. Gradually losing control, Zhongshan Jing leaned closer to Xie Tao. His beautiful eyes, their pupils tinged with crimson, reflected a struggle, particularly as he tilted his neck, fighting against his primal urges. The scars on his long neck stood out starkly against his pale skin, and the movement of his prominent Adam's apple made it seem almost immoral to deny him. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself and reached towards Xie Tao, but in the next instant, she grasped his hand. Xie Tao rolled over, appearing slightly groggy, a hint of irritation in her expression. "Do you know what time it is?" She snapped, her charming cat-like eyes slowly opening to reveal her annoyance. "It's 2 in the morning. Do you have any idea how cruel it is to wake a sleeping person at this hour?" With a swift motion, she yanked him closer, effortlessly pinning him to the bed, straddling his waist and threatening. "Do you have any idea how fierce I am?" She was the necromancer known as the Black Reaper among the Sanctum's ranks. Zhongshan Jing, completely oblivious to the reverence due to such a fearsome being, had no idea how to respect her ferocity. Under normal circumstances, Xie Tao would certainly have chastised Zhongshan Jing, ensuring he understood the gravity of provoking a necromancer with morning irritability. However, tonight, he appeared fragile, akin to porcelain on the verge of shattering. His eyes glimmered with a hint of red, filled with confusion and longing, making it evident that, despite knowing his vulnerability was feigned, he could easily rend any throat apart. His desire, however, was genuine. It was fresh blood he craved to alleviate his hunger. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Xie Tao felt a pang of compassion, primarily because Zhongshan Jing was a unique existence, a living corpse she had never encountered before, and he even nudged against her affectionately. Infuriating. She found it impossible to resist. Efforts to convince herself that she would need Zhongshan Jing for her future research faltered. Such a precious being could not simply be discarded, especially when he nuzzled against her like a cat begging for treats. Thus, Xie Tao shamefully wavered. Very well, very well. She released Zhongshan Jing, opening a portal to a different realm from which she retrieved a small knife that appeared unremarkable, but was, in truth, a powerful artifact, for ordinary weapons could not pierce her skin. Selecting a spot on her hand, she made a small incision, and as the scent of her blood wafted through the air, Zhongshan Jing stirred restlessly, that he was almost entirely governed by instinct, his mind consumed by a thirst for blood. Xie Tao pressed down on him with her uninjured hand, feeding him her blood. Unlike ordinary human blood, hers was infused with energy, one drop far surpassing a gallon in potency, that as the crimson liquid flowed into him, Zhongshan Jing initially felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Xie Tao's cool palm rested on his face as the searing blood filled his belly. Something surged within his heart, and at that moment, his soul found liberation. Chapter 13. Yes, just a little bit when Zhongshan Jing awoke the following morning. He found himself on Xie Tao's bed. This realization jolted him. Climbing into her bed in the middle of the night was truly terrifying, and he couldn't recall his actions from the night before. Only vague impressions that left him disoriented. If he had indeed done something inappropriate, the consequences would be dire. That you're awake. Xie Tao appeared at his bedside, leaning down to gaze at him, her presence leaving him momentarily dazed. He feared her next words might be, "You've become a girl now." But she simply looked at him, asking, "Do you remember what happened last night?" Zhongshan Jing. "I don't remember." "Not at all?" Xie Tao leaned closer, their faces nearly touching, the faint, sweet fragrance of her presence wafting into his nose. That it was an enticing aroma, reminiscent of fruit, and he could not help but touch his nose. A vague memory flitting through his mind, it seemed he had experienced an uncontrollable hunger last night, after which he lost consciousness, recalling only the tantalizing scent before everything faded from memory. Thus, it appeared that last night he had not done anything but attempted to bite Xie Tao. And evidently, he had failed. It is certainly preferable to him failing in some endeavor. Moreover, regardless of what has transpired, offering an apology is never a misstep. That I am sorry, tisk. Xie Tao, with her arms crossed lazily over her chest, remarked, "Your will to survive is rather intense. It leaves me at a loss for words. What exactly happened last night? Haven't you already guessed?" Xie Tao poked his chest and continued, "You were famished and wanted to bite me. Zhongshan Jing. I fed you once, satisfying your hunger. There is no need to phrase it so suggestively. In any case, I ensured you were well fed." Xie Tao noted that his chest remained quite firm. Although he was lean, there was still some flesh. She mumbled a few incoherent grievances about zombies not gaining weight, clearly harboring some lingering resentment. Zhongshan Jing, covering his forehead, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, genuinely unsure of how to respond, sensing that something far stranger had occurred than what he could articulate, leaving him with a tumultuous mix of emotions. After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, "Will this happen often in the future?" "Yes," Xie Tao replied, her fingers interlaced. "This is my first time encountering such a situation with you, as I have only ever manipulated corpses before, which do not experience hunger. However, zombies seem different. The other zombies I controlled, bound by a contract, consumed my spiritual energy, but you, it appears, despite signing a contract, still feel hunger." Having never witnessed this phenomenon before, Xie Tao was particularly patient and even quite intrigued. If not for the inappropriate setting, she might have wished to dissect Zhongshan Jing to explore further. "This is your first complete loss of control. Yet this is the second time I have felt hunger." Zhongshan Jing responded. When he first transformed into a zombie, he had experienced this sensation, albeit not as intensely as this time, where his appetite overwhelmed him, rendering him unconscious. After hearing his predicament, Xie Tao stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Currently, there are two possibilities. The first is that your body has been evolving unbeknownst to you, consuming a vast amount of energy in the process. When your intake cannot keep pace with this consumption, you will be overwhelmed by hunger. The second possibility, Xie Tao's voice dropped, is that your body feels satisfied through the spiritual energy I provide, yet your soul does not. Your soul craves blood and will take control of your body once it reaches its limit. I hope it is the first scenario. Zhongshan Jing remained silent, that I cannot yet determine if it is the former or the latter, so I need to conduct a small experiment that I learned today that in a couple of days. A small team will be dispatched from the base to search for supplies in a nearby city. Participating will earn us points. Let us join. Zhongshan Jing instinctively replied, "Are you certain this is for my sake and not for grapes? Have a bit of confidence. Your significance is on par with that of grapes." Xie Tao chuckled and rushed to the window. She requested a flower pot from Zhang Chunyu, but instead of flowers, she placed a few cloves of garlic she had just inserted. With a look of devotion, she positioned the flower pot on the windowsill, awaiting the sprouting of the garlic shoots. Zhongshan Jing stood and stretched his body, which had previously felt slightly stiff, akin to a corpse removed from a freezer. Now infused with a soul that, of course, it was not as severe as that. Today, however, his body moved with the same agility as in life. "What did you feed me last night?" "A little blood," Xie Tao replied, shaking her hand dismissively. "Just a tiny bit of my blood." It seemed that such a minor offering had induced significant changes in his body. Someone unaware might assume Xie Tao had administered some miraculous elixir. Zhongshan Jing glanced down at his hand. The scars remained unchanged, intertwining like the remnants of a brutal execution, as if someone had intervened just in time to save him from a fate of complete dismemberment. After arranging the flower pot, Xie Tao contemplated whether to nurture anything else, recalling her previous life where she had a vast balcony filled with an array of flowers, plants, vegetables, and fruits. Whenever she found herself with idle time, she would tend to them. She had once considered adopting a cat, particularly a black one, which in her former surroundings was often regarded as a witch's familiar or the embodiment of evil. If discovered, such a creature would face immediate execution, treated with the same disdain as a witch. Finding a black cat was thus exceedingly difficult. Consequently, she settled for raising a hodgepodge of plants instead, as a source of solace. Most necromancers tended to cultivate something, as the protracted solitude of a solitary existence could be quite dreary. Leaning against the windowsill, she appeared to be an ordinary girl, lazily arranging the flower pot with her legs crossed. Xie Tao possessed enchanting eyes. In dim light, they appeared as mere black orbs, but under sunlight, they glimmered with a subtle dark blue hue, reminiscent of a starless night sky, devoid of clouds. Zhongshan Jing's earlier complex emotions dissipated in an instant as he leaned against the wall beside Xie Tao, watching her poke at the flower pot. After a while, he inquired, "Is it difficult to be a necromancer?" "It's not a matter of difficulty," Xie Tao replied solemnly. "It primarily depends on talent. That be why the 20th year of my practice as a necromancer, I had already surpassed my mentor, which undoubtedly filled him with jealousy. A frail old man, limited in talent, was envious of a young, gifted mage who surpassed his lifetime achievements in a mere 20 years that he even wished to keep me as his trophy." When she mentioned this, disdain washed over Xie Tao's face. Yet he seemed to forget that I had long surpassed him. "So, did you turn him into a trophy?" Zhongshan Jing asked, curiosity piqued. "Then am I such a tasteless person?" Xie Tao retorted disdainfully. "Why would I keep an old, wrinkled, talentless, and envious wretch like a venomous snake by my side, subjecting myself to his presence daily? Are Xiaohei and Xiao Bai not sufficient? Are my zombie minions unreliable? Why choose such a decrepit fool?" Xie Tao's discontent with Zhongshan Jing's lack of understanding of her was palpable. As one of her newly minted minions, how could he fail to comprehend her? With a ruthless air, she dismissed him and continued, "What could I possibly gain from him? Just because he's old doesn't mean he doesn't need to bathe. One poke, and that frail skeleton would crumble." Zhongshan Jing raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging his mistake, and remarked, "That is indeed something to be disdainful of." Xie Tao, uninterested in engaging further, turned her attention back to her flower pot, where she had watered the soil. Now pleasantly moist, it seemed no more appealing than Zhongshan Jing's handsome face. When noon arrived, Zhang Chunyu delivered food, along with the portion of supplies that should have been allocated to Xie Tao. A few of them huffed and puffed as they carried the items inside, stating, "I exchanged some points for vegetables." You can have them for now in a couple of days once you have your own points. You can redeem them yourself. These individuals were genuinely considerate, ensuring that Xie Tao received her fair share, even going so far as to use their own points to acquire additional items for her. Before leaving, they inquired multiple times if Xie Tao needed anything else, offering to fetch whatever they had at their disposal for her use, and if there was nothing, they had points to spare, not too expensive, ensuring that Xie Tao should feel no hesitation in accepting their generosity. Upon hearing that Xie Tao would soon embark on a mission, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xie Tao, we are two people. Zhang Chunyu and the others. Very well, did it appear that Xie Tao was not particularly concerned about the impending mission, which made sense. When one is sufficiently powerful, there is little to fear. After delivering the supplies, they departed, leaving Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing to stare at the pile of items in mutual contemplation. Can you cook? Xie Tao inquired. Zhong Shanjing, with utmost seriousness, replied, a little. What a coincidence. I also only know a little. Chapter 14. Let me check. It turned out that Zhong Shanjing's little was quite meticulous, while Xie Tao's little was rather lacking, as Zhong Shanjing prepared a stir-fried vegetable dish and simmered a soup with some spinach and mushrooms. Though the flavors were not particularly exquisite, it was certainly palatable. In contrast, Xie Tao attempted to fry an egg, if one could even call that charred mess an egg. Zhong Shanjing, with an impassive expression, critiqued the heat was too high, and there was too little oil. It was cooked for too long. Xie Tao, undeterred, confidently pushed Zhong Shanjing's dish towards herself while sliding her burnt egg towards him. Let's swap. You can taste my cooking while I sample yours. Zhong Shanjing. He gazed at the charred heap on his plate, feeling an overwhelming sense of complexity. Not to mention that zombies typically do not consume human food. Even if they did, he had no desire to eat something that might poison him. It seems you have been living alone for quite some time. Zhong Shanjing cannot believe that such culinary skills could be developed by a solitary individual. Have you forgotten that I have Xiaohe and Xiaobai? Xie Tao's desire to cook was merely a fleeting whim. In reality, it is Xiaohe and Xiaobai who handle all the cooking. Those two little skeletons clad in maid outfits are adept at all household chores, leaving no room for Xie Tao to prepare meals. The last time she cooked was centuries ago, before her master suddenly fell ill and attempted to eliminate her. Back then, as a novice apprentice, Xie Tao would occasionally whip up simple dishes, such as sandwiches or frying sausages and eggs. Most necromancers do not possess a strong appetite, so a few hastily prepared meals sufficed. Xie Tao is a delightful exception. Upon gaining her independence, her first act was to contract Xiaohe and Xiaobai, two skilled and delightful undead who excel in cooking. Thus, she successfully liberated herself from a monotonous diet of sandwiches, blueberry jam on bread, and fried sausages with eggs. Zhong Shanjing, you eat. After all, he doesn't need to. Xie Tao calmly began her meal, urging him to join her. You should eat too. Her intentions are hardly innocent. Yet, to be honest, Zhong Shanjing is indeed somewhat curious about the dish Xie Tao has prepared. He gazes at the blackened fried egg on his plate, and after a moment's hesitation, reaches out to take a bite under Xie Tao's watchful gaze. The taste is predominantly that of charred carbon, with an excessive amount of salt rendering it rather salty, akin to consuming a piece of brackish coal. Xie Tao gives him a thumbs up, praising his bravery, thankful that zombies do not suffer from stomach ailments. Aside from the assault on his taste buds, everything else is tolerable. Xie Tao offers a perfunctory compliment to Zhong Shanjing, then states, I recall you are the young master from a wealthy family. When I was not in contact with my father, I lived with my grandparents, during which my health was rather poor. They took on nearly all the household duties, yet I wished to alleviate their burden. So I would occasionally prepare something. Life in the base was quite tranquil. Tao is a modest yet flourishing survivor camp with well-established regulations and a relatively reliable upper management. Most individuals, provided they are willing to work, can avoid starvation. This is a significant advantage in the apocalypse. Yet for Xie Tao, it felt somewhat overly serene. Fortunately, on the afternoon of the following day, the camp began to announce that those wishing to join resource-seeking teams could sign up that afternoon, with a gathering scheduled for the following morning in the small square. Xie Tao promptly took Zhong Shanjing to register, learning during the process that any resident of the camp could sign up for the resource-seeking teams. But they would bear the responsibility for their lives, except for those who appeared too frail or were elderly, infirm, or disabled. Practically anyone could enlist. However, Those with abilities and those without would be assigned to different teams. The combat-capable individuals would handle the elimination of zombies and protect the other team members, while those unable to fight and ordinary people would be tasked with transporting supplies. Naturally, the points earned would differ significantly, with the former group able to accumulate more. After listening to the staff's explanation, Xie Tao immediately declared that both Xi and Zhong Shanjing possess combat abilities eligible for the combat team. The staff did not dissuade them. After all, one's life is their own. Hooray! Xie Tao felt a twinge of regret. Her ability to manipulate corpses would easily betray her true nature. Otherwise, she could have brought a throng of minions to masquerade as a power-type esper, amassing points and reveling in a life of diverse fruits at every meal. After completing her registration, Xie Tao did not leave, instead observing the bulletin board adorned with mission postings that clearly outlined the points awarded for various tasks. The more challenging the task, the greater the points awarded, while the simplest tasks, such as constructing defensive structures or farming, yielded barely enough points for a day's meals. Furthermore, if the individual were elderly or a child, the points earned would be scant, potentially allowing for only 1 or 2 meals a day and not necessarily enough to satiate hunger. The harsh reality of the apocalypse ruthlessly eliminates the unfortunate, followed swiftly by those with frail bodies. The elderly and children are undeniably vulnerable. The former are often regarded as burdens, while the latter rely on others for survival, that if their families possess some skills and compassion, they may survive a few more years. However, should their families struggle, the elderly and children would be the first to be abandoned. Xie Tao's gaze scanned the rows of tasks, and she discovered one at the top that promised an extraordinary number of points. Enough for her to enjoy an entire month of varied fruits. "Can I do this?" Xie Tao inquired with curiosity. "Yes, you can," the staff hesitated before adding, "but we have yet to gather enough participants. You must be new here, right? This task is particularly dangerous. It would be wise to remain cautious." Xie Tao, with her charming appearance, garnered the staff's attention, prompting him to elaborate. "This task has been posted for a week. And so far, the number of sign-ups? Sign me up. Sign me up." Xie Tao eagerly reached out. "Does this conflict with today's task? If so, I shall forego today's." No, not at all. Not even a single team has been formed yet. The higher-ups have decided to wait another 10 days, as the current team members can still hold out. The staff contemplated advising Xie Tao further, but abandoned the notion upon witnessing her resolute expression. Zhong Shanjing, however, was not concerned with the staff's warnings of danger. After all, Xie Tao is a necromancer. There should be nothing in this apocalypse capable of harming her, unless she were to act recklessly. His worry lay in the fact that if she were gone too long, what would become of her garlic sprouts? "I have friends," Xie Tao replied confidently, assuring him that she would have Zhang Chunyu and the others keep an eye on them. Yet, she pondered that by summer, she might attract unwanted attention. Xie Tao considered this dilemma. During the sweltering summer, wearing heavy clothing would only serve to broadcast her peculiarities, drawing others to investigate. She needed to find a way to mend Zhong Shanjing's condition before summer arrived, ensuring he appeared more normal. With this in mind, that evening after dinner, Xie Tao pushed Zhong Shanjing down onto the sofa, methodically locking the door to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. Then, with Xiao He and Xiao Bai flanking him, she trapped Zhong Shanjing in between. "Remove your clothes, Zhong Shanjing. Hurry up, I need to examine your body." Xie Tao had yet to conduct a thorough examination of Zhong Shanjing, while she had performed a cursory check before he fully transformed into a zombie. A complete and detailed inspection had never taken place. Lying on the sofa, the young man's cheeks flushed. Despite being a zombie, a hint of color graced his pallid complexion, lending a touch of humanity to his otherwise striking features. "You, I Xiao He Xiao Bai." Xie Tao found his reluctance rather tiresome. She had encountered thousands of corpses, and they all appeared the same. There was no reason to feel shy about a few less-than-perfect features. Xiao He and Xiao Bai, ever obedient to Xie Tao's commands, leapt forth. Zhong Shanjing. Chapter 15. How did I encounter you again? Zhong Shanjing's body was adorned with scars, had it not been for the multitude of injuries. His physique would have been quite appealing. Yet now, that once beautiful form resembled a vase that had been shattered and hastily repaired. Although it remained intact, the myriad scars were glaringly evident. Xie Tao's fingertips traced each scar, lingering briefly upon them. Zhong Shanjing's healing abilities were remarkably robust. A cut inflicted upon him would visibly mend at an extraordinary pace. However, The numerous wounds upon him were all remnants of injuries sustained before his transformation into a zombie. And these scars would never heal, rendering him akin to a canvas marred by imperfections. Regardless of how exquisite the original painting may have been, it was now a chaotic mess. Merely looking at him conjured thoughts of how stunning this body must have been prior to its injuries, evoking a sense of lamentation and regret. Zhong Shanjing lay there, choosing to cover his face with his hand, unable to conceal other critical areas, that he remained silent for a moment before inquiring of Xie Tao. "Are you done?" "Not yet," Xie Tao replied earnestly, "that I am still conducting a detailed observation. This is to prepare for my future research and to facilitate the recovery of your body. You must cooperate." Xiao Bai and Xiao He nodded vigorously in support of Xie Tao's actions. Yet Zhong Shanjing felt that something was amiss. Ultimately, he remained silent. After all, resistance would yield no results. So what more could he do? Xie Tao reached out to touch his abdominal muscles, despite Zhong Shanjing's previous frail appearance. He indeed possessed a set of abs, albeit a meager layer, half of which had been gnawed away by zombies, rendering them rather pitiful. To have such beautiful abs reduced to half was truly a lamentable sight. Xie Tao's lovely face was filled with sympathy. Despite her youthful appearance, she was a necromancer. The purity of her exterior belied the corruption of her soul, and anyone who mistook her for an innocent maiden would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. This sentiment is surely deeply felt by Zhong Shanjing. After a brief health examination, Xie Tao gently patted Zhong Shanjing and remarked, "Put your clothes back on. To be candid, it was merely a routine checkup." Yet Zhong Shanjing felt as though he had endured a myriad of experiences through her words. It was truly disheartening. Following the examination, Xie Tao sauntered away with her hands clasped behind her back. Leaving Zhong Shanjing with an overwhelming sense of being taken advantage of. He fastened the last button on his shirt. Xiao He and Xiao Bai passed by, offering a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. Although the skeletal faces bore no expressions, Zhong Shanjing couldn't shake the feeling that they wore a subtle look of pity. The next morning, Xie Tao brought Zhong Shanjing to the assembly point, where a considerable number of people had gathered in the small square, likely those assigned to the task at hand. After all, this mission was quite appealing in terms of cost-effectiveness, suitable for both those with abilities and ordinary individuals. By the time Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing arrived, they were somewhat late. Most of the participants from the previous day had already assembled, including a familiar face that Xie Tao glanced over. She couldn't help but cross her arms and take a second look. The woman she recognized was the one who had previously boisterously threatened to use her fist to settle disputes after proclaiming there was no issue. She had hurried away with her boyfriend back then, and now, unexpectedly, here she was again, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be around 25 or 26, quite handsome. Upon noticing Xie Tao, the woman's expression soured instantaneously, evidently recalling their previous encounter. Xie Tao, however, merely cast her a brief glance before losing interest. Her earlier acknowledgement had been due to their prior meeting, but beyond that, there was nothing more to discuss. She had no intention of regarding this individual with any seriousness, and if the opportunity arose, she wouldn't hesitate to dismiss her entirely. Conversely, the woman seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Xie Tao. Her eyes filled with resentment as she distantly raised her middle finger, her lips forming the words, "Wait for your demise." Xie Tao sighed and turned to Zhong Shanjing, saying, "Why is it that some individuals are perpetually oblivious to their own limitations? Does a grasshopper truly believe it can threaten a human with its forelegs? Do humans ever feel fear? No, they could easily crush them underfoot. Yet, the grasshopper seems entirely unaware." With a derisive chuckle, she continued, "She had better not come over to cause me trouble." Soon, the group was fully gathered, with dozens of individuals divided into two teams, one composed of ordinary people and the other of those with special abilities. The latter effectively serving as a protective detail for the former as they search for resources. Both Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing were part of the protective team, which included the woman, as she too possessed abilities. The protective team consisted of about 10 individuals, with the captain and vice-captain dispatched from the base. The captain was a woman appearing to be in her 30s, wearing fingerless leather gloves and carrying a sidearm, while the vice-captain was a well-mannered man in his late 20s, sporting glasses that he surveyed the group before splitting them into two teams of 5, one responsible for leading the way and the other for providing support. The captain led the advance team, while the vice-captain took charge of the rear. This time, Xie Tao was not with the woman. Xie and Zhongshanjing were in the support team alongside the vice captain. After the assignments were made, everyone boarded the vehicle, setting off towards the distance. Given the long journey ahead, there was little to occupy their time. And after a brief stint on her phone, Xie Tao leaned against Zhongshanjing's shoulder and dozed off. The others in the vehicle looked on enviously at Zhongshanjing, with a few whispering, "Is she your girlfriend?" "Lucky guy," Zhongshanjing thought to himself. "Not quite. Rather than viewing me as a man, Xie Tao is more inclined to see me as her possession. When you recline against your pillow, do you ponder over needless thoughts? Do you ask if the pillow is willing to support you? Neither does she." Thus, while others perceived him as fortunate, the reality was that Xie Tao simply used him as a cushion. Nearby, someone remarked, "In this era, finding a beautiful girlfriend who is also an ability user with a good temperament is rare." The number of female ability users was inherently lower, given that women were fewer in number than men, compounded by the additional qualifiers of beauty and strength, making them even more scarce. Typically, such attractive women would be with powerful partners, as beauty was deemed a prize for the strong. However, there were instances where exceptionally capable women would end up with young and handsome men. To them, this pairing seemed to align more closely with the latter scenario. To be favored by such a stunning woman. What more could one desire? A few of them shed tears of envy, ultimately conceding that Zhongshanjing's good looks made it entirely reasonable for him to attract the attention of a beautiful woman. The mixed feelings swirling within Zhongshanjing were profound. "You do not understand. I am merely a cushion." Xie Tao had only been asleep for a short while, perhaps half an hour, before she was roused by the others, who, feeling rather idle, sought to engage in a game of cards. However, the number of participants who knew how to play was limited, and since the vice captain was not among them, only 4 remained. Even for a game of do di zhu, 3 players were needed. They turned to Zhongshanjing for assistance, but regrettably, he too was unfamiliar with the game. Despite having learned many things, card games were not among them. Consequently, someone suggested waking Xie Tao. Zhongshanjing was the most aware in the vehicle that Xie Tao had no knowledge of card games, as she was a necromancer. What necromancer would know how to play cards? They belonged to entirely different realms. It was uncertain if cards even existed in her world. Moreover, Xie Tao was a remarkably gifted and dedicated necromancer, likely too occupied to delve into such trivial pursuits. However, before Zhongshanjing could intervene, Xie Tao was awakened. Still groggy, she was irked at being roused, her eyes wide open as she prepared to express her annoyance when one of her teammates enthusiastically inquired, "Do you know how to play cards?" "Do I even need to say?" Xie Tao perked up immediately, dismissing her irritation as she rolled up her sleeves, suddenly realizing that this world might have different types of card games. She maintained her composure, showing no signs of trepidation. "What do you want to play?" "Do you know do di zhu? With just 3 of us, we can only play that." The young man who had suggested the game chuckled. "Sure, let us play do di zhu." After pondering for a moment, Xie Tao replied, "I don't know how, but I can learn." She was astute. The dense tomes associated with necromancy posed no challenge for her to master quickly. So learning a card game was hardly a daunting task. "All right, let me teach you how to play do di zhu, sister." The enthusiastic individual eagerly began explaining the rules as Xie Tao examined the deck. Listening attentively, she quickly grasped the game. "Simple enough. Let us get started." Xie Tao swiftly shuffled the cards and arranged them on the table, engaging in a game with her board companions. Zhongshanjing observed in disbelief. "Now I suspect Xie Tao is deceiving me. Did she truly study seriously before?" Chapter 16. It is a rivalry. When the vehicle finally reached its destination, the faces of the few individuals inside were plastered with expressions of exhaustion. Although Xie Tao had claimed she was unfamiliar with do di zhu and needed to learn, she had adapted to the game swiftly after mastering the rules. Despite her unfortunate luck with terrible hands at times, she was mostly victorious. They played without any stakes. If the landlord won, the farmers received stickers on their faces, and if the farmers won, the stickers were awarded to the landlord. After more than a day's journey, the 2 players had become nearly unrecognizable, and eventually, Zhongshanjing joined the fray, realizing it was genuinely not difficult. He had learned just by watching for a short while that a few hours later. The vice captain also entered the game, resulting in a trio of clever players. The dynamic among these 3 distinct types of intelligent individuals infused the game with a sense of tension, particularly given their varying strategies. Xie Tao possessed a straightforward kind of cleverness, capable of reading others clearly. Zhongshan Jing understood human nature and, with his good memory, was adept at recalling cards, making his gameplay smooth. The vice captain relished employing tactics, engaging in deception and manipulation. The three of them played with such flair that the two remaining observers could hardly close their mouths, continually exclaiming, 666, upon arriving at their destination and disembarking. The vice captain expressed his lingering enthusiasm. I had no idea Do Di Zhu could be such an entertaining game. The remaining two interjected, No, we have never played like that. Their destination was a city quite distant from their base, where nearly all bases struggled to achieve self-sufficiency. Following the apocalypse, both soil and climate had become increasingly inhospitable to plant life. Thus, a plethora of issues arose, such as the decline in crop yields, with some plants perishing before they had a chance to flourish. While animals could still be raised, certain creatures exhibited mutations, displaying heightened aggression and a cruel temperament. Moreover, a portion of the meat had become ineatable, lacking vitality, resembling long-decayed flesh that was unfit for human consumption, that in such dire circumstances, ensuring that the majority of individuals within a base had access to food necessitated venturing into the city to scavenge for supplies. Supermarkets, for instance, were likely to harbor some stored provisions, along with various instant foods. Warehouses and factories, particularly those specializing in food processing, would be replete with edible items such as rice, wheat, and peanuts, nutritious and capable of long-term storage. If they could locate these grain warehouses, prosperity would be within reach. Otherwise, they would have to ransack commercial establishments, yielding lesser rewards than the factories but still considerable. Prior to entering the city, the vice captain admonished everyone, do not linger too long with the zombies. Our objective is to protect our comrades, not to hunt the undead. Driving within the city was ill-advised, as the sound of engines would attract hordes of zombies, complicating matters. Therefore, the standard procedure for resource acquisition involved identifying a target location, with designated individuals clearing the path of most zombies, followed swiftly by the remaining members boarding the vehicle and racing to the designated area. Upon reaching a safe spot, the team responsible for cleanup would deal with any attracted zombies. This cycle would persist until their vehicle was brimming with supplies, at which point they would depart the city. The vice captain sat in the vehicle, poring over a map while communicating quietly with the captain through an earpiece. Xie Tao, intrigued, tilted her head to observe the earpiece, prompting the vice captain to explain that it was merely a facet of his extraordinary ability. How far does it reach? Perhaps around 1,000 meters. I have yet to test its limits. Useless. The vice captain chuckled helplessly. If others deem me useless, I would accept it, as one must remain humble. However, you cannot say that, for you are my rival. Hence I must inform you that this is but a fraction of my capabilities, not the entirety. Xie Tao rolled her eyes silently, pondering whether their rivalry resembled that of a farmer and a landlord in a card game. Unperturbed by her dismissal, the vice captain cheerfully showed Xie Tao the map, indicating their next destination and the surrounding structures, outlining their objectives, and so forth. Xie Tao examined the map and began positioning her subordinates near the target area, ensuring they remained at a safe distance to avoid friendly fire from the advance team. The captain and her team had already commenced clearing the way. Clearing a path was arduous work, requiring swift extermination of zombies. Otherwise, the noise would draw an increasing number of them, potentially ensnaring the advance team and creating significant complications. This necessity was precisely why the base dispatched both a captain and a vice captain, powerful, extraordinary individuals to ensure success. The captain's ability likely revolved around area attacks, swiftly dispatching minor threats, which justified her role as the escort team leader. Approximately half an hour later, the vice captain folded the map. Let us go. It's our turn. The driver accelerated, trailing closely behind the search team, composed of ordinary individuals. The two initial card players stood up, one on each side, setting up a Gatling gun at the rear of the vehicle. Beyond extraordinary abilities, another means of inflicting substantial damage upon zombies was firearms. The barrels flared with blue flames. Swathes of zombies fell like harvested rice. Xie Tao's eyes sparkled with wonder. Although their world boasted superior combat prowess, thanks to magic, this world showcased remarkable ingenuity in weaponry. This lethal instrument was crafted solely for warfare, possessing a terrifying lethality against ordinary humans. Zhongshan Jing promptly warned her. One must not touch the gun indiscriminately. The recently fired barrel is scorching hot and can easily cause burns to one's hand. That is quite fascinating, Xie Tao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Was it designed for warfare? Yes. Zhongshan Jing reluctantly acknowledged that while technology benefits humanity, it also poses a threat. Humans can develop life-saving medicines and simultaneously create deadly weapons. With countless instruments designed solely for conflict, the Gatling gun before them was merely one of the more commonplace varieties, possessing limited lethality compared to the truly devastating weapons capable of vaporizing tens of thousands in an instant. Thus, humanity persistently sought to create even more potent weapons, followed by countermeasures. This cycle allowed weaponry to evolve at an astonishing pace. After briefly outlining the situation, Xie Tao stroked her chin. I'm not particularly interested in those. This right here is far more intriguing, that if given the opportunity, I must acquire one and replicate it. Enough chit-chat, it's time to get to work. The vice captain waved his hand, interrupting Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing. For they had arrived at their destination. Ordinary individuals were already infiltrating the building, while the 5 of them remained outside to eliminate the nearby zombies. Xie Tao, disinterested in manual labor, summoned her companions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, to assist her, conveniently masquerading as a summoner. Zhongshan Jing could not afford such luxury. He wielded Xie Tao's former beloved, a fire axe, and swiftly dealt with the surrounding zombies. Meanwhile, Xie Tao observed the vice captain, who radiated a ghostly blue light. Upon contact with a zombie, they emitted a charred odor and collapsed that likely related to electricity. Working in unison, the 5 of them swiftly eradicated all nearby zombies and subsequently relocated the majority of the corpses to a slightly farther area to prevent the stench from attracting additional zombies. Once this was accomplished, the 5 tasked with covering their retreat also entered the building. However, since they had entered the city in the afternoon, nighttime operations were impractical. The darkness was thick and teeming with zombies, rendering it unnecessary to proceed further. Thus, they planned to spend the night in this small supermarket, waiting for daylight to venture out. Upon entering the building, Xie Tao immediately spotted a woman who appeared to be in good spirits. Yet another woman sat in the corner, her face downcast. Shortly after entering, the vice captain summoned Xie Tao over. Come, choose whatever you wish to add to the pot. The vice captain placed a large platter before Xie Tao, filled with instant noodles, dried vegetables, spicy strips, sausages, and various other junk foods, presumably scavenged from the supermarket. But he had prepared a package of hot pot base, likely intending to concoct a hodgepodge. Eagerly, Xie Tao began tossing ingredients into the pot. Can I add this? She held up a piece of dried carrot. Yes. And this? Xie Tao lifted a piece of chocolate. Absolutely not. Chapter 17. The Child of the Divine. Hot pot is delicious. Xie Tao felt that this world possessed many commendable attributes. Although chaos reigned following the collapse of order, it was evident that prior to the calamity, this was a peaceful and well-developed world. Most importantly, the food was exquisite. The fruits had been selectively cultivated to showcase the finest varieties. And a plethora of convenient instant meals had been invented, forming a comprehensive system that included instant noodles, various types of noodles, rice noodles, and snail rice noodles. Zhongshan Jing even whispered beside her. The supermarket should have self-heating hot pots. If you enjoy them, you can search for them later. They're quite convenient, Xie Tao exclaimed. It seems that the people of your world are not only adept in weaponry, but also in culinary arts. After experiencing a moment of joy, Xie Tao finished her dinner and took Zhongshan Jing to the basement of the supermarket in search of self-heating hot pots. There, they discovered not only self-heating hot pots, but also other self-heating foods, such as self-heating potato noodles and self-heating milk tea. Young Xie Tao was astonished, hastily gathering everything into her backpack, leaving with great delight. Do you have any other similar inventions? Xie Tao nudged Zhongshan Jing. Please recommend them to me. Who taught you the term recommend? Zhongshan Jing staunchly denied imparting such knowledge. Xie Tao, hands on her hips, proudly declared, The vice captain taught me, Zhongshan Jing. Don't casually teach others' children such peculiar things. The vice captain was quite indulgent towards Xie Tao. How about I get you a larger backpack? I see this one is about to burst at the seams. That sounds great. Xie Tao unreservedly accepted a larger bag from the vice captain. Stuffing her treasures inside, reclining on Zhongshan Jing with great joy, exclaiming, There are still many good people in the world. Zhongshan Jing. the young man, currently fawning over the striking woman, interjected with a sarcastic remark. Country bumpkin. Xie Tao reclined against Zhong Shanjing's knee, reveling in the moment, when she cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "Is murder still a crime after the apocalypse?" Before Zhong Shanjing could respond, the vice captain merrily chimed in, "Not a crime at all. Only friends and family might seek retribution." The two of them simultaneously emitted an impressed wow, and amidst a shared gaze, reached an unspoken consensus, leaving Zhong Shanjing feeling rather out of place. Squinting slightly, he posed a question to the vice captain. "I thought someone with your disposition wouldn't engage in actions that might offend others." Firstly, he didn't hear my previous statement, and if he didn't hear it, it can't be considered offensive. Secondly, in a post-apocalyptic world, as long as one's strength does not reach the level of being invincible, those who remain low-key and stable tend to survive longer than those who flaunt their lack of emotional intelligence. Ultimately, I have greater faith in Sister Xie Tao, the vice captain replied with a grin. If I cling to her now, who knows, perhaps Sister Xie Tao will help me soar in the future. His words carried a hint of jest. He wasn't genuinely preparing to rely on Xie Tao, but rather believed she would endure and grow stronger than that man. Furthermore, he aimed to show her goodwill due to their slightly better rapport. Xie Tao, however, took him seriously, nodding and saying, "I will help you soar in the future." The vice captain burst into laughter. "Then I shall await that day with anticipation. That I'm not joking with you." All right, not joking. The next morning around 6:30, everyone was roused from their slumber. "Get to work, everyone, no more sleeping. Hurry up. There was only half an hour for breakfast. If you woke up late, there would be nothing to eat, so don't complain." Xie Tao remained in a drowsy haze, wholly reluctant to rise. Instead, she summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai, the two little skeletons, who were remarkably diligent. One prepared instant noodles while the other brewed milk tea. Upon witnessing this scene, the vice captain, having just awakened, was seized by envy. "I want that too. Sister Xie Tao, please take care of this disabled yet determined soul." Without opening her eyes, Xie Tao clung to Zhong Shanjing, mumbling incoherently. Understanding her intent, Xiao He and Xiao Bai promptly prepared an extra portion. A few minutes later, the vice captain sat across from them while Xie Tao leaned against Zhong Shanjing, and the three enjoyed a steaming breakfast together. Zhong Shanjing, although not in need of sustenance, felt compelled to maintain appearances among the crowd, that he took the bowl from Xiao He and began to feed Xie Tao, discreetly sharing his own meal with her in the process. Xie Tao opened and closed her mouth like a fish, consuming whatever he offered without ever opening her eyes, clearly having mastered the art of laziness over many days. Zhong Shanjing symbolically took a few bites himself, most of which was fed to Xie Tao, who then remarked, "Spicy chicken noodles are better than braised beef noodles." How vexing. This homebody truly envies such extraordinary abilities. The vice captain wept with envy. If given the choice, who wouldn't he wish to be a carefree parasite? Just then, a flamboyant woman and her companion strolled by, catching sight of the scene. The young man, eager to impress the glamorous woman, remarked, "Some people might think they're here for a picnic." In the future, if we have such missions, we need to assess individual capabilities in advance, that we can't let just anyone join. Merely dragging others down is one thing, but we can't afford to endanger lives. However, Xie Tao, blissfully unaware, continued to sleep soundly, oblivious to the sarcasm directed her way. This prompted the young man to finally mutter, "What a thick skin you have." The two teams soon set off, with Xie Tao and the flamboyant woman placed in different groups. They were divided according to the earlier assignments of rear guards and path clearers, resulting in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. The few ability users only needed to remain close to their squads, promptly clearing out any approaching zombies. Xie Tao stubbornly slept for another 2 hours, only rising at 9 o'clock. Fortunately, thanks to the diligent efforts of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who worked alongside the others, Xie Tao's appearance seemed less formidable, and thus, no one held any disdain. Instead, they all envied her, exclaiming, "Such a summoning ability is perfect for slacking off. We wish our real bodies could sleep while our summons clean everything up." Xiao He and Xiao Bai had truly grasped Xie Tao's teachings, maintaining a low profile and exhibiting just the right amount of strength, comparable to everyone else, which was enough to elicit envy. Upon waking, Xie Tao stretched lazily, checked her phone for the time, not having awakened naturally, but rather having sensed a message conveyed by her little minions. She could remotely instruct them to attack other zombies, capturing replacements to expand her entourage. Not capturing, but rather nurturing more little minions for herself. After assessing the direction, she suddenly asked the vice captain beside her, "Is the other team heading in that direction?" Yes, the vice captain adjusted his glasses. "What's the matter? Is something happening? Shouldn't the ability users be responsible for holding the rear in case of danger?" Xie Tao continued her inquiries. Indeed, after all, ability users can earn more points. Thus, they must also bear greater risks. Their base has always been fair in this regard. Only with equitable and beneficial policies can everyone prosper, ensuring that the effort put forth corresponds with the rewards received, thereby attracting more individuals. That's truly wonderful. Xie Tao displayed a satisfied expression, mumbling a few words under her breath. The vice captain, unable to catch what she said, remarked, "You're about to engage in perilous work. Yet you're exclaiming it's wonderful? Just consider it my passion," Xie Tao replied cheerfully. She quickly managed to appease the vice captain, who was relatively easy to convince, but Zhong Shanjing was a different story. Once the vice captain busied himself with other matters, Zhong Shanjing leaned closer to Xie Tao, inquiring, "Is something about to happen?" "Kind of," Xie Tao yawned, gazing into the distance, "that I initially had no intention of seeking revenge on certain individuals. But if misfortune befalls them, can I really be blamed?" As she spoke, she crossed her arms, her tone lighthearted. "It seems I truly am favored by the divine. Just last time, you were lecturing me to believe in science." Zhong Shanjing felt somewhat aggrieved, recalling how he had been scolded previously, and by a necromancer no less. "But I am a necromancer." Xie Tao shot him a sidelong glance. "That I've encountered demons and the undead, and have clashed with those who worship the god of light for centuries. What's wrong with believing in the divine?" Zhong Shanjing finally understood that reasoning with Xie Tao was futile. He also realized that her faith might mirror Schrodinger's belief, embracing whichever was convenient. When useful, she would believe in the divine, and when not, she would rely on science. Ultimately, whatever she claimed was true, and to contradict her would invite misfortune. Chapter 18. What are you coming over for? Xie Tao continued to enlighten Zhong Shanjing. In our era, wars are often instigated by faith. Why does the Holy See pursue necromancers so fervently? Is it because they are inherently evil? Certainly, there are extreme cases that kill humans for their materials, but just as there are bad people among necromancers, there are also among humans that is everyone in the Holy See virtuous? The reason necromancers are relentlessly hunted is simply due to the opposition of their beliefs to those of the Holy See. The Holy See worships the god of light as the principal deity and the goddess of life as the secondary. While the majority of necromancers are followers of dark gods, embracing darkness and death, their relationship is akin to sworn enemies, with each side existing at the expense of the other. Furthermore, as mainstream belief aligns with the god of light, necromancers become heretics, the Holy See's foremost adversaries, or rather, their arch-nemesis. However, in recent years, the number of necromancers has drastically dwindled, no longer posing a significant threat. The surviving strong have grown weary of endless conflict and chosen to retreat from society. Xie Tao was recognized by an old acquaintance while out purchasing necessities. She had become a thorn in the Holy See's side, and upon recognizing her, the Holy Sun swiftly gathered nearly all the existing paladins and high-ranking mages to surround and capture her. Due to the overwhelming numbers, Xie Tao was forced to use a random teleportation scroll, landing in this world. "You certainly carry the air of a heretic. Is it because I seem so unorthodox?" "To some extent," Zhong Shanjing remarked, "but it's evident that you are not a fanatic, perhaps lacking a steadfast belief. You only believe in yourself. In other words, Xie Tao was merely caught in the crossfire because other necromancers worship dark gods and embrace death. Considering this, one might feel a tinge of sympathy for her. Ridiculous. I'm a devoted follower of the dark god," Xie Tao retorted, though her expression hardly conveyed loyalty. She stifled a yawn and added, "I may need to get busy soon, so prepare yourself in advance." Zhong Shanjing had yet to comprehend the impending busyness that awaited him. He only knew that Xie Tao was certainly not the kind of person to act without purpose. When she proclaimed that she would become busy, it was a certainty that she would indeed become so. Instantly, Zhong Shanjing steeled himself, pulling up his gloves to conceal the scars on the back of his hands. His body was thoroughly covered, with not a single inch of skin exposed, even his neck hidden beneath his collar. Were it not for the lack of visible injuries on his face, he would have likely obscured that as well. After Xie Tao finished speaking, she languidly continued forward, appearing remarkably relaxed, especially in contrast to others, radiating an air of ease. Occasionally, she would exclaim, "Can you believe their audacity? Wow! I've never encountered such foolishness to its as if they've chosen to court death. TSK, to say if I were their teammate, I would berate them to no end, alas. I almost feel pity for their comrades. What a misfortune to encounter such individuals. Let us hope a few more can make it through." From her words, Zhong Shanjing gleaned a vague understanding of the situation, and he found himself echoing, "Truly pitiful that aren't you going to save them?" Xie Tao poked his chest and retorted, "What are you pretending for? As if you genuinely care, that you truly value the lives of those people." Zhong Shanjing lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his handsome face, momentarily appearing somewhat compassionate. Yet, Xie Tao was acutely aware that it was a facade, a disingenuous smile devoid of any true empathy. Such was Zhong Shanjing's nature. However, Xie Tao was indifferent. Throughout her long life, she had encountered countless people and numerous corpses. Many departed souls were filled with resentment, haunted by myriad negative emotions. Some had never been virtuous in life, leaving behind nothing but bitterness after death. Xie Tao remained unfazed. To her, every corpse was merely material, a subordinate to be commanded, their souls ultimately released only by her hand. Zhong Shanjing's essence held no significance for Xie Tao. She would only occasionally cast a fleeting glance at him, catching a glimpse of the turmoil within. Yet she would not judge his morality, at most offering a cold TSK before moving on. In that moment, Zhong Shanjing realized that this person truly did not care whether he was inherently cold or struggled with empathy. Nor did she ponder the extreme thoughts he occasionally entertained. She was entirely unconcerned. The shackles imposed by societal expectations suddenly fell away. Never had Zhong Shanjing felt as awake as he did now. In Xie Tao's presence, he need only be the most authentic version of himself. Regardless of what that true self entailed, Xie Tao would not disdain or detest him. Upon this realization, a rush of warmth surged through him. Though merely an illusion, for he was a zombie, devoid of blood that could boil. Zhong Shanjing chuckled softly and declared, "Indeed, I do not care at all." After uttering this, he exhaled deeply, appearing remarkably content. However, upon turning to glance at Xie Tao, he noticed she had entirely disregarded him, engrossed in a game. Zhong Shanjing felt a twinge of melancholy. Soon, the vice captain, holding a device akin to an earpiece, hurried toward them, shouting, "Hurry! Everyone prepare! Civilians, retreat toward the stronghold. Esper users, follow me." "What is happening?" someone inquired loudly. The vice captain, his expression urgent, replied, "Another team has encountered a horde of zombies. We must assist." The remaining two hesitated, for truthfully, a zombie horde posed a grave danger. With merely around 10 Esper users combined, they would be akin to a drop of oil tossed in a boiling water, utterly inconspicuous. Responding to the call for aid could very well cost them their lives without saving anyone. The vice captain evidently recognized this. Thus he spoke rapidly. "We're not asking you to risk your lives. We merely wish to see if we can assist, that if possible, splendid. If not, we will withdraw, that we have no intention of sending you to your doom." The other two exchanged glances, seemingly trusting the vice captain, and thus refrained from voicing further objections. Consequently, the civilians quickly retreated, while the few Esper users pressed onward. The vice captain clearly knew their location, as he could only communicate with the captain within a certain radius, indicating they were quite close, perhaps just a couple of streets away. The 5 of them sprinted forward, navigating several turns. They soon spotted the other team, whose numbers had significantly dwindled as they desperately fled, pursued by a throng of zombies. Among the horde, there was a particularly unusual zombie, a woman clad in a scarlet dress, barefoot, cradling what appeared to be an infant. Her face, once likely beautiful, was now half decayed, rendering her features unrecognizable, save for the remnants of a once pretty visage, now twisted in a grotesque snarl, as if ablaze with hatred. The horde seemed to surge around her, propelled by a frenzied energy. The captain's countenance turned pale as she glanced at the young man beside the striking woman. Seething, "We must inquire why he dared to provoke the unprovoked." The man, now terrified, sprinted away, his face ashen. Shouting for help, his earlier bravado utterly vanished. The vice captain remained composed, stating, "We will assist. If it proves unfeasible, we will retreat." By the time they realized the severity of the situation, it was already too late. They found themselves besieged, unable to escape. The vice captain's expression darkened, clearly shocked to discover that some zombies could command others, a grave oversight that had ensnared his comrades in peril. "That I apologize," he hastily uttered, positioning himself in front to shield Xie Tao and the others. "Retreat north. There is a bank there. Perhaps it harbors a vault or other safety measures. In any case, there remains a chance." Thus, the remaining individuals swiftly redirected toward the north. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and they could scarcely clear a path, especially with numerous civilians in tow. They could only fight and retreat, seeking a glimmer of survival. During this process, the vice captain noticed that the zombies seemed reluctant to approach Xie Tao. Within several meters of her, nearly 10, there was not a single zombie. Curious to ascertain whether it was mere coincidence or a genuine aversion, he approached her, only to find that even he was not approached by any zombies. The vice captain was not the only one to make this observation. The others did as well, prompting a rush towards Xie Tao, encircling her to the point of suffocation. Among the fastest to reach her was the young man who had previously antagonized her. Xie Tao rolled her eyes and remarked, "There is the scent of country bumpkins here. Keep your distance." Chapter 19. Will you save your dog? Though Xie Tao was not one to be overly meticulous, she held on to grudges. Just yesterday, he had been sarcastic, behaving as if she were his adversary. Now, in the face of trouble, he sought her aid. Such fortune was rare indeed. Xie Tao raised her hand and conjured a barrier, enveloping most of the survivors closest to her, with the exception of one man and one woman. The man, desperate to survive, nearly crushed his way to Xie Tao, only to be violently hurled back by some invisible force upon entering her vicinity. His fortune turned ill. He was propelled directly into the mass of zombies. Had he not been an Esper with certain survival abilities, he would have likely met his end. Yet, being an Esper was a double-edged sword. Once ensnared within the horde, even if he could temporarily evade death, escape would be exceedingly difficult, leaving him to suffer within. Much like Zhong Shanjing in the past, even after Xie Tao rescued him, he bore countless wounds, akin to a half-eaten corn cob discarded in a refuse bin. Thus, falling into the zombie throng was arguably a more merciful fate than enduring such torment. The man's agonizing cries echoed from within the horde, chilling the onlookers who only pressed closer to Xie Tao, resembling a cluster of fledgling chicks, pitifully huddled together. "But aren't you going to save him?" Xie Tao turned toward the empty space, as if addressing an invisible presence, appearing to converse with the air that he is your loyal dog. "Would you truly abandon him?" She continued mockingly, "How tragic. He shall become a stray." The figure in the shadows remained unresponsive, seemingly resolute in his decision not to intervene. Henceforth, no one would dare to team up with her, fearing abandonment and betrayal. The young woman had no desire to risk her life for such a man, yet she found herself with no alternatives. Faced with only two paths: to forsake this risk and become a lone wolf, potentially losing even the attention of men who might otherwise have been drawn to her beauty, or to take the plunge. She longed for the former option, but given her long stay at the base, a tarnished reputation could render her life exceedingly difficult. That in the apocalyptic realm, those who would abandon their comrades are scarcely deemed trustworthy by others. Even if such an individual were to be reluctantly integrated into a group, it is likely that they would be the first to be forsaken in times of peril. Survival in such a world necessitates unity among individuals. After much contemplation, she was compelled to make a perilous choice, one that, though fraught with danger, was unavoidable. She resolved to risk herself to rescue the young man. Fortunately, her abilities transcended mere invisibility. She could also obscure her presence from the undead, allowing her to navigate through hordes of zombies with caution and evade injury. That as the woman approached, the man was overjoyed. Quietly, "You've come to save me after all." She could only grimace in acknowledgement, forcing a smile. "Yes, I've come to rescue you." Her power to blend with those nearby was limited in number, yet with only one person to protect, she could manage it as long as they maintained physical contact. The woman lunged forward, grasping the young man's hand, and in an instant enveloped him in her shroud of invisibility, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had not sustained any injuries while securing him. It appeared that the risk had been mitigated. Just then, she felt a chilling gaze fix upon her. She lifted her head and spotted the zombie in the red dress cradling an infant amidst the crowd. Seemingly unaffected by her abilities, staring directly at her. More specifically, it was directing its gaze toward the young man she held. Xie Tao leaned against Zhongshan Jing, smiling with delight, while Zhongshan Jing supported her to prevent her from toppling over. It's time to leave. After her laughter subsided, Xie Tao waved her hand, leading the remaining survivors towards safety. Strangely, it seemed as though all the zombies had concentrated their attention on the pair, offering little resistance as Xie Tao and the others made their escape. Any nearby zombies that approached were swiftly dispatched by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The group retreated swiftly to a relatively secure location, seeking refuge in a building to rest and conduct preliminary checks. For ordinary individuals, a mere injury carried a 99.9% likelihood of resulting in transformation into a zombie. Those few who remained untransformed could be deemed as chosen ones. To date, only a single case of such a phenomenon had been rumored, its authenticity remaining unverified, as it was merely a legend. Thus, when an ordinary person was injured, isolation became imperative for observation. If after 20 or so hours no signs of transformation manifested, it was generally deemed safe. Normally, even after 20 hours without becoming a zombie, peculiar scars would begin to appear, and one's pupils would cloud, gradually leading to a loss of consciousness. Should signs of transformation emerge, execution was necessary. If the individual was a friend, one might opt to wait until they fully transformed before delivering a fatal blow. As for those with abilities, there was a chance they could either transform into a zombie or remain immune, the outcome largely dictated by fortune, thus making isolation essential. The vice captain rubbed his hands together. "Let me check with Zhongshan Jing." Xie Tao promptly interjected. "What are you meddling for? Shouldn't we be the ones to check each other?" The vice captain coughed awkwardly. Well, in public, can you too? What are you afraid of? It's not like we're going to shoot each other." Xie Tao seized Zhongshan Jing and led him into a small room for their examination. Having just saved everyone's lives, Xie Tao held a position of authority, and most individuals merely cast ambiguous glances at the pair without any objections, as if feigning ignorance should any commotion arise. After all, a leader deserves special treatment. Once inside the small room, Xie Tao began poking Zhongshan Jing's chest. "Sit tight. The examination is about to commence." Zhongshan Jing, in a gesture of surrender, replied, "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. What else would it be?" Xie Tao raised an eyebrow and added, "Hurry and undress. Otherwise, I might just In a twist, Zhongshan Jing took the initiative. "Let's do it together then. After all, we're meant to check each other, aren't we?" Approximately 15 minutes later, the two emerged from the room, with Zhongshan Jing still fastening the top button of his shirt, his expression notably serious. Those nearby gasped, evidently taken aback by how quickly Zhongshan Jing had completed the task in just 15 minutes. Moreover, this duration included undressing, checking for injuries, and redressing, which might mean the actual time spent was merely 10 minutes. The group began to murmur, exchanging proud tales of their own durations. Zhongshan Jing understood everything but felt helpless. He could not disclose the truth that nothing untoward had occurred, merely a conversation beneath the covers. No. It was simply a matter of sitting across from each other and chatting that he adjusted his collar only to prevent the visible scars on his neck from alarming them. Thus, he swallowed his grievances. The bitterness of his situation amplified by his transformed state, which made it even more difficult to digest at this juncture. The remaining individuals finished their examinations, and aside from Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing, most had no familial or friendly ties, ensuring no favoritism. Among the surviving few, 8 or 9 bore injuries, 8 of whom were ordinary people, while 1 was an ability user. Additionally, 2 others exhibited non-zombie inflicted abrasions. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, all were isolated. Once these procedures were completed, the vice captain finally had the opportunity to inquire of the captain. What exactly transpired? Why did the zombie hordes suddenly erupt? Such occurrences were typically rare, as zombies do not tend to congregate. After all, they are competitors in a world where sustenance is scarce. It was only when the surrounding zombies were drawn to the scent of humans that it appeared they had banded together. The last outbreak had occurred when a base was unexpectedly overrun by zombies, leading to a significant number of humans being converted within a single day. temporarily forming a horde. That event had been of a far greater scale than this. Yet even small hordes were exceedingly rare. How could such a phenomenon have arisen so suddenly? The captain felt a surge of frustration at the mere thought. She had always conducted herself with discretion and caution, disdaining unnecessary trouble. Yet within her ranks was one who consistently attracted chaos. This individual was none other than the young man relentlessly pursuing the alluring woman that he had somehow acquired a small zombie, toying with it rather than dispatching it outright. And soon after, the horde had materialized. Chapter 20. No need for my intervention. The captain had previously attempted to halt his antics, for even those zombies were the enemies of humanity. There was no need to torment them. Killing them was sufficient. Was there some form of gratification to be gained from inflicting suffering upon them? Moreover, this particular zombie had likely been a child in life. Small and missing a leg, emaciated and reeking of decay, to deliberately torment and strike such a creature was beyond comprehension. Perhaps the zombie in the red dress was its mother, drawn by the cries of her child, seeking vengeance. This was the only plausible explanation. Although everyone knew that zombies lacked reason and memories of their former selves, such a rationale seemed necessary to explain the events they had encountered. And what had become of that small zombie? Xie Tao inquired. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves surrounded. Upon hearing the entire tale, silence fell over the group, a mix of disbelief that zombies could possess maternal instincts and disgust at certain individuals' repugnant actions, which had led to their perilous encounter with the undead. We should be safe here for the time being. The vice captain, observing the somber mood and simmering anger, clapped his hands and declared, "At this hour, everyone must be hungry. Let us prepare something to eat and stay here for the night. That will sort things out in the morning. By dawn, it would be clear whether the injured would transform into zombies, allowing them to resolve all issues and continue their journey." Consequently, the group promptly organized themselves. Some cooked, others arranged sleeping quarters, while one individual, notably Xie Tao, assumed a more leisurely role. Despite Zhong Shanjing's slender frame, his height was striking, creating a stark contrast with the petite Xie Tao, allowing her to comfortably recline in his embrace as if nestled within a massive plush tea. Xie Tao lay there playing on her phone. A knock echoed at the door. The nearest individual immediately tensed, pushing something against the door to block it, and whispered, "Who is it?" A faint voice emerged from outside, prompting him to hesitate before peeking through the crack in the door. Once assured that no threats lurked beyond, he exhaled and opened the door. Two disheveled figures, reeking of blood, stumbled in, their features obscured. The woman spoke in a sweet tone, devoid of any sarcasm, yet her words were enough to incite ire. However, the two individuals were utterly drained, unable to confront Xie Tao any longer. Upon entering the room, they collapsed to the ground, particularly the young man, whose body was marred with wounds, missing chunks of flesh, rendered nearly unrecognizable. The striking woman appeared to fare somewhat better. Though she bore no visible injuries, her face was etched with exhaustion, and her clothing was soaked in blood. Upon learning that the chaos was instigated by the man, everyone regarded them with disdain. The pair stepped forward, prepared to escort them for a medical examination. The young man writhed on the ground, repeatedly shouting, "I won't go. I won't go. You left me behind, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Do you even know who I am?" Before he could finish his tirade, he was silenced and dragged away, for his injuries were severe. Even as an extraordinary being, he stood a high chance of succumbing to the zombie virus. Under such circumstances, it was a rarity for anyone to extend him any kindness. In truth, they were being quite lenient. Had it not been for the fact that he had caused such suffering, he would have likely been beaten to death by now. Zhong Shanjing leaned down and whispered in Xie Tao's ear, "Aren't you going to intervene? I thought you would eradicate the root of the problem." "This matter is beyond my purview." Xie Tao yawned and replied, "Just wait and watch." The medical personnel soon returned with their findings. The striking woman had only sustained a couple of minor wounds. Being an extraordinary being, her chances of turning into a zombie were slim, provided fortune favored her. Nonetheless, she still required isolation. The man's condition was grave. His body was riddled with gaping wounds, and the blood he lost had brought him to the brink of unconsciousness. His spirit to protest was merely a testament to the resilience afforded to extraordinary beings, enabling him to hold on for a little longer. His prognosis was dire, according to the medical staff. The wounds were beginning to exhibit unusual discoloration, suggesting that the zombie virus had already infiltrated his system, that it wouldn't be long before. Upon hearing this news, Xie Tao was seated, awaiting her self-heating hot pot. While Xiao Bai had prepared a self-heating clay pot rice, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. After learning about the man's condition, Xie Tao remained unfazed, her head tilted as she fixated on the steaming vent of her hot pot. Clearly famished, Zhongshan Jing opened a pair of chopsticks and a marinated egg for her, advising her to nibble on the egg while the hot pot continued to heat for another 10 minutes. During mealtime, the vice captain approached, evidently curious about the situation. His face bore the markings of intrigue, a look that suggested he might perish from his curiosity. "What is that around you?" "It appears as if there is an invisible membrane of sorts. Since we entered, the zombies seem to have kept their distance. And that person? That is a barrier," Xie Tao replied earnestly. The vice captain chuckled. "Are you joking? Do you not wish to divulge? If you prefer to keep it a secret, I shan't press you. After all, everyone has their own mysteries. That it truly is a barrier." Xie Tao insisted that, "Oh, I get it. We are all familiar with the tropes of the second dimension." The vice captain patted her shoulder, clearly skeptical of her claims. How could such a thing as a barrier exist in this world? Moreover, even if extraordinary abilities were akin to barriers, isn't your ability to summon Xiao He and Xiao Bai? That barrier has no connection whatsoever. This light-hearted banter, while a refusal, did not come across as confrontational, allowing the inquirer to save face that Xie Tao was undoubtedly a person of high emotional intelligence, the vice captain mused, recalling how she had been so resolute against that man and woman, clearly indicating their culpability. After all, this sister typically exhibited a gentle demeanor, was quite endearing, and possessed such emotional acumen, making her stand in stark contrast to that pair who tormented the little zombies. Thus, before the vice captain departed, having stealthily swiped a marinated egg, he remarked, "Although you did not rescue them, everyone understands what kind of individuals they are, and they will not hold you accountable." Xie Tao, clutching the remaining marinated egg, was visibly shocked, clearly taken aback by how swiftly he had acted. As for the vice captain's words, they held little weight in her eyes compared to the value of a marinated egg. Nonetheless, she decided to let it go. Considering him a comrade in cards, she would gift him that egg. The self-heating hot pot was delightful, and the clay pot rice was equally satisfying, leaving Xie Tao content as her stomach swelled with the bounty of a whole hot pot. An entire box of clay pot rice and several marinated eggs. After satiating her hunger, she reclined languidly, resembling a salted fish. That moment, the others had just finished their meals, casually preparing some new food to bring to those in isolation. While most of those in isolation were destined to become zombies, consuming food would be a waste. However, they were currently within the city, surrounded by supermarkets, malls, and convenience stores where food was plentiful. Thus, humanitarianism prevailed. Although the meals were instant noodles and similar quick fare, it at least allowed them to have a hearty meal before their demise. From a distance, Xie Tao could hear the young man lamenting, pleading for something delectable to eat, intermittently complaining of his discomfort, and calling out the woman's name. "Qiao Qiao, you can't just abandon me. I came to this wretched place for you. Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao, can you hear me? Don't ignore me. I'm so frightened. Am I going to die? But I'm still so young." The two were confined within the same room, merely separated by a few wooden planks. Given the limited number of rooms, they had no choice but to make do. Throughout the earlier part of the night, although the young man's incessant mutterings could be heard, his voice grew increasingly faint as he weakened, by the time everyone had drifted off to sleep. Nearing the latter part of the night, around 3 in the morning, a cacophony erupted, rousing most from their slumber. The noise emanated from the room housing the couple, initially resembling the sound of something heavy crashing down, followed by the unmistakable sound of shattering upon impact. This instantly brought to mind the wooden planks separating the two. Moments later, indistinct growls filled the air, muddled and chaotic, followed by the woman's furious curses, accompanied by the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh. After several minutes of tumult, all fell silent. Chapter 21. You filthy adults laughable. Xie Tao remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly until dawn, utterly undisturbed by the night's chaos. For prior to sleeping, Zhongshan Jing had equipped her with noise-canceling headphones. Upon waking, Zhongshan Jing inquired, "Shall I receive a good review?" 5 stars. Xie Tao waved her hand, eliciting a chuckle from Zhong Shanjing. In such a moment, one might exclaim, 10 stars, 10 stars, I bestow upon you 10 stars. After their playful banter, they finally rose to prepare breakfast, while Xiao He and Xiao Bai swiftly began to ready the morning meal. Before long, the vice captain approached, taking a seat beside Xie Tao, casually stating, he has died. Wu Qiao was the one who killed him. It was evident that the man had transformed into a zombie during the chaos of the previous night, and, in the process of losing consciousness, had attacked Wu Qiao. The outcome was predictable. Having just transitioned into a zombie, his strength was insufficient to overpower her. When morning arrived and personnel checked each room to see if anyone had turned into a zombie, they discovered his lifeless body sprawled on the floor, his head resembling a smashed watermelon. That woman was indeed ruthless, showing no regard for the fact that he had been her pretty boy. The vice captain remarked, but one cannot afford to be soft-hearted in this apocalypse, that he made but a few teasing comments before departing, having delivered this news to Xie Tao, patting his backside as he left. Xie Tao did not dwell on the news, merely sighing. She is quite the fortune. This was already her second time. There is a saying, things do not happen thrice. One could not help but wonder if she would have a third opportunity to showcase her luck. A portion of the group had transformed into zombies the night before, and early that morning, they were cleared away, leaving only a few fortunate souls still in a state of uncertainty, awaiting the judgment of Lady Luck. The vice captain quickly asked, do you need me to accompany you, or do you require? He glanced over at Zhong Shanjing, Xie Tao. She had finally caught on to the vice captain's teasing, so she promptly stood and left. Zhong Shanjing followed, witnessing the petite Xie Tao marching ahead with an air of indignation, her expression one of pitiful grievance. That he approached her, inquiring, are you worried I might get lost? Not at all. Zhong Shanjing hastily clarified, are you seeking that zombie? I've never encountered one like her, as if retaining a semblance of reason. I find it rather intriguing, having grown accustomed to Xie Tao's temperament. Zhong Shanjing adopted a tone of submission. Lead me, for I am genuinely curious. Very well, Xie Tao replied begrudgingly. Follow me. Xie Tao's objective was that female zombie clad in a crimson dress. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. She sought to recruit a new subordinate, and she would spare no effort in pursuing this peculiar breed of undead. The two departed from their temporary refuge, setting out to locate the female zombie. Frankly, the city was teeming with zombies, and finding one amidst the throng was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, Xie Tao harbored a vague target and was determined to give it a try. They soon arrived at their destination, the entrance of a small shopping mall, where Xie Tao began to scan the surroundings for a familiar silhouette. Zhong Shanjing, filled with curiosity, inquired, how can you be certain we will find it here? I'm not entirely sure, Xie Tao replied, crossing her arms. But this place offers the greatest likelihood that if it retains even a fragment of human consciousness. She recalled the captain's words that the female zombie might be seeking vengeance for her child, which suggested they should investigate the area where the young one had suffered. Instead of fishing for needles in the vast ocean, it was more prudent to explore a place with potential leads. After all, one might just encounter it, right? Zhong Shanjing responded, in essence, it's a matter of luck. She continued, moreover, the most significant factor is that my zombie subordinates reported seeing it nearby this morning. That holds more weight. Doesn't it? With a smirk, Xie Tao playfully teased Zhong Shanjing before leading her onward. They had not ventured far when they spotted the red-dressed zombie huddled by a doorway that in its arms. It clutched a swaddled bundle, while a broken, tiny body lay before it. It seemed that this creature had retained a modicum of reason and intelligence, remembering its child from its past life. Such a scenario was exceedingly rare. Though not as extraordinary as Zhong Shanjing's experiences, it nonetheless presented a valuable case study that as Xie Tao approached, the zombie stood alert, instinctively shielding the swaddled infant. Xie Tao clicked her tongue, and her two subordinate zombies swiftly intervened, restraining the female zombie. She then turned her attention to the small corpse on the ground, a zombie that had once been a child of merely 5 or 6 years, disregarding its tender age. The body appeared quite ordinary, resembling the weakest of zombies, which was precisely why it had been so easily tormented to death. However, having examined the remains, Xie Tao understood the source of the lady's fury, which had driven her to unleash a horde of zombies in retaliation. The limbs of the corpse had completely detached from the torso, the skull was shattered, and the body bore numerous wounds. an utterly harrowing sight. After observing the remains, Xie Tao's initial reaction was one of disdain. This disdain was directed at the perpetrator of such an atrocity, as most powerful individuals would not stoop to bullying the weak. Such behavior is simply beneath them, that as an adult, one ought not to prey upon children, that as a child, one should not torment animals. You may wield your blade, but it should be aimed at the stronger, not the frail or ill. This was Xie Tao's principle. She adhered to the notion of not initiating conflict unless provoked, especially against the vulnerable. Occasionally, when faced with a minor threat, she might choose to overlook it, provided it did not linger too long. Just like with Wu Xiao, finding her would have been easy for Xie Tao, yet it seemed unnecessary that if an ant scurries up to your shoe, flaunting its bravado, would you intentionally crush it? Yet if that same ant persistently attempts to climb up again, Xie Tao would not hesitate to step on it. Thus, she held the deceased perpetrator in contempt, lamenting only that he was beyond her reach. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to let him experience the torment of the strong. "What are you doing?" Zhongshanjing inquired curiously from the side. Xie Tao was methodically piecing the corpse back together with remarkable skill, soon forming a semblance of a human shape. "I believe it can still be saved," she asserted earnestly. Zhongshanjing gazed skeptically at the pile of remains. "You can control zombies, but can you really manage a heap of dismembered corpses?" In the ensuing minutes, Xie Tao vividly demonstrated how to transform the scattered remains into a single entity, and subsequently how to animate this corpse. For a necromancer, manipulating the dead had become second nature. While a complete corpse would certainly be more convenient, fragmented materials were still viable when options were limited, particularly with zombies, whose souls remained trapped within their bodies. Though elusive, they undoubtedly existed, making the process even simpler. Once pieced together and bound by a contract, the creature could be reanimated, albeit with a slight lack of coordination, which was of little consequence. The female zombie, initially engaged in a struggle with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, was taken aback when the small zombie unsteadily rose to its feet, that in its moment of surprise, it momentarily forgot to retaliate, allowing Xiao Bai to knock it to the ground. That certainly demonstrated a degree of awareness. However, it remained unclear how it retained this consciousness. Thus far, it appeared incomplete, holding on to only fragments of emotion, perhaps even the instinct to protect its child. Xie Tao stroked her chin thoughtfully and asked Zhongshanjing, "Did you not mention that just before becoming a zombie, you were consumed by a myriad of negative emotions?" "That would be accurate." Zhongshanjing nodded. "Anger, resentment, and hatred, to be precise." Xie Tao formed a hypothesis, yet it remained merely speculative due to her lack of practical experience. Zhongshanjing began to entertain her own conjectures. But before she could fully articulate them, Xie Tao joyfully raised her arms, exclaiming, "Hooray, we're about to have a third one! A mother and child, no less." Zhongshanjing interjected, "The last four words you uttered carry a rather peculiar connotation in our context. How vexing! Do not tarnish my innocence with your adult perspectives," Xie Tao retorted, brandishing the hand that had previously brushed against Zhongshanjing's abdominal muscles, her conviction unwavering. Zhongshanjing could only respond in silence. Some of those who had transformed into zombies had already been dealt with, while others, though not yet fully transformed, exhibited clear signs of impending change. Virtually none had been favored by Lady Luck. Such instances of survival were exceedingly rare. Upon entering, Xie Tao calmly declared, "The horde has dispersed. We may depart at any time." Chapter 22. Your world is quite wonderful. Upon hearing this news, many individuals were filled with excitement, having surmounted a significant challenge. Although numerous lives had been lost, more had persevered. Under normal circumstances, they might have faced total annihilation. Some even contemplated lifting Xie Tao in celebration, only to turn around and discover a maid-clad skeleton on her left and Zhongshanjing on her right. Yet, they could not leave immediately, as they awaited the isolated individuals to either fully transform into zombies or show no signs of mutation before departing. Otherwise, encountering a sudden transformation mid-journey could lead to chaos. By midday, the majority of those likely to become zombies had exhibited clear symptoms or had already succumbed to the transformation. They dealt with those who had become zombies and confined those still on the brink to a room. Preparations for departure commenced. Wu Xiao emerged from her quarters, her face marked by exhaustion. it was evident she had not slept a wink, having spent the first half of the night guarding against the potential transformation of a certain man, while the latter half was consumed by concern for her own condition. Although those with abilities possessed a degree of resistance post-injury, it was discovered that this resistance primarily indicated enhanced viral eradication capabilities. The spread of the zombie infection was likened to the contagion of a virus, where ordinary individuals bore no antibodies, rendering them vulnerable to even minimal exposure. Only a rare few fortunate souls developed antibodies during this process, allowing them to survive and, in some cases, awaken as empowered individuals. Conversely, those with abilities were naturally equipped with antibodies, granting them a level of viral defense that as long as the injury was not excessively severe. Allowing for a rapid influx of toxins, they generally remained unharmed. It was speculated that zombies transformed due to a specific virus-causing mutation, suggesting that empowered individuals were a form of mutation, a natural enemy to zombies. However, these notions remain mere conjecture, lacking any verified evidence from official sources, which explained Wu Qiao's ongoing anxiety. Everyone accounted for. Gather your belongings and prepare to set off, the captain urged, hastening them to collect their gear. They had already squandered ample time and could not afford to waste any more. Wu Qiao's eyes were shadowed by dark circles, her complexion pale and drained of color, as she passed by Xie Tao. Her demeanor briefly stiffened, as if lost in thought. Xie Tao scoffed lightly, lifting her feline-like eyes to observe her. Let us go. She patted Zhongshan Jing, who dutifully acquiesced, bearing Xie Tao upon her back. Gradually, Xie Tao emptied her spatial storage, now filled with her treasures. Power banks, various self-heating meals, snacks, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Upon departing from this area, the vice-captain remarked, let us split into 2 teams. But do not stray too far apart, that I have studied the map, and ahead lies a large shopping mall and a hospital. Let us proceed separately, that in the context of a post-apocalyptic world, pharmaceuticals are crucial resources. The number of individuals succumbing to illness due to a lack of medicine far exceeds what one might imagine. Humanity is inherently fragile, susceptible to pain, disease, and external threats, all of which can lead to death. Death arrives with an ease and swiftness that often surpasses human expectation. I'll go. I'll accompany you, Xie Tao exclaimed, raising her hand, her excitement palpable. Very well, the 3 of us shall go. There is no need for a larger group. The vice-captain stated, referring to Xie Tao, Zhongshan Jing, and himself. The captain nodded in agreement, though the remaining members lingered with reluctance, for Xie Tao was the strongest among them, a protector of all. What if they were to encounter a horde of zombies? The concern loomed larger. What if they faced such a horde without Xie Tao by their side? Thus, the group, filled with reluctance, fixed their gazes upon Xie Tao, their eyes nearly glued to her as they bid her a teary farewell, their emotions threatening to spill over. Hooray! Let us depart. Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing followed closely behind the vice-captain, their spirits high as they ventured forth. In the distance, they spotted the hospital, a grand establishment, seemingly the largest in the city. Were it not for Xie Tao's display of extraordinary abilities, they might have hesitated to approach such a large institution, for a larger scale often implies a greater risk due to the number of people. Thus, they weep as they entrust you to me, the vice-captain chuckled. Xie Tao responded with a thumbs-up gesture, urging, let us move quickly. The trio entered the hospital, their passage remarkably smooth. The vice-captain, armed with 3 large bags, showed no discrimination in his collection of medications, stuffing anything he encountered into his bags, confident that almost every medicine held some utility. In contrast, Xie Tao meticulously examined the various packages, her keen eye scrutinizing the words on each. There are so many ailments that each type of medicine can address, she exclaimed in awe. Indeed, especially this one. Zhongshan Jing pointed to a particular medication. It has saved countless injured and ill individuals. Regarded by many as one of the greatest discoveries. Xie Tao leaned in to read, penicillin? Yes, it treats various inflammations, sepsis, and even diseases like syphilis, with minimal side effects. Only a rare few may be allergic and unable to use it. And its range of treatable conditions is vast. A true blessing for humanity. Xie Tao fell into contemplation, reflecting on how their era's development in this regard could only be deemed as lopsided. After all, they still relied on holy water for healing, that if light-based magic indeed possessed healing properties, then holy water was merely a psychological comfort. Ultimately, this situation stemmed from the church's monopolization. The true researchers of medicine were the witches, who faced execution, either hanged or burned, denying any discoveries the chance to be passed down. Upon discovery, not only were the witches executed, but all their written works were also destroyed to prevent the spread of what the church deemed as heretical teachings. The witch hunts progressed vigorously, scarcely one which remained, compounded by the fact that necromancers, who also made significant contributions to anatomy, were similarly pursued, that in other words, the church, through its own efforts, led society's development, particularly in medicine, down a grotesque path. Akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, that I never knew you cared so much for humanity, Xie Tao remarked. The relationship between necromancers and humans is not one of opposition. On the contrary, necromancers rely on the continuation of humanity. With her hands on her hips, Xie Tao proudly declared, "They are all my preparatory materials that if the church's reluctance to see humanity extinguished is rooted in faith, ours is in the preservation of the necromancer profession." After stretching, she added, "Ultimately, it boils down to self-interest in that sense, we are not so different from the church. However, if necromancers ruled the world, perhaps humanity's existence would be even happier." Haha, that sounds like a cold joke. Zhong Shanjing replied, "Indeed, yet at least they can utilize medicine to heal." Even more like a cold joke, Xie Tao retorted while diligently collecting a plethora of medications, ensuring to gather a sampling of each variety and stowing them in her spatial pocket before turning to fill the bag provided by the vice captain. After completing her task, she patted Zhong Shanjing on the shoulder. "Your world is quite remarkable." Zhong Shanjing paused, his emotions suddenly complex that he had never truly gazed beyond his immediate surroundings, confined to his small family and the misfortunes nearby. Even his resentment seemed trivial, unworthy of mention. "That you're right." He exhaled deeply. "That makes a great deal of sense." Xie Tao, puzzled, glanced at Zhong Shanjing, sensing a disconnect between their thoughts. "Hello, did you sign up for this mission previously?" A staff member inquired, handing her a sheet of paper. Xie Tao looked down to see it was indeed the high-difficulty mission with substantial rewards. "Yes, has everyone gathered?" "All present," the staff member replied. "We were originally set to depart this afternoon, but due to the lack of communication, we have postponed until tomorrow morning. Please prepare yourselves for assembly then." Chapter 23. Gu Shiji Gu Shiji. You can no longer play cards. While contemplating where to procure water for a bath, Xie Tao felt deeply moved. "Whoa, you are truly my best friends. Jiang Ming. How insincere." After Xie Tao joyfully completed her bath, she noticed Zhong Shanjing sitting outside in a daze. As she wiped her damp hair, she approached and playfully splashed water on him. Zhong Shanjing turned, surprised, to find Xie Tao leaning against the back of the chair, laughing heartily while poking his cheek. "What were you thinking about here? I was wondering if you saved me some bath water." "Now that is quite audacious of you," Xie Tao huffed. "There was barely enough water for my bath. And you expect me to reserve some for you? After all, you're just a zombie. Does it even matter if you bathe?" Zhong Shanjing. "Are you serious? You must admit my reasoning is sound. After all, my ability to bathe is of utmost importance." Xie Tao unabashedly acknowledged her double standards, leisurely continuing, "You might as well wait to rot and stink to do not adopt such peculiar expressions," Zhong Shanjing countered. "However, Jiang Ming said this is a popular phrase in your modern society, that he is deceiving you. What else did he teach you?" "To eat a peach. It's so refreshing." Zhong Shanjing. "From now on, avoid associating with them." He finally grasped the mindset of parents concerned about their children mingling with bad influences. "Dad disapproves. Number 1, you're meddling too much." Xie Tao leapt on his Zhong Shanjing's back, preparing to strike him playfully, only to detect a faint odor emanating from him. The scent, primarily of blood, was not yet pronounced, but if he continued to neglect bathing, it might soon develop into an unbearable stench. "You really should take a bath." Zhong Shanjing. On the table, there were grapes that had already been washed. "Remember to eat." Xie Tao turned to see a cluster of crystal-clear grapes, neatly arranged on a plate, presumably obtained by Zhong Shanjing while she was bathing. They had just completed a mission, earning a considerable amount of points. Originally, the reward was a combination of supplies and points, but they had opted to exchange everything for points. Zhong Shanjing used a share of points to procure the grapes for Xie Tao, washing them carefully and setting them aside for her to enjoy post-bath. "Woo! Number 1. I shall no longer disdain you. Xie Tao proclaimed, albeit with a somewhat insincere expression, before delighting in the grapes. The tips of his hair still glistened with a hint of dew, his low gaze appearing quite pitiable. Xie Tao raised an eyebrow. You didn't sleep on the streets last night, did you? What if I did? Zhong Shanjing replied, his tone pitiful. Then you are truly unfortunate. I won't treat you that way again, Xie Tao huffed. Surely you don't think I meant that? I don't believe you for a second. First of all, based on your personality, would you really sleep on the streets? Even if you did, it's nearly 9 o'clock now. Any dew would have dried up in the sun. You can't fool me. Zhong Shanjing's expression turned regretful, prompting Xie Tao to tease. There must be a term in your modern lexicon for your character. Right. How would you describe it? Zhong Shanjing replied earnestly. None ha, I will learn it eventually. Xie Tao set down her chopsticks and wiped her hands. Go gather your things. Once I finish brushing my teeth, we shall head out for assembly. With the assistance of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Zhong Shanjing swiftly packed the items he needed to bring along, and then the two made their way to the assembly point. A few individuals stood scattered across the square, evidently participants of the upcoming event. Xie Tao even spotted an acquaintance. Deputy Captain, are you participating in this mission as well? The deputy captain tilted his head skyward and replied, I thought we wouldn't be able to gather enough people. Haha, just kidding. I suppose I am a representative from the base, as my abilities are particularly suited for communication. He waved cheerfully, adding, we're collaborating again. So do make sure to look out for me. Xie Tao quickly made an okay gesture, a new skill she had recently learned, finding it amusing, akin to forming seals that a total of 7 individuals were taking part in this mission. Aside from the deputy captain, there was also a youth dispatched from the base, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a black jacket, exuding an air of cool detachment. His name was Jin Xiao, reportedly the strongest ability user within the base thus far. The remaining members seemed to be self-recruited volunteers. In addition to them, the base had allocated a logistics team, said to include drivers and doctors, who would accompany them on their journey. The Xie Tao survivor base was situated quite a distance from Kyoto, necessitating a significant amount of travel time by vehicle. Once they hit the road, the deputy captain returned to his old habits. Come, is anyone up for a game of cards? Some were taken aback by his audacity. This mission is so challenging. And you choose to play cards instead of conserving your energy? You can't just lounge around for 3 days. That would be counterproductive. The deputy captain waved the cards playfully. This time I brought several decks. We can play Protect the Emperor level up. Xie Tao, who had only ever played Landlord, sat up straight, feeling her phone suddenly unappealing. With a tone resembling that of a disciple seeking instruction, she implored, teach me. You need 5 for Protect the Emperor and 6 for level up. The deputy captain surveyed the group and concluded, it seems we may not have enough participants. We might have to stick to Landlord. Disappointed, Xie Tao cast a reproachful glance at those around her. Just then, another individual who also seemed bored approached. I'll join. I'm from QD City. I grew up playing Protect the Emperor. Xie Tao continued her disapproving gaze at the others until, after a while, Jin Xiao, the cool-looking youth, quietly edged closer. I don't know how to play, but I can give it a try. Thus, they successfully gathered 5 players. Despite his cool demeanor, Jin Xiao's character was somewhat dull, appearing aloof due to his slightly delayed reactions. He was the younger brother of the base's leader, a researcher working in Kyoto. When the disaster struck, the brothers had been unable to contact each other for a significant period, but they had recently re-established communication. However, due to the large number of people in the research group, the rescue efforts had been delayed until now. Isn't your brother anxious? Xie Tao mused, having heard that it had been nearly 3 months since the outbreak transformed humans into zombies. Families like Zhong Shanjing's, who had only just begun to flee the city after 3 months, were becoming increasingly rare. Jin Xiao, who had been silently playing cards, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Actually, it is not that. Their relationship has been rather strained. They were seated in the corner of the vehicle, while the remaining 2 individuals occupied themselves, one gazing out at the scenery, the other listening to music through headphones, oblivious to the gossip around them. This seemingly cool man adopted a gossipy tone. Initially, he had no intention of rescuing his brother. However, after the apocalypse began, his brother became trapped in Kyoto with his research group and, during the confinement, began conducting research related to zombies, apparently with some small successes. That it wasn't solely out of brotherly love that he intended to save him, but rather for the sake of the research. The group displayed expressions of astonishment, their interest piqued by the gossip. Xie Tao even urged him, "Do you know anything else? Share more." After a brief pause, Xie Tao continued, "I heard that the leader of the base has a mother who was his father's first wife before he became successful. Later, after making money, he divorced her and married the later wife, who was the mother of his brother. In other words, they are half-brothers, but they didn't grow up together, so their bond is rather weak." The group listened as if they were hearing tales from a wealthy family, particularly the deputy captain, who exclaimed in wonder, "Every family has its own burdens. It seems that whether rich or poor, everyone has their own troubles. However," Xie Tao added, "but the troubles of the poor are magnified hundreds of times, for most problems can be solved with money that if the wealthy cannot solve certain issues, the poor certainly cannot." The deputy captain immediately clutched his heart, feigning distress. "How cruel of you! Rest assured, in the face of terminal illness, everyone is equal, even in the apocalypse. Look, the rich can still turn into zombies." "Can't they?" Xie Tao reassured him. The deputy captain merely responded with a silent stare. At that moment, the individual who had been sitting quietly outside re-entered, prompting the group to cease their gossip and return to their card game. Chapter 24. Just indulge her regardless of the nature of the relationship between the two brothers. It bore little relevance to them, as they were merely there to receive payment and carry out a rescue mission. Simple as that. After engaging in card games throughout the journey, Xie Tao and her companions developed a sense of camaraderie, eventually arriving at their destination. As they approached the highway entrance to Kyoto, they encountered a congestion of vehicles, many of which had been abandoned during the initial disaster when a chain collision had blocked the roads, forcing them to flee the city. There were intact vehicles, some burned and others still containing remnants of corpses. A sight that was utterly harrowing. For many, this disaster had been an unforeseen calamity. They might have been driving, chatting with their loved ones in the passenger seat, with children in the back, only for everything to be obliterated in an instant. Seated at the edge of the vehicle, Xie Tao gazed outward with a hint of compassion. When Zhong Shanjing approached, she shifted slightly to make room for him, but he settled beside her, slowly observing the outside world. "I previously mentioned divine destruction of the world, and you told me to trust in science. That's so. How do you believe this disaster came into being?" "You're asking me." Xie Tao rolled her eyes. "How would I know? This isn't my world. How can I discern whether humanity might concoct something that could lead to its own annihilation? The Sacred Hall can unleash infectious diseases and plagues, instigating widespread panic, only to later heal those afflicted, thereby enhancing their reputation and attracting more followers to the light god. What about humanity in this world? Would they, driven by profit or a desire to annihilate rival nations, engineer similar catastrophes, ultimately losing control and plunging the entire world into chaos?" Xie Tao recollected that in her world, two nations had remained in a state of enmity. One day, a plague began to spread from one nation, resulting in mass fatalities and eventually infecting neighboring countries. Despair echoed everywhere, as the Sacred Hall rushed to extinguish the flames while investigating the source of the plague, convinced that it had not originated from them, as there had been no prior warning. It had to have been unleashed by others. Indeed, that was how the Sacred Hall perceived it, only to later discover that the rival nation had introduced the plague into their enemies, ultimately ensnaring themselves in the fallout. When humanity is blinded by greed or hatred, they often commit extreme acts that, if such individuals are also exceedingly arrogant, the resulting calamity can be terrifying, as they tend to believe that after obliterating their adversaries, they can control everything. Thus, no matter the nature of the disaster, it becomes a natural occurrence, for this is human nature. Xie Tao chuckled lightly at this juncture. But this time is indeed peculiar. The zombies thus far strike me as akin to a virus. Viruses that exhibit high lethality typically lack high transmissibility, for if the host dies swiftly, they cannot propagate. Conversely, if they possess high transmissibility, lethality tends to diminish. However, this virus appears to be a hybrid, capable of transforming hosts into undead entities that carry the virus even after death, continually infecting new hosts that, if this were indeed a product of human invention, I must say, it is quite ingenious. Zhong Shanjing sighed. Does the leader of the Xie Tao base hope his brother will develop a vaccine? Perhaps he even wishes to control the zombies. Who can say what their intentions are? Xie Tao smiled mischievously. Regardless, you've already become a zombie. You're not the type to care about others. So why pretend to lament? Even monsters may desire to don human skin, Zhongshan Jing replied. Xie Tao suddenly collapsed into his embrace, nestled against him. By this time, they were drawing closer to the highway entrance. And Jin Chao leaped from the vehicle to clear a path for everyone. As he did so, Xie Tao discerned the nature of his extraordinary ability. Jin Chao continued his relentless sprint forward. All the vehicles on the highway seemed to be under the influence of some invisible force, floating into the air before scattering in all directions. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to exhaustion from running or the overexertion of his extraordinary abilities. After clearing a considerable distance, Jin Chao prepared to pause for a moment's respite when Xie Tao suddenly waved at him. Since the vehicle had been tailing Jin Chao closely, their distance was not significant. He took a couple of steps and soon found himself near the car. Rising to her feet, Xie Tao raised her hand, which brushed against Jin Chao's forehead, causing a surge of white light to emanate from her palm and infuse his body. Instantly, Jin Chao felt a jolt of revitalization wash over him, his body feeling as light and unburdened as if he had never wielded his powers. Momentarily taken aback, he gazed at Xie Tao and exclaimed, "It's a healer, a precious healer." The assistance Xie Tao provided was, at times, far more effective than that of an ordinary healer, particularly in that moment. Those acquainted with Xie Tao, such as the vice captain and even Zhongshan Jing, were momentarily stunned, especially Zhongshan Jing, who was acutely aware that Xie Tao was a necromancer. She possessed no powers whatsoever, let alone the abilities of a healer. So what was this? This did not resemble the skills of a necromancer at all. It seemed far more akin to those of a legendary priest. As Jin Chao resumed his forward momentum, the remaining occupants of the vehicle continued to observe Xie Tao, with those unfamiliar with her assuming she was a full-time healer, developing a sense of familiarity towards her. After all, one could offend many things, but a doctor was not among them. Those in the know were in a daze, astonished by the variety of Xie Tao's abilities, while others were taken aback by how much she appeared to be an undercover agent of the sanctum among the necromancers. After all, continuous use of abilities would still leave one mentally fatigued, no matter how much support one received. A once cool character had been reduced to a mere, exhausted shell of himself. Yet, thanks to him, they were able to drive into Kyoto. Upon their arrival, as night fell, they sought a temporary haven to rest. Zhongshan Jing, who had been curious throughout the journey, finally seized the opportunity to inquire about Xie Tao. What exactly is that? Is it a trick from the sanctum? They refer to it as holy light. That I once researched it out of curiosity. It lacks any technical depth. Nonsense. How could one not have a few tricks up their sleeve against their foes? The sanctum actively studies and learns necromancer skills to undermine them. What is wrong with Xie Tao learning holy light? Before Zhongshan Jing could delve deeper into his questions, the vice captain hurried over, immediately halting their discussion. The vice captain approached, astonished, and patted Xie Tao on the shoulder. "How come you can do everything? You truly are an extraordinary being, not merely a magical girl." Magical girl. Xie Tao tilted her head in curiosity. The vice captain, surprised that she was unfamiliar with the term, exclaimed, "Did you not have a childhood? Haven't you ever watched Sakura Cardcaptor as a child, or Puella Magi Madoka Magica when you grew up?" His expression was one of disbelief, even declaring, "I've seen them both." Xie Tao 0.0 After hearing the vice captain describe these shows, her interest peaked. "From now on, I shall be a magical girl." A necromancer could be considered a type of magical girl. Right. She felt no guilt, and even expressed a hint of regret. "I want to see. The apocalypse must come to an end." Clenching her fists, she declared, "I shall strive to end the world's demise." Zhongshan Jing, please don't make such decisions over something so peculiar. As Xie Tao became increasingly intrigued, she sighed dramatically, prompting Zhongshan Jing to close his eyes in anguish, feeling as though he were babysitting a child. Meanwhile, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already begun bustling about, displaying their emotional intelligence. With only 7 people present, even with the addition of logistical support, it was not a large number. The two of them decided to prepare meals for everyone. Inviting everyone to partake, that a wave of tears of gratitude swept through the group as they marveled at Xie Tao's ability to heal and summon such useful little skeletons, who could navigate both the dining room and the kitchen, fight fiercely, and even don maid outfits. It seemed that all the good fortune had fallen to Xie Tao alone. How infuriating! After finishing her meal, Xie Tao lay on the bed, munching on snacks while gaming, embodying the quintessential image of a couch potato. Had she been born in this world, she would undoubtedly be a die-hard fan of the two-dimensional realm. Thankfully, she was not. She despised being woken up while sleeping. The wrath of a grand mage upon awakening was severe. Let me show you something wonderful. Zhongshan Jing pulled a stack of comics from his backpack. Here, the magical girl you wanted, Xie Tao. Her irritation vanished in an instant as she hugged Zhongshan Jing tightly, exclaiming, "Wah, you're the best, number one." Chapter 25, The Power of Technology. Xie Tao was thoroughly engrossed in the comics. Nestled in Zhongshan Jing's embrace, flipping through the pages while he leaned against the wall, resting his eyes. The comics had become Xie Tao's newfound obsession, relegating her old love, the smartphone, to a position of obscurity. Akin to a concubine cast into the cold palace, forlorn and miserable. The next morning, as the group gathered for breakfast, they noticed that Xiao Bai was still donning the maid outfit, while Xiao He had undergone a transformation. It wore a costume resembling that of a magical girl, with its skirt swaying as it ran, evoking a complex mixture of emotions among the onlookers. The vice-captain was momentarily speechless, unable to refrain from questioning Xie Tao. "Where did you get that?" Xiao He crafted it, modifying another dress. Xie Tao proudly explained, revealing that both her assistants were multi-talented geniuses. Even in sewing skills, they had reached an expert level. The vice-captain was taken aback, unable to fathom that Xie Tao's summoned beings could master such an array of peculiar talents, leaving him momentarily speechless. After finishing breakfast, the group set out once more. Upon entering Kyoto, they no longer needed to make a grand entrance. They simply had to clear away the scattered vehicles blocking the roads to ensure smooth passage. The streets of the city were relatively free of cars, as many had already fled Kyoto, and the area had been cleared multiple times, appearing quite spacious, making travel entirely feasible. "Are we heading to that research facility next?" Xie Tao inquired curiously. "Yes," Jin Chao replied, having never experienced such a leisurely task before. Sitting cross-legged atop the vehicle, he cleared the way whenever cars obstructed their path and continued onward when they encountered none. The research facility was situated on the outskirts rather than in the city center, alleviating their troubles. After all, the number of zombies in the suburbs was certainly fewer than in the city center, making the cleanup a bit swifter. Crouching atop the vehicle, he took a deep breath. Slowly spreading his arms, in an instant, numerous abandoned vehicles on either side began to float into the air, twisting and contorting before coalescing into a long spear. This spear appeared to be over 10 meters long, its tip exceedingly sharp, composed of various colored metals that rendered it a rather motley sight, yet undeniably lethal. The spear pierced the air, instantly skewering a multitude of zombies like candied hawthorns. Once they were all skewered, it ascended into the sky, splitting into countless smaller blades that rained down like a deluge, reaping yet another batch of zombies. Xie Tao gasped in awe, clapping her hands in admiration. This was indeed impressive. Controlling metal was a highly useful ability, especially for assassination. For instance, if someone had a few metal buttons on their person, Jin Chao could manipulate them into fine needles that would pierce the heart. Truly a kill from 10 paces, leaving no trace behind. Just as Xie Tao was marveling, Jin Chao leaned down, straining to reach her proximity. Heal me, Xie Tao. You're quite needy." She raised her hand and bestowed upon him a surge of holy light, instantly revitalizing him to continue his astounding feats. Jin Chao's speed in clearing zombies alone rivaled that of the remaining group combined, though some were rather lackadaisical. Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing, to be specific. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's pace in dispatching zombies was rather conservative, especially Xiao He, who had been equipped with a magic wand that looked somewhat like a makeshift steel rod. Leading to a rather serious question. It appeared quite peculiar. Consequently, Xiao He wielded this magic wand to bash the heads of zombies that it envied Xiao Bai, who wielded a fire axe, as it was far more efficient for slaying zombies. Thanks to Jin Chao's consistent performance, they managed to reach a point not far from the research facility within a single morning. By then, everyone was exhausted. Even Jin Chao felt mentally fatigued from the frequent use of his abilities. Thus, they needed a brief respite before continuing. Surprisingly, Xie Tao appeared to be the most energetic among them, still joyfully waving Xiao He's magic wand. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the tip of the magic wand was smeared with some red and white substances. Considering what the magic wand had struck before, it was a rather unsettling sight. The other individual in a comparatively good mental state was Zhong, who had expended little energy, merely coasting along, hardly depleting his stamina. The group opted to remain in the vehicle, snacking on instant food while engaging in lighthearted conversation. Due to the proximity to the research institute, a palpable excitement coursed through the group, as this journey had unfolded with remarkable ease, so smooth. In fact, that it seemed their efforts paled in comparison to the rewards promised by the survivor base. The ease of their progress even sparked a twinge of concern. If the first half had gone so well, what could the latter half possibly hold? "Don't jinx it now," the vice captain exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation. "Good omens often prove ineffective, while bad ones tend to ring true." "What does jinx mean?" Xie Tao tilted his head, intrigued by the new vocabulary. "For instance, if my enemy boasts in my presence that today only one of us will leave alive, and that person is undoubtedly me, I could say they are jinxing it." "Right, that's about right." The vice captain felt something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was, ultimately conceding, "That interpretation will suffice." Xie Tao promptly made an okay gesture, indicating he had acquired new knowledge. Meanwhile, Zhong felt an increasing headache. Having transformed into a necromancer in this era, he had yet to learn anything of substance. Merely fast food, mobile games, and anime, accumulating a plethora of nonsensical terms, which left him with a heavy sense of guilt. After a brief respite, the group set off once more, gradually nearing the vicinity of the research institute. Upon their approach, they discovered that the number of zombies in the area far exceeded their expectations. As if all the undead had congregated there, Xie Tao turned to the vice captain, asking, "Aren't you responsible for communications? Can you reach the people inside?" At this moment, a coordinated effort was essential for a successful breakout. "Let me try," the vice captain replied, and everyone assumed he would employ his supernatural abilities to connect with those inside. To their surprise, he produced a large megaphone. Zhong Jinwei, can you hear me? We are the rescue team sent by your brother, Zhong Jinliang. How many of you are there? Is there anything you need to transport? If you are ready, which door will you be breaking through? We can coordinate with you." The vice captain repeated this 3 times, leaving those around him speechless. However, Jin Chao adapted quickly, already beginning to clear nearby zombies. Zombies are easily attracted by sound and scent, and as the vice captain wielded the megaphone, the zombies wandering near the research institute began to converge towards Xie Tao and the others. Xie Tao found the megaphone quite fascinating. Although their magic could achieve similar feats, this was accomplished through technology. This realization piqued Xie Tao's interest. "All right. Once you are prepared, please notify us so we can rendezvous at the south gate." The vice captain quickly concluded the communication, and as soon as he lowered the megaphone, it was snatched away by Xie Tao. "Let us wait about half an hour." The vice captain leaned down to show Xie Tao where the battery was located and explained several other functions, such as recording. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, they needed to clear the area around the south gate before the researchers inside were ready. So far, everything had proceeded smoothly. A little over half an hour later, a message from Zhong Jinwei came through. "We are ready. Please gather at the south gate." The driver immediately steered the vehicle toward the south gate, and everyone on board prepared themselves, clearing nearby zombies as they approached. However, as they continued, they noticed that the previously diminishing number of zombies seemed to be increasing again, as if new zombies were gathering after they had cleared the area. This was highly unusual. While loud noises could indeed attract some zombies, the speed at which they appeared was alarming. Chapter 26. I am just an innocent little healer. Others began to notice this issue as well, and their reactions were swift. After all, they were all powerful supernatural beings, seasoned by numerous battles, and upon witnessing this situation, they started to push forward frantically. Although they were uncertain why this was happening, they had no choice but to regroup with those inside before a massive horde of zombies descended upon them. Particularly this time, they had a healer capable of restoring supernatural abilities. Even if they had to force their way through, they should be able to carve out a path. "Charge in!" someone shouted desperately. The driver then recklessly accelerated toward the south gate, crushing a nearby zombie in the process. Zhong tilted his head, his expression peculiar, but the others were too occupied to notice. Only Xie Tao picked up on this anomaly. "What's wrong?" Zhong had long been aware of his transformation into a zombie, and not long ago, he had experienced a sudden craving for human flesh. However, This was the first time he faced such a strange situation directly that I think I can understand what they are trying to express. Zhong Shanjing said with a strange expression. Although it's vague and I can't comprehend it as clearly as human speech, I do seem to grasp a fragment of their intent. With such a multitude of zombies, each emitted different sounds, creating a cacophony that was utterly chaotic, akin to a whirlwind of noise that made one's head throb. Zhong Shanjing had not realized he could understand them. After all, the clamor sounded like mindless shouting. It wasn't until he listened for an extended period that he could discern some semblance of meaning, leading him to realize he could comprehend their emotional expressions. This revelation sent a shiver down his spine, especially with Xie Tao nearby, curiously asking, "Translator, what do you hear?" "Translate it for us," Zhong Shanjing replied. "I'm not sure how to articulate it, but if I were to amalgamate all the meanings I could comprehend, it would likely be that they are searching for something. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that something within the research institute was what they sought that we'll know once we charge in." Xie Tao played the role of the healer exceptionally well, casting holy light on one and then another, while being shielded at the center by the group, resembling a treasured gem. As she encouraged everyone. "Victory is within our grasp. Everyone, let us push on." Xie Tao's appearance was quite sweet. She looked youthful, spoke adorably, and possessed a pair of innocent, cat-like eyes that as she cheered everyone on, the group seemed invigorated. As if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. "Charge, charge! Let us help the healer conquer this vast expanse." In an instant, supernatural abilities swirled above everyone's heads, a dazzling array of colors shooting in all directions. Zhong Shanjing wanted to join in, but others held him back. "You are a strength-type supernatural being. You need to get out of the vehicle to fight them. It's not convenient to disembark under the current circumstances. Let those of us with ranged abilities handle it for now. I will discuss it once we reach the south gate." Xie Tao calmly stated, "After all, you are my little brother." The group pushed forward with determination, swiftly penetrating the horde of zombies. Xie Tao's hands moved with such speed that it seemed as if she were conjuring a permanent holy light to attract them. Who would have thought that being a healer could be more arduous than inflicting damage? Soon, they were almost at the south gate. "Everyone, let us give it our all." Jin Chao's abilities proved exceptionally effective, as his wide attack range allowed him to clear a significant area in one strike. The others merely needed to fill in the gaps he left behind. Before long, they spotted the researchers near the south gate, the only relatively safe location, anxiously awaiting rescue. Xie Tao and her companions arrived in 2 vehicles, one carrying their group of supernatural beings and the other transporting the support staff. 2 vehicles accommodating 20 individuals should pose no issue. As the vehicles reached the south gate, all the supernatural beings leaped out, clearing away the surrounding zombies or holding them back. "Get in the vehicle quickly." Understood that a group of researchers appeared gaunt and weary, with only a few appearing relatively robust, while they struggled to lift an opaque container. The container seemed heavy, as it was filled with liquid, making their progress slow. The vice captain grew anxious, urging, "Can you hurry up? If it's too much, just leave it behind." "No." The bespectacled youth leading the group, likely Zhong Jinwei, replied rapidly. "This is our most critical research. If we don't take it, wouldn't our efforts be in vain?" Zhong Jinliang must have been furious at It seemed the relationship between these brothers was indeed strained. Xie Tao, curious, took a bite out of the gossip, eyeing the opaque container in their hands. As it was not transparent, she could not discern its contents, only vaguely noting a dark outline that appeared substantial. The researchers had not brought anything else, making it highly probable that this container had drawn the attention of all the zombies. Xie Tao exchanged a glance with Zhong Shanjing, who promptly stepped forward. "I am a strength-type supernatural being. Let me carry it." "No." Zhong Jinwei swiftly dismissed the suggestion. "If you handle it clumsily, you might damage what's inside, and that would render all our efforts futile, wouldn't it? Yet if we don't hurry, we may not be able to withstand it. At that point, your lives could be at stake." Xie Tao looked at them with a worried gaze. "After all, you are all administrative personnel, unlike us." The vice captain chimed in, "Just be cautious, and it will be fine. Quickly bring the supplies up. The number of zombies is increasing. And if this continues, we may not be able to escape." Zhong Jinwei hesitated for a moment, but the young man beside him said, "Jinwei, let them carry it as long as they are careful. It won't matter." He patted Zhong Jinwei's shoulder with a gentle smile. "You should trust the people your brothers sent. these words. Zhong Jinwei's expression fell. His disdain for his brother was evidently written on his face, and he had never concealed it. Thus, the young man's remark struck a nerve. However, he was not one to be frivolous, and despite his gloomy demeanor, he replied, "Fine, but they must handle it with care, that in rough movements. And when they set it down, it cannot make a loud noise. Ideally, something should cushion it, and it must be placed beside me." Zhong Shanjing stepped forward while others attempted to assist, but he effortlessly lifted the canister by himself. The four individuals who had been carrying it were left astonished. Although they were aware that those with physical abilities possessed strength far beyond ordinary humans, witnessing it firsthand still evoked feelings of envy and excitement. Zhong Shanjing cradled the canister, adjusting his position so that his head was almost touching it. With his aid, the canister was soon secured onto the vehicle, and the remaining researchers gradually boarded. Xie Tao, who had been crouched on top of the vehicle clearing nearby zombies, urged them, "Hurry up. The zombies are truly overwhelming in number, and they keep coming. You all need to move faster. Don't waste time." Indeed, the horde of zombies was growing increasingly dense, resembling a bustling marketplace. And as time passed, more zombies converged from all directions, their target unmistakably clear that if this group of researchers did not accelerate their pace. Moving at a snail's pace akin to ants, they might exhaust themselves before managing to break free. While dispatching most zombies was relatively straightforward, one must remember that a person can easily crush an ant. Yet thousands of ants could overwhelm and kill a single individual. Moreover, the disparity between ability users and zombies was not nearly as vast as that between a human and an ant. This was merely a temporary reprieve. Fatigue would inevitably accumulate, and when everyone was utterly exhausted, if they had not yet managed to escape, they would be trapped and perish from exhaustion. Thus, the group of researchers hastened their pace, scrambling onto the vehicle, with Zhong Jinwei being the last to climb aboard. Halfway up, he seemed to recall something and stammered, "What about?" Jiang Xingji, the young man beside him, who had previously mentioned his brother, raised an eyebrow and replied, "At a time like this, why concern yourself with Jiang Xingji? Survival is the most important thing." He gave Zhong Jinwei a push, propelling him onto the vehicle, and upon discovering that it was already full, he squeezed into the rear vehicle. In the vehicle filled with ability users, the canister, Zhong Jinwei, and a couple of scattered researchers were tightly packed, for the most critical item warranted the utmost protection. After boarding, Zhong Jinwei lost his earlier intensity, becoming restless. Xie Tao, seated nearby, observed him with a sly smile, her cat-like eyes innocent yet keen. "What troubles you? Is it that you have friends still unrescued?" Zhong Jinwei pressed tightly against the canister, its cold surface providing him a moment of clarity. "No," he replied, "you must have misheard." Chapter 27. A good deed done daily. Xie Tao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhong Jinwei with an amused expression. To her, his attempts at concealment were as transparent as if he were running naked. She could easily read a Zhong Jinwei who was not particularly cunning. She could even guess what kind of underwear he wore that day. Stifling a yawn, she playfully swatted at Xie Tao's head as it poked in, giving him a teasing look before saying, "If your conscience isn't troubled, I don't mind. After all, they were people I didn't know at all. But if you were to speak up, perhaps the outcome would differ." Zhong Jinwei paused, clutching the canister, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he suddenly spoke. "Jiang Xingji is near the shopping mall in Long'an District. In their research institute, most were administrative staff, and even those who had awakened abilities were not particularly strong. The reason they had managed to survive in Kyoto for so long, with over 20 people still alive, was due to Jiang Xingji. Although he was not an ability user, his personal strength was commendable. When they took refuge together, he recognized that they were all non-combatants, and if things continued as they were, they would starve to death. Thus, he took a few of the more capable individuals out daily to scavenge for food. It was through this that he had managed to sustain the group. However, not long ago, Jiang Xingji ran into trouble, becoming surrounded by zombies in a shopping mall not far from the research institute. Being a non-ability user, his combat capacity, no matter how formidable, was still limited. Thus, he had yet to break free. After uttering that sentence, Zhong Jinwei fell silent, tightly embracing the canister and retreating into his own thoughts. Xie Tao closed her eyes, remaining unresponsive unless someone else had intruded into her space. Long'an District was quite close to the research facility, where Zhong Jinwei had previously been. roughly a 10-minute journey away, where a bank was surrounded by a horde of zombies, when Jiang Xingji had arrived in the vicinity. He sensed something amiss. The number of zombies was alarmingly high. However, he did not retreat, as the research institute was running low on supplies. Consequently, he found himself cornered near the bank, forced to retreat inside due to the overwhelming presence of zombies, which seemed intent on targeting them, showing no signs of dispersing. Days passed with the zombies lingering outside, as they had ventured out to gather supplies without bringing much with them, considering there were others at home needing sustenance. There was little food to be found in the bank, and the scant supplies they had dwindled quickly under careful rationing. Soon, they were left with no choice but to attempt to break out, only to fail repeatedly. Throughout this ordeal, those around Jiang Xingji gradually perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Injured, he secluded himself in the ATM room, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Perhaps soon he would become a zombie, indistinguishable from the shambling masses outside, eventually meeting his end at the hands of another. The ATM room, with its sturdy walls and built-in burglar-proof netting, provided temporary safety. Leaning against the wall and still retaining some semblance of consciousness, he rummaged through his belongings, wishing to leave behind a final message, even if it would likely remain unseen. His trembling fingers searched fruitlessly for his phone, but instead unearthed a small pouch given to him by the researchers, claiming it contained materials that emitted odors repulsive to zombies. One of their projects. Each person carried one when venturing out for supplies. Curious, Jiang Xingji examined it. The contents resembled spices, finely crushed, undetectable to human scent until one inhaled deeply, revealing a faint minty aroma. As he picked up the pouch, he suddenly froze. Sensing something was amiss, he recalled the contents being finely crushed, yet now it felt whole and intact, elongated. Opening the pouch, he was met with a complete, bloodless finger. The nail was long and exhibited an eerie bluish-gray hue, releasing a faint odor reminiscent of the decaying air that permeated the city. The atmosphere had soured due to the overwhelming presence of zombies, transforming the very air into something sinister. Now, within the item gifted to him by his teammates, he had discovered something that belonged to a zombie. Particularly troubling was that the contents of his pouch had definitely not been this before. And linking this to the peculiar events of recent days, Jiang Xingji's expression darkened. He had never been one to harbor the utmost suspicion towards those around him, yet it was evident that this incident was likely orchestrated by certain individuals, making him a scapegoat, a pawn in their scheme. Jiang Xingji leaned against the wall, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Previously, someone had told him that in the apocalyptic world, one must be cruel and selfish to survive better. He had retorted to those individuals that if everyone became cruel and selfish, the apocalypse would never come to an end. In hindsight, he now wondered if he had been mistaken, for it seemed that the cruel and selfish would ultimately eradicate all that is kind and righteous. Eventually, all that would remain would be those very same cruel and selfish beings, and the world would not improve, but rather deteriorate further. If only he could have another chance, he would never make the same choices again. At the very least, he would ensure that the innocent did not perish alongside him. Those who truly deserved death were the cold-blooded and selfish. Yet he found himself devoid of any more chances. As he was on the brink of becoming a zombie, the thought sent a chill through Jiang Xingji, his expression growing increasingly cold and severe. Having witnessed the depths of human malice, he could no longer believe in the goodness of humanity. Otherwise, how pitiful would those innocent souls be who had perished with him? Doubt crept into Jiang Xingji's mind. He feared he might soon transform into a zombie, which could explain the torrent of negative emotions that overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to control himself. Hello. A face appeared outside the transparent glass door, youthful and beautiful, exuding an undeniable charm. Many young boys fantasized about having a lovely younger sister, and this girl embodied that ideal. Get away from here. Jiang Xingji's consciousness began to blur. He could not fathom why such a delightful girl would appear in this desolate place. Yet he understood that remaining here was tantamount to death. Even if he did not succumb to the zombies outside, perhaps he would fall victim to his own inevitable transformation. Jiang Xingji? The girl outside continued to call his name. He was perplexed as to how she knew him, why she had come here, or why she was calling out to him. All that remained were his instincts, a mix of malevolent and benevolent urges. The darker part urged him to disregard her, for she, too, would soon meet her demise amidst the horde of zombies. Yet the benevolent part hoped fervently that this girl could survive. "Whoever you are, please leave quickly. I may soon become a zombie." "That won't happen." The girl opened the door and stepped inside, smiling brightly at him. "I have seen your body and soul. You will not become a zombie. Come." She extended her hand towards Jiang Xingji. "There are still those who wish for your survival. So no matter what, you should strive to endure it." He gazed at the outstretched hand, yet his mind drifted to the finger in his pocket. Jiang Xingji did not reach out. After a moment, a hand rested upon his head, and a surge of radiant white light flooded into his being, invigorating him in an instant. Despite having been weakened by prolonged hunger and numerous injuries, he felt rejuvenated, as if restored to a state of perfect health. Hunger and pain receded, leaving behind a palpable transformation. Indeed, he was undergoing a change, but it did not appear to be a transformation into a zombie. Rather, it seemed to be a metamorphosis of another kind, that as the white light entered him, the girl before him began to collapse, a scene that appeared almost surreal, as if a wax figure had been cast into flames or a snowman had been left to the warmth of spring. Yet, he felt neither disgust nor fear, only a dazed fascination as he gazed at the girl. "Where can I find you?" The half-melted girl tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. She seemed to have merely come to perform a good deed, or perhaps out of pure curiosity, to see what had become of this abandoned pawn. "You wish to find me?" She raised her hand, but before it could touch his head, it completely melted away, leaving only a few bones scattered on the ground. "Then come to Xie Tao, to the Xie Tao survivor base. There are more surprises waiting for you." The girl vanished entirely. Her beautiful flesh evaporated, leaving only the skeletal framework that had once supported her form, now littered across the ground. The bones varied in size, even the two arms differing in thickness, clearly belonging to different bodies. Jiang Xingji struggled to rise, discarding the finger from his pocket and retrieving a small pinky from the skeleton. Tucking it away. "Xie Tao survivor base, is it?" He committed the name to memory, that if he could escape this place alive, no, he would undoubtedly escape alive. Chapter 28. Are you a pervert? Xie Tao rubbed her fingers together, sighing softly when Xie Tao, who had poked his head in, suddenly wore an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you also overexerting yourself, or are you tired? You should rest. We can still hold on." "No, I just feel that my good deeds make me rather charming." Xie Tao stroked her chin and, raising her hand, cast a beam of holy light upon Xie Tao. She had recently become accustomed to casting holy light, and without thinking, she directed it towards Jiang Xingji. She wondered if it would affect the awakening of his abilities. Indeed, Jiang Xingji was awakening his powers that as previously mentioned. Most ordinary individuals who were bitten by zombies would inevitably transform into them. However, an extremely rare few fortunate souls would not only avoid this fate, but would also awaken their own abilities. Jiang Xingji was one such fortunate soul. He was not destined to become a zombie, but rather to awaken his unique powers. Xie Tao recognized this the moment she saw his condition. Initially, she had planned to check on him, and if he had died, to collect his body and inscribe a gravestone reading, "The first great grievance of the apocalypse." If he became a zombie, she would recruit him as a subordinate. To her surprise, he was showing remarkable resilience. Unfortunately, her avatar had only possessed a shallow darkness and, having carelessly employed her light powers, the holy light could not sustain itself and disintegrated at that moment. She hoped it had not left any psychological scars on this unfortunate soul. "Regardless, if you are tired, do take a good rest. We can hold on a while longer." Xie Tao hurriedly finished speaking before leaving. Xie Tao slowly raised her gaze to look at Zhong Jinwei. "Adia, you know that the zombies near the research facility are relatively few now. Under normal circumstances, their number should have doubled." Zhong Jinwei stared blankly at Xie Tao, appearing genuinely unaware of the situation. She scrutinized him for a moment and chose not to elaborate further. Whether he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance was inconsequential. The events had already transpired, and they were gradually spiraling beyond their control. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingji quickly awakened. After sensing the abilities he possessed, his expression turned slightly peculiar, not one of annoyance, but rather a blend of surprise and unexpected delight. "Xie Tao, the survivor base?" Jiang Xingji murmured, resolutely rising to his feet. He was determined to reach Xie Tao. The zombies nearby no longer posed an insurmountable threat to him, but he was set on finding that girl. Not long after Jiang Xingji departed, a group of 5 or 6 individuals arrived hurriedly, led by a strikingly beautiful woman, gentle in demeanor. "This should be the place," she whispered. However, the number of zombies seems a bit odd. Not too many if you count, but not too few either. It looks as though they have been somewhat cleared away. Jiang Xingji should have been around here at this time. Tao prepare for the previous incident involving Zhong Shanjing. She had even arrived 2 days early. This time, there should be no issues. Then let us split up and search that I end his previous life. Jiang Xingji's mindset had shifted due to a certain incident. While not as bloodthirsty as Zhong Shanjing, he had not engaged in many good deeds either. He walked a fine line between righteousness and wickedness, sometimes rescuing those trapped amidst hordes of zombies, and at other times, unexpectedly eliminating those he encountered. Yet his formidable powers rendered him untouchable, and everyone relied on him as humanity's last line of defense against the zombie king's attempts to eradicate mankind. It was precisely due to Jiang Xingji's morally ambiguous character that when humanity's base sought his assistance, they had to pay a considerable price. The woman had planned meticulously, hoping to save Jiang Xingji so that he would feel gratitude towards her and not fully succumb to darkness. This way, when Zhong Shanjing reemerged before everyone, they would have a trump card to counter him. She had devised her plan well, coordinating with those around her to clear out zombies while searching for Jiang Xingji. However, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing, and when the group reconvened, they began to question their very existence. Was it just a dream? One companion could not help but challenge the woman. "Last time you mentioned a zombie king named Zhong Shanjing who would seek to annihilate humanity. And when we went, we found nothing. Did your precognitive ability even useful?" The woman's complexion turned pale, and she shot him with a fierce glare. Have I ever been wrong aside from these 2 instances? Only she knew that her ability was not truly precognition, but rather a form of reincarnation. Originally, the scene at Zhongshan's scenic area, which could have been easily resolved during its weaker hours, is no longer present. Jiang Xingji, destined to become the strongest ability user, is on the verge of awakening his powers. Yet he is plagued by betrayal from his companions, leading him down a path of gradual darkness. What exactly transpired? Why is it that in other places, she sails smoothly, her memories unclouded, yet when it comes to these 2 individuals, everything slips from her grasp? The woman's face contorted in a fierce expression. Unable to suppress her doubts is it possible that others have also been reborn? With Xie Tao's assistance, Jin Chao expanded his abilities, and with the strength of other ability users, they struggled to break free from the encirclement, leaving most of the zombies behind. After achieving a temporary sense of stability, nearly all the ability users collapsed into the cabin, groaning in exhaustion, their sounds reminiscent of something unhealthy, easily subject to censorship. Akin to a bizarre group beep scene that I need a moment to rest. Someone lamented, although their SA healer, repeatedly using abilities is truly a painful ordeal. I feel as though my brain might explode. And I even see double that I must get some proper sleep. Tao Tao. Sister Tao Tao clasped his hands together, pleading, "When I wake up, can I have the steaming noodles made by Xiaohei and Xiaobai?" Xie Tao lifted her eyelids. "I want those 2 magazines you have stashed in your backpack." Ability user. "QAQ, how did you know I have jump?" Xie Tao smiled at him, and he immediately clutched his chest. All right, I'll show you." Others chimed in with their demands. "Sister Tao, I want a fried egg in my noodles. I want 2 grilled sausages. I want to eat snail noodles." Seizing the opportunity, Xie Tao confiscated their treasured items. Game consoles. Portable music players. This group was utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to resist even when taken advantage of. All they wished for was a good sleep, followed by a hot meal upon waking. Suddenly, the young man who had previously mentioned Zhong Jinwei stood up. "No, you cannot sleep yet. The zombies will continue to pursue us. We must completely shake them off before." Xie Tao raised her hand to stop him. "Let them sleep. I will handle the next matters. Rest assured, you will all survive to reach Xiantao." He initially wanted to question Xie Tao, as she appeared merely to be a healer, but she abruptly raised her hand, and in that instant, a black light enveloped the nearby canister. Whatever she did, the number of zombies pursuing them gradually diminished. Some even passed by without showing any interest. The young man's expression subtly shifted, as he began to suspect that Xie Tao understood what lay within that canister. His palms subtly moved, slowly opening and closing, while Xie Tao beamed at him, summoning Xiao Bai and Xiao He. The 2 little skeletons, their eye sockets glowing like ghostly flames, bore a hint of menace as they locked onto him. The young man stood in silence for a moment before quietly retreating to a corner. Meanwhile, Zhong Jinwei lunged forward, his cheeks flushed with excitement, and he embraced the nearest Xiaobai, beginning to explore. What ability is this? How can skeletons still move? Is it puppetry? May I examine them? Xiaobai, having not been so inappropriately touched in years, silently screamed and covered her skirt, delivering a slap that sent Zhong Jinwei's face askew. Zhong Jinwei, unfazed, his eyes sparkled brighter than the ghostly flames. You have consciousness. Your soul is still alive, isn't it? Marvelous. What ability is this? Please let me study it. Without hesitation, Xiaohei stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Then pulled Xiaobai behind himself. Chapter 29. The past of Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Initially, Zhong Jinwei appeared to be a reserved and somewhat reclusive young man, but now he was completely glued to Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Before realizing they possessed consciousness, he sought permission from Xie Tao, but upon understanding they could think, that notion vanished out of course. He must first gain their consent. Xiaohei and Xiaobai had not encountered such an annoying and clingy person in ages. The last time was with a fellow necromancer, who, sharing a common interest in Xie Tao's creations, would seek her work or offer equally precious items in exchange. For Xiaohei and Xiaobai, anyone attempting to separate them from Xie Tao was the most detestable. Zhong Jinwei was somewhat better, yet he dared to harass. What's wrong with boys? Boys also need to protect themselves when out in the world. Xiaohei and Xiaobai hid behind Xie Tao, glaring at Zhong Jinwei, who appeared somewhat perverse in the presence of the two, yet returned to normal when facing Xie Tao. That he acted like a timid suitor. Glancing at Xie Tao, then at them, fidgeting yet reluctant to approach. Xie Tao pretended not to notice, leaning against Zhongshan's scenic area, yawning nonchalantly, while those ability users outside, particularly Jin Chao, endured the brunt of the hardship. However, they all felt the healer, Xie Tao, bore the greatest burden. Thus, before succumbing to slumber, they all acquiesced, allowing Xie Tao to reap the rewards of their promises. Not only did they feel this way, others shared the sentiment. With the support staff quickening their pace, that a nurse approached Xie Tao to conduct an examination, and upon seeing her refusal and yawning, suggested, why not take a rest as well? With Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Zhongshan scenic area here, they can be entrusted to them. Fortunately, Xie Tao wasn't too tired. She merely found it rather dull, as she could do nothing but wait, having enjoyed playing cards on the way here. Zhong Jinwei hesitated for a long while. Ultimately unable to resist, he shifted closer to Xie Tao, stopping at a not-so-close distance. Did I ask this? Really an ability? Xie Tao replied decisively. Of course, what other power could resurrect the dead? Zhong Jinwei stared blankly at Xiaohei and Xiaobai, feeling a tinge of disappointment. If it were an ability, it lacked principles, rendering him unable to seek knowledge or truth. Xie Tao paid him no mind. Lazily leaning there as no zombies approached, she could do nothing but daydream. Suddenly, Zhong Jinwei remarked, they don't seem very old. One can roughly discern a person's age from their bones, especially in cases like these, where the undeveloped skeletons starkly contrast with those of normal individuals. They were probably around 12 years old when alive, a pair of twins. Xie Tao refrained from mentioning two things. They had remarkable potential. Being born necromancers, what a pity. When their past lives were brought up, Xiaohei and Xiaobai visibly dimmed, holding each other's hands, leaning together like two fledgling birds that had fallen from their nest. Reflecting on their age at death, a faint sadness enveloped the cabin. Zhong Jinwei, lacking emotional intelligence, inquired, just by looking at the bones, one cannot discern the cause of death. Was the body intact at the time of death? Or did they become whole after you used your abilities? Has anyone ever told you that you could be quite annoying? Xie Tao crossed her arms. Delving into other sorrowful pasts is quite impolite, akin to tearing open old wounds. You might get hit for that. Zhong Jinwei was taken aback, and after a while, he slowly said, I'm sorry. The others ignored him, while he appeared increasingly restless, eventually adding, many say I can be a bit bothersome at times. But I don't perceive it myself. I apologize that he was the type to be a bookworm from a young age, indeed lacking in emotional intelligence, but hurting others made him uncomfortable. The canister was covered in a layer of black substance. Feeling even colder to the touch, he lingered for some time, appearing somewhat withdrawn. The ability users had slept for over 10 hours, awakening to the aroma of delicious food wafting through the cabin. In addition to their requested dishes, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had prepared other meals and even hot soup, bringing tears to everyone's eyes. How enviable! Just as someone was about to speak, the vice captain turned. Discovering the speaker was Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei was genuinely envious. Although it was an ability-produced meal, it differed slightly from his imagination, yet the little skeleton could cook. Researchers like them seldom took care of themselves. Although their research base typically had dedicated cooking staff, this was a little skeleton. A skeleton! The vice captain couldn't help but lean closer. You feel the same, right? Zhong Jinwei was utterly captivated, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Xie Tao was collecting the items they had promised before sleeping, her spirits high. Hand it all over, hurry. You all promised, no backing out. They could only submit their reports with tears in their eyes. And only a warm bowl of soup could offer a modicum of solace to their troubled souls. After satisfying their hunger and quenching their thirst, the group felt invigorated, and the carriage became much livelier. Noticing that Xie Tao had not slept for a long time, they urged her and Zhong Shanjing to move to another carriage, that it will surely be noisy here. You should go there to rest well. The vice captain remarked with an ambiguous expression. Zhong Shanjing remained silent, wishing for no presence or recognition, desiring only to be a quiet, unassuming fish in the sea, yet he often found himself unexpectedly called upon in peculiar circumstances. All right. Xie Tao leapt onto Zhong Shanjing's back, urging him to hurry. He could only catch her and proceed to the other carriage. That carriage was relatively empty. It had been filled only because the current one was overcrowded. In contrast to the lively atmosphere of their previous carriage, this one felt much more subdued. Unable to sleep, Xie Tao lay down after Xiao He and Xiao Bai had spread a blanket for her. Staring blankly into space, Zhong Shanjing sat beside her, observing Xiao He and Xiao Bai as they busied themselves. They were tucked away in a corner, and from his vantage point, it seemed no one was paying them any mind. Prompting Zhong Shanjing to inquire, it appears that Xiao He and Xiao Bai have their own stories to tell. Indeed, Xie Tao replied, rolling on her side to face them. When I first encountered them, they were even younger. Xiao He was ill, but their family lacked the means to afford proper treatment, having to resort to a mere drop of holy water, which, as you know, was utterly ineffective at that time. Xie Tao happened to pass by and noticed their remarkable potential for necromancy. She approached them and asked if they would like to join her, as she could teach them the ways of the necromancer. The church's propaganda painted necromancers as evil and terrifying beings intent on slaughtering humanity and turning them into puppets, thus instilling fear in Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who, being ordinary children, trusted the church more than her and refused her offer. Xie Tao did not take offense. She simply left behind a packet of medicine, claiming it could cure Xiao He's ailment. However, it could only provide temporary relief, as Xiao He's condition was not merely a sickness, but a sign of underlying frailty that needed nurturing over time. The two little ones were initially too afraid to use it, but when Xiao He's health worsened, they had no choice but to administer the medicine. To their astonishment, it actually worked. Yet for them, the true nightmare was just beginning. Not long after, individuals from the church approached the brothers, declaring their immense talent and inviting them to partake in the son's assessment. Even if they could not become the son, they could still be trained to join the church and become honorable spirit masters in service to their deity. Recalling Xie Tao's earlier words about their potential, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were elated, for joining the church would significantly improve their family's circumstances, alleviating their fears of illness and poverty. They could lessen the burden on their family and forge a better path for themselves. Thus, they consented, and after discussing it with their family, which viewed serving the God of Light as an honorable endeavor, they joined the church at that time. They were oblivious to the dark truths lurking beneath the church's polished exterior. The so-called sanctuary of the God of Light was merely a hell that harbored filth and corruption. Many young, attractive boys like them were deceived into this place, not to become the son or spirit masters, but to be exploited by the vile and grotesque figures of authority. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were truly gifted. Years later, I happened to pass by and felt compelled to check on them. Xie Tao recounted this. She could not help but furrow her brow at a necromancer, often regarded as cold, ruthless, and malevolent, yet she wished to rescue two impoverished children. Ironically, It was the church, in its service to the god of light, that destroyed the souls of these two boys. Chapter 30. Jiang Xingji's arrival. Every time she reflected on this, Xie Tao found it quite amusing. However, the church's facade was indeed convincing, appearing as a paragon of justice in the eyes of the masses. Even Xiao He and Xiao Bai trusted it implicitly. Yet, it was that trust that ultimately led to their ruin. Xiao He, already in poor health, succumbed to despair and torment, soon passing away, which devastated Xiao Bai, leading him to attempt to assassinate the deceivers. The outcome was as one would expect, when he was choked to death in the basement. Xie Tao, tracking their marks, arrived just in time. Upon discovering the mark within the church, she hesitated, contemplating retreating, but the intense resentment emanating from Xiao Bai's lifeless form surged through her, compelling her forward. They rose from their corpses, slaughtering the entire branch of the church, after which my bounty skyrocketed by over 6 million. At this point, Xie Tao expressed her displeasure. I'm worth only 30 million. That little rookie Milos is worth 40 million. Does the church look down on me? Zhong Shanjing replied. Is that what you care about? You don't understand. Xie Tao responded gravely. It's a matter of pride. It's very important. Just like Luffy would feel embarrassed if his bounty were too low. Perhaps you should read less shonen manga. Zhong Shanjing retorted with a hint of sarcasm. After this banter, a prolonged silence ensued. Zhong Shanjing could likely envision the atmosphere of Xie Tao's world, where the so-called church devoted to the god of light engaged primarily in eliminating dissenters, even resorting to unleashing plagues upon the populace to bolster their own authority. With immense power and few formidable adversaries, even a necromancer as powerful as Xie Tao was forced to hide in the deep mountains, and just when she managed to venture out, she found herself pursued into this world in such circumstances. The absence of a strong external enemy led the church to grow increasingly complacent and corrupt. Zhong Shanjing wore a neutral expression, yet his thoughts were consumed by the realization that if this continued, they would inevitably face a reckoning from within. The filth and rot hidden beneath the glossy surface would eventually be unearthed. Zhong Shanjing's expression betrayed his confusion, prompting Xie Tao to pull out a book from her bag, exclaiming, I will rally all the proletarian brothers and sisters to rise up. Let us overthrow that pack of scoundrels in the church. Zhong Shanjing was taken aback. Where on earth did you get this book? It was borrowed from the vice-captain. Xie Tao declared confidently that I've read it, and I find it quite reasonable. I want to... Zhong Shanjing swiftly covered her mouth. I get it. No need to elaborate. After a brief bout of playful chaos, Xie Tao felt slightly fatigued and crawled under the blankets, declaring, I'm going to sleep now. Sleep well, Zhong Shanjing replied, leaning against the carriage and curling one leg beneath him. His expression dimmed as he pondered something. Perhaps he was reflecting on what kind of person he would have become had he never met Xie Tao. Likely, he would have remained confined to that small world of familial strife, consumed by anger and pain due to betrayal, seeking revenge on all he might have become at the age of 23, a darkened version of himself. The very thought now filled him with embarrassment, and he could only be grateful that such a fate had been averted, sparing him from confronting it directly. Xie Tao dozed off for a brief period, perhaps 4 or 5 hours, before waking. She rolled around under the covers like a little bug, poking her head out to survey her surroundings. Zhong Shanjing was seated against the carriage, engrossed in a book, his handsome features framed by a calm demeanor. If only he weren't reading a magical girl manga she had pilfered. Number 1. Xie Tao elongated her tone. I want water. Zhong Shanjing retrieved the manga she wished to see and handed it to her. A few seconds later, he heard her call again. Number 1. Zhong Shanjing sighed and moved to sit beside her, opening his large backpack wide. What else do you need? Nothing, just wanted to call you. Xie Tao replied innocently. That not allowed. Zhong Shanjing remained silent, only to hear a soft sniffle from nearby. Turning his head, he saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai standing a short distance away, clutching handkerchiefs. Although skeletons lacked expression, he could discern a hint of envy and resentment emanating from them, as if to say, we were here first. Xie Tao only called us before. Who is this newcomer vying for her attention? Zhong Shanjing said. I never said you couldn't. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes resembling delicate butterfly wings. Beautiful beyond compare, but many others are waiting for you to call them. Xie Tao tilted her head. Oh, I need to learn more vocabulary from your era. Otherwise, I want to know how to describe you now. This clearly referred to the jar and other matters, which Zhong Shanjing had previously attached to the jar to truly comprehend that I heard the sound of a heartbeat. The entity within the jar is alive. Even though it is confined within the vessel and submerged in liquid, it remains vibrant, that I asked that not so. Xie Tao stroked her chin and mused, "We'll see when the time comes that I have an inkling that this matter is not so easily resolved." For instance, in this research institute, it appears that the decision-maker is Zhong Jinwei. But in truth, it is the young man who embodies him that he often presents himself as quite low-key and feigns compliance with Zhong Jinwei's commands. Yet he is not as simple as he seems. Conversely, the truly uncomplicated one is Zhong Jinwei himself. Zhong Jinwei lacks cunning and possesses a rather low emotional intelligence, resembling someone thrust forward to take the blame. Xie Tao harbored many unanswered curiosities regarding this situation, and as it stands, it seems the resolution may be far from straightforward. She recalled that when Jiang Xingji departed, he had inquired where he might find her, to which Xie Tao had revealed the name of the Xie Tao survivor base. She admitted to harboring a desire to watch the unfolding drama. Jiang Xingji could very well be a scapegoat sent to his demise. But who orchestrated this? Zhong Jinwei and his associates would all converge at Xie Tao, and should she encounter Jiang Xingji at this base, the scene would undoubtedly be most entertaining. The mere thought of this scenario caused Xie Tao to stifle a giggle beneath her covers. They stood to gain a considerable number of points this time, and Xie Tao envisioned a quaint villa for herself, ideally with a spacious balcony adorned with flowers, fruits, and vegetables. Her topic shifted with remarkable rapidity, leaving Zhong Shanjing momentarily bewildered. He could only respond, "As long as you're happy." The group had no choice but to sit quietly in the vehicle, although Xie Tao could occupy herself with comics. The truth is that reading in a moving vehicle is quite uncomfortable, as the gentle swaying makes prolonged reading intolerable. The same goes for mobile gaming. Like an exceedingly bored cat by the final day, Xie Tao was utterly languid, only managing to emit soft grunts when she turned over. Upon finally reaching the base and catching sight of the outline of Xie Tao survivor base from afar, Xie Tao sprang up, brimming with energy, exclaiming in delight. The others indulged her, likely due to the rarity of a healer, and Xie Tao was indeed a remarkable one, both enduring and effective. Thus, rather than harboring resentment at being roused, they merely glanced at her in a sleepy daze before returning to slumber. "I am now filled with love for my house," Xie Tao exclaimed as she flung herself into her abode, rolling on the bed before settling down to continue her sleep. Zhong Shanjing, being a zombie, required little rest. After a brief period of contemplation, he picked up a small spray bottle to inspect the garlic sprouts Xie Tao had planted. Excellent. They're all still alive. As dawn broke, Xie Tao slowly emerged from her slumber, only to hear voices outside. Embroiled in a disagreement, one voice sounded like Zhong Shanjing, while the other was somewhat familiar. Still groggy, Xie Tao took a moment to register the situation. Jiang Xingji had arrived. Chapter 31. Do you like him? Xie Tao sat there, momentarily dazed, listening to the exchange outside, which perhaps could not be classified as a quarrel. Their dialogue was as follows. Jiang Xingji, perhaps you could allow me to enter first. She knows me, and we can discuss this face to face. Zhong Shanjing. Tao Tao is still sleeping. She detests being awakened. If you know her, you should be aware of that, right? Xie Tao. 0.0. After a moment of hesitation, she sluggishly climbed out of bed and opened the door. At the entrance stood two men. Their eyes locked in a sharp gaze, neither appearing particularly cordial. What are you two doing? Xie Tao, still not fully awake, rubbed her cheeks, feeling a tinge of annoyance. What is all the noise about so early in the morning? Before Zhong Shanjing could respond, Jiang Xingji stepped forward. Didn't you say you were at the Xie Tao survivor base? I came to find you. His demeanor softened considerably in Xie Tao's presence. He spoke with a gentler tone, devoid of the sharpness he exhibited towards Zhong Shanjing, creating a stark contrast that left her momentarily speechless. Xie Tao stifled a small yawn and motioned for Zhong Shanjing to let Jiang Xingji in before she proceeded to brush her teeth. As she sluggishly refreshed herself, she gradually became more alert and turned to regard the two men seated on the sofa. She first glanced at Jiang Xingji. There are many houses here. Implicitly, she implied that if he was satisfied with the base, he could select a house for himself instead of disturbing her so early. Did he not realize how crucial sleep is for a necromancer? Zhong Shanjing, who had been maintaining a composed demeanor, suddenly relaxed, placing his hands on his abdomen, presenting an air of utmost propriety. Since you've just arrived at Xie Tao, you might not be familiar with the area. I can show you around and help you find a suitable residence. The two men exchanged glances, sparks flying inexplicably between them. Their conversation seemed laden with unspoken implications, leaving Xie Tao momentarily perplexed. She had always considered herself somewhat knowledgeable about human nature. Yet now it appeared her understanding was insufficiently profound. Perhaps it was due to the shift into a different world. Although they were all human, the varied environments might yield subtle differences in behavior. What on earth? What were these two men thinking, exchanging glances like that? It was quite peculiar. Propping her chin in one hand, Xie Tao summoned her small black and white pets to entertain the guests, only to find herself growing drowsy again. Could you speak plainly? Zhong Shanjing looked at her innocently. Am I not attending to your guests? Jiang Xingji's expression turned somewhat frosty as he slowly turned to face Xie Tao. Unlike Zhong Shanjing, he exuded a different charm, equally handsome. Previously a bright and energetic young man, his demeanor had shifted to one of coldness and gloom after the betrayal he experienced. That gloom dissipated in Xie Tao's presence. But the coldness remained, especially during the confrontation with Zhong Shanjing. He had appeared as sharp as a blade. Yet when addressing Xie Tao, his demeanor softened in an instant, his gaze even carrying a hint of vulnerability. I just arrived here. And during registration, I didn't inform them I was an ability user, so I couldn't secure a house. May I stay with you for a couple of days? Once I accumulate enough points, I will move out. Zhong Shanjing cursed inwardly, recognizing Jiang Xingji's cunning. He suspected Jiang had overheard the staff mention that ability users were entitled to free housing and was now feigning helplessness in front of Xie Tao. What did he think? That Xie Tao would simply take him in like a stray dog? Throughout his time with Xie Tao, Zhong Shanjing had gradually come to understand her nature, in many respects. She was quite simple and easy to grasp. For those she cared about, she would show genuine concern. For instance, had Zhong Shanjing been an ordinary human rather than a special zombie, she might have merely walked past him. Indifferent to his demise amidst a horde of the undead, that it was only due to his unique constitution that she viewed him with such favor. Beyond that, she would pay attention to matters that piqued her interest. Individuals like Jiang Ming and Zhang Chunyu had become friends due to a mere bunch of grapes. Perhaps the same could be said for Jiang Xingji, but as long as he remained an ordinary person without transforming into a peculiar zombie or possessing the talents of a necromancer, Xie Tao would not harbor excessive interest in him. Zhong Shanjing felt confident about this that he remained calm, patiently awaiting Xie Tao's rejection of Jiang Xingji. Moments later, he heard her slowly reply, "All right, Zhong Shanjing. This is illogical. Xie Tao is not the type to invite trouble. Could it be?" Zhong Shanjing's mind buzzed. Typically, a woman would only alter her attitude towards a man, adopting a demeanor starkly different from her usual, if she held some affection for him. Perhaps there was even a possibility. Zhong Shanjing, usually composed, felt an unusual anxiety welling up within him at that moment. His fingers drummed incessantly against his thigh as he maintained a stoic expression while observing Jiang Xingji. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingji appeared rather pleased. "Then I'll head to the market shortly to exchange some items and move in later." He flashed Xie Tao a smile, revealing a small, sharp canine tooth on the left side. "I'm so glad I met you." Zhong Shanjing, "You're going to the market? Then let us go together." Xie Tao replied enthusiastically, "First, let us have Xiaohei, and Xiao by prepare breakfast. After we eat, we can head out to no rush." Zhong Shanjing's rhythmic drumming on his thigh quickened, and the last vestige of expression faded from his handsome visage, presenting a stark contrast to Jiang Xingji, who radiated sheer joy beside him. Zhong Shanjing found himself pondering how Xie Tao had come to know Jiang Xingji. The two appeared inseparable, whereas Zhong Shanjing had never even encountered this person during that time. What was it about Jiang Xingji that captivated Xie Tao so intensely? In that moment, Zhong Shanjing felt an unexpected pang of grievance. This sensation was distinct from the sorrow he felt as a child when he learned the reason for his father's absence while living with his grandparents, or from the discontent he experienced upon witnessing a man, who ought to have been his father, growing intimately close with two others in his new home, that he did not harbor any affection for his family. So his displeasure was mild, lacking profound anger or resentment. He regarded himself as an outsider. Yet this moment was different that a clandestine, somewhat cruel thought took root within him. To eliminate Jiang Xingji, to bury his remains deep underground, ensuring he could never again appear before Xie Tao. This notion should have been fleeting, yet inexplicably, it began to take hold, causing him to feel increasingly irritable whenever he beheld Jiang Xingji. Soon, Xiao He and Xiao Bai prepared breakfast, and Zhongshan Jing, uninterested in eating, sat beside them, watching their meal with growing discontent. The mere thought that Xie Tao had actively invited Jiang Xingji to the market only intensified his displeasure. However, he was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, particularly such peculiar feelings, so he remained silent, merely observing. Yet, this level of restraint was already abnormal for him, that as he concealed his feelings. His agitation only deepened, leaving him perplexed as to the source of his unrest. Whether Xie Tao treated someone well or whom she fancied was of no consequence to him, that he understood this rationally. Yet his frustration reached an apex. When the three of them ventured to the market together, Xie Tao hurried to the official exchange point, trading her grapes for 2 luscious red peaches, which she cradled with delight. Urging Jiang Xingji to procure his desired items, that as the exchange point was situated at the market's far end, they briefly parted ways. Once Jiang Xingji departed, Zhongshan Jing remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems you rather like him." Pondering this, Xie Tao acknowledged that Jiang Xingji provided her with a plethora of entertainment, replying affirmatively. Zhongshan Jing was left speechless, but he could not fathom the suffocating turmoil within him. Feeling both wronged and stifled, even battling an impulse to shout, "I was here first," before he could voice this line, reminiscent of a theatrical performance, Xie Tao interjected, "He seems to be taking his time choosing. Shall we go look at houses?" Zhongshan Jing, still enveloped in his frustration, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 32. The plight of the wage slave. Zhongshan Jing had been holding his breath until he heard her words, which caused him to exhale in relief. "So, you agreed to let him move in?" "Well, I've rented it for a month, so I might as well let him stay." She envisioned residing in a grand villa, perhaps even planting strawberries or other delights on her balcony. This would grant her the joy of gardening while relishing the fruits of her labor. What could be more splendid? An inexplicable cheerfulness washed over Zhongshan Jing, prompting a slight upward curve of his lips. "So, you invited him to the market?" Xie Tao shot him a quizzical glance. "Why are you asking such odd questions?" Zhongshan Jing had already deduced the answer. Xie Tao's eagerness to buy fruit had coincided perfectly with Jiang Xingji's need to go as well. With all previous oddities now clarified, he felt a sense of relief. As if the weight of his earlier frustrations had dissipated, he crossed his arms and casually remarked, "I'm just curious when you met Jiang Xingji. It seems you haven't been apart since we encountered him a while ago. Did you know him before that?" "Oh, it was during our trip to Kyoto." Xie Tao casually explained the circumstances and her desire to watch a play, even chuckling at the thought. "Do you think they might get into a fight?" Jiang Xingji was not the type to tolerate being wronged, and the mere thought of a potential altercation made Xie Tao sigh. Then exclaim, "If they do, how delightful. There will be a spectacle to watch." Zhongshan Jing fell silent for a moment, unable to suppress a low chuckle that elicited a curious glance from Xie Tao. "Why do you look so untrustworthy while laughing?" "I am not," Zhongshan Jing replied earnestly, "that I merely find it tragic that they might fight, which leaves me feeling a mix of sadness and joy, in a rather peculiar way." Xie Tao scoffed. "Don't think I don't know you're a little rascal. You want to see the drama even more than I do." "All right, I admit it," Zhongshan Jing surrendered with a raised hand. "Shall we go look at houses?" "Yay!" The thought of the grand villa instantly brightened Xie Tao's mood. Clutching her freshly exchanged fruit, she dashed ahead like a rabbit. Zhongshan Jing offered to carry it for her, but she refused, holding it dear. Few could afford to reside in such a luxurious villa, resulting in half of the row of villas remaining vacant due to exorbitant rental prices that ordinary ability users could not manage. Only the affluent could. As Xie Tao inspected the property, the staff responsible for housing was enthusiastically outlining the merits of various locations. Suddenly, Jin Chao emerged from a nearby villa, appearing somewhat groggy, as if he had just awoken or had not slept well. Standing at the entrance, he resembled a cool kid, yet his gaze was vacant, and it took him some time to register that the person beside him was Xie Tao. "Are you moving here?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "That I'm just looking at houses." Xie Tao casually greeted him. Jin Chao's demeanor shifted to one of alertness and excitement. "Then you should live next to me. The house beside mine is still vacant. You can move in here." He practically wore his enthusiasm on his sleeve, as if he wanted to proclaim, "We can hang out when we're free." "I'll think about it," Xie Tao replied, still intending to inspect the properties first. Xie Tao, initially drowsy, was now fully awake, following Xie Tao like an eager puppy, his cool persona entirely abandoned as he chattered incessantly. "This house next to mine is great. The lighting is fabulous. Live here." "Live here," Xie Tao remarked. "The first time I met you, I thought you were quite the cool kid." "Many have said that," Xie Tao replied proudly. "That is, oh, you should move here." Though Xie Tao planned to view the properties first. Xie Tao's claims proved accurate. The neighboring villa was indeed impressive, featuring a large balcony with a garden that housed various saplings, albeit some looking rather wilted. They could be transplanted into fruit-bearing trees. Even if it took time for them to bear fruit, who knew what might happen? "Then let's go for it," she declared. After pondering for a moment and stroking her chin, she turned to Zhongshan and asked, "What's a party?" "A party," he explained, "can be understood as a gathering of friends at your home, where they eat your food, sing loudly, and leave without cleaning up." "Sounds lively," Xie Tao mused. She was unconcerned, as her diligent helpers, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, would manage the tidying up. This meant that if someone else handled the mess, a party could indeed become a joyous occasion that we'll discuss it tonight. After signing the rental agreement for 3 months without hesitation, Xie Tao spent over a third of her earned points, yet she was unfazed. Earning points was a simple task for her, devoid of danger, and akin to making money. Saving was important, but so was indulging in the present. To throw a party, do we need to prepare some things? Xie Tao pondered aloud. Having never attended a party before, she recalled that while necromancers often gathered for meetings, such gatherings typically revolved around discussing professional knowledge or venting frustrations about the Holy Hall. In fact, the latter occurred more frequently, given how bothersome the Holy Hall could be, resembling a keen-scented hound relentlessly pursuing you, attempting to take a bite. Even if it lost track of you, it would continue searching. Xie Tao had a necromancer friend whose life was tragic. His master, apprentices, and acquaintances had all fallen victim to the Holy Hall. Periodically, he would rally his friends to curse the Holy Hall, wishing for its swift demise. Upon reflection, it seems that after Xie Tao went missing, he is likely to organize numerous gatherings, for he has lost yet another close friend that in any case, Xie Tao remains quite intrigued by the festivities of this world. Enthusiastically roaming the marketplace with Zhongshan, acquiring a plethora of both useful and trivial items. While others are absent, Jiang Ming is present. "What about the others?" she inquires, providing an address and adding, "I've moved here. If anyone wishes to come over for a party tonight, you're all welcome." After all, she has only recently made friends in this world, although their bonds cannot be deemed exceptionally close. They are all delightful individuals, and Xie Tao is more than willing to forge connections with them. The essence of friendship lies in the time spent together, as relationships deepen through shared experiences. "All right, I shall inform them," Xie Tao says as she bids farewell and walks out, conversing with Zhongshan. "I wonder where the vice-captain resides." The vice-captain is rather amiable. Inviting him would indeed enhance the gathering, as more attendees only add to the revelry. "Perhaps you could inquire with someone," Zhongshan suggests. "That sounds reasonable." Just as Xie Tao prepares to seek someone for directions, she unexpectedly collides with the vice-captain, who appears somewhat fatigued, clutching an unknown stack of items, moving sluggishly as if he has overworked himself. "Make sure to come to my party tonight," Xie Tao calls out from a distance. Zhongshan remarks, "This must be what it means to be a corporate drone." "What is a corporate drone?" Xie Tao inquires. "That it's someone who works from dawn till dusk, tirelessly, earning meager wages, merely to serve their boss." "That sounds truly dreadful," Xie Tao remarks with a tisque. "Even in a peaceful world, life is not easy." The vice-captain's face reflects confusion and shock. "That haven't I successfully managed to integrate myself here? Something feels amiss." Chapter 33. An argument ensues. No one knows how Jiang Xingji feels, as Xie Tao is preoccupied with the party, entirely neglecting him. She lounges on the sofa of her expansive villa, munching on a fresh, juicy peach while directing Xiao He and Xiao Bai, along with Zhongshan, to tidy up the room, ensuring everything is arranged properly, dust is wiped away, and each functional area is inspected for damage, such as the kitchen and bathroom. The only one idling about is Xie Tao, who reclines like a salted fish, occasionally flipping over to sprinkle some salt on herself, and thus the afternoon drifts by. As the evening approaches, guests begin to arrive, starting with Jiang Ming and his companions, who bring along a large box of fruit, evidently aware of Xie Tao's preferences, as a gesture to celebrate her housewarming. Though they are not particularly powerful ability users, the effort to present such a generous gift signifies their genuine friendship towards Xie Tao. Following them is the vice captain, who, embodying the essence of a corporate drone, exudes an air of exhaustion that he arrives clutching a pillow, 2 bottles of wine, and a book, tossing the wine and book to Xie Tao before collapsing onto the sofa to sleep. Wake me when the party begins. Xie Tao muses, what a pity. Despite living in close proximity, Jin Chao arrives quite late, appearing refreshed and well-groomed, as if he had enjoyed a restful nap, that if only he weren't cradling a large, pink rabbit plushie. Is that my melody? Xie Tao exclaims excitedly. Jin Chao hands her the rabbit, saying, it's merchandise. It took me quite a while to find it these times. Such items are hard to come by. Had he planned ahead? He could have searched the city, but finding something on short notice proves challenging, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where carrying a large rabbit plushie seems less practical than stocking up on supplies or clothing. Zhong Shanjing, unfamiliar with my melody, looks perplexed, prompting Xie Tao to explain, my melody is a little fairy rabbit. I adore my melody. Its pink rabbit ear hood is absolutely adorable upon first seeing it. Xie Tao was enchanted, never expecting that humanity in this world would still produce merchandise. You truly are quite clever. Zhong Shanjing thinks to himself, unable to suppress the urge to cover his head at the thought. Xie Tao believes her idea is sound and undoubtedly profitable. Her only concern is that the sanctuary might plagiarize her concept and launch an official store, which would pose a challenge for her. How infuriating. I must first dismantle the sanctuary. She resolves that my melody plushie could, in the future, spark a bloody conflict. However, at this moment, Xie Tao merely rolls around on the sofa with her plushie. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. Assuming it to be her friends, Xie Tao jumps up to answer it, only to find Zhong Jinwei standing at the threshold, wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing somewhat awkward. Upon seeing Xie Tao, he says, I inquired with Zhong Jin Liang, and it seems you have moved here, so I came to find you, that I advise you to leave quickly. Xie Tao pauses before replying. Zhong Jinwei, momentarily taken aback, assumes he has offended her, his expression somewhat pitiable. Did I say something wrong? No, that's not it. Xie Tao glances past him with a hint of exasperation, but it may already be too late. Jiang Xingji stands nearby, observing Zhong Jinwei with an unchanged expression, though his gaze carries a subtle menace. Zhong Jinwei, surprised to see Jiang Xingji, turns to him, momentarily dazed, before exclaiming, Jiang Xingji, you're unharmed. Indeed, I am unscathed. Much to your disappointment, Jiang Xingji replies coldly as he brushes past Zhong Jinwei, clutching 2 potted flowers that I did not expect to find you here. However, today I will not harm you. You may flee as far as you wished. He would not shed blood at Xie Tao's gathering, but if Zhong Jinwei were to provoke him, he would not hesitate to resolve the matter swiftly after the party's conclusion. Zhong Jinwei stands frozen, his hair drooping in disbelief, unable to comprehend Jiang Xingji's sudden shift to coldness and hostility. Just moments ago, they had maintained a cordial relationship, regardless of his somewhat lacking emotional intelligence. Jiang Xingji, is it because I did not go? You know full well what you have done, Jiang Xingji retorts, unwilling to discuss matters with Zhong Jinwei in front of Xie Tao. He abruptly turns to glare at Zhong Jinwei, declaring, I previously vowed to make you regret this. I'm sorry. Zhong Jinwei acknowledges, aware that his actions are unforgivable, that he had abandoned Jiang Xingji, despite the latter's numerous sacrifices for them. When Jiang Xingji was ensnared, he not only failed to rescue him, but also did not allow Xie Tao and the others to intervene. It is entirely reasonable for Jiang Xingji to harbor hatred toward him, as he has indeed committed an act of ingratitude. I do not wish to hear your insincere apologies. Leave, Xie Tao. Unable to contain her amusement at the absurdity of their conversation, bursts into laughter, leaning against Zhong Shanjing's shoulder, her laughter so intense it causes her stomach to ache. This draws the attention of both Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei. Both men are perplexed, unsure why Xie Tao finds their exchange humorous. After an extended bout of laughter, Xie Tao finally calms down, clutching her stomach and taking a moment before saying, Jiang Xingji, you should show him that item. Jiang Xingji, of course, carries the evidence of his betrayal with him. Even if it attracts the attention of nearby zombies, then he retrieves a plastic bag, reminiscent of those used by police to store evidence, and pulls out a gray-black finger. Upon seeing the finger, Zhong Jinwei is taken aback, lunging forward to inspect it, only to be pushed away by Jiang Xingji. This item has been in my possession, and it was you who entrusted it to me. Impossible. Zhong Jinwei protests he is not foolish, merely lacking in social acumen. After all, one cannot become a researcher without a certain level of intellect. Connecting the dots, he begins to understand why Jiang Xingji's attitude toward him has shifted so drastically. It wasn't me. I didn't place it there. Zhong Jinwei insists, grasping Jiang Xingji's arm. I only put in the serum that repels zombies. I absolutely did not include this. I would never place such an item on you. He could never have removed the finger from the corpse, as he would never compromise his research specimen. Jiang Xingji, initially skeptical of Zhong Jinwei's protestations, finds it increasingly difficult to trust anyone after experiencing betrayal firsthand, that he recalls the times he had treated others kindly, only to be betrayed by those he sought to protect. But Xie Tao stands beside him. Xie Tao is unlike anyone else, particularly for Jiang Xingji. She is a beacon of light he encounters during his darkest moments. Her mystery, her uniqueness, and the soft hand she places above his head, the light that flows into his being, have etched Xie Tao deeply into Jiang Xingji's memory, rendering her unforgettable. The fact that Xie Tao pointed out that matter just now suggests there must be a misunderstanding between him and Zhong Jinwei, who remains unaware that the object in question was not placed there by him, but rather he presumed it was Zhong Jinwei's doing. With Xie Tao's intervention, upon learning that the matter was not perpetrated by the person before him, Jiang Xingji is compelled to think more critically that if it wasn't Zhong Jinwei, then who could it be? Both he and Zhong Jinwei ponder this question. Why don't you two come in? It would be rather odd for others to witness your quarrel at the entrance, Xie Tao said, ushering the two men into her grand villa. She deftly took the pots of flowers from Jiang Xingji and handed them to Xiao Bai to place on the balcony. She then handed the snacks from Jiang Xingji's other hand to Xiao He, instructing him to arrange them suitably for the party, unfurling the packaging to lay them on the coffee table for everyone to enjoy later. Upon entering the house, Zhong Jinwei noticed that everyone had brought something. He paused, feeling around himself, and ultimately produced only a small vial. However, even he, with his low emotional intelligence, recognized that gifting something like zombie brain fluid would be exceedingly rude. To his surprise, Xie Tao casually accepted the vial, raising it to examine it for a moment before exclaiming, "How viscous! It must have been quite a hassle to extract. Thank you." Zhong Jinwei. 0.0 The others had never heard a thank you before. Yet they were trying hard to bring Xie Tao things she liked. QAQ Chapter 34. Interesting individuals gathered together once the few of them arrived. Nearly all of Xie Tao's acquaintances had assembled. Regardless of past grievances or unresolved matters, they could set those aside for now. The most pressing concern was to commence the party. Having never hosted a party before, Xie Tao obediently settled on the sofa, tilting her head in anticipation of Jin Chao explaining the rules to her. Jin Chao looked down at Xie Tao, seemingly taken aback by her ignorance regarding such matters, that in essence, the crux of a party is simply to enjoy oneself. As long as one is having fun, they can engage in whatever activities they desire, as long as enjoyment is achieved. That is what constitutes a party. After laying out the explanation, Jin Chao nodded emphatically. Feeling he had conveyed it with clarity and elegance, that's so, Xie Tao's eyes began to brighten incrementally. After all, he did not resemble someone who would dress as a magical girl, indulging Xie Tao in peculiar games. Noticing that some seemed inclined to flee, Xie Tao grinned menacingly and shut the villa's main door. Thus, amidst a chorus of lamentations, Xie Tao, along with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, joined Zhang Chunyu in subduing the group of men who wished to escape. Truth be told, if the boys were handsome, even dressed as magical girls, they would still look appealing. However, someone like Zhang Ming was only suited to be dressed as a monster, victimized by a magical girl. Yet Zhang Ming was not disheartened. Rather, he was quite pleased, relieved to have avoided a calamity. Dressing as a girl was something he would not tolerate. In this calamity, the distinction between the clever and the less astute became starkly evident. For instance, Jin Chao could only emit pitiful cries, swiftly finding himself restrained while Xiao He maliciously dressed him in a pink magical girl costume. That on the other hand, Zhong Shanjing calmly addressed Xie Tao. "I previously ordered a batch of fruit from the base for tonight's party. It should be arriving shortly. I'll check on it, and once I retrieve it, I'll wash up in the kitchen. You all enjoy yourselves without worrying about me." And then he promptly exited. The others, hoping to use a similar excuse, found it too late. They could only lament as they were gradually transformed into magical girls, Hello Kitty, and other bizarre personas. Xie Tao knelt in a corner, weeping, clutching a magical wand. "I was such a fool. I should never have suggested hosting a party, but if I hadn't proposed it, I wouldn't have had to explain what a party truly is. Had I kept silent about the notion that a party is merely about one's own enjoyment, I wouldn't have been compelled to dress as a girl." His mutterings indicated a significant psychological blow. Surprisingly, the most composed among them was the vice captain. Likely because his social life had already been battered by this world, he sat there, elegantly clad in a black and white, diamond-patterned dress, nonchalantly sipping coffee while reclining with his legs crossed. As he sipped, he murmured, "It's a bit chilly, especially as the wind swept past his legs." When the captain sought out the vice captain, it was already around midnight. She arrived at the villa's entrance, confirming the number on the door before preparing to enter, only to hear peculiar sounds emanating from within. "I cannot fly away from this colorful world, for I am merely a drunken butterfly. Your vow, so casually spoken, binds me with a knot that I shall never unravel." The latter part sounded remarkably like the vice-captain's voice. Instinctively, the captain sensed something was amiss. After all, there was no rush to submit the report, and she could always write it tomorrow. When Xie Tao sluggishly rose the next morning, she discovered herself sprawled on the sofa, surrounded by a motley crew of individuals, all dressed in bizarre attire, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. The table was cluttered with remnants of snack wrappers, empty bottles, and fruit pits. Was this what a party entailed? Her friends would surely relish this style of gathering. They had partied through the night, leaving Xiaohei and Xiao Bai exhausted from their duties of tidying up, while the others gradually stirred from their slumber. Xiaohei and Xiao Bai thoughtfully served them hangover soup and breakfast, encouraging them to eat before their departure. Xie Tao had yet to shed his pink dress, but after a night had passed, he had grown accustomed to it, yawning as he gulped down soup, casting a sidelong glance at the vice-captain, who was already hastily finishing his breakfast. "That I have work to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Indeed, life as a corporate employee is not easy. Zhong Jinwei evidently had been the type to enjoy reading since childhood, possessing a somewhat naive disposition, and had never engaged in such wild revelry before. Upon waking, he sat there dazedly consuming food and sipping water, sitting placidly on the sofa with his hands resting on his thighs, the soft green of his dress adding a touch of ladylike grace. "Why aren't you two leaving yet?" Xie Tao turned to look at Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei, who, upon realizing the situation, quickly stood up. "Shall we talk?" Jiang Xingji had evidently come to understand that the misunderstanding lay elsewhere. Yet one truth remained. Zhong Jinwei had indeed not prepared to come to his rescue. Although he now recognized that Zhong Jinwei was not the object of his animosity, the bond between them had irrevocably frayed. "Very well." Zhong Shanjing dutifully began clearing the table, remarking, "So you wish to see some drama? Bored, are we?" Xie Tao closed her eyes and murmured, "It feels like human society is rather mundane. Indeed, one can make new friends, enjoy fresh, delectable fruits, and encounter many fascinating things previously unknown to her. Yet at its core, it remains unchanged." Xie Tao felt a tinge of ennui. She still preferred her former life, where she could conduct experiments within the confines of the human base, as the current idleness was disconcerting for her. Zhong Shanjing squatted beside Xie Tao, his voice gentle. "Are you beginning to find it tedious? Just a little?" She let out a small yawn before rolling over. The Xie Tao survivor base was steadily expanding, gradually gaining renown in the vicinity, with an increasing number of survivors arriving to seek refuge. They were also establishing diplomatic relations with other bases that are in these times. It is entirely normal for different bases to engage with one another, exchanging resources and scarce items. Moreover, each base typically possesses its own laboratory, conducting a variety of experiments. Some bases are researching how to apply supernatural abilities to agriculture in order to achieve self-sufficiency, as the majority of bases currently rely on scavenged supplies from existing urban areas, which are inanimate and finite, that if they cannot produce their own resources, they will inevitably face a dire shortage. This is an unavoidable reality. Other bases are studying zombies in hopes of developing a vaccine to immunize against the zombie virus, thereby saving injured humans. There are even bases investigating whether ordinary individuals can awaken supernatural abilities. In short, various research endeavors abound, and they exchange insights, especially once they have developed products. Thus, establishing strong relationships between bases is of paramount importance that as a new and relatively young base, Xie Tao must pay particular attention to this aspect. Therefore, when significant figures from the largest base passed through the Xie Tao survivor base, Zhong Jinliang placed great emphasis on this event, even going so far as to host them in Xie Tao, eager to provide a warm welcome. A party of 6 has arrived, seemingly from Kyoto, perhaps passing through for some purpose, though it is also possible that their task has already been completed. Zhong Jinliang is not entirely certain. Unable to locate Jiang Xingji, they have decided to refrain from further searching, believing that alternative solutions will eventually present themselves. They offered words of comfort. The woman remained silent, suddenly reminded of something significant. Zhong Jinliang, the foremost figure at the Xie Tao survivor base, was also an important person in her previous life. Chapter 35. Zhongshan Jing will annihilate the world in her past life. The Xie Tao survivor base met its demise rather early, as Zhong Jinliang had taken in all the individuals from the research facility where Zhong Jinwei was located. The specifics elude her, but she recalls hearing that Jiang Xingji had destroyed Xie Tao, resulting in numerous casualties. However, Zhong Jinliang survived, fleeing with the others. Shortly after they relocated to another base, Jiang Xingji appeared once again. Jiang Xingji's initial reputation was quite poor, primarily due to his association with Zhong Jinliang, as he had eliminated 2.5 bases. His reputation improved slightly later, not due to any noble deeds, but because it became evident that he was the only one capable of confronting Zhongshan Jing. Thus, his notoriety transformed into a semblance of respect, as he evolved into a figure both righteous and wicked, ultimately becoming a beacon of hope for humanity. Regrettably, in comparison to Zhongshan Jing, Jiang Xingji remained somewhat inferior. Speculation arose that this was due to severe injuries sustained during his awakening of abilities, which left him with lingering effects, hindering him in later confrontations with Zhongshan Jing. That it was for this reason that the woman resolved to seek out Jiang Xingji before any calamity befell him, hoping to save him once, thus fostering goodwill while preventing his descent into darkness and avoiding further injury that would impair his ability to contend with Zhongshan Jing. A win-win situation. However, their quest to find Jiang Xingji before the incident proved fruitless, leading them to search nearby instead. Due to the butterfly effect, events unfolded prematurely, and Jiang Xingji was rescued by Xie Tao. According to the original timeline, the Xie Tao survivor base would not have been able to gather enough people in such a short time, especially since Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing were absent in the previous world line. That it would take several more days before they could reach out to Zhong Jinwei, with everything occurring ahead of schedule. Their failure to locate Jiang Xingji was hardly surprising. Yet, the woman remained oblivious, consumed by curiosity regarding Jiang Xingji's whereabouts and the circumstances that led to this divergence from her expectations, determined to linger a while longer and observe Zhong Jinliang. She hoped to glean some clues from him and cultivate a relationship that would be beneficial for their future endeavors, as, according to the events of her past life, Jiang Xingji would soon arrive in Xie Tao, poised to obliterate the place entirely. Upon learning that they intended to stay for a couple of days, Zhong Jinliang felt a surge of joy and promptly instructed those around him to hasten their search for Jin Chao. Jin Chao was the most formidable ability user in their base, serving as a figurehead. In essence, when two bases intersect, it is imperative to showcase their respective strengths, including their military capabilities. Thus, several individuals made their way towards the villa district where Jin Chao resided. Zhong Jinliang's residence was relatively close, and they arrived swiftly, only to observe from a distance that the person he had sent to summon Jin Chao was engaged in a tug-of-war with a woman. Zhong Jinliang felt a swell of anger within him, though he maintained a composed exterior, even smiling, that he possessed the traits characteristic of certain authority figures, concealing his emotions while likely making a mental note to address the situation later. As Zhong Jinliang stealthily approached, he sensed something amiss. The woman whom Jin Chao was conversing with appeared exceedingly tall, likely over 1.8 meters. Upon drawing closer and hearing her voice, Zhong Jinliang's heart sank further. This striking woman, adorned in an elegant dress and possessing a somewhat commanding presence, spoke with a tone reminiscent of Jin Chao. The woman was expressing her frustration. "What is the rush? At least let me remove my makeup and change my clothes." Can't you wait a moment? If you hadn't hurried me, I might have already finished. Xie Tao, clearly flustered, was bewildered by the urgency of the situation that did not even allow him the courtesy of removing his makeup or changing clothes. He was on the verge of cursing. The two continued to grapple at the entrance for several minutes, until Zhong Jinliang, unable to contain his impatience, directly brought Xie Tao along. The expressions of those present were decidedly peculiar. As Zhong Jinliang had not anticipated Xie Tao's peculiar penchant, which had eluded his notice until now. The others, unfamiliar with Xie Tao, were taken aback to discover that he was, in fact, a crossdresser. Xie Tao was overwhelmed by the humiliation. Wishing to clarify that this was merely an accident, that he harbored no unusual proclivities. Would they believe him? At this thought, Xie Tao felt a lump in his throat, perhaps unable to bear the weight of such a significant blow. He withdrew into himself. Zhong Jinliang's emotions were equally complex. He endeavored to mask his astonishment, projecting an air of calm assurance. You go tidy yourself up first, then come to see me. I have matters to discuss with you. Xie Tao hurried into his villa, wishing fervently that he had never made an appearance. Xie Tao remained blissfully unaware of her companion's recent mortifying experience, collapsing onto the sofa as she observed Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Zhongshan Jing tidying up. Hosting a party is undoubtedly a joyous occasion, yet the aftermath of cleaning up is a burdensome chore. Although Xie Tao was not required to labor, watching others work was tiring in its own right. Indeed, Xie Tao adamantly asserted this. While Xiao Bai and Xiao He remained loyal and unquestioning of Xie Tao, Zhongshan Jing felt increasingly out of place that he often struggled to integrate with Xie Tao and her companions due to his excessive normalcy. After quietly venting his frustrations, Zhongshan Jing set about gathering the remnants of the festivities, preparing to dispose of the trash. The refuse they had generated the previous night was equivalent to that produced by a typical family of 3 in an entire week. He entrusted the remaining household chores to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Opting instead to take out the garbage himself, as he emerged, he encountered a group awaiting Xie Tao's return from changing clothes. Zhongshan Jing was completely obscured by the 4 large bags he carried, preventing anyone from seeing his face as he passed the group. He overheard 2 individuals at the rear of the gathering discussing. Zhongshan Jing is nowhere to be found. Nor is Jiang Xingji. It's one thing not to find them, but who knows how accurate the prophecy is? There are still so many tasks left undone, yet we linger in this small base for no reason. What is her thought process? It was clear that they were seeking him, seemingly harboring a grudge. That moment, Zhongshan Jing was unaware of who was searching for him, and he never reached a conclusion. Much to his astonishment, after a considerable time had passed, he once again encountered the mention of his name within the Xie Tao survivor base, spoken by unfamiliar individuals. Zhongshan Jing found himself curious about the matter, unable to fathom what animosity could have led to a city-wide manhunt against him. Now, hearing related information, he cast a glance at the 2 individuals. His time at Xie Tao had not been extensive, and much of it had been spent on missions, leaving him with little impression of the people before him, except for the man standing beside them, who appeared to be Zhong Jinliang, the leader of Xie Tao, and Zhong Jinwei's half-brother. As Zhongshan Jing slowly advanced, the 2 individuals continued their conversation, speaking in hushed tones, evidently intent on keeping their discourse from the woman. Who knows what was on her mind? Moreover, this matter required consulting the leader, who had seemingly become bewitched since encountering her, believing everything she said. Perhaps the woman truly possessed extraordinary abilities, though not of foresight, but rather the power to bewitch the hearts of others. Yet, she had indeed predicted several events accurately, which lent her some credibility. Uncertain of the situation, they decided to heed the leader's guidance, trusting that it would not lead to any significant issues. However, aimlessly searching for those 2 individuals was not a viable strategy. How much time had they squandered in pursuit of them? Numerous essential tasks had gone unaddressed, and now, in this crucial moment, the development of the base was severely hampered. 1 individual expressed discontent, clearly frustrated. In the early days of the apocalypse, when their actions were of utmost importance, their formidable leader, endowed with exceptional abilities, was frivolously following her whims, neglecting vital matters that allowed others to seize the advantages. As their grievances escalated, they abruptly sensed a shadow looming over them, and upon glancing up, they saw 4 large bags pass directly before them. After Zhongshan Jing transformed into a zombie, his senses had sharpened considerably. At this distance, while others may not have heard, he could discern their words with clarity, including the nuances in their tones without a hint of error. Zombie King. Annihilate the world. Who are they referring to? Chapter 36. Your prophecy is lacking. Zhongshan Jing could hardly believe he had overheard such revelations. After disposing of the trash, he remained lost in thought, contemplating the immense implications of the information he had just received. For instance, someone had foretold that he would become the Zombie King and bring about the world's destruction, that in an effort to avert this outcome. There are even those who have placed a bounty on him, eager to locate him, for what they intend to do upon finding him. The implication seems rather clear. Eliminate him to prevent the world's destruction. Zhongshan Jing found this somewhat amusing. All this commotion over a mere prophecy? Without Xie Tao's control and oppression, it appeared that there truly was no one who could stop him. And who knows, he might genuinely bring about the end of the world. Zhongshan Jing mused. Aren't Xiao He and Xiao Bai around? Can't they handle this task? Oh well, I'm used to it. That he fetched a plate of fruit and settled down on the sofa, stating, I encountered a few individuals at the door who seemed to be those who once sought to apprehend me when you first met me. Xie Tao's eyes widened in surprise. How did they track you down here? You weren't seen, were you? No, Zhongshan Jing calmly reassured him, sharing what he had overheard. Xie Tao's demeanor shifted, brimming with enthusiasm. Foreknowledge. You could indeed bring about the world's demise. That sounds intriguingly entertaining. Let's go. Xie Tao did not alter Zhongshan Jing's features drastically. Rather, he merely softened them, rendering his visage less aggressive while modifying certain characteristics. Unless one was intimately familiar with Zhongshan Jing, it would be challenging to discern any familiarity in his face, making it difficult to connect the current version of Zhongshan Jing with his original appearance. Let us go witness the spectacle. Xie Tao was confident that Zhongshan Jing would not be recognized. Even if someone remarked that he resembled Zhongshan Jing, it mattered little, as they would simply deny it. Even if their ruse was uncovered, it was of no consequence. After all, no one could overpower Xie Tao. At worst, she could summon a throng of minions to bolster her presence. Xie Tao leaped off the sofa, hastily slipped on a pair of slippers, and made her way outside to join the festivities. With Zhongshan Jing trailing behind, he then heard Xie Tao exclaim, I cannot fathom what it would look like if you were to annihilate the world. It seems unlikely that you would undertake such a taxing endeavor. The destruction of the world would yield no reward, and once the world was gone, where could Zhongshan Jing exist? Engaging in such a fruitless pursuit seemed far too foolish for him. Zhongshan Jing remained silent for a long moment, and just as he was about to exit, he suddenly remarked, Had I not encountered you, perhaps I truly would have descended to that point. Indeed, Xie Tao mused, you have always been a little rascal, nourished by hatred and resentment, and as you evolve, you would gradually lose control over your desires, yearning to consume every human that crossed your path. Ultimately, you would forsake every moral boundary, leading to an unpredictable fate. In truth, that was not Zhongshan Jing's intention. He subtly indicated that Xie Tao held great significance for him, yet this astute and insightful necromancer seemed oblivious to that fact. It would happen, but not to such an uncontrollable extent, for I am still here, Xie Tao confidently asserted. There was a thought Zhongshan Jing refrained from voicing. You will eventually depart from this world. Is that not your wish? Throughout their interactions, Zhongshan Jing sensed that this world was quite splendid for Xie Tao, filled with zombies and abundant experimental materials. Whether it be anime, comics, games, or snacks, Xie Tao relished them all. She had friends and foes, everything she desired. The very notion unsettled Zhongshan Jing, who crossed his arms and feigned indifference, saying, That is simply wonderful. Xie Tao felt that his tone was rather sardonic. And when she turned to scrutinize him, she discerned no obvious issues on his face, leading her to conclude that Zhongshan Jing was becoming increasingly peculiar, his moods fluctuating erratically. Ever since the day Jiang Xingji arrived, he had been growing more and more strange. Xie Tao withheld her opinions and ventured outside to enjoy the show. That moment, Jin Xiao emerged, having changed into fresh attire, his expression one of despondency, clearly ensnared in the torment of social embarrassment. With his hands in his pockets, he sauntered over to Zhong Jin Liang, exuding an air of cool detachment, his tone flat. Is there something of great importance that you wish to discuss with me? These esteemed guests hail from Wind City, that I have pressing matters to attend to this afternoon and cannot accompany them on their tour. So I would like to entrust this task to you. Zhong Jinliang began to regret his earlier thoughts that he had not anticipated that Jin Chao would prove so unreliable, nor that he would possess such peculiar quirks. Would this not tarnish their base's reputation? Oh, very well. Jin Chao's eyes resembled those of a dead fish, until Xie Tao joyfully emerged from the house with Zhong Shanjing, waving at him from a distance. Tears trickled from the corners of Jin Chao's eyes. Yet, a man must not weep, especially not a cool one. He maintained his last shred of defiance and waved back at Xie Tao. Xie Tao approached, while Zhong Jinliang, unfamiliar with her, exchanged a glance with Jin Chao, who quietly explained her identity. Zhong Jinliang's expression brightened as he realized. Miss Xie Tao, I recall you were friends with Jin Chao, yes. You two carry on while I attend to my duties. A powerful ability user alongside a formidable healer ought to showcase their base's strength. Or so he believed that as Zhong Jinliang departed confidently. A group remained behind, the women evidently uninterested in exploring the base, merely acquiescing to Zhong Jinliang's request. Thus, the atmosphere grew awkward, save for Xie Tao, who scrutinized the individuals before her, particularly the woman leading the group. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding a gentle and serene aura. And the man beside her appeared to be her partner, given their intimate stance. Prophecy. Is it? Xie Tao recalled encountering similar abilities from the previous saint of the Holy Hall, who had foretold a plague that indeed transpired, with only the Holy Hall capable of curing it, leaving the nobility unscathed while a multitude of commoners perished. Consequently, Xie Tao regarded prophetic abilities with a sense of intrigue. Although she was a necromancer, often viewed as a charlatan by the common folk, she still held disdain for such practitioners. Historically, only a rare few saints from the Holy Hall possessed prophetic abilities, yet their foresight remained enigmatic, able to predict wars or plagues, yet incapable of foreseeing their own demise. What of this woman before her? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many had acquired extraordinary abilities, diverse and peculiar, some potent, others weak. The emergence of a prophetic ability was within the realm of possibility. One could not dismiss her outright as a fraud. The woman observed Zhong Shanjing, a sense of familiarity tugging at her. Yet upon closer inspection, he remained an enigma. This peculiar sensation compelled her to engage. I am Lin Ruan, visiting from Wind City. You seem somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Xie Tao stepped forward, interposing herself between them with a beaming smile. Hello. I am Xie Tao. Which one do you use? I heard you possess the ability of foresight. Is that true? Lin Ruan's smile faltered. How did you know? Her ability was not widely proclaimed, as it was merely a byproduct of her reincarnation, and foresight was an eye-catching ability best kept discreet. Xie Tao, seemingly oblivious to Lin Ruan's discomfort, leaned in eagerly. Does your foresight require any preliminary action? Is it instantaneous, or does it require a lengthy build-up? Lin Ruan looked to her boyfriend for help. But before he could intervene, Xie Tao acted. With a light slap to Lin Ruan's chest, it appeared she exerted little force. Yet, Lin Ruan was sent flying, crashing into her boyfriend's embrace, causing him to stumble several steps and nearly collide with a nearby pillar. The other ability users accompanying them, though formidable, reacted swiftly, surrounding Xie Tao. They were uncertain of Xie Tao's sudden aggression, only perceiving her disappointment as she remarked, "Oh, is that all? This foresight ability seems rather lacking. Didn't it foretell that she would be struck today? Didn't it warn her that I would act against her? Was the build-up too lengthy?" Xie Tao genuinely inquired, yet to the others, it appeared a blatant provocation. Chapter 37. Show me a prediction. The youth beside Lin Ruan was instantly enraged. Their base was vast, and its leader was his elder brother, a powerful ability user. He was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Lin Ruan was his girlfriend, and striking her was tantamount to striking his own face. Flames erupted around the youth's arm as he charged towards Xie Tao with the speed of a cannonball. Intent on confrontation, Zhong Shanjing reacted even faster, silently positioning himself in front of Xie Tao, raising his hand gently to eye. In the next moment, a fist engulfed in flames descended upon the palm of Zhong Shanjing, a chilling aura instantaneously spreading from his hand to the arm of the young man, as a wielder of fire abilities. His body temperature was significantly higher than that of an ordinary person, maintaining a constant warmth akin to having a fever. During hot weather, if he was not near ice, he would feel uncomfortable due to the heat, and in cold weather, he remained impervious to the chill. Yet at this moment, he surprisingly shuddered, the flames on his arm extinguishing with a soft hiss. "Let us not go too far." Zhong Shanjing's tone, though seemingly gentle, carried a hint of sarcasm. "Our Tao Tao has not employed any supernatural abilities. She merely made a light touch. She is not even 160 centimeters tall and weighs barely 80 pounds that a single slap from her lacks any real force. Yet you, on the other hand, resort to using your powers to bully a little girl. Isn't that a tad excessive?" His blatant double standards were evident to all that as he spoke. A faint smile graced his lips, betraying none of his unease. Xie Tao, who had been standing calmly behind Zhong Shanjing, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. After laughing, she felt slightly annoyed. "I'm 160 centimeters tall. Thank you very much." "Just right." The nonchalant demeanor of the two only served to infuriate the young man further. Clutching his slightly trembling arm, his first instinct was to call for help. There were 6 of them in total. While Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing were but 2, the odds appeared to be more in their favor. Lin Ruan felt a slight tightness in her chest and gently coughed a couple of times before grasping the young man's arm. "Yin Go, I'm fine. Please calm down." As for the man beside her, he bore a faint resemblance to someone she might know, but that familiarity was likely due to a passing similarity with another individual. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed a stranger. The only concern was how Xie Tao had discovered that her ability was foresight. Few were privy to Lin Ruan's power of foresight, all members of Zhao Linyan's team. Although they occasionally expressed dissatisfaction due to sudden orders, they clearly would not disseminate Lin Ruan's abilities. After all, Zhao Linyan had recently issued a gag order. Thus, the more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. Xie Tao. Xie Tao. She had certainly never heard that name before, nor had she encountered it in her past life. They have already slapped you in the face, and you still speak for them. I know you are kind-hearted, but in times like this, your silence will only render you contemptible. Zhao Linyan signaled for his team members to gather around, his expression suddenly turning somewhat ferocious. "You too apologize to my girlfriend, or even if you are strong, can you truly take on 6? "Why 6? Xie Tao inquired curiously, peeking her head out. "There are 6 of them that I am aware there are 6 of them." Xie Tao replied, crossing her arms and clicking her tongue. "But we also have 2. Jin Xiao. What are you talking about?" He had been dumbfounded when Xie Tao made her move. Zhongjin Liang had previously mentioned that this group had come from Wind City. Currently the largest survivor base, that it was rumored that many powerful supernatural beings resided there, and Zhao Linyan's brother, Zhao Linfeng, had gathered a formidable self-defense force. Anyone intending to provoke Wind City ought to weigh their own strength first. Though Xiang Tao's survivor base also had a considerable size, it paled in comparison to Wind City, akin to the disparity between a county and a city. This was precisely why Zhongjin Liang sought to treat this group favorably and forge a good relationship with them. However, Xie Tao had launched into an attack without hesitation, leaving Jin Xiao bewildered about the cause of the conflict. Did they harbor animosity against each other? Yet as he witnessed Zhao Linyan preparing to engage in a scuffle alongside Xie Tao, he could not remain indifferent, especially given his ties with Xie Tao. Thus, Jin Xiao steeled himself and interjected, "This must be a misunderstanding. Yes, fighting is unwise. Why don't we sit down and have a proper conversation?" Zhao Linyan let out a cold laugh, clearly unwilling to entertain such discourse that he lunged forward, ready to strike, only to find that his teammates stood frozen in place. Zhao Linyan, slowly turning his head. He noticed that aside from his girlfriend, the remaining 4 members appeared dazed and motionless. "Now it's just you 2. Xie Tao giggled, raising her hand. That moment, the little skeletons, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, emerged from the void, both adorably dressed in pretty skirts, one wielding a mop and the other a broom. Zhao Linyan paused, observing closely that he realized that Xie Tao was enveloped in a swirling black mist, tendrils of darkness extending like slender threads, ensnaring his companions. Xie Tao twirled in her dress, and the 4 teammates clumsily raised their hands, mimicking her movements in a dazed dance that a necromancer's powers extended beyond mere manipulation of corpses. Xie Tao specialized in the fusion of soul and body, typically controlling corpses for convenience. Yet she was equally capable of manipulating the souls of the living, albeit without the ability to forge long-lasting contracts as she did with the deceased. Jin Xiao. It's about to escalate. He too felt a surge of adrenaline, itching to join the fray. His hands itched as he watched Zhao Lin Yin, poised to strike, only to be restrained by Xiao Bai, who understood his predicament, that as someone affiliated with Xie Tao, openly assisting in attacking Zhao Lin Yin could jeopardize the entire faction. Xiao Bai nudged Jin Chao, who immediately caught on, turning his gaze skyward. "Ah, I see nothing. The weather is splendid today, gentle breezes and clear skies." Xie Tao pointed at Zhao Lin Yin, Baio. Xiao He and Xiao Bai charged forward, while the four manipulated teammates encircled Zhao Lin Yin from various angles. What had once given Zhao Lin Yin confidence due to his numbers now felt utterly diminished. Nevertheless, he displayed some valor, shielding Lin Ruan behind him. Yet he could only endure for less than a minute before being sent sprawling to the ground. Xie Tao navigated through the chaos and approached Lin Ruan. Her smile was irresistibly charming, reminiscent of a lively and mischievous kitten. "Now, can we have a proper chat, Lin Ruan?" She suspected that Xie Tao might have indeed met an untimely end in her previous life. Otherwise, how could her abilities remain so undetected? Surely, she could have earned a moniker akin to puppet master among supernatural beings. Unlike Zhao Lin Yin, who was inflexible and prone to rolling on the ground in a fit of anger, Lin Ruan was adaptable, knowing how to avoid confrontation. "What would you like to ask? Is your ability truly foresight? What have you foreseen?" Xie Tao inquired with curiosity. Lin Ruan. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and respond. "Yes, it is foresight, but not of the absolute kind. The ability reveals to me only what it chooses." Xie Tao gazed at her intently, suddenly asserting, "You are lying." Lin Ruan dared not meet Xie Tao's eyes, which were strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura of innocence. Yet, as one gazed longer, it became apparent that this pair of eyes saw through everything, rendering one utterly transparent. "That I am not lying." Lin Ruan gritted her teeth. "I know what will happen in the future, but I cannot foresee everything." She recounted a few predictions she had made, almost all concerning Wind City, such as a specific date when a group of ordinary individuals entering Wind City would include someone already infected, but whose unique constitution had kept the infection dormant. Only after entering the base would he fully transform into a zombie, inciting chaos and leading to many infections. Having made several such prophecies, it was clear why Zhao Lin Yin and Zhao Lin Feng placed such trust in her, granting her significant authority. Lin Ruan could mobilize people to seal the city in search of Zhongshan, not merely because she was Zhao Lin Yan's girlfriend. The past, whether true or false, remains uncertain. Now, make a new prophecy. Once you do, you may take your boyfriend and leave, Xie Tao said with a bright smile. Though my temper is not the best, I always keep my word. That a bead of sweat formed on Lin Ruan's forehead. She was not capable of foresight. Rather, she merely recounted what she had known from her previous life. The Xie Tao survivor base was not particularly large, and had it not been for that incident, Lin Ruan might never have even heard of it. Thus, her sole understanding of Xie Tao was that Jiang Xingji would soon bring about its destruction. That as she observed Zhao Lin Yin being beaten, she clenched her teeth and revealed this information. Xie Tao, true to her word, declared, "You may leave." Chapter 38. "I know where Zhongshan is." Xie Tao instantly relinquished her control. The teammates who had been pummeling Zhao Lin Yin, fists still smeared with his blood and expressions brimming with excitement, suddenly froze in shock as the control lifted. After all, they had just assaulted their superior. Even though they had been manipulated, they could still face repercussions. A group of individuals swiftly rose to their feet, hastening forward with remarkable speed to tend to Zhao Lin Yin, wiping away the blood from his face and straightening his disheveled clothing. With a brusque motion, Zhao Lin Yin brushed them aside, evidently frustrated by the indignity he had not experienced in years. The more he pondered the situation, the more suffocated he felt. After dismissing those around him, he struggled to rise independently and proceeded to grasp Lin Ruan's arm. "We must go." His eyes were reddened, clearly filled with ire. And yet, feeling powerless to retaliate, he could only harbor his resentment within, awaiting an opportunity for retribution. Once they had all departed, Zhongshan approached Xie Tao, inquiring, "You seem to have concluded that you would allow them to leave." She appeared quite perceptive. Xie Tao feigned innocence. However, with Jin Chao present, certain topics felt inappropriate for discussion, prompting Xie Tao to urge him. "About that, Zhong Jinliang, right? Weren't you supposed to accompany them around the base? You should pursue them now." Xie Tao was somewhat reluctant to chase after them, yet he had no choice but to obey his superior's orders, especially since he was being compensated by Zhong Jinliang. Thus, he begrudgingly set off in pursuit, contemplating how to broach the subject of Zhong Jinliang's esteemed guest being assaulted. Would Zhong Jinliang be amenable to this news? Clearly not. Xie Tao's assertion that Lin Ruanwan had witnessed an event was predicated on her prophecy, which without Xie Tao's intervention might have indeed come to fruition. For example, Lin Ruanwan had predicted that soon, Jiang Xingshi would massacre the survivors at the Xiangtao base. Had Jiang Xingshi not encountered Xie Tao, it was entirely plausible he would have succumbed to darkness, disregarding Zhong Jinwei's explanations, and charged forth to eliminate Zhong Jinwei and the others from the research institute. Zhong Jinliang would undoubtedly not permit such brazen behavior within the base. Should a conflict erupt, a massacre at the base would become a very real possibility. Hence, under normal circumstances, this prophecy posed no issue. However, Jiang Xingshi's encounter with Xie Tao, which led to a calm discussion with Zhong Jinwei, revealed that Zhong Jinwei was not the instigator. Thus, the prospect of annihilating the entire base was averted. At most, they would seek out the true mastermind and eliminate him. Xie Tao, a variable from another world, when excluded from the equation, rendered the logic entirely coherent, thereby confirming that Lin Ruanwan had indeed distorted the truth, albeit not entirely. Particularly after having perused numerous comics recently, Xie Tao's imagination had expanded significantly. She might be one of those who, upon inexplicably finding herself in a book, discovers she is merely a supporting character, striving to alter her fate using the script she is aware of. Zhong Shanjing interjected, "Why not suggest she's reincarnated?" Xie Tao clapped her palm against her other hand in realization that, oh yes, that possibility seems even more likely. Perhaps before the world line was reset, I never actually crossed over. Just as I can traverse dimensions, is it not reasonable for some individuals to be reborn? How is that at all reasonable? Zhong Shanjing's mind brimmed with sarcasm. Yet he took a moment to seriously contemplate the implications. They claimed he was the zombie king destined to bring about the world's end. Without Xie Tao, no one could restrain him, allowing him to think freely. Thus, the destruction of the world could very well become a reality. This indeed rationalizes why, despite having no enemies, someone would seek to apprehend him. Well, I possess a degree of foresight that I adjusted your appearance so they wouldn't recognize you. Xie Tao proudly placed her hands on her hips. Now that we know she lacks foresight, there is little to concern ourselves with. What is the saying in your world? Something about a butterfly flapping its wings. Are you referring to the butterfly effect? Indeed, a minor variable can instigate monumental changes. Moreover, individuals like me will invariably become the focal point in any world. Henceforth, all events will deviate from her knowledge, and her predictive abilities will soon falter. Xie Tao asserted with unwavering confidence. She appeared genuinely self-assured, yet oddly, this self-adulation seemed endearing coming from her. Upon reflection, Xie Tao's situation likely stemmed from her uniqueness. Had another individual made such self-aggrandizing statements, they would have been met with disdain. Acknowledging his own double standards, Zhong Shanjing had no intention of altering his perspective. After all, double standards are an inherent aspect of human nature. Are you not going to intervene if she does not instigate trouble? Xie Tao considered this possibility unlikely, for once Lin Ruanwan and her associates discerned Zhong Shanjing's identity, trouble would undoubtedly follow. They would seek to eradicate any potential threat before it could manifest, preventing Zhong Shanjing from maturing into a new zombie king. Until they possessed the means to contain him, no one would willingly cede control to Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao's willingness to grant him authority stemmed from her firm belief in his strength. She was utterly unconcerned with whether Zhong Shanjing would comply or stir up trouble. Should he indeed create complications, she could simply restrain him. "I shall endeavor to do my best," Zhong Shanjing proclaimed earnestly. Such matters are left to fate, that if she discovers, then so be it. Xie Tao merely detested complications, yet if Zhong Shanjing's value outweighed that of the trouble, she would still strive to resolve the situation. She patted Zhong Shanjing's shoulder. "There remains a considerable amount of refuse to dispose of. Do not become complacent." Zhong Shanjing could only respond with silence. Jin Chao trotted up to Zhao Linyan, his voice exuding enthusiasm. "Zhong Jinliang has requested I show you around the base. The deal you wish to explore now." Zhao Linyan, nearly beside himself with rage, retorted, "No, there is no need for your company here. You may go wherever you please. Xie Tao feigned disappointment. Then I shall take my leave. He turned on his heel, his steps noticeably lighter as he hurried off to find Zhong Jinliang. This was something he needed to report. Otherwise, if Zhong Jinliang learned it from another source, his wages would be docked. Xie Tao quickly located Zhong Jinliang, who appeared to be engaged in conversation with someone. Upon noticing Xie Tao's arrival, he waved the individual away. Xie Tao cast a lingering glance, recognizing the young man as somewhat familiar from a previous encounter. However, he dismissed this thought, prioritizing the more pressing matter at hand. Boss, we have a situation. Zhong Jinliang's heart raced at the thought of accompanying Zhao Linyan. What has transpired? Speak slowly. There is no rush. Xie Tao, who had initially been calm, responded with composure. Zhao Linyan was assaulted. Zhong Jinliang was taken aback, his mind racing with possibilities that he had anticipated news of Zhao Linyan and his group acting aggressively towards others or attempting to seize something. After all, it was not uncommon for individuals from the large base to exhibit arrogance. It was best to give way to them, and any damages could be compensated later. However, never did he expect that Zhao Linyan himself had been the victim. Was there anyone within their base capable of besting Zhao Linyan? Even if there were, could anyone contend with him while surrounded by his followers? Xie Tao was the one who struck him, but it is unclear. Not too severe. Zhao Linyan likely left to find a place to rest. I don't have further details. While Xie Tao did not entirely lack knowledge, his vague responses were nonetheless exasperating. Zhong Jinliang slammed his hand on the table, causing a resounding noise. Who are you trying to fool? Isn't Xie Tao merely a caretaker? The notion of a caretaker striking Zhao Linyan was preposterous. Xie Tao's expression was one of utmost innocence that if you ask me, who should I inquire of? I, too, am curious how a caretaker could strike Zhao Linyan, as I did not witness it. Zhong Jinliang pressed. Then what were you doing at that moment? Enjoying the scenery. Xie Tao replied with unyielding conviction. Zhong Jinliang was left speechless as he rose, intent on locating Zhao Linyan, unwilling to allow the situation to escalate. If it did, the implications could be dire. After all, Zhao Linyan was no ordinary ability user. He was the younger brother of Zhao Linfeng, the ruler of Fengsheng. The bond between these brothers was genuine. Unlike that between him and Zhong Jinwei, they were true brothers, and it was inconceivable that one would stand idly by while the other was harmed. Zhong Jinliang had no time to attend to other matters. He resolved to address this issue first. Meanwhile, Zhao Linyan felt utterly humiliated, particularly in front of his girlfriend and numerous subordinates. To be overpowered and beaten in such a manner was a profound disgrace. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. That it was none other than Wu Xiaoqiao. You are searching for Zhong Shanjing, correct? I know where he is. Chapter 39. So what if it was me? Wu Xiaoqiao was not entirely certain that this Zhong Shanjing was indeed the one they sought. She had merely seen the wanted poster and thought Zhong Shanjing bore some resemblance to the image, coupled with having heard Xie Tao refer to someone by that name. Thus, she aimed to stir up trouble for Xie Tao. Having previously suffered setbacks at Xie Tao's hands, she felt compelled to retaliate. Otherwise, Xie Tao might genuinely believe her to be an easy target. With this mindset, Wu Xiaoqiao intercepted Zhao Linyan after eavesdropping on their conversation, waiting until Xie Tao had departed before approaching Zhao Linyan. While she remained unaware of the reasons behind their pursuit of Zhong Shanjing, her goal was simply to create some inconvenience for those two. That although I am uncertain as to why you are seeking Zhong Shanjing, did you not just recently encounter him? Wu Xiaoqiao remarked coolly. Could it be that you failed to recognize him? Zhao Linyan and Lin Ruan exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, they recalled the young man who stood beside Xie Tao, someone who appeared vaguely familiar, yet seemed oddly strange upon closer inspection. Zhong Shanjing. Unbeknownst to Xie Tao, Wu Xiaoqiao had already established contact with Zhao Linyan and the others. After a considerable effort tidying up the room, more accurately, after Xiao He and Xiao Bai had painstakingly arranged it, Xie Tao set out. She intended to purchase some new seeds to plant on the large balcony. Strawberries being particularly suitable. Planting a small patch would allow her to indulge in the delightful experience of picking and eating them herself. However, upon stepping outside, she unexpectedly collided with Zhong Jinliang, who bore a countenance as if the sky had fallen. That he rushed forward, adjusting himself slightly upon seeing Xie Tao. I heard you hit Zhao Linyan? Yes, Xie Tao never shied away from acknowledging her actions. She did what she did, and there was no reason to conceal it. Zhao Linyan exclaimed, "I don't believe it. How could a mere nurse possibly defeat Zhao Linyan?" As he spoke, his voice quivered. "You must be joking, right?" Xie Tao gazed at him with a look of pity, gradually erasing his smile. Zhongjin Liang, clearly distressed, began pacing with his hands clasped behind his back. What on earth happened that it escalated to this extent? Xie Tao recounted the situation in a serious manner. His girlfriend claimed to possess precognitive abilities, which I found unbelievable, so I gave her a little push. Sure enough, she couldn't foresee it. That Lin Zhongshanjing interjected from the side. Zhao Linyan. Oh yes. Zhao Linyan was about to strike me, and then I hit him. Xie Tao insisted that her account was entirely truthful, watching as Zhongjin Liang's expression twisted in horror, visibly on the verge of fracturing again. Yet, Xie Tao maintained a demeanor of utter nonchalance. Not a hint of guilt or even a trace of unease could be discerned. Zhongjin Liang clutched his chest, momentarily at a loss for words. The realization that Xie Tao could contend with Zhao Linyan, even with Zhong Shanjing's assistance, indicated her formidable strength. She was certainly not an ordinary nurse. Let us not forget, Zhong Shanjing was not the only one with allies. Zhao Linyan had numerous teammates as well. Could he afford to offend Zhao Linyan while sparing Xie Tao? Zhongjin Liang truly felt as though he had inadvertently offended a formidable deity, that if he were to incur Zhao Linyan's wrath, it was conceivable that Fengcheng would curtail the development of the Xiang Tao survivor base. In the end, he could only exclaim, "You truly are my little ant. What am I to do about this mess you've created?" That is the young master of Fengcheng. If you offend him, you'll have to worry about being pursued when you step outside. How about this? You join our base's security team, and I will speak with that young master that if the situation isn't too dire, perhaps we can settle this privately. After all, Zhao Linfeng was the leader of a significant base. He surely possessed a broader perspective and would not target an entire base over a single incident involving his brother. It must be said that Zhongjin Liang was indeed far more astute than his younger brother, Zhongjin Wei. In this regard, he was the type suited to leadership, an affable facade paired with a cunning heart. Xie Tao perceived him clearly. Having encountered many such individuals, she found them rather tiresome to know if he truly desired revenge. Let him come. At worst, I will simply seek refuge in the second-largest base and join their security team. Zhongjin Liang's expression instantly stiffened. He had not anticipated that beneath Xie Tao's seemingly naive exterior lay a shrewd intellect, her disdain for Xiang Tao palpable. Zhongjin Liang nearly faltered. Had he not cultivated his skills as an affable deceiver, he might have scowled openly. After a few more futile attempts to persuade her, he finally turned and left, his demeanor darkening in an instant. Xie Tao observed his hurried, stiff gait as he departed and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Zhong Shanjing remarked from beside her, "You've offended him that he is, by nature, a most disagreeable individual. Offending him is of no consequence." Xie Tao had seen her fair share of such people at the sanctuary and was left with a sense of PTSD. Encountering them now, she perceived them as hypocrites, duplicitous, and cold-hearted. Truly powerful individuals harbor no fear of offending anyone. If someone is overly cautious, it merely indicates their lack of strength. Should all the experts from the sanctuary mobilize, I might feel a twinge of concern, but in this apocalyptic world... She narrowed her exquisite cat-like eyes, clearly dismissing the abilities of the supernatural. This was quite normal, as the apocalypse had only recently commenced. Even if the supernatural beings possessed potential, it had yet to fully develop. As for Xie Tao, she had lived for centuries, possessing extraordinary talent. Even the formidable forces of the sanctuary needed countless experts to capture her. And despite their attempts, they had failed, allowing her to escape. Xie Tao recalled the most powerful necromancer, who had visited her before the end of her lifespan. Before her demise, he had entrusted her with something of great importance. This kindly elder genuinely hoped for the emergence of a being among the necromancers who could rival the gods, that if that day ever arrived, perhaps the necromancers would no longer need to hide, and the sanctuary could no longer act so brazenly. Alas, she would not witness that day. Xie Tao was not arrogant. Her pride was rooted in her strength. Moreover, she leaned closer to Zhong Shanjing and whispered, "He truly is quite pathetic, Zhong Shanjing. If Zhong Jinliang were to hear this, he would likely be infuriated if one day I truly become a being akin to a zombie king. How far would I be from you? Zhong Shanjing suddenly found himself intrigued by this notion. Xie Tao gestured with her fingers, indicating a distance that appeared quite close, but before Zhong Shanjing could feel any comfort. She added, "Ha ha ha, just kidding, it's a world apart, Zhong Shanjing." Xie Tao was indeed a wicked woman. Then this wicked woman smiled sweetly and said, "Due to the differing power systems, my world is one of high magic. While yours can only be classified as low magic," Tao put it plainly, "even the mightiest warriors of a martial arts world cannot compare to the titans of a fairy tale realm." Zhong Shanjing. However, if one day you can break through the limits of this world and continue to ascend, you will eventually witness the vistas I behold. When Xie Tao spoke these words, she appeared different from her usual self. She often wore a smile, as if nothing ever troubled her, and at times seemed quite naive, not at all like someone who had lived for centuries. Yet in this moment, her gaze was so profound, so penetrating, that it conveyed a sense of having endured much, having ascended to the pinnacle, only to lower her head and observe those below, watching the successors chase after her retreating figure. Even imbued with a hint of tolerance, Zhong Shanjing exhaled deeply, feeling his fingertips tremble, not from rage or resentment, but from exhilaration. Xie Tao had unveiled vistas he was never meant to see, liberating him from the confines of this world, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. After Xie Tao finished speaking, she reverted to her cheerful demeanor, "That if you allow me to dissect you, I will guide you. Why not become my disciple? Although your talent is rather average, I will not disdain you. You merely wish to dissect me," Zhong Shanjing said, placing a hand atop her head. Inciting Xie Tao to swat at his palm in protest, "I am genuinely sincere in wanting to teach you. You truly wish to dissect me." Chapter 40. A sudden turn of events. Zhong Jinliang felt a build-up of frustration within him as he prepared to seek out Zhao Linyan to gauge his sentiments, only to find Jin Chao exiting. "Where's Zhao Linyan?" He left. Jin Chao replied, still somewhat bewildered. "Did he not inform you?" Zhong Jinliang. Jin Chao had initially come to deliver something, but upon seeing them leave, he greeted them, only to be ignored. "You forget it. I'll go myself." Jin Chao, lacking in emotional intelligence, thought it better not to aggravate the situation further, and he decided to catch up with Zhao Linyan himself. After all, he could not allow matters to worsen, could he? Just as Zhong Jinliang rushed out, he encountered a young man approaching him. "About what happened earlier. Let's discuss it later. I have pressing matters to attend to." Zhong Jinliang felt a sense of despair. What had begun as a promising situation might have led to the establishment of good relations with Feng Cheng, potentially opening avenues for collaboration. Now, however, was he to drink soup, bone ash soup? As Zhong Jinliang pondered while stepping outside, he failed to notice Jin Chao casting a puzzled glance at the young man. Why is it him again? In recent days, Jiang Xingji has refrained from disturbing Xie Tao, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. This has brought a sense of relief to Zhong Shanqing, who harbors a distinct aversion towards Jiang Xingji. As for the reasons behind his dislike, Zhong Shanqing finds it difficult to articulate precisely. The mere sight of Jiang Xingji near Xie Tao unsettles him. Conversely, Zhong Jinwei has visited twice, delivering some items to Xie Tao. Within just a couple of days, Zhong Shanqing observed Xie Tao once again handling dissection tools. Zhong Shanqing remarked, "Wasn't Xie Tao joking about performing dissections? When have I ever made such a jest?" Upon hearing his incredulity, Xie Tao was taken aback. "What is there to joke about? Of course, it's genuine. Ever since the day I found you, I've been looking forward to this. The only reason I haven't done it is due to environmental constraints. And although I have some tools, a portion of them is defective, and I couldn't find replacements, so I set them aside for the time being." Now that she has met Zhong Jinwei, a researcher in biology with a plethora of dissection tools at his disposal, she procured some from him. Zhong Jinwei has been visiting frequently to bring supplies to Xie Tao and has developed a keen interest in the creatures known as Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Although he understands that their nature may resemble supernatural abilities, the allure remains undeniable. As he rummaged through the tools with remarkable dexterity, he inquired, "What do you intend to dissect? Animals or humans? Why do you need to know so much?" Xie Tao retorted, not planning to divulge her intentions. After acquiring the items, she promptly pushed him out, akin to a scoundrel who refuses to acknowledge their actions after pulling up their trousers. Zhong Jinwei could only leave. Brimming with curiosity, Xie Tao, unfamiliar with the dissection tools of this era, did not immediately proceed, but instead opted to practice on the small creatures that Xiao He and Xiao Bai would soon consume, such as rabbits. Zhong Shanqing watched helplessly as she became acquainted with the instruments while dissecting a rabbit, his appetite waning significantly. Once she completed the task, she turned to find Zhong Shanqing reclining peacefully on the sofa. Resembling a being that had already undergone dissection, after washing her hands, she leaped onto Zhong Shanqing, causing him to spring up, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Zombies lack pain perception, right? If they do, just bear with it. It won't take long." Zhong Shanqing merely responded with silence. Xie Tao, devoid of any compassion, embraced him from behind, insisting, "Turn around, turn around, turn around, and look at me." "Say you consent." Slowly he complied, his gaze tranquil and deep, reminiscent of a starless night sky. "Very well, I consent." Indeed, Zhong Shanqing was willing, fully aware that Xie Tao's interest in him stemmed largely from curiosity, but also partly from genuine concern for him. His body had issues, occasionally spiraling out of control. Zhong Shanqing was not averse to pain. He merely enjoyed teasing Xie Tao, but upon her pouncing onto him, his act faltered. After a moment, he muttered, "You're pressing on me." Xie Tao, wide-eyed with realization, lowered her head and exclaimed, "Oh no! Zombies can also." Zhong Shanqing swiftly covered her mouth, his expression unexpectedly filled with irritation. "They can. Even as a zombie, I remain a perfectly normal man." At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted, and Jin Chao poked his head in. "What lewd conversation are you two having? Let me in on it." Jin Chao had come to inquire about Zhao Linyan's situation, but was taken aback by the scene inside. After a brief pause, he smirked, "I'll come back later. Is half an hour sufficient? If not, I can wait another hour." Zhong Shanqing sighed, while Xie Tao chirped, 5 minutes is ample." Jin Chao's cool demeanor crumbled into one of intrigue at the mere mention of 5 minutes. Zhong Shanqing, usually composed, could no longer maintain his facade. "Stop saying things that could lead to misunderstandings. It's your minds that are so filthy." Xie Tao, unperturbed, leaped from the sofa and declared, "I am a pure magical girl. Unlike the rest of you." This left even Jin Chao speechless. Half an hour later, as Jin Chao departed, he had calmly lingered for dinner, drawn by the delicious braised rabbit. Once he left, Xie Tao tucked herself under the covers, preparing for sleep. However, scarcely 2 hours had passed before chaos erupted. Initially, distant sounds of panic echoed, rapidly escalating nearby. Within minutes, Xie Tao was fully alert. Upon seeing Zhong Shanqing emerge from the room, still rubbing his eyes, yet with a glimmer of awareness, he realized the unfolding events were likely to be quite interesting. Just as Jin Chao, who had also recently settled down, began knocking frantically, he shouted, "Something is wrong. Don't sleep any longer. I'm heading to the assembly point. Be cautious. We need to go." Xie Tao hastily donned a coat and pulled Zhong Shanqing outside. Presently, the Xie Tao survivor base housed numerous remaining humans. Yet at this moment, throngs of zombies were attacking the populace. While the awakened superhumans fought back, ordinary individuals, especially those caught in slumber during the late hours, were bitten and captured, succumbing to the virus. By the time most had roused, the situation had spiraled out of control. Amid the mingling of humans and zombies, identifying who was who became nearly impossible in the absence of light. Everyone grasped whatever weapons were at hand, retaliating against attacks, plunging the scene into further chaos. The Xie Tao survivor base's superhuman self-defense team hastily assembled, with Jin Chao wielding a megaphone, shouting, "Stay calm. Living individuals, gather in this direction." Amidst the turmoil, the sound of a baby's wail pierced the air, causing the zombies to become even more agitated. Zhong Shanqing squinted in confusion. After all, the daytime, and even the early night, had been relatively tranquil. Moreover, every individual entering the Xie Tao survivor base should have undergone quarantine, especially ordinary people. How could such a sudden influx of infected individuals occur? Could it be that a concealed superhuman, harboring injuries, infiltrated the Xie Tao survivor base and transformed into a zombie tonight? Sensing Zhong Shanqing's thoughts, Xie Tao crossed her arms, stating, "They brought it in themselves. It's just uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental. Shall we take a gamble? I suspect it was intentional. That I share the same suspicion." "How infuriating. That makes it impossible to wager," Xie Tao huffed. You were much cuter when I first met you. Now you've become increasingly wicked. Zhong Shanqing retorted confidently. One becomes tainted by their company. Is that not a natural outcome? While they conversed, several injured individuals rapidly transformed into zombies. Attacking those around them. In an instant, the Xie Tao survivor base descended into chaos. Chapter 41. The Shadowy Manipulator. Typically, a normal person would take over 10 hours to transform into a zombie post-infection. Those with robust constitutions might endure for 2 to 3 days, while the weaker might succumb within 5 to 6 hours. Yet before Zhong Shanqing and Xie Tao, many appear to have been bitten, and before they could even cry out, had already morphed into zombies. The speed was astonishing, leaving those nearby unable to react, resulting in an increasing number of zombies among the crowd and a rising death toll. This uprising began silently. No one could ascertain what had transpired to lead to such chaos. Xie Tao seized a nearby zombie, a dark aura unfurling from her like threads, penetrating its body. She conducted a swift examination, noting, "This one is quite different from the previous zombies. Humans transform into zombies following infection by the zombie virus, which devours their cells and eventually reaches the brain. However, this particular zombie gave the impression that the virus had been directly injected into its brain, causing an accelerated transformation. Moreover, this virus exhibited subtle differences from those found in other zombies Xie Tao had encountered, suggesting a certain mutation, a familiar yet foreign strain that we need to find. Jiang Xingji, you mean?" Zhong Shanqing, quick-witted, grasped the issue at hand. Xie Tao nodded, releasing Xiaohe and Xiao Bai to regain control of the situation. She lacked the time to subdue the zombies one by one. Instead, she opted to let Xiaohe and Xiao Bai manage the chaos to quell this uprising. They needed to address the root cause, which had emerged 2 hours prior. After Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei had a private conversation, they discovered that the matter they were aware of concealed a true puppet master. This mastermind had manipulated Zhong Jinwei while simultaneously using Jiang Xingji as a scapegoat. Undoubtedly someone from the research institute, that it was imperative to ascertain his identity and intentions. Thus, although the two did not engage directly, they were clandestinely investigating the issue and exchanging information. Jiang Xingji maintained a strained relationship with Zhong Jinliang. Despite temporarily remaining at the Xie Tao survivor base, he refrained from any interactions with Zhong Jinliang. Zhong Jinwei's sole desire was to fulfill his agreement with Zhong Jinliang and, upon completion, distance himself from the Xie Tao survivor base to seek refuge elsewhere. His aversion to Zhong Jinliang was genuine. Had it not been for the many innocent researchers trapped in their predicament, he would have never reached out to Zhong Jinliang. Nevertheless, it was precisely this predicament that led Zhong Jinwei to covenant with Zhong Jinliang. Upon completing the research, he would hand over the results to Zhong Jinliang, thereby securing his departure. Zhong Jinwei devoted himself tirelessly to the research lab, seldom venturing out unless necessary, driven by a fervent desire to expedite the completion of his findings and escape the Xie Tao survivor base. Dressed and gloved, he prepared to embark on a new phase of research derived from a rather peculiar zombie. From it, Zhong Jinwei had discovered a unique toxin, which he meticulously extracted and studied for an extended period, striving to develop a vaccine that would prevent human transformation into zombies post-infection. Should he succeed, it would represent a monumental breakthrough. With this serum, Zhong Jinliang could elevate the status of the Xie Tao survivor base and engage in trade for valuable resources with other bases. Thus, even though Zhong Jinliang harbored no fondness for Zhong Jinwei, he offered him favorable conditions, albeit persistently nagging him, which greatly irritated Zhong Jinwei that if such a crucial research could be completed in haste, he would be regarded not as a genius, but as a deity, a new world's kami. Such an individual, lacking comprehension of scientific inquiry, yet reveling in meddling, would provoke his immediate disdain, regardless of their shared bloodline or previously amicable relations. The contagion of this virus was indeed alarming. Zhong Jinwei mused aloud while perusing the data. Its infection rate surpassed that of ordinary zombie viruses. Yet fortunately, its vulnerability was also heightened, with a simpler structure than typical viruses. This was precisely our opportunity. Standing beside him, the bespectacled youth, Zhou Zhaoqi, smiled and remarked, "Had it not been for its relatively straightforward structure, we would have needed considerably more time to decipher it." Zhou Zhaoqi, appearing somewhat puzzled, inquired, "A finger is missing?" "I am unaware. Since our last extraction, we have not reopened the jar. Indeed, I have not opened it again. Zhong Jinwei emphasized the word, however, it is undeniably missing a finger. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoqi frowned. You aren't suspecting me, are you? Understood, that I will cooperate with you from now on, that if we are to investigate, we should not only scrutinize our internal affairs. During the transfer from the Research Institute to the Xie Tao survivor base, there was a group of ability users who also had access to that it is prudent to examine all possibilities. Zhou Xiaoqi adjusted his glasses and added, You seem to harbor a strong dislike for your brother. I will discuss this matter with Zhong Jinliang. You should continue your research here to know. I will confront him, Zhong Jinwei countered. Zhou Xiaoqi appeared somewhat displeased. Our areas of expertise differ. It is only sensible to adhere to our respective roles. What has been troubling you lately? You seem a bit off. Has someone said something to you? Nothing, Zhong Jinwei replied tersely. He is, after all, my brother, regardless of my feelings as long as I reside at the Xie Tao survivor base. I must confront him. Therefore, I might as well begin by attempting to communicate with him. Zhou Xiaoqi fell silent momentarily. Did I in that case? Go ahead. Did I hope that during your conversation, no issues arise, especially since this is not your forte. Understood. Zhong Jinwei closed the materials in his hand. That I shall go shortly. His demeanor often appeared languid, as if he were in no hurry, except when conducting experiments. Zhou Xiaoqi observed him methodically packing his belongings and summarizing the data, struggling to suppress his own impatience as he watched Zhong Jinwei depart. And no sooner had Zhong Jinwei left than Zhou Xiaoqi followed, indeed intending to discuss the issue with Zhong Jinliang. The relationship between the two brothers was already strained, and with one lacking emotional intelligence, the conversation was bound to be awkward. Zhong Jinliang, resembling a boy with a forced smile, acknowledged, I understand your request, and will take it seriously. I need you to mobilize all available personnel immediately to clarify this situation. Since its disappearance until my discovery of the issue, several days may have elapsed. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. Zhong Jinwei spoke bluntly. Put everything aside. First resolve this matter, that I will. Zhong Jinliang continued his facade of a forced smile. After Zhong Jinwei departed, Zhou Xiaoqi entered. Did he come looking for you? He did, and he is indeed a handful. When will this research finally conclude? Upon Zhou Xiaoqi's arrival, Zhong Jinliang no longer concealed his true expression. His face darkened. Had it not been for his unique capability to expedite this project, I would have eliminated him long ago. Zhou Xiaoqi chuckled lightly at this juncture. Why not simply inform him? If he wishes to cease his research, threaten him with his life. But what if he is willing to sacrifice his life? Such a bookish fool, whose thoughts were inscrutable to them. Zhong Jinliang expressed his agitation. You must find a way to placate this matter. Hasten him to produce results. And when the time comes, you will take the credit while I benefit and let him meet his demise. Zhou Xiaoqi was about to retort when the door suddenly swung open, revealing Jiang Xingji standing at the threshold, his expression impassive as he regarded them. That I have found it. Chapter 42. The selfish bring annihilation. Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei devised a plan for Zhong Jinwei to bait a trap. Hoping to see who would take the bait, to their surprise, 2 substantial catches fell into their net. That's so. This was your doing. Jiang Xingji grasped the severed finger, his gaze icy. Zhou Xiaoqi, I have treated you fairly. He could have chosen to disregard the researchers at the Institute, for he was unfamiliar with any of them. They were merely strangers hiding in the same location, the only connection between them. Yet, as they were all researchers, most lacked the ability to protect themselves, compelling Jiang Xingji to volunteer for the perilous task of resource gathering, alongside several security personnel and others who happened to be sheltering there. Empathy dictated that even if Zhou Xiaoqi lacked gratitude, he should not have acted in such a manner. Now it became evident that Zhou Xiaoqi was precisely that sort of person, that he had not only exploited Jiang Xingji by placing the severed finger on him to divert a portion of zombies, thereby rendering the area around the Research Institute somewhat safer, but he had also betrayed Zhong Jinwei. From their conversations, it was clear that since only Zhong Jinwei could conduct this research, they intended to manipulate him into hastening his work. Once the results were produced, they would eliminate Zhong Jinwei and attribute the achievement to Zhou Xiaoqi, misleading the world into believing he was the true researcher behind the serum. Zhou Xiaoqi, being a researcher himself, although not nearly as brilliant as Zhong Jinwei, could easily replicate the serum. Once aware of the process that he would garner fame, continuously supplying Zhong Jinliang with the serum, who in turn could trade the concoction for valuable resources from other bases. Both would acquire their desired outcomes while disposing of the individual Zhong, Jinliang despised. It seemed they had orchestrated a grand scheme. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that Jiang Xingji had not only survived but had also awakened his abilities, changing his identity and infiltrating the base, even collaborating with Zhong Jinwei to unveil the puppet master behind the scenes. Jiang Xingji's gaze darkened. He would not let these two escape unscathed in the shadows of the night. Undetected, a dark mist began to emanate from him, spreading outward in all directions. Zhou Zhaoqi reacted swiftly. He is merely an ordinary person. If we kill him and seize Zhong Jinwei, no one will know what transpired. Zhong Jinliang, possessing abilities as well, was exceedingly cautious. Residing near him was a small squad of guards, and he quickly activated the alert system, summoning the entire team to ensure his safety. Lacking combat abilities, Zhou Zhaoqi retreated to the back, awaiting Zhong Jinliang to deal with Jiang Xingji. But a fleeting moment. The inky mist had already enveloped Zhong Jinliang. That'd be by the time he realized it. The chilling tendrils of fog had already brushed against him. The next instant erupted in a blood-curdling scream, piercingly shrill. The hand that had touched the mist was instantaneously dissolved. He stumbled backward in a frenzy, but it was too late to salvage that hand. From the elbow down, it vanished silently, leaving behind a stark view of flesh and sinew at the severed end, the wound unnaturally smooth, with no blood seeping forth for the moment. Didn't you claim he lacked any abilities? Zhong Jinliang cursed vehemently, this utterance becoming his last words. The black mist, agile and cunning, expanded rapidly upon sensing his retreat, coalescing into a small fog zone that swiftly engulfed Zhong Jinliang, who had not yet distanced himself significantly. He barely emitted a half-scream before all fell silent. When the mist finally dissipated, all that remained on the ground was a pool of dark crimson liquid. Not a single intact remnant of bone or flesh was in sight. Zhou Zhaoqi's complexion turned ashen, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Jiang Xingji had not only survived but had awakened a terrifying ability. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, colliding with a team of ability users rushing in for rescue. The leader was none other than the beleaguered vice-captain, who had just been roused from slumber, and upon arrival, he found Jiang Xingji alongside the fleeing Zhou Zhaoqi. They had encountered one another before at a party hosted by Xie Tao, both tacitly acknowledging each other as friends of Xie Tao, thus refraining from immediate confrontation. What transpired? The vice-captain inquired, furrowing his brow upon discovering Zhong Jinliang's absence. I bear you no ill will. I seek only to slay him, that we have personal grievances. Jiang Xingji reluctantly offered a brief explanation, considering Xie Tao's involvement. From behind the crowd, Zhou Zhaoqi shouted, He killed Zhong Jinliang. That pool on the ground is Zhong Jinliang's corpse. You cannot let him go. The vice-captain was taken aback, waking from a slumber to find a colleague gone. Is that truly the case? He hesitated, clearly uncertain of the particulars. Just because Zhou Zhaoqi proclaimed that the pool was Zhong Jinliang's, did that necessarily confirm it? He has slain 7 or 8 of my comrades. I shall not allow him to escape. Jiang Xingji raised his hand, manipulating the black mist. From this moment forth, I shall pursue solely him. However, should you choose to obstruct me, I will not show restraint. He could afford not to harm the vice-captain. But others were not friends of Xie Tao. Jiang Xingji, he seeks to harm. Jiang Wei, who had stealthily approached but kept his distance for fear of collateral damage, caught sight of Zhou Zhaoqi at the rear. Seizing the last ability user, he frantically inflicted a wound upon him. The unsuspecting ally had not anticipated betrayal from a teammate, leaving him defenseless. After being injured, the ally instinctively pushed Zhou Zhaoqi away, who fell to the ground, rolling twice before grinning menacingly. Did you truly believe I left no contingency? Following this declaration, he bolted, prompting some to instinctively attempt to intervene, only to witness the wounded ability user collapse to his knees, clutching his throat while making raspy sounds, though he had not been injured there. Just as his teammates moved to assist, Jiang Wei's voice echoed from afar. Stay away from him. He has turned into a zombie. Impossible. This was the foremost thought racing through that individual's mind. Setting aside the duration required for a person to transform into a zombie, this was an ability user who typically resisted infection, and moreover had not suffered injury from a zombie. Suddenly, The kneeling ability user lunged at him, his pallid face contorted with veins protruding, eyes rolling uncontrollably, strange drool trickling from his lips. After pouncing upon his teammate, he swiftly sank his teeth into the ally's throat, eliciting a scream as they tumbled together, soon falling silent. Jiang Xingji had initially intended to pursue Zhou Xiaoqi, yet Jiang Wei's frantic cries from behind rang out. "We cannot let the virus spread." Zhou Xiaoqi must have extracted the virus and infected that ability user. The mere thought of Xie Tao still being within the confines of the base caused Jiang Xingji to click his tongue in irritation. Halting his pursuit of Zhou Xiaoqi and turning instead to confront the two infected ability users. The vice captain remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, hesitating as Jiang Wei, who was also known to him, quickly conveyed the urgency of the situation. Zhou Xiaoqi has infected those two with a virus extracted from the body of a zombie. Stay away from them. This virus is highly abnormal. Its infection rate is alarmingly rapid. Even ability users cannot resist it. Do not approach them. The nearby ability users recoiled in fear. In the face of zombies, most felt emboldened, believing themselves less susceptible to infection and possessing superior combat prowess. But if a virus truly existed that could instantaneously infect ability users, I will handle them. Pursue Zhou Xiaoqi. Should Zhou Xiaoqi escape, Jiang Xingji would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. Understanding this, Jiang Wei grasped the vice captain's arm, urging him to join the chase after Zhou Xiaoqi. Zhou Xiaoqi. Jiang Wei's face was a mask of despair as he insisted on dragging the vice captain along, running outside. "What on earth are you doing?" "That jar contains zombies." Jiang Wei gasped for breath. "We must find Xie Tao. We cannot handle this." Just as they exited the laboratory, the sound of a baby's cries echoed behind them. Jiang Wei gritted his teeth, cursing Zhou Xiaoqi, that he could scarcely believe that Zhou Xiaoqi would unleash a zombie to sow chaos, that if no one could control that zombie, all would perish. With the speed at which that virus spread, and its strength against which even ability users could not contend, it was likely that all survivor bases would fall, and humanity itself could face extinction. Jiang Wei dared not dwell on the thought, resolutely pulling the vice captain to seek out Xie Tao, convinced that Xie Tao might hold the key to resolving their plight. The zombie, drenched and having been submerged in a concoction, awoke, resembling an infant, yet devoid of the innocent smile of a baby, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth akin to a shark's, that its eyes glowed a sinister crimson, and from every pore of its pallid skin, bright red liquid oozed forth. The awakened zombie found itself in a ravenous state, sniffing the air thick with the scent of humanity, letting out a sound akin to a weeping laugh. Here, there are many morsels. Chapter 43. You shall be named Little Red. Thus unfolded the events of 2 hours prior. Zhou Xiaoqi had released the mutant progenitor, biting a regular human, resulting in the virus rapidly spreading among the populace, plunging the entire Xie Tao survivor base into chaos. That he had seized the opportunity to flee while the progenitor was still in a state of partial awakening. Zhou Xiaoqi's plan was simple. As long as the base descended into turmoil, there would be no need for scrutiny at the exits, allowing him to escape unnoticed amidst the chaos. That in his haste, he had forsaken most of his belongings, carrying only a few precious items, and began stealthily making his way toward the exit. The air was filled with screams. Many had perished due to his actions, becoming zombies, yet he exhibited no remorse, consumed solely by the urge to escape, lamenting the disorderly path that hindered his flight. Just as Zhou Xiaoqi neared the entrance, preparing to slip away amidst the chaos, a plastic bottle suddenly fell from above. Instinctively, he looked up, only to find someone perched on the wall, accompanied by another shadow. "Did I ask you? Where do you think you're running off to?" Xie Tao's languid voice broke the air, and Zhou Xiaoqi's immediate reaction was that this caregiver posed no threat. She could not stop him. "You truly are despicable," Xie Tao remarked coolly. "The deaths of everyone in this base matter not to you, as long as you can survive, correct? What business is it of yours? You would do well not to court death." Zhou Xiaoqi retorted venomously that if you're seeking a death wish, I'd be more than happy to oblige. In truth, he merely sought to intimidate Xie Tao, for he knew that wasting time here could prove perilous with Jiang Xingji hot on his trail. Xie Tao suddenly chuckled, prompting Zhong Shanqing to inquire, "What is so amusing?" The last person to utter such words to me was the holy son of the sanctuary. Care to guess what became of him? Xie Tao replied with a smile, her eyes glimmering with mischief. It's been quite some time since I've heard anyone speak like that. It feels rather novel. That's rather amusing. The two conversed nonchalantly against the wall, causing Zhou Zhaoqi's expression to contort in frustration. Yet he remained apprehensive of Jiang Xingji's imminent pursuit. With a determined grimace, he bolted, disregarding Xie Tao entirely. However, just as he reached the entrance, he found himself suspended in midair, as if a hamster running on a wheel, unable to escape his predicament. Xie Tao laughed heartily, clearly entertained, while Zhou Zhaoqi struggled futilely to break free. His expression twisted in desperation. What do you intend to do? I've never wronged you. Xie Tao discovered that he harbored no intention of remorse, and could not help but exclaim, the last time I encountered someone so outrageous was indeed the last time. When do you suppose Jiang Xingji will arrive? I can hardly contain myself. The moment Zhou Zhaoqi heard Jiang Xingji's name, he instantly realized that Xie Tao was targeting him, and his expression changed dramatically. Filled with trepidation, what do you want? I can give you anything. We have no grievances, do we? If that is the case, why not spare me? I can. Before he could finish his plea, Xiao Bai suddenly sprang forth from an unknown location and stuffed a sock into his mouth. He was left struggling helplessly, attempting to escape, until approximately 10 minutes later when Jiang Xingji arrived in haste. And I must say, you are rather slow, Xie Tao complained. I have been waiting here for quite some time. My apologies, Jiang Xingji instinctively replied, looking up at Xie Tao perched against the wall. He could not help but muse. I am fortunate to have you. Xie Tao, utterly disdainful, urged him. Hasten to resolve this. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Xingji turned to regard Zhou Zhaoqi, whose mouth was tightly gagged, emitting muffled whimpers, evidently unwilling to meet his end. Little did he consider that many others wished to survive. Should he perish, even if Jiang Xingji did not take his life, countless others would seek to do so. In an instant, dark mist enveloped Zhou Zhaoqi. Jiang Xingji, clearly loathing the man, allowed his demise to be slow and torturous. First ensnaring his legs, then his arms, and gradually creeping upwards from his waist. Death arrived slowly and painfully, affording Zhou Zhaoqi ample time to contemplate his misdeeds and regrets. Perhaps he would possess the slightest opportunity for contrition before the conclusion of his brief existence. Whether he would seize that opportunity, who can say? Once Zhou Zhaoqi had completely vanished from this world, Xie Tao yawned and leaped down. I shall attend to the remaining matters. You contact the vice captain and devise a means to seal off the entire base. Are you implying that the Xiangtao survivor base is to disappear? Xie Tao, accompanied by Zhong Shanjing, traversed the chaotic sanctuary of Xiangtao survivors. She released Xiaohe and Xiao Bai while simultaneously bringing in a few underlings, and then began searching for the presence of the mother body throughout the base. What was brought into the base was a zombie that bore a slight resemblance to an infant. Its mother had been infected with the virus while still alive, and in a desperate attempt to ensure her child's survival, she had opened her own body while still conscious. She believed she would deliver a healthy child, oblivious to the fact that the infant had already been infected via the umbilical cord, mutating even before the mother was aware that it was a terrifying entity even before birth, and by a peculiar twist of fate. When the mother performed the cesarean, Zhou Zhaoqi happened to pass by. Due to its incomplete development, the zombie infant was not yet as formidable. The subsequent events are well known. Zhong Jinwei conducted research on it, discovering it was a mutated zombie, its internal virus distinct from that of other zombies. This marked the beginning of it all, that I found it. Xie Tao abruptly turned her gaze toward a specific direction where her underling had discovered the youthful mother body. I say, if you are to become the zombie king in the future, why are you not yet as impressive as this one? Xie Tao remarked as she walked toward it. Zhong Shanjing, looking innocent, replied, it was they who said I would become the zombie king. Who could have known? As Xie Tao continued her banter with Zhong Shanjing, she soon laid eyes on the remarkably unique zombie. It crawled through the crowd, dragging a segment of umbilical cord behind it, emitting sharp cries to control nearby zombies to attack other humans. Xie Tao felt a twinge of excitement, for the rarity of this zombie rivaled that of Zhong Shanjing. It was close, but not quite there, that if it were to continue developing, it might become second only to the zombie king. The thought that a group of individuals was researching such a zombie stirred feelings of jealousy within Xie Tao. It had been quite some time since she had the opportunity to study zombies. The diminutive zombie evidently sensed Xie Tao's presence, feeling an overwhelming threat, and began to emit even sharper sounds. Attempting to command the surrounding zombies to come forth in its defense, it is decided. You shall be the one. Go forth. Xie Tao crossed her arms, clearly unwilling to take action, observing Zhong Shanjing beside her. He had concealed his abilities for long enough and was due for a display. Reluctantly, Zhong Shanjing took action. He too possessed the ability to control zombies, but given that this batch had been infected with a mutated virus, his control would likely be inferior to that of the mother body. Yet, it was sufficient. He merely needed to keep other zombies at bay and swiftly eliminate the mother body. Xie Tao casually found a spot to sit and enjoy the spectacle, as Zhong Shanjing exerted a degree of suppression over the other mother body. The mother body attempted to retreat, only to realize there was no escape, letting out a sharp cry before lunging forward. Xie Tao was thoroughly entertained, meticulously observing the situation of the mother body, feeling an urge to intervene, and she did not forget to caution Zhong Shanjing. Do not harm it. Be careful, Zhong Shanjing. The new mutated mother body was still unacquired, and he might have already fallen from grace. Due to Xie Tao's unreasonable demand, Zhong Shanjing took a full 10 minutes to deal with the mother body. As he approached with the mother body in hand, he presented it to Xie Tao while showing her the wound on his hand from where he had been bitten. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly. Had he delayed even a minute longer, the wound might have healed. Oblivious to his subtle concerns, Xie Tao eagerly examined the mother body before hastily forming a contract. "That's so adorable," she exclaimed, holding the tiny infant aloft. "You shall be known as Xiao Hong from now on, Zhong Shanjing." He finally understood the origins of the names Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Could it be that Xie Tao was hopeless in the naming department? Furthermore, this mother body was hardly adorable. After the contract was established, it indeed became somewhat docile, but only towards Xie Tao. When it lay obediently in her arms, it could be considered well-behaved, yet upon turning to face Zhong Shanjing, it recalled the pain inflicted by him and transformed into a fierce creature in an instant. Xiao Hong bared its shark-like teeth at Zhong Shanjing, with strands of fresh meat hanging ominously from its razor-sharp jaws. A truly menacing sight. As adorable. Xie Tao joyfully stroked Xiao Hong's fur, akin to petting a cat, raising the creature as if it were a lion cub. "I have decided to keep Xiao Hong with me from now on. It is far too dangerous for it to be out there alone." Zhong Shanjing. The only danger lies with others. He had indeed fallen from favor. Chapter 44. Is this your child? Xie Tao cradled Xiao Hong, disregarding the sanguine substance continuously flowing from it. With control over Xiao Hong, she could also command the zombies infected by it. The crowd, previously filled with screams, suddenly found the surrounding zombies halting their movements. In their confusion, the vice captain raised a loudspeaker. "All uninjured individuals, gather your belongings and evacuate the Xie Tao survivor base immediately." Those infected by Xiao Hong would swiftly transform into zombies. Thus the uninfected were assured safety. They had no time to ponder what had transpired or whether their newfound security was fleeting. They could only hastily gather their most treasured possessions and retreat from the Xie Tao survivor base. It was likely that they intended to incinerate the zombies. After all, those zombies posed a significant threat. If even one were to escape, other bases could be endangered. The vice captain and the captain, each holding a loudspeaker. The Xie Tao survivor base no longer exists. We shall relocate to another base. Those wishing to accompany us may do so, and those with other affiliations may seek refuge elsewhere. Please make your decisions quickly. We are about to depart. They were not preparing to incinerate all the zombies, but rather to erase any traces to prevent others from discovering Xiao Hong. Xie Tao, feeling a touch of melancholy, remarked, "I was just about to leave as well. What a pity for my garlic sprouts. Otherwise, I would have taken them along." She felt that with so many underlings, it was no great loss. "Are you planning to seek refuge in another base?" Zhong Shanjing inquired softly. "For the time being, that is my intention," Xie Tao replied lazily, "but I may change my mind at any moment. For now, let us leave," including Jiang Ming and the others. The most bewildered among them was Jin Chao, who was utterly in the dark regarding the unfolding events and could not fathom why Jiang Xingji had taken it upon himself to eliminate Zhong Jinliang. He rushed over, bombarding them with questions. "How noisy you are," Xie Tao said expressionlessly. "In short, A very strange individual released a highly dangerous zombie, resulting in the current situation. That person was in cahoots with Zhong Jinliang. So you may consider them all to be ill-intentioned. Everything has been resolved now, and we are all to go our separate ways. Jin Chao scratched his head, having not truly grasped the explanation. Eventually, he surrendered, sighing. Where are you going? I am uncertain. Will there be another opportunity to meet in the future? I am unsure. Jin Chao. In any case, let us part ways here. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Xie Tao replied rather perfunctorily. I must take my leave. Farewell. Jin Chao, however, had many questions lingering in his mind, such as whose child she was holding, whether this was all happening too swiftly, and if the matter had truly been resolved, would such occurrences never transpire again? Perhaps they could even reside at the same base. Yet, in the end, he said nothing, merely shoved his hands into his pockets and remarked with a tone of resignation, If fate allows, we shall meet again. They departed first, leaving behind only Zhong Jinwei and Jiang Xingji, both of whom gazed at Xie Tao, immobile. Xie Tao? Why are you not leaving? Jiang Xingji asserted with conviction. I have no other place to go. Zhong Jinwei cleared his throat and added, I could serve as your assistant. Without pay. You are quite bothersome, Xie Tao huffed. Do not act as if you have nowhere else to turn. Zhong Shanjing chimed in from the side. Indeed, point one looked to the left while the other looked to the right, both feigning ignorance of her words, clearly prepared to follow Xie Tao. Frustrated, Xie Tao marched ahead, declaring, You will undoubtedly regret this. She and Zhong Shanjing were a combination of a necromancer and a zombie king. And now they had added another anomalous entity. Once the truth was unveiled, these two would surely flee faster than rabbits. Let them bask in their arrogance for a moment longer. Zhao Linfeng, also privy to the information, immediately set aside his previous task upon hearing the news. Where is it? What is the situation? Did you not resolve it? Zhao Linfeng, a person of swift action, promptly declared, I will gather the team. We are heading to Xiangtao. However, before they could reach the Xiangtao survivor base, halfway there, they received the grim tidings. The Xiangtao survivor base had been obliterated, the exact cause unknown, seemingly due to an uprising wherein zombies had infiltrated the base. Since most ordinary people were oblivious to the actual events, the rumors circulating were mere conjectures. Lin Ruren's expression turned frigid. It must have been Jiang Xingji's doing. This outcome mirrored that of her previous life. It appeared that after her departure, Jiang Xingji had repeated the same actions as before, but did this not imply that they could not locate Zhongshan Jing? Let us first assess the situation. After setting the Xiangtao survivor base ablaze, Xie Tao departed, albeit this time accompanied by many others. That it is essential to mention Jiang Xingji here, for Zhong Jinwei was acquainted with Xiao Hong, while Jiang Xingji was not. The first thing Xie Tao did upon leaving was to have her subordinates procure ample water for her, giving Xiao Hong a bath and disguising her. They even clipped the umbilical cord. Xiao Hong had been continuously emitting a liquid resembling blood, unable to control herself, causing her power to overflow, as she had been forced into existence before her time, remaining underdeveloped. After forming a pact with Xie Tao, she was nourished by Xie Tao's mental energy, returning to a more normal state. Her only abnormality now being her striking red eyes and a full set of teeth, which would remain unnoticed unless she smiled. Thus, Xiao Hong now appeared much like an ordinary child. Jiang Xingji could not help but glance at Xiao Hong, perplexed by Xie Tao's sudden appearance with a child. His understanding of Xie Tao was scant, having only met her briefly before their reunion 2 days prior, which led to this unexpected development. This child is... Zhong Shanjing calmly stated. Her name is Xiao Hong. She is our child. Xie Tao rolled her eyes and nudged him with her elbow. What are you saying? Clearly, she is my child. What relation do you have? Jiang Xingji. Xie Tao has actually had a child. He pondered this, but found himself indifferent, regaining his composure. Does she not have a proper name? Is she simply called Xiao Hong? Zhong Shanjing interjected. Her health is poor. It is fine to name her later when she is stronger. Subsequently, he was met with disdain from Xie Tao, who held Xiao Hong and remarked, Actually, she is a zombie. I thought you had seen her before. Jiang Xingji fell into contemplation until he noticed that Xiao Hong was missing a finger on her right hand, suddenly realizing why Xie Tao had suggested he had seen her. Jiang Xingji. After leaving Xiangtao, the destination would be determined by Xie Tao, who casually pointed in a direction and stated, Let us proceed in that direction. The others assumed she had a specific goal in mind. In truth, Xie Tao merely thought that by heading that way, they might encounter a survivor base and stop to assess the situation. If suitable, they would stay. If not, they would continue onward. After all, the earth is round. Is it not? Unbeknownst to Xie Tao, if she followed that path, the first large base she would reach would likely be Fengcheng, that as they journeyed further. The sky gradually darkened, revealing a small village ahead. Its entrances seemingly barricaded, suggesting habitation. Let us rest there for the night. Xie Tao pointed to the nearby village. Let us see if we can secure lodging. If possible, we need not continue onward in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Such small village settlements were numerous, as large cities posed greater dangers. Paradoxically, small villages were considered safer. Thus, many who did not reside in established bases remained in these quaint locales. The sole drawback of these small villages was their sparse population, leading to a diminished capacity for defense against threats. It was likely that by the latter stages of the apocalypse, such villages would gradually disappear, leaving only bases as havens for humanity. The group proceeded toward the village, where they soon spotted a barricade resembling a fence, equipped with spikes to deter vehicles from forceful entry. Is anyone there? Xie Tao shouted, "We wish to lodge here for the night. Is anyone present?" After a couple of minutes, a head emerged from within. "How many of you are there? Have you encountered zombies recently?" The individual was an elderly man, looking rather aged, his murky gaze unsettling as he scrutinized Xie Tao and her companions. Upon noting their bulging packs, the old man chuckled. "If you have not encountered zombies and are uninjured, then do come in." Chapter 45. Who gave you the audacity? The village appeared to be quite sizable, housing a considerable number of residents. After they entered, the old man summoned a young man to guide them. "Have you ever resided in a base?" the young man inquired as they walked. "You should be aware of the rules. Right? We must first isolate you for everyone's safety. You have no objections, I trust?" he asked with a smile. The group shook their heads, indicating their lack of objections, and the young man continued to lead them. "Our village is home to many. Most are relatives from nearby villages that in these apocalyptic times. We must support one another, and the community spirit is quite wholesome. It is rare to see outsiders like you. If you find it comfortable here after a couple of days, settling down would not be a bad idea." That he appeared quite amiable, guiding them to the isolation area, and before leaving he asked, "Do you have any food? Would you like us to bring you some hot soup or something? You must be weary from the journey. Do you have any fruit?" Xie Tao raised her hand to inquire. The young man's expression faltered, momentarily questioning where this young lady had come from. "Unfortunately, we do not. Fruit is exceedingly precious in the apocalypse, likely only available in large bases. Then we need nothing else. If you have hot water, that would be appreciated. I wish to bathe." This statement cemented her pampered upbringing, and the young man's desire to engage further dissipated as he quickly replied, "In any case, you may stay here for now. If you have any requests, you may ask the guards at the entrance. If possible, they will accommodate you." Disque. Indeed, such small places are inadequate. If one wishes to reside somewhere, it should be in a larger base. These tiny villages and towns can be entirely passed over. Xie Tao grimaced for a moment before entering the house, which was a single-story structure with a courtyard, its layout consisting of several rooms surrounding the courtyard, forming a square. For instance, the main room was at the north, one side was a side room, the other a kitchen, and some even had a storage room aside from the restroom. Xie Tao undoubtedly claimed the master bedroom. And as Zhong Shanjing prepared to follow her, he was halted by Jiang Xingji. "This is not appropriate, is it? Sharing a room with a girl, even disregarding reputation, is quite impolite, is it not?" Zhong Shanjing, a few of us, being rather robust gentlemen, decided to squeeze into the adjacent room, leaving the master bedroom for Xie Tao. Jiang Xingji forcefully dragged Zhong Shanjing away, thereby leaving the spacious hall entirely to Xie Tao. Without hesitation, Xie Tao tossed Xiao Hong onto the bed, permitting it to amuse itself as it crawled about. Subsequently, she summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai, assigning them the responsibilities of cooking and tidying up. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were truly indispensable companions for both domesticity and travel, remarkably convenient and useful, lacking any faults apart from their status as child laborers. Xie Tao, filled with delight, retrieved her snacks and comics, lounging down to indulge in the life of an otaku, while Xiao Hong continued to crawl around beside her. After a while, it surreptitiously opened its mouth, attempting to nibble on the pillow, only to be firmly restrained by Xie Tao, who thwarted its endeavor. It let out a whimper, its serrated teeth clacking together before casting a pitiful glance at Xie Tao, cognizant that it would have to compensate if it damaged anything. Xie Tao playfully warned it, "I might just leave you here to work that in an instant." Xiao Hong became docile, pressing itself against Xie Tao, staring blankly, resembling a plush toy. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, Xie Tao gathered Xiao He and Xiao Bai, cradling Xiao Hong as she exited the room. That moment, the young man who had guided them here the previous day also approached. "Seems you are all fine." "Which is truly splendid," he remarked, leading them outside. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet." Xie Tao yawned, having not felt particularly drowsy during her walk, as she had been keenly observing her surroundings. Even though it was morning and not yet 9 o'clock, the streets were already bustling with people of all ages, their gazes directed at Xie Tao and her companions, filled with an unsettling curiosity, more akin to that of observing lambs destined for slaughter. Their eyes were clouded with greed, as if they were mere slabs of walking flesh. The last time Xie Tao encountered such a gaze was after a drought, when she had ventured nearby to collect materials amidst a landscape littered with the starving. The survivors, when regarding their fellow humans, could not help but adopt that same ravenous look, akin to that directed at food. The distinction with the individuals before her lay in the fact that they, under conditions of choice, still gazed upon their own kind with a hunger-like desire. One was passive, the other active. The implications of the two were worlds apart. But as she continued walking, Xie Tao inquired, "What is the total population of your village?" "Approximately around 1,000, I suppose." The young man replied apologetically, "I haven't really kept track, so I'm not entirely sure." "Then what do you typically eat? Do you cultivate your own crops?" "We also venture out to gather supplies. And we do engage in farming and livestock raising." The reason our village has developed into a settlement of this scale is that prior to the apocalypse, our area was quite prosperous in animal husbandry, raising cattle, pigs, and sheep. Hence, after the apocalypse, we have managed to sustain ourselves for quite some time, as we only need to grow some vegetables and seek out grains to meet most of our needs. The young man elaborated, "Recently, our village decided to allocate some arable land for the cultivation of wheat and rice, in hopes of achieving complete self-sufficiency." Xie Tao replied, "Your village sounds impressive. Many bases still struggle to attain self-sufficiency." The young man could only respond with an awkward smile. "Perhaps it's because our village has fewer inhabitants, so the demand isn't as high." "Nevertheless, that is quite remarkable." Xie Tao languidly remarked, "that I have never seen live cattle or sheep." "May I visit?" The young man's already awkward smile became even more strained. "That might be a bit inconvenient," he explained with difficulty. "After all, those are vital resources for our village. We cannot risk someone harboring ill intentions, attempting to poison them, or something." Xie Tao tilted her head innocently, her natural cuteness enhanced by her deliberate display of endearing expressions. "But I'm genuinely curious. Can I just take a distant glance?" The young man turned his head away. "Let us focus on having a meal first." He clearly avoided the topic, showing no intention of taking Xie Tao to see their livestock. Xie Tao lagged slightly behind, whispering to her companion, "There's definitely something amiss." The others sensed the unease as well, yet due to a lack of evidence, they were not as certain. Thus, they all perked up their ears to listen for reasons, only to hear her adamantly declare, "I'm so adorable. How could he resist? Using such an excuse to refuse me is utterly unreasonable. There must be something fishy." The others were left speechless. Moreover, if he genuinely wished to showcase the strengths of their village, there are only two possibilities. Either he is genuinely proud, believing they excel in this regard and have a good life, thus wanting to showcase it to outsiders, that if that were the case, he would lead us to witness the village's prosperity without me even suggesting it. The other possibility is that he aims to attract outsiders to reside in their village. Hence, after showcasing, he would also take us to see. Yet he changed the topic when I brought it up. After finishing her statement, she expressed her disdain. "Do you all lack critical thinking? Must I spoon-feed the answers to you?" Zhong Shanjing, who stood nearby, offered her a compliment. "It's mainly that none of us are as astute as you, unable to discern the broader picture." "Don't be sarcastic," Zhong Shanjing replied. "Was I being sarcastic?" he questioned, genuinely feeling a bit aggrieved. Even though he occasionally teased Xie Tao, he was sincerely complimenting her today. Xie Tao swiftly silenced Zhong Shanjing, expressing her distaste before attempting to discuss their speculations with the others. Just then, A rather flamboyant young man approached them, sporting green hair and a nose ring, leaving Xie Tao, who had never encountered such a character, utterly astonished. She muttered to herself, "Is this what you raise as cattle?" The guiding young man responded, "That is certainly not the case." The flamboyant individual clearly strode directly toward them, blocking their path. Upon getting closer, he bluntly inquired of the guide, "Is this a new batch?" The young man, who was not fond of the flamboyant one's appearance, hesitated to express his distaste and merely replied, "Yes, they just arrived last night." The flamboyant man leaned forward, casting a glance at Xie Tao, who was still cradling Xiao Hong. Child. A woman too. How delightful, just the right change of pace. I've never encountered one with such a youthful visage that I think I shall take her. Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing. Jiang Xingji. Zhong Jinwei. Chapter 46. Too messy. Leave it to me. The flamboyant young man's audacity quickly subdued Jiang Xingji and the others, especially Zhong Shanjing, who understood precisely what Xie Tao was capable of. He regarded the young man with a glimmer of admiration. Who gave him such courage? Liang Jingru. Simultaneously, he felt a hidden displeasure. Who did this individual think he was to dare to demean Xie Tao? Zhong Shanjing subtly flexed his right hand before turning to look at Xie Tao, but he noticed her eyes narrowing slightly, her innocent feline gaze harboring a hint of menace. Few dared to speak to Xie Tao in such a manner. Even the members of the sanctuary were well aware of her strength, treating her with caution, fear, and a modicum of respect. "Could you repeat what you just said?" Xie Tao stepped forward, tilting her head back, her beautiful face radiating a touch of innocence. The flamboyant young man felt a stirring in his heart, about to speak when Xiao Hong leaped from her arms, landing squarely on his face. "What is this? You mustn't inject toxins, Xiao Hong," Xie Tao said coolly. Hearing this, Xiao Hong obediently turned to Xie Tao, flashing a grin that revealed its blood-stained shark-like teeth. The guiding young man recoiled in terror. "What the hell?" Nearby onlookers, sensing something amiss, began to gather, recognizing Xiao Hong as potentially inhuman. They hastily armed themselves with various tools, sickles, hoes, shovels, and an array of other implements that appeared suitably lethal. Xiao Hong had bitten off the flamboyant man's nose, blood spurting forth, obviously his blood. Just as Xie Tao prepared to take action, Zhong Shanjing suddenly restrained her hand, whispering, "It's too messy. Let me handle this," with a swift kick to the flamboyant man's chest. Zhong Shanjing sent him sprawling to the ground, then methodically removed his deerskin gloves, considering that they were a gift from Xie Tao and would require washing if soiled. The battered hand effortlessly detached the chin of the individual known as Shamate, subsequently pulling forth a bloody strip of flesh with an expression of disdain. The soft tongue was uprooted, discarded onto the ground, now caked in dirt. As Zhong Shanjing beheld the blood and filth adorning his hands, his brow furrowed even deeper. He carelessly wiped the blood on his Shamate's clothing and murmured, "A worthless being who cannot even control his own mouth dares to waste my time educating you." Shamate writhed on the ground in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief, for this was his domain. How dare these people challenge him? Yet, the thought was swiftly drowned by the excruciating pain of having his tongue forcibly removed. A torment beyond the capacity of most to endure. Even those of resolute will might falter, let alone someone as inept as he. Xie Tao peeked from behind Zhong Shanjing, clicking her tongue. "I had intended to play for a while longer. After all, it's rather dull that I wanted to explore this village, uncovering the truth piece by piece." However, certain individuals were intent on disrupting her plans, which was exceedingly bothersome. Though the onlookers brandished weapons, they hesitated to advance. It was the young man who reacted with swiftness. "Call for help." This Shamate was no ordinary person. He was the beloved son of the village chief, whose authority in this small village resembled that of a local emperor. And he had been spoiled as a result. Each time newcomers arrived, he would first assess them, taking away the attractive women. Little did he know that today he had kicked against an iron plate, one that was still glowing red. If Shamate were to perish, the village chief would undoubtedly be furious, and his wrath would be directed at the young man present. Understanding this, the young man quickly called for assistance. Their village boasted a population of over 1,000. All complicit in this grim affair. Only a handful dared to harm the chief's son, a veritable death wish. Yet, entering this village was tantamount to courting death, whether sooner or later. The distinction seemed negligible. Oh, but there was a difference. Had they not offended the chief, their demise might have been more merciful. Now, having enraged the chief and left his son in such a state, it was likely they would face a torturous end. Especially the rather attractive young girl. The young man envisioned the scene and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity to an increasing number of villagers gathered, each wielding tools such as hoes. A mix of men, women, the elderly, and the young, their expressions remarkably uniform, tinged with fear and a greater sense of cruelty. Some even bore expressions of excitement, as if the prospect of slaying their own kind was a source of amusement. Xie Tao even overheard them discussing among themselves. Will it be like before? The men kill the women and leave the rest. This time, however, it could not be the same. They had harmed the chief's son. Let us capture them all alive and let the chief decide what to do next. Have you called for the chief? The chief is on his way. Xie Tao stroked her chin, suddenly raising her hand to summon number 2. The large, somewhat simple-minded mutated zombie. Though it appeared somewhat foolish, its body was composed entirely of muscle, its towering frame resembling an iron tower, startling the nearby villagers upon its emergence. Zombie! It's a zombie! Someone shrieked. Only to be quickly reprimanded by others. What are you afraid of? We are so many. Why fear a single zombie? Were it not for the chief's son being taken hostage, they would have rushed forward to subdue these individuals and eliminate the zombie. Indeed, zombies were fearsome creatures, but given the numbers at play, how could they fear just a few? Once number 2 appeared, it promptly obeyed Xie Tao's command, hoisting the chief's son effortlessly. Its hand was the size of a fan, making the chief's son appear as diminutive as a malnourished chick. Xie Tao spoke in a nonchalant tone. Step aside, for I hold a hostage. Despite the multitude surrounding her, their fear of the chief's son kept them from making a move. Forced to watch as number 2 stood beside Xie Tao, the chief's son sputtering blood, his face a gruesome sight, devoid of a nose and tongue, that as Xie Tao took a step forward, the crowd recoiled, vividly illustrating the concept of hesitation in the face of danger. Thus, Xie Tao ambled forth with her bloodied hostage and her companions, a throng of at least 200 trailing behind, each brandishing weapons. Yet not one dared to step forward. The absurdity of the situation became apparent with time. It resembled a mere stroll that looks like a cafeteria over there. Let us go take a look. Perhaps we will uncover some clues. The few companions following Xie Tao either trusted her implicitly or indulged her whims, accompanying her on this peculiar detective escapade. The entire scene appeared exceedingly bizarre, with more and more villagers gathering, yet none daring to act, merely following behind, weapons raised, as Xie Tao wandered aimlessly. Beside her stood a towering zombie, robust and imposing, cradling a small zombie with sharp teeth, resembling a zombie king more than Zhongshan Jing ever could. Xie Tao had nearly explored half the village when the chief hurriedly arrived, brandishing a loudspeaker, and shouted from a distance, "Do not harm my son. Everything else is negotiable." The chief appeared to be in his 50s, robust and rotund, clearly worried about his precious son suffering further harm. Even upon seeing his son's condition, bloodied and mutilated, he restrained himself, refraining from curses that as long as you release my son, I will allow you to leave. Prolonging this will only lead to mutual destruction. Should his son perish, Xie Tao would no longer have leverage, and they would inevitably be swarmed, facing certain death. That he had no intention of sparing Xie Tao and her companions, who had dared to injure his son. He envisioned flaying their skin alive, systematically shredding every piece of flesh from their bodies while they still breathed, turning them into jerky, especially Xie Tao. A flicker of malice flashed in the chief's eyes. Before he could conceive of countless torturous methods in his mind, he realized that Xie Tao was utterly ignoring his pleas. She continued her leisurely stroll, appearing languid, akin to a cat basking in the sun. The chief was left to trail behind her, not daring to approach too closely, continuously shouting through the loudspeaker, "Feel free to state your demands. Everything is negotiable. My intentions are sincere, that I merely hope you will release my son quickly, that if anything happens to him, you will have no bargaining chips left." Yet still, no one acknowledged him, that he followed along for what felt like an eternity. His voice hoarse from shouting, beginning to doubt his own existence when suddenly he heard Xie Tao exclaim in delight, "Found it!" Xie Tao dashed into the makeshift shelter area, exuding joy as though she had defeated the most formidable boss in a game. Puzzle solved. Before her lay countless humans tethered within pig pens. At least 20 individuals, predominantly men, with only a few older women among them, each appearing on the brink of death, bound as if awaiting slaughter. This village, strategically located, was the only option for those passing through who wished to avoid sleeping on the roadside. Traveling further would require a lengthy journey to reach another town. Had a series of disappearances occurred prior to the apocalypse, the police would have taken notice. The existence of the internet would have allowed for rapid dissemination of information. Yet in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the flow of information became exceedingly difficult and primitive. Communication between friends residing in different bases often relied on written correspondence that in such circumstances, individuals continued to vanish without raising any alarms. This village, neither large nor small, had silently consumed countless lives after all. In a world of apocalypse, myriad threats could extinguish a life. Zombies, diseases, malevolent fellow humans. For a time, no one realized what this village was truly up to. Xie Tao, having witnessed numerous atrocities, felt a fresh wave of revulsion at the sight before her. Humanity's capacity for evil, when unrestrained by rules or laws, could easily breach the lowest of thresholds. Xiao by point two small skeletons appeared silently at Xie Tao's side, swiftly darting forward to sever every rope binding the humans. Xie Tao raised her hand, ready to unleash holy light, but Xie stopped her. "Let me handle this." That a multitude of black mist emanated from him, swirling towards each individual, only to suddenly transform into another hue. Snow-white light merged with each person's body, revitalizing the feeble souls, visibly restoring their strength. Xie Tao was initially taken aback, but soon realized that the radiant light she had inadvertently bestowed upon Xie had resulted in his awakening and subsequent transformation. He was originally meant to wield pure dark powers, yet in that fleeting moment, Xie Tao's energy intertwined with his being, causing his abilities to shift. He could now wield darkness to kill and light to save. Although this newfound power was not as formidable as Xie Tao's holy light, in a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, a collective healing ability was a precious asset to any stronghold. Xie lowered his head and whispered in Xie Tao's ear, "You have given me a choice." Zhongshanjing. He truly detested Xie. Yet Xie Tao was brimming with enthusiasm. How long can it last? Currently, it's half an hour. That is sufficient. Xie Tao raised her hand and summoned a multitude of weapons from the portal of another dimension, primarily knives and blades. Standing on a stone, she shouted to the crowd, "You now have a chance to resist, perhaps for half an hour. Do you wish to survive and leave this place? Then pick up the weapons on the ground." The village chief scoffed. "How many have been captured?" "Perhaps only 30 or 40 from a few pigsties. Our village has over 1,000 people. These individuals have been trapped here for days, watching their kin being slaughtered and dragged away like livestock to become other sustenance. Fear, anger, hatred, and helplessness have brewed for so long, and now that there is a chance to resist, even the elderly woman picks up a knife that if she is to die, she will take a few down with her. To perish in rebellion is surely better than being butchered like a pig. Isn't it?" As people gradually picked up weapons and liberated the remaining captives from other pens, Xie Tao laughed heartily. "Yes. Just like that. Now charge forth. Return my daughter to me. I seek vengeance from my father. You are the beasts. Even worse than beasts, I shall fight to the end." A throng of individuals fueled by a resolve to die and driven by hatred surged toward their foes. The village chief, in a fit of panic, shouted, "Kill them all." Just as Xie was about to speak, Zhongshanjing seized him. "Do not interrupt Tao Tao. She is enjoying herself." Xie Tao paid no heed to the scheming between the two men, nor to the bloodshed surrounding her. She sat upon the shoulder of number 2 and tossed Xiao Hong into the fray. "Go play. Do not infect anyone. They are unworthy." The villagers were not even deserving of becoming zombies, nor could they be redeemed. They merely awaited cremation. Just as they were about to be harmed, a vortex suddenly appeared beneath their feet, from which a zombie emerged and lunged directly at their enemies, ripping them apart. Those caught off guard, after a brief moment of terror, quickly realized that these zombies seemed to be their allies, invigorating their spirits. Yes, prior to this day, they had feared zombies as the undead consumed humans, but after enduring what they had, they recognized that humans were far more terrifying. Zombies, driven by primal instincts after losing their rationality and emotions. were mere shells of their former selves that in contrast, their fellow humans, wearing seemingly benign faces, would deceive their own kind and butcher them like pigs that in comparison. Was it not the latter that was more fearsome? In that instant, no one cared how the zombies had appeared. They fervently wielded their weapons to slay their adversaries. Among them were individuals whose parents and friends had been slaughtered and consumed before their very eyes, while others had seen their daughters and wives dragged away and violated, left as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Their anguish, which had never ceased, now erupted. Perched high on number two's shoulder, Xie Tao suddenly produced a beautifully crafted bow from the other dimension, its body resembling black crystal, yet the string emitted a faint white glow. Xiaohei. Xie Tao extended her hand, and Xiaohei promptly broke off one of its bones, handing it to her. She placed the bone on the bowstring, drew it taut, and with a swift release, shot an arrow. The village chief, who was attempting to calm the other villagers and urging them to eliminate the immediate threats, found himself pinned to the wall by an arrow. The bone, blunt and unsharpened, was not lethal. Xie Tao had not aimed for a vital spot, so he was merely impaled in the shoulder, dangling from the wall. The village chief, drenched in cold sweat, sat on the ground clutching his shoulder, utterly bewildered by how events had escalated to this point. Of course, it was their choice to kick a searing hot iron plate with all their might. Charge! Xie Tao urged number two forward, and the towering zombie barreled into the crowd, effortlessly tearing apart anyone who dared obstruct its path. The giant zombie approached the village chief, lifting him as well, effectively wielding him in one hand while grasping his son in the other. The son, in agony, could not utter a word, only to turn and witness Xie Tao stabbing his father with a small knife, the village chief. The remaining captives were almost all women, and their fates required no imagination. They were imprisoned and subjected to violence, much like those poor souls who had been abducted into the mountain village. He trembled, not solely from fear, but also from exhilaration. Soon, a group of women was liberated, evidently harboring deep-seated hatred for the villagers, wielding kitchen knives and hoes as they struck at their oppressors. For a moment, the village resembled hell itself. Yet only those who had endured suffering understood that these seemingly pitiful individuals were the true demons of this inferno. As they burst forth from the village, each person was drenched, smeared with blood, and in disarray, yet their expressions radiated excitement. After all, they had survived, and as they emerged, the zombies remained within the village, and some witnesses saw Xie Tao directing the towering zombie to toss the village chief and his son into the horde of the undead. Some even lingered, reluctant to depart, until Xie Tao chased them away. Where should we go now? Perhaps it was because Xie Tao appeared as a savior descending from the heavens, having rescued them, that they felt a sense of dependence on her. However, Xie Tao seemed utterly disinclined to carry such a burden. When someone mustered the courage to ask, she perched on the zombie's shoulder and spoke in a calm tone. "Do you know why I urge you to take up arms and resist? To charge forth?" The crowd shook their heads. Xie Tao clearly possessed the ability to lead them to safety unscathed, yet she chose not to do so. Because no one can save you but yourself. Do not seek to rely on anyone else. You must live your own life. She was not one of those hypocritical sanctimonious figures, unwilling to bear the weight of so many lives on her shoulders. Chapter 48. Forward to Wine City. Those hypocrites of the sanctum only know how to speak about carrying others' lives, extracting value from them. Xie Tao neither aspired to be a gentleman nor a hypocrite. She merely wished to lead a leisurely life, finding joy in her own existence. Eliminating those she despised while inadvertently saving someone posed no burden to her, but she would not bear the responsibility for their future lives. Clearly, the group understood this, yet they could not help but cling to Xie Tao, resembling a flock of chicks yearning to follow their mother hen. After facing outright rejection, they all awakened to reality. The leading middle-aged man bowed deeply to Xie Tao, stating, "Regardless of the outcome, you are our benefactor, that we will never forget everything we experienced today." "Thank you." Others followed suit, bowing with expressions of profound gratitude. In this village, there were no innocents. Those who were innocent had either fled upon witnessing the atrocities or had become one of the pigs or sheep themselves. Those who remained were all beneficiaries of the brutality, the only distinction being whether or not they had personally participated. Devils and their accomplices rightly belonged in hell. After resolving everything, Xie Tao felt a twinge of melancholy. "I have only stayed for a day. Let us leave this place. Zhongshan Jing was particularly eager for a bath, having endured for too long, and Xie Tao evidently shared the sentiment, so they hastily departed. Throughout the ordeal, Jiang Xingji never once inquired why Xie Tao had released so many zombies, or where they had gone after the events concluded. As the group left the village and continued onward, Xie Tao felt a pang of nostalgia for her robust number 2, who had proven to be a commendable steed. However, number 2 was far too conspicuous, and Xie Tao wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, ultimately surrendering with a heavy heart. Thus, throughout the journey, whenever Xie Tao glanced at Zhongshan Jing, her gaze was filled with lament. Occasionally, she would mutter to herself. And as her murmurs increased, Zhongshan Jing naturally took notice. One day, unable to resist, he leaned in to eavesdrop, only to overhear Xie Tao softly lamenting, "Zhongshan Jing, why are you so short? Why can't you grow a bit taller? You're utterly useless, Zhongshan Jing. Zhongshan Jing? Is my height of over 1.8 meters not tall enough?" In that fleeting moment, Zhongshan Jing felt an unusual sense of introversion. He cast a forlorn glance at Xie Tao before poking her gently. "I believe that at 1.85 meters. I am not considered short. Be quiet, number 1. Take a look at number 2. Xie Tao retorted, arms crossed and visibly irritated. "You are indeed short," Zhongshan Jing replied with a silent expression. Suddenly, Xie Tao seemed to have an epiphany and patted him on the back. "Crouch down." Zhongshan Jing, perplexed, complied with a resigned sigh. Squatting down, in an instant, Xie Tao leaped onto his back, giggling mischievously. "Now I don't mind your height, onward." Zhongshan Jing remained speechless. Jiang Xingji, who had been walking alongside them, leaned in and jested. "If you don't wish to carry her, I can take over." However, Zhongshan Jing swiftly distanced himself from Jiang Xingji while still bearing Xie Tao, leaving Jiang Xingji momentarily stunned. It became evident to him that Zhongshan Jing harbored feelings for Xie Tao, marking them as competitors. With a smirk, Jiang Xingji leisurely trailed behind, unhurried, for the days ahead were plentiful. As Zhongshan Jing carried Xie Tao, with a little red creature perched atop her head, they were soon followed by Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei, swiftly leaving the village behind. Their group pressed onward, with Xie Tao contemplating that upon encountering a base, they should pause to assess the environment, and if it proved unsatisfactory, continue until they found a place that met her approval. After a considerable journey, spanning over a week, without encountering a single base, Jiang Xingji managed to procure a vehicle, and after several changes, they finally spotted a base. "Wow!" Xie Tao exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the sight. "Hurry, I want to eat fruits and vegetables, but you usually despise vegetables." Zhongshan Jing murmured, carrying Xie Tao while quietly criticizing her notoriously picky eating habits. She wouldn't touch green peppers or carrots, and any vegetable with melon in its name was off limits. Not to mention her meager consumption of common greens, opting instead for instant meals like noodles one day, snail noodles the next, and self-heating hot pot after that. "Why the sudden craving for vegetables?" he inquired. "Mind your own business," Xie Tao retorted, rolling her eyes, "that I can eat whatever I desire." Zhongshan Jing sometimes felt akin to a concerned father, fretting over Xie Tao's dietary choices. "Perhaps your pickiness is why you are so short." Before he could finish, Xie Tao erupted in a playful assault on his head, with the little red creature joining in with its tiny, soft hands. "Zhongshan Jing, are you trying to court death? Wasn't I already dead?" he replied unfazed, as the undead were not considered alive in the first place. Claiming to have died once posed no issue. Their banter continued until they neared the base, where Xie Tao had already prepared some disguises for both Zhongshan Jing and the little red creature before leading her companions forward. The rules at the base were largely uniform. First-time visitors were required to register upon entry, followed by a quarantine period, after which they could roam freely. This base appeared smaller than the Xie Tao survivor base, and as they approached registration, the staff perked up upon learning that 3 out of the 4 were ability users. As they were scarce in this establishment, that if you're interested, you can sign up for one of our teams or even form your own, the staff member enthusiastically suggested. That we warmly welcome ability users. And joining a team is a fantastic option if you wish to stay long-term. Holding the little red creature, Xie Tao felt drowsy. "Understood. Can we rest now?" Of course, due to their trio of ability users. The staff arranged for them a relatively luxurious quarantine room, complete with snacks and a few bottles of water. though regrettably, no fruits, as they were too precious to hand out freely. Xie Tao, eager to pass the quarantine time, promptly lay down upon entering, tossing the little red creature to Zhongshan Jing. The little red creature and Zhongshan Jing exchanged disdainful glares, each claiming a corner of the room. The night swiftly passed. And when they emerged the next day, the staff reiterated their eagerness for them to consider remaining in the base that in most small bases, the number of ability users was limited, as those with significant powers typically gravitated towards larger bases with brighter prospects. Zhao Lin Yin had been somewhat surprised when he discovered Xie Tao at the Xie Tao survivor base. Given Xie Tao's formidable abilities, he would have thrived in a larger base, yet chose to remain in the modest Xie Tao. Thus, it was inevitable that Xie Tao and her companions would attract attention in a small base. Having only resided in Xie Tao, Xie Tao felt a mix of curiosity and disappointment as she roamed and found it even smaller. With fewer inhabitants, she resolved to head directly to the central hall of the base, where tasks were assigned, rewards exchanged, and a bustling market, both official and private, was located. Eagerly, Xie Tao scoured the area, hoping to find fruits for sale, but was sorely disappointed to discover there were none available, not even in the official stores. Inquiring with the official staff, a smiling woman explained, "In a small base like ours, we lack the resources and time to cultivate fruits. Ensuring everyone has enough food is already a daunting task." Xie Tao gasped in shock. She had always assumed all bases cultivated fruits. Was it truly rare in the Xie Tao survivor base? Regret washed over her, wishing she had allowed Jin Xiao to take charge of the Xie Tao survivor base, or even the vice captain. It wouldn't matter. That way, she could continue to enjoy fruits. The responsible staff member chuckled gently. "If you desire fruits, you might consider heading further south. Not far from here lies Fengcheng, a larger base that surely cultivates fruits." Xie Tao paused, taken aback. Fengcheng. Not too far south. What an extraordinary twist of fate. Chapter 49. Are you engaged in domestic strife? Xie Tao never expected that her casual choice of direction would lead her so close to Fengcheng. What a serendipitous turn of events. She couldn't help but exclaim, "All right, I'll definitely check it out when I have the chance." As she exited the hall, contemplating where to find accommodation, two individuals approached her directly, their intentions unmistakably aimed at her group, initially pondering whether they recognized her. After all, they were approaching with such certainty. She quickly dismissed any foes from her past, as neither of the two were familiar. She halted, awaiting their arrival, and from a distance, the leading figure called out, "Miss Xie Tao." "Is it?" "Indeed," she replied, realizing her pseudonym lacked creativity, merely a phonetic alteration. The man, Lu Ning Ning, introduced himself with an eagerness reminiscent of a street vendor. "I'm the current head of this base. May I inquire if you would be interested in long-term residency here?" Xie Tao immediately sensed the stark contrast between large and small bases in the Xie Tao survivor base. A mid-sized base, the head would never personally seek to recruit ability users. Yet in this notably smaller base, such actions were commonplace that a twinge of sorrow struck her heart at the sight of Lu Ning Ning's earnestness. He, as the leader, had to actively pursue ability users, knowing that a potential explosion from Zhongshan Jing could spell disaster for him. Lu Ning Ning appeared slightly disappointed, but quickly regained his composure. "You haven't secured accommodation yet, have you?" "I happen to have a few vacant houses. Would you care to take a look?" Zhong Jinwei hurriedly inquired. "Do you have any surplus laboratories at your base? They need not be of the highest caliber. Basic facilities will suffice." Lu Ning Ning had reviewed the documents ahead of time, and the staff, upon learning that among the four of them, 3 were ability users, with 2 being combat types, were quite intrigued. Xie Tao described himself as a healer that he rushed over as soon as he received the notification, for 2 combat ability users were already a rare treasure for such a small base. And to have a healer as well was simply fortuitous. If these individuals were to leave for Fengcheng, it was likely they would not return, thus he was eager to make an effort to win them over. After all, one must have dreams. What distinguishes a person from a salted fish if they lack aspirations? To his surprise, in addition to the 3 ability users, there was also a technical talent among them. Lu Ningning's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. Not only did their base have laboratories, but he could also create one if necessary. "Yes, if you have such requirements, we have a small, idle laboratory available." Lu Ningning tactfully mentioned that they had even better laboratories, and if they were willing to stay long-term, the base could provide improved conditions. "Are there houses near the laboratory?" We could reside there. Xie Tao hadn't engaged in research for quite some time and felt a twinge of eagerness. Residing close to the laboratory would be much more convenient. Lu Ningning pondered for a moment and promptly nodded. There must be. He genuinely wished to retain Xie Tao and his companions, subtly hinting as they walked towards the laboratory. Although our base is not large, we have many handsome gentlemen who are quite family-oriented. Xie Tao, cradling Xiao Hong, retorted, Do you even realize what you're saying? Lu Ningning, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed lightly, realizing his words sounded rather like solicitation, which was somewhat inappropriate. However, if such remarks could indeed persuade an outstanding ability user to remain at the base, it would be worth sacrificing some face. Had he been more attractive, he might have even been tempted to take a more direct approach. After all, a healer was exceedingly precious in the apocalypse. Even those with limited abilities would be fiercely sought after by various bases that if Xie Tao were to boldly declare, I am a healer seeking a base to reside in. Not only would handsome men line up to offer their services, but some bases, lacking in decorum, might even present a plethora of options to choose from, all in hopes of securing Xie Tao's presence. Suddenly, he noticed the two dashing men beside Xie Tao and felt a pang of concern that he might have inadvertently complicated matters that he quickly added, Haha. What I meant was, we have quite a few handsome gentlemen at our base. And today we've welcomed two more. They certainly seem the family-oriented type, bound to be favorites among many ladies. Zhong Shanjing and Jiang Xingji remained silent, and Lu Ningning's laughter gradually dwindled, as he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It seemed these two were more interested in Xie Tao. His earlier comments had indeed been superfluous. Adhering to the principle of the more one speaks, the more one errs, Lu Ningning promptly fell silent, leading them to view the accommodations. There were not many houses near the laboratory, and the best one was already occupied. However, Lu Ningning assured, if you like it, the current occupants can be relocated, and I'll arrange alternative housing for them. That won't be necessary, Xie Tao replied, not one to instigate trouble, and besides, another house had a small balcony that she found quite appealing. Let us go with that one. How much is the rent for a month? Lu Ningning immediately responded, You can stay as long as you wish. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Xie Tao understood better than anyone that the most valuable currency in this world was human favor. Straightforward transactions were preferable. After expressing this sentiment, Lu Ningning felt slightly regretful and proposed, How about this? The house and laboratory can be yours to use for free, as long as you can occasionally assist with resource-gathering teams. It won't be frequent, and it will depend on your availability. Xie Tao was somewhat reluctant about this arrangement, as accepting such favors would obligate her to assist. However, Lu Ningning quickly clarified that not every outing would require all three of them. They could send one combat type along to ensure the team's safety. Jiang Xingji, being quite free, volunteered for the task, and Xie Tao agreed. Afterwards, Lu Ningning sent over a considerable amount of daily essentials, clearly hoping to keep them at the base. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai were released to tidy the rooms, Zhong Jinwei excitedly suggested, Shall we head to the laboratory tonight? I can assist you. Perhaps in a few days, Xie Tao replied languidly, reclining on the sofa like a salted fish. I wish to visit Fengcheng. She was intrigued by this survivor base that boldly claimed to be the largest after the apocalypse. The bases she had previously inhabited were rather modest, and she was curious to observe the differences between large and small bases. Just then, Jiang Xingji strolled by and asked, Would you like me to accompany you? Zhong Shanjing, who was not far off, feigned enthusiasm, saying, I can tag along. No need for too many people, right? Jiang Xingji smiled slightly. I mainly think it may be inconvenient for you to go alone. Let me accompany you instead. Having traveled alongside them, Jiang Xingji had witnessed Xie Tao's ability to control zombies. Although he was uncertain of Zhong Shanjing's identity, he was aware that Zhong was being hunted. Their base had to change aliases frequently, and Xie Tao had explained the reasons behind this. Presently, this explanation pierced Zhong Shanjing's heart like a dagger. Zhong Shanjing was momentarily at a loss for words, as he was indeed being pursued. And Fengcheng was the stronghold of those seeking him. How infuriating! Jiang Xingji was indeed a formidable opponent. Having emerged victorious in their verbal sparring, Jiang Xingji felt a rush of exhilaration and declared, When shall we go? I'll prepare in advance. Jiang Xingji. His smile vanished. Zhong Shanjing. His smile was gentle and considerate, exuding the grace of a well-mannered gentleman. Jiang Xingji could not help but glance at him. Astonished by the man's audacity, that he realized he still fell short, lacking the boldness that Zhong possessed. However, Jiang Xingji learned from this encounter, understanding that there would be ample time to navigate such complexities in the future. Xie Tao, oblivious to the subtle rivalry between the two, felt increasingly fatigued from their lengthy journey with no fresh distractions to invigorate her. Once Xiaohe and Xiao Bai managed to tidy up the bedroom, she promptly retreated there to rest, leaving them to continue organizing the living room and other areas. Cuddling with Xiao Hong under the covers, she thought, yay, the true winner is me. Only I get to snuggle with Xie Tao. Those two men are utterly outclassed. Chapter 50. You are overthinking it. Xie Tao rarely woke up early, but today she rose with determination to disguise herself. After all, Zhao Linyan and Lin Ruanwan were familiar with her, as were several other team members. She intended to simply explore Fengsheng, avoiding any trouble, so it was best to remain as inconspicuous as possible. After completing her disguise, she appeared less striking than before, transforming from a sparkling, adorable beauty into an ordinary yet still charming figure, devoid of any distinctive features. Cradling Xiao Hong added to the illusion of a typical single mother. Pleased with her transformation, Xie Tao remarked to her reflection, "Perfect. I'm off." Xie Tao utilized the teleportation array to depart, circumventing much hassle. She was still unfamiliar with Fengsheng's precise location. After leaving, she wandered in that direction. Fengsheng was indeed not far from the base where Xie Tao currently resided. Traveling by foot would only take half a day, roughly equivalent to a distance of about 20 miles. Upon reaching her destination in the afternoon, she spotted Fengsheng from afar. It resembled a large base, akin to a small city. However, this city had not existed before the apocalypse. It had been gradually established from nothing during these tumultuous times that, in a wonder, other survivor bases only dared to label themselves as such. While Fengsheng boldly referred to itself as a city, its scale was truly impressive. Yet, similar protocols applied. One must first register before entering the city, undergoing a day of quarantine before being officially admitted. Xie Tao had again altered her ability, claiming to be a space-type ability user. Demonstrating how she could retrieve items from an alternate dimension, she successfully passed through the scrutiny. The staff responded enthusiastically. "Your ability is perfect for joining resource-gathering teams." Xie Tao earnestly replied, "Is that so? That's wonderful. After all, I have a child to care for. If I could serve within such a team, life would surely improve." The staff member, also a young girl, felt a sense of empathy upon hearing this. Indeed, in the apocalypse, single mothers must face greater hardships. She enthusiastically shared with Xie Tao where to find cheaper goods and better rental options, along with other insights that only long-term residents of the base would know. After spending a night in quarantine, Xie Tao finally gained entry into Wind City. The first thing she did was to seek out a place that sold fruit. In such a large base as Wind City, it was evident that fruit would not be in short supply. As long as the upper echelons wished to indulge, everything would be available. However, similar to the survivor base in Xiangtao, the official fruit exchange could only be conducted with points, while private transactions allowed for bartering with other goods. After browsing the market, Xie Tao found a suitable stall run by a very young boy, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, who was yawning as he set up his display. The stall boasted a variety of items, including strawberries, apricots, peaches, and surprisingly, 2 large watermelons that in the world where Xie Tao previously resided. Watermelons were non-existent, and she was momentarily curious, crouching down to observe closely, uncertain whether it was a fruit or a vegetable. The boy, resting his chin on his hand and still half asleep, remarked, "These are all grown by me. And I even bred them myself, that they're definitely sweeter than anything else, especially this watermelon that I cut one last night. And it was incredibly sweet and juicy that I've only planted a few, so if you miss out, you want to get another chance." The survivor base in Wind City was large enough that such a significant establishment would certainly not lack powerful ability users that as their abilities grew, so too did their expectations for living conditions, leading to an increased purchasing power for fruits, which had become a luxury in the aftermath of the apocalypse, that if one were to bring some fruit to the smaller base where Xie Tao resided, it might sit unsold for 3 days until it spoiled, as most people struggled merely to meet their basic needs and could hardly afford such luxuries that as Xie Tao walked through Wind City, she encountered a myriad of shops, including restaurants and clothing stores, which were absent in other bases. Wine City truly resembled a bustling city, making it understandable why Zhao Linyan had been so arrogant and proud. and why they dared to issue a wanted notice directed at all bases. Even those in the distant Xie Tao base, despite receiving the notice, largely brushed it off, though they were still aware of it. Whereunto they, Xie Tao stroked her chin, seemingly in contemplation as she regarded the stall before her. The boy kindly suggested, if I had to recommend one, it would definitely be the watermelon, that I promise you won't regret it. ULL want to come back for more? Pack them all up? How many do you have? Xie Tao was not considering which to choose, but rather, whether she could take the boy with her. He could grow fruit. How much more useful than Zhongshan Jing? Zhongshan Jing. The boy, surprised by such a generous customer, widened his eyes and quoted a price for the goods. Xie Tao realized she didn't have enough on her. So she promptly contacted her little brother, who was still wandering outside, then opened a spatial door at the location of the red-lettered female zombie, instructing them to toss the supplies into the spatial realm. Xie Tao then opened another spatial door to retrieve the goods. The boy exclaimed, "Wait, you're a spatial ability user." "Yes," Xie Tao replied as they exchanged items. The boy, possessing an honest demeanor, immediately cut a slice of watermelon for Xie Tao, allowing her to see the vibrant red flesh and abundant juice inside. As Xie Tao bit into a piece of watermelon, her eyes sparkled, clearly enchanted by the fruit, which had long held the top spot in national popularity. For Xie Tao, who was tasting watermelon for the first time, her love for grapes was instantly forgotten as she joyfully munched away. Thus, in front of the boy who grew the melons, her attitude was nothing short of enthusiastic. "Absolutely. I'll bring the supplies." After entering, Xie Tao retrieved the goods, and the boy poured her a glass of water before happily arranging the supplies. These items would sustain him for a long time. And since his abilities were not particularly combative and his resource-gathering skills were rather lacking, he was elated to sell all the fruit without being haggled. After setting everything in order, the boy eagerly invited Xie Tao to visit his growing area. Climbing onto the rooftop, Xie Tao discovered that this small space was brimming with various fruits: 2 apricot trees, 2 peach trees, a dozen pots of strawberries, several watermelon plants, and some cherry tomatoes. It's Kame, the Kame of the plant world. The boy, under the gaze of Xie Tao's sparkling eyes, felt a bit bashful that my ability is to promote plant growth. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to grow so much up here. However, his power was limited. He could only accelerate the growth rate of plants. For instance, a watermelon could go from seedling to ripe fruit in less than a week under his care. Yet he couldn't accelerate growth on a large scale. Or he could easily secure a high status within the base. Just imagine, if his abilities had a wider effect, he could sow countless seeds and activate his powers, leading to a bountiful harvest of rice and wheat in a short time, sustaining many people. But even with his limited abilities, in Xie Tao's eyes, he was a treasure. Holding the watermelon in one hand and cradling Xiao Hong in the other, she regarded him as if he were a deity of plants. Swiftly discarding the rind, she grasped the boy's hand, asking, "Would you like to come with me?" The boy stammered, "I could take care of you for a lifetime. You only need to focus on growing fruit." His cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a steamed crab. "Ew, I'm serious," Xie Tao replied with a solemn expression. "Even living in a base as large as Wind City, your life is still quite ordinary. Isn't it? Even in such a base, the demand for fruit is limited, and it spoils quickly that if it doesn't sell, you'll have to eat it yourself, that if luck is against you, you might find yourself living in uncertainty." She patted the boy's hand, confidently stating, "If you come with me, you can live in a big house, eat whatever you wish, have your meals taken care of, and be absolutely safe, and no one in this world can harm you without going through me." Her words carried a hint of ambiguity, causing the boy's already flushed face to redden even more. He looked at Xie Tao, then at the curious Xiao Hong, stuttering and unable to articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, the boy finally managed to stutter, "So, doesn't that make me a kept man?" He was a respectable young man, always relying on his own hands to make a living. How could he become a kept man just to enjoy better food and clothing? Yet Xie Tao was rather endearing. Xiao Hong was adorable too. He wondered how difficult it would be to find a good stepfather these days. Chapter 51. This must be fate. Xie Tao did not comprehend the term kept man. With her hands on her hips, she jumped onto a box, looking down at the boy. "So, will you come with me? I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. Whether you want to join me or not is entirely your choice. I won't force you." The boy hesitated, torn between his pride and the prospect of a steady meal. It was a challenging decision. Xie Tao could tell he was wavering, merely caught in indecision, so she nodded decisively. All right then. Just wait a moment while I change into something else. The boy changed into cleaner, more suitable clothes for going out, and led Xie Tao outside. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Haiping. I'm Xie Tao. Zhou Haiping and Xie Tao shook hands in a rather formal manner before he took her out. If you've never been to Wind City, you might find it a bit overwhelming. It's truly vibrant here. There's even a night market with lively activities in the evening that if you're not planning to leave just yet, I can take you to explore tonight. The night market. Xie Tao's eyes lit up instantly. It sounds great since I may not have the chance to come to Wind City again. I want to enjoy it to the fullest while I can. Zhou Haiping first guided Xie Tao on a casual tour, and the scale of Wind City was indeed impressive. It felt akin to a small city, bustling with people whose spirits appeared somewhat brighter than those in other bases in Wind City. One could find more job opportunities, earn more food, and thus have a greater chance of survival, which explained the high population and abundance of opportunities. Doesn't that mean everyone wants to come to Wind City? Xie Tao inquired while observing the surrounding buildings. Not necessarily, Zhou Haiping replied. Every large base has its advantages, just as smaller bases do. In a larger base, you'll find a mix of people, and while there are more opportunities, there are also more problems. Zhou Haiping seemed to want to say something, but ultimately refrained. He merely sighed and then said, "When you previously asked me if I wanted to accompany you, I was indeed quite moved. If it weren't for the prospect of being a kept man, I might have readily agreed. Yet, in this world, there are no free lunches nor do pies fall from the sky. So why didn't you agree immediately?" Xie Tao expressed her confusion. "I seldom extend invitations. It's usually others who cling to me and refuse to leave." Zhou Haiping, upon hearing this, thought to himself that the role of a kept man had quite a bit of competition. Nevertheless, it was understandable. After all, in a world on the brink of collapse, dignity pales in comparison to survival. Moreover, being a kept man requires a certain level of attractiveness. It is, after all, a skill. There's no shame in it. I prefer the freedom of love, Zhou Haiping murmured, looking down at his toes with difficulty. Xie Tao replied, "I won't interfere with your freedom of love." Zhou Haiping. Goodness, it seems she is only interested in my physical form. His mind became even more entangled. Xie Tao continued, "You only need to focus on growing fruits. As for anything else you wish to pursue, do as you please. I will protect you." She stood on her tiptoes to ruffle Zhou Haiping's hair. Speaking with conviction, she was indeed determined to protect Zhou Haiping. He was her precious gem, her sweet peach, honeydew, watermelon, and strawberry. Anyone who dared to harm Zhou Haiping would be courting death. Zhou Haiping suddenly realized something was amiss in that moment. He finally understood that what Xie Tao coveted might not be his physical form, but his special abilities. Zhou Haiping abruptly wiped his face, feeling an overwhelming heat rise to his cheeks. After all, when one realizes they have been overly sentimental, even their toes would feel the embarrassment. So, this is what it meant. What else could it mean? Xie Tao inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. No. Zhou Haiping quickly corrected himself. "Are you currently at a small base?" "Yes, not far from Wind City," Xie Tao replied, providing the name of her new base. "The base is a bit small, but though it may be modest, it has all the essentials. And you won't be deprived in terms of food, clothing, or shelter." Zhou Haiping was eager to nod in agreement, but worried he might expose his previous narcissistic thoughts, so he simply said, "Let me think it over a bit more. I will definitely give you an answer before you leave." "All right," Xie Tao said, not pressing further, and continued to stroll. Wind City was filled with numerous shops, and she randomly chose one to eat a bowl of noodles, finding the taste to be merely passable. Not as good as those made by Xiaohe and Xiaobai. After a playful complaint, Zhou Haiping suggested, "Why don't you come out to explore in the evening? The night market has more interesting things." "Fine," Xie Tao agreed, but just a few steps outside, she saw two familiar figures passing by. With her heightened senses, she could clearly hear their hushed conversation. Zhong Shanjing must have run away, right? Perhaps he discovered that we had realized his identity and fled immediately. With Xiang Tao in trouble, everything is so chaotic that we can't track him down, Zhao Linyan said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "And that woman?" Lin Ruanwan interjected. "We've searched for quite a while, and Haven T found her." But, as she spoke, her expression turned slightly concerned. "Everything is changing too swiftly. I'm really worried." Zhao Linyan wrapped an arm around her, reassuringly saying, I'm here, don't be afraid. Coincidentally, Xie Tao was passing by at that moment. What a coincidence, she thought. Dang. Looking at Zhao Linyan, she felt a twinge of mischief. Perhaps it was because she had enjoyed hitting him last time, and now she felt the urge to do it again. But never mind. Xie Tao muttered softly to herself, not too concerned about being discovered. However, there was still the night market to explore, and she didn't want to miss out on that for the sake of confronting Zhao Linyan. So, she took the initiative to pull Zhou Haiping in another direction. As they brushed past each other, Lin Ruanruan instinctively glanced at Xie Tao. Her intuition seemed to be quite sharp, as she was the first to notice Zhong Shanjing's familiarity earlier. Now, despite Xie Tao having altered her appearance and carrying a small hong, with Zhou Haiping beside her, Lin Ruanruan couldn't help but steal another glance at Xie Tao, as if something about her drew her in. She paused for 2 seconds, while Zhao Linyan continued forward, inadvertently pulling Lin Ruanruan along, causing her to stumble. He quickly halted, turning to ask, "What's wrong?" But she couldn't control her instinct to look at Xie Tao. "It's nothing." Lin Ruanruan frowned. "I just feel... Never mind, perhaps it's just my imagination." Lin Ruanruan was deeply concerned that Zhong Shanjing was growing stronger while hiding, for he was the zombie king. If he reached his later stages, humanity would be utterly powerless. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Recently, she often dreamed of past events where Zhong Shanjing led countless zombies, surrounding humanity's last base. She stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the dark mass below, while humanity's final sanctuary was on the verge of vanishing. However, not long ago, she encountered Zhong Shanjing once more, bringing forth variables that had not existed in her past life. Perhaps humanity's nightmare would return once again. Upon returning home, she summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai, startling Zhou Haiping to "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. They are our cooks." Xie Tao reassured Zhou Haiping, prompting Xiao He and Xiao Bai to prepare a meal. After Zhou Haiping finished eating, he exclaimed, "I want to go with you." Chapter 52. Zhao Linyan I've already dealt with. Zhou Haiping finally understood why Xie Tao had disdain for that noodle shop. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's cooking was genuinely delicious. After all, they had honed their skills for hundreds of years and had become masters of household affairs. "Please take me with you," Zhou Haiping said with a look of sincere devotion. "I am willing to follow you." Xie Tao replied, "If I had known, I would have summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai sooner. I miscalculated that if we are to leave, let us discuss it tomorrow. There is no rush. Tonight, I can gather all the fruits from your rooftop. And when we reach our destination, I'll find you a larger place where you can plant some grapes. I adore grapes." Although Xie Tao currently favored watermelons, she believed the weight of her affections for both new and old favorites was not significantly different. One day, when she grew tired of watermelons, she might long for the taste of grapes. "Once more, no problem," Zhou Haiping replied, watching as Xiao He and Xiao Bai swiftly tidied up his home. He couldn't help but marvel. "Is this your special ability? How incredibly useful." "Wait, isn't your special ability that space? Let us just call it my special ability." Xie Tao stretched lazily and then said, "Your ability is quite impressive too. I really like it." Zhou Haiping replied, "You simply have a fondness for fruits." The youth sighed in resignation. "I wish my ability were combat-oriented. That way, no matter what challenges I faced, at least I wouldn't be utterly defenseless." Xie Tao patted his shoulder, saying, "Regardless of the past, as long as you stay by my side, I will protect you every day. Even if, since Xie Tao didn't know many people, she decided to use someone familiar as an example. Even if Zhao Linyan tries to bully you, he must first ask for my permission." Zhou Haiping merely smiled, taking it lightly. After all, Zhao Linyan was the brother of Wind City's leader. Night soon fell, and Xie Tao left Xiao He and Xiao Bai at home to pack Zhou Haiping's belongings. Then, holding Xiao Hong, she stepped out with Zhou Haiping. The night market in Wind City appeared far more vibrant than other bases. In contrast, Xie Tao was nearly engulfed in darkness at night, with only the laboratory and a few places emitting light. The base's limited power supply prioritized crucial departments, leaving ordinary people to either light candles or retire for the night after a long day of exhausting labor. Wind City, however, boasted a lively night market, with numerous stalls selling snacks and various odds and ends. Zhou Haiping mentioned that there was a barbecue stall known for its delightful flavors, frequented by many powerful ability users from the base. The vendor, an ability user with fire control powers similar to Zhao Linyan's, operated the stall as a hobby, thus offering reasonably priced food, just slightly higher than the cost of raw materials. Yet quite popular, Xie Tao was filled with anticipation. Although she had never tried barbecue, she was genuinely intrigued by the food of this world, having sampled many delightful dishes before, from fast foods to hot pots. And an array of fruits that tantalized her taste buds. Xie Tao's excitement for the barbecue, which Zhou Haiping had praised for quite some time, had reached a peak when they arrived at their destination. The barbecue stall was already bustling with patrons. The vendor was a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, wearing a hat reminiscent of a fisherman's, that beside him stood a small shelf laden with an array of ingredients, all clearly priced below. Patrons could barter with grains or other intriguing items, as long as the vendor deemed the trade equitable. Xie Tao, cradling a small red object, observed the shelf, which displayed skewers of finely chopped vegetables, as well as various meats and dumplings. Having never tasted such fare, she nudged Zhou Haiping, asking which one is the most delectable. Do you have any recommendations? Zhou Haiping, having only visited once or twice, scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Everyone has different preferences. I'm not sure what you might like. The young vendor, who had been grilling skewers, chuckled upon hearing Xie Tao's inquiry and jovially suggested, "Is this your first visit? You should try the palm treasure. The cabbage is quite nice too. Girls tend to enjoy it, that I can throw in a couple of chicken wing tips as a bonus. They are my personal favorite." Xie Tao, intrigued, selected a few items and, as she handed the plate to the vendor, inquired, "I noticed the sign states that anything you find interesting holds value. What exactly constitutes interesting? What do you prefer?" The young vendor, a sociable type who enjoyed making friends, paused, one hand still tending to the grill while the other stroked his chin in contemplation. "That you've stumped me." Xie Tao produced a game console with her left hand, a comic book with her right, followed by 2 gems, and a watermelon she had just bought that day. Like a river deity, she posed the question, "Do you fancy this game console, or do you prefer the comic? Would the gems hold value in your eyes, or perhaps you would favor the watermelon?" The young vendor exclaimed, "Ah, the essence of a homebody. I can smell it," just as he was about to respond. A group of individuals approached, shoving their already selected plates into his hands. He instinctively caught the plates, momentarily forgetting his previous thought, scratching his head and mumbling, "All of these seem fine. I like them all." Yet, as he spoke, he stealthily pocketed the game console, tears welling in his eyes as he exclaimed, "It's this model. I searched everywhere in the city and couldn't find it. It must have been out of stock." Ah! Quickly, the young vendor slipped a few more skewers of meat into Xie Tao's plate, saying, "I'll chat with you later. This is on the house that if you find it to your liking, do visit often." With that, Xie Tao collected her remaining items, preparing to find a table to sit, when someone bumped into her. The individual resembled a light and elegant butterfly, spinning around before stepping aside. However, it was evident that the collision was intentional, and the person stumbled into the edge of the table. The sharp corner of the table can cause considerable pain, and he winced, clutching his side, and began to curse. "Why did you bump into me?" he accused. "Are you blind or something?" Turning to assess him, Xie Tao noticed he was accompanied by 2 friends, all of whom appeared quite robust. In a world like theirs, such physique indicated a certain level of privilege. "Are you implying you are blind?" Xie Tao retorted, gesturing to the distance between them. "Or did I collide with you through an invisible wall?" Just as he was about to respond, a youth standing to his left intervened, stepping forward with a mocking tone. "Zhou Haiping, I thought I recognized you. Have you found yourself a wealthy patron? I recall you once claimed that pride was of utmost importance. Does that still hold true?" Xie Tao realized that this group was likely targeting Zhou Haiping. He remained silent, his youthful visage betraying the tension as veins pulsed visibly on his forehead. His gaze bore into the youth, his eyes reflecting a simmering hatred that caused his body to tremble slightly. Xie Tao glanced between Zhou Haiping and the youth, recognizing the animosity that lay between them. The youth continued to taunt. "It hasn't been long since you've been cozying up to a wealthy woman, that if only your sister had possessed a fraction of your cunning, perhaps she wouldn't have," before he could finish. Zhou Haiping unleashed a punch, declaring, "You are not worthy to mention my sister." The middle-aged man who had initially attempted to provoke Xie Tao swiftly kicked at Zhou Haiping. His reflexes were quick, perhaps due to possessing some latent ability, but he was outpaced by Xie Tao. Her foot, though seemingly slower, connected with his abdomen, sending him flying several meters, crashing into a table and toppling it over. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Now I've collided with you. Perhaps you'd like to discuss this?" Stepping forward, she pulled Xie Haiping behind her diminutive stature contrasting with the imposing barrier she formed between him and the youth. The youth, with a sinister glint in his eye, whispered, "You wouldn't dare oppose me on behalf of Xie Haiping, would you? Oh, you seem rather unfamiliar, just arrived in Wind City. Let me impart a lesson. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. If you understand, I suggest you leave while you still can. Not to be trifled with, you say?" Xie Tao murmured, "I've dealt with Zhao Linyan before. Are you perhaps Zhao Linfeng?" Zhao Linfeng, despite being a prominent figure in Wind City, hardly seemed like a formidable opponent. Xie Haiping, pale and alarmed, interjected, "He is a distant cousin of Zhao Linfeng. If you harm him, it could lead to significant trouble." "You shouldn't. I've already stated my intent." Xie Tao replied, looking up at Xie Haiping, her expression inscrutable yet oddly reassuring. "From now on, I shall protect you." Chapter 53. I am willing to give you my soul indeed. There was a sense of security. Despite her diminutive frame, her mere presence seemed to dissolve all troubles and difficulties in an instant. Xie Haiping was engulfed by memories of his past isolation, and gazing at Xie Tao's petite figure, he felt an overwhelming swell of emotion within him. "You needn't." He stumbled over his words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Yet he recognized the gravity of their situation. They were in Wind City, facing a member of the Zhao family, a relative of Zhao Linfeng. If Xie Tao were to offend this individual, she might suffer a fate akin to his sister S, that having already lost a sister. He couldn't bear to lose another person who cared for him. After regaining his composure, Xie Haiping firmly stated, "We share no deeper connection, and the previous agreement is not yet cemented. Thus, it cannot be deemed a breach. Consider it as if I never consented." But you had already agreed, hadn't you?" Xie Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly struggling to accept that the person she had finally convinced had suddenly recanted. "How can you go back on your word? You had promised to accompany me, yet now you retract your promise. You've shattered the trust between us." While Xie Haiping pondered how to extricate Xie Tao from this predicament, especially since she had already engaged in violence, he found himself on the receiving end of her frustration. After enduring her reproach, he listened as she spoke icily. "I never regarded them with any significance. You still feel anger, don't you? If that is the case, why not seek vengeance? I am willing to be your support, your spear, and all you need to do is trust me and let loose." Xie Haiping was at a loss for words, feeling a heat rising in his chest as anger, hatred, and excitement surged within him. "You must understand one thing. I'm not foolish. I don't wish to die so easily. The very fact that I say this means I can lead you away from danger. Though it may result in being hunted in Wind City, that if you still wish to live a stable life." Before he could finish, Xie Tao's expression shifted, and Xie Haiping's eyes widened in horror. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the individual before him, fantasizing daily about revenge. Yet he felt utterly powerless. He could only observe, envisioning countless scenarios of vengeance from a distance, that if the opportunity arose, he would welcome the chance to kill, even if it led to his own demise. Indeed, his sister had often urged him to survive at all costs. Yet, if living meant enduring the arrogance of those who had destroyed his sister, he would rather perish in pursuit of retribution. "You can truly leave, can't you?" Xie Haiping gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. "That of course." Xie Tao patted his shoulder, saying, "I can help you fend off everyone and bestow upon you the strength for vengeance. Xie Haiping, pursue what you desire without fear." Xie Haiping felt a strange energy emanating from Xie Tao's palm, dark and chilling, but he was utterly indifferent to it. Yes, everyone revered the power of light, yet it had not avenged him. During his anguished weeping over his sister's demise, in his despair and suffering, the light had failed to deliver justice, that as long as he could avenge his sister, he was willing to descend into hell, regardless of the nature of the power that supported his vengeance. Even if Xie Tao were a devil, in that moment, he would willingly offer his soul to her. When Zhao Linfeng's distant cousin was struck, the crowd fell into a profound silence. This was Fengsheng, Zhao Linfeng's territory. How could anyone dare to assault his cousin? The young man before them, in terms of extraordinary abilities, was merely mediocre, yet he ruled Fengsheng with impunity solely because of his relation to Zhao Linfeng. Truth be told, if not for the fear of provoking the Zhao family, there would have been those cheering him on during his beating. For this young man had committed many despicable acts, taking others' wives and daughters at will without ever compensating them. It was said that when he fancied a shop on the street, and the owner hesitated to agree, he ruined their lives. Assaulting those he disdained was a commonplace occurrence that in this city, countless people loathed him. When they witnessed him being beaten, many discreetly took out their phones to capture the moment, eager to share their amusement with friends. Thus, aside from a few who wished to ingratiate themselves with him, no one dared approach. His only remaining sycophant was quick to act, but Xie Tao was quicker. She slapped the ground, and in the dark of night, the black mist was nearly invisible. The fog rose and coalesced into human forms. Many were oblivious to what was transpiring. Charge! The entities formed from the black mist were soulless puppets, destined to dissipate swiftly. However, that mattered little, for Xie Tao had no intention of keeping them around for long. She commanded her minions to block anyone attempting to rush forward and casually seized the plump, middle-aged man from the ground, tossing him into the swirling mist. Only the young man, who claimed to be Zhao Linfeng's cousin, remained dazed on the ground, unable to comprehend the situation. Even as Zhou Haiping, trembling, approached him with a short blade formed from the crystallized dark power. The young man continued to mock him. Many have tasted your sister's flavor. They must all count as your brothers-in-law, right? Instead of playing the kept boy for wealthy women, why not ask those brothers-in-law if they wish to buy your backside? Under normal circumstances, Zhou Haiping would have been enraged, an anger stemming from impotence, from being unable to exact revenge, and from suffering the humiliation of his enemy's arrogance. Yet at this moment, he felt unervingly calm. Only the thought of his sister ignited a steadfast resolve to kill. Zhou Haiping had never taken a life. Even as the apocalypse loomed, while many had crossed their moral boundaries to commit acts they would never have contemplated before, Zhou Haiping remained cautious, law-abiding, and vigilant. Thus, when his sister passed away, he was engulfed in torment that he had never harmed anyone or committed any wrongdoing. Why had such tragedy befallen him and his sister? He pondered whether he had erred in some way, seeking answers but finding none, and in this cycle of reflection and pain, he nearly lost himself. Yet, when he met Xie Tao, he remained sincere, steadfast in his beliefs. Was he afraid to act? No, holding the knife, Zhou Haiping contemplated with chilling clarity what he must do to this moment. He was meant to kill. Zhou Haiping advanced step by step, by the time the young man began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was too late. He attempted to rise but failed, retreating 2 steps on his hands, his gaze filled with terror. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am Zhao Linfeng's cousin. Zhou Haiping completed his sentence for him, replying, Then do you know who I am? The young man's mind momentarily clouded. He struggled to consider Zhou Haiping's background. Then he heard Zhou Haiping's icy words. I am Zhou Haiyan's brother. His sister had done nothing wrong. Neither had he. There was no need to seek faults in them. The true villain was this beast before him. Never before had Zhou Haiping perceived this truth so clearly. The flames of vengeance reflected in his eyes seemed to erupt from his very heart, threatening to consume everything. Beasts should remain caged. If released, they must be prepared for the consequences of their actions. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Haiping plunged the knife into the young man. One stab, another, and yet another. He severed the very essence of that which had wrought suffering. Piercing through the chest and abdomen, he transformed the young man's already frail body into a grotesque mess. The hatred in Zhou Haiping's heart showed no signs of abating. He continued to stab relentlessly. Initially, the young man shouted, proclaiming his identity, threatening Zhou Haiping not to act. Yet, upon realizing Zhou Haiping's calm demeanor mixed with a frenzied determination, he began to panic as the first stab struck. He was already gripped by fear. He began to plead for mercy, discarding all dignity in a desperate bid for survival. Zhou Haiping uttered one sentence. My sister once begged you not to do this. But what of you? As he stood, drenched in blood like a vengeful spirit, what once was a youthful visage now radiated cold sharpness, entirely transformed. Zhao Linyan and Lin Ruanswan had just reported to Zhao Linfeng and were on their way to dine when they stumbled into this scene. The girl gazed at the blood-soaked Zhou Haiping and laughed heartily, exclaiming, What more do you wish to do? Feel free to proceed. Chapter 54. The devil's believer Xie Tao possessed an extraordinary aura. At this moment, her actions were utterly frenzied, yet her eyes bore an unwavering calm, tinged with a hint of delight, as if she derived genuine pleasure from the unfolding spectacle. This unique quality instantly reminded Lin Ruanswan of Xie Tao. Despite their previous brief encounter, the impression was so profound that it stirred a sense of PD within her, making it difficult to forget. But how could it be Xie Tao? She should be avoiding Fengcheng. And even with her confidence, she would hardly believe she could confront an entire city alone. Lin Ruanswan found it hard to accept, yet the slightly unfamiliar girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Xie Tao. Though many could share a likeness, such an aura was rare indeed. Moreover, Zhong Shanjing had also been disguised, which was why they had not recognized him during their first meeting. Confused, Lin Ruanswan turned to her boyfriend, seeking affirmation or denial. She saw Zhao Linyan with a look of terror, fixated on Xie Tao, clearly sharing her sentiment that if one person's intuition could be mistaken, the likelihood of two experiencing the same sensation was minimal. Call for help. Zhao Linyan murmured that I suspect that woman is Xie Tao. Better to apprehend the wrong person than let a criminal escape. Lin Ruanswan nodded. They weren't alone for dinner. Zhao Linfeng should be nearby, as they had planned to gather for barbecue. However, Zhao Linfeng, occupied with other matters, arrived a bit late, allowing them to start first. Lin Huan, help block those two. Zhao Linyan shouted. That woman is the highest priority wanted criminal in Fengcheng. The barbecue vendor asked, Rationality told him that if Xie Tao was on the wanted list, she must have committed a serious crime. Yet instinctively, he felt she did not resemble a villain, hesitating briefly. He refrained from acting immediately. To end that moment of indecision, a pale hand snatched a skewer of freshly grilled meat from his platter. Xie Tao, seemingly unperturbed, remarked, You must be Lin Huan. Such an interesting name. Taking a bite, she exclaimed, Wow, delicious. If I get the chance, I'll definitely return. Her demeanor was so composed. It was as if she weren't in Fengcheng, but rather it was Zhao Linyan and the others intruding upon her territory. Zhao Linyan vividly recalls the last time Xie Tao brutally assaulted him, which instills a profound sense of trepidation within him. Gradually, he beckons others to encircle Xie Tao. However, Xie Tao pays him no heed, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhou Haiping. Do you have any other matters you wish to address? If so, resolve them all at once. Do not postpone until next time. After avenging himself, Zhou Haiping feels a sense of exhilaration, akin to awakening from a dream. That as he looks at Xie Tao, she appears almost divine to him. Upon hearing Xie Tao's words, Zhou Haiping promptly responds, I do indeed have another matter to attend to. But will it be a waste of time? Not at all. Xie Tao retorts with audacity that if you wish to act, then do so. Very well. Zhou Haiping turns to Zhao Linyan and declares loudly, Zhao Ziqing, with your influence has caused the demise of countless individuals. Perhaps you are indifferent to the lives of ordinary people, but rest assured, one day you shall be repaid by them, just as I have today. Fengcheng, it is nothing but this. After expressing his innermost thoughts, he feels an overwhelming sense of relief, and then turns to Xie Tao, inquiring, What shall we do next to depart? No need to rush. Xie Tao glances towards the distance, where a young man is slowly approaching, that he bears a striking resemblance to Zhao Linyan. Although their features are similar, the young man possesses an undeniable charm that surpasses his brother's. This must be Zhao Linyan's elder brother, Zhao Linyan, the current leader of Fengcheng. Xie Tao refrains from leaving immediately, wishing to catch a glimpse of Zhao Linyan, the head of the largest survivor base in the human world, to discern what kind of person he is. Primarily, she hopes that Zhao Linyan is more competent than his brother, for if he were similarly inept, Xie Tao would genuinely despair for humanity's future. Fortunately, Zhao Linyan appears to exude a much more reliable demeanor, embodying the essence of a leader. Xie Tao takes a bite of the meat from her skewer and leisurely wipes her mouth before addressing the approaching Zhao Linyan. Fengcheng, it is nothing but this. Zhou Haiping interjects, Are you imitating my speech? With a mere wave of her hand, the dark shadows that were attacking others dissolve and coalesce into a colossal portal. Let us go, Zhou Haiping. Zhou Haiping glances at the grand door, quickly following his new superior as they exit. Zhao Linyan attempts to intervene, but is halted by his brother's voice. You cannot stop her. Zhao Linyan murmurs, If we are adequately prepared, there may yet be a chance. But But her arrival was far too sudden. We were completely unprepared. Zhao Linyan exclaims with frustration. Yet she has slain Zhao Ziqing. Zhao Linyan remains silent, his stance unmistakably clear. Deflated, Zhao Linyan mutters to himself. Her audacity is astonishing. She dares to enter Fengqing alone, or rather not alone, accompanied by a burden. Does she truly underestimate Fengqing? Zhao Linyan finally speaks after a moment. Remove the body and clean this place. We must not disrupt others' business. That as Zhou Haiping steps through the door, he finds himself outside the city, utterly bewildered, still clueless about Xie Tao's abilities. However, this remains her secret, and he feels hesitant to inquire, especially given her status as his benefactor. Just as he contemplates the utility of such powers, a pressing thought strikes him. I forgot my fruits and the food you previously gave me. Along with your two. Xie Tao kneels and sketches a teleportation array, from which Xiao He and Xiao Bai promptly emerge, bearing a plethora of items. Zhou Haiping silently shuts his mouth. Truth be told, Xie Tao could have utilized the teleportation array to leave, but it lacked a certain flair, prompting her to concoct a more dramatic exit. That we are leaving, Xie Tao states with a grave expression. It seems I shall not be able to return to Fengqing for some time. She casually wipes her face, removing her disguise, then turns to Zhou Haiping and says, You are now aboard my pirate ship. There is no turning back. Should you ever wish to flee, fear not. Zhou Haiping replies calmly, From the moment you aided me in avenging my grievances, my life has belonged to you. Therefore, there is no need for concern. I could never. As he speaks, he finds himself staring into the eyes of Xiao Hong, who, recognizing him as Xie Tao's new subordinate, flashes a friendly smile, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Zhou Haiping exclaims, What on earth is this? Is this not your daughter? She is my little one, but Xiao Hong is a zombie. Zhou Haiping realizes he has truly boarded a pirate ship. Nevertheless, he has no intention of disembarking. Perhaps, prior to this, he might have been concerned about the association with zombies, but after the loss of his sister, he found solace only in Xie Tao's willingness to help him. Xie Tao's cause has become his own, and her goals are now his aspirations. The two walk forward at a leisurely pace, Zhou Haiping's heart a tumult of emotions as he reconciles with the reality of potentially living alongside a horde of zombies. The youth regains the aura he possessed when he first encountered Xie Tao, casually stating, Actually, Zhao Ziqing was my sister's boyfriend before the apocalypse, before the cataclysm. That is, however, the man had never been faithful, engaging in affairs with other women while involved with Zhou Haiping's sister. Upon discovering his infidelity, she was furious and ended their relationship. But he had even come to plead with her for reconciliation, prostrating himself and apologizing, only to be rejected. After the apocalypse, Zhou Haiping and his sister had resided in other bases, but due to their chaotic nature and the arbitrary rule of a select few, they decided to seek refuge in Fengqing, never foreseeing that this choice would lead them to hell. Zhao Ziqing had fortuitously aligned himself with Zhao Linyan, reveling in a life of power and privilege. Whenever he encountered Zhou Haiping's sister, he was reminded of his rejection, and in a fit of depravity, he led a group to assault her. In her struggle, she sustained severe internal injuries and was subjected to further humiliation, ultimately succumbing due to a lack of timely medical attention. Zhou Haiping had been nearby, knocked unconscious, and upon regaining consciousness, he witnessed the horrific scene of his sister being violated. She had urged him to live well. He survived, yet remained ensnared in a nightmare, tormented day and night without reprieve. To Tou, it may have been a mere act of assistance, but to me, Zhou Haiping gazes skyward, his voice hoarse. I have finally found my release. Chapter 55. You will not regret it for a long time. Zhou Haiping lived in a nightmare, trapped in hell, unable to seek vengeance against the one who had caused his sister's demise, who continued to live freely and even flaunt his existence, occasionally toying with Zhou Haiping's emotions. Now that person is dead, and he can finally heed his sister's words, to live on and embrace a new life, allowing him to reminisce about her without being engulfed in despair, pain, or collapse. His life can finally restart, no longer shackled to that fateful day, that singular moment, eternally wandering within a nightmare. Thus, Zhou Haiping feels immense gratitude towards Xie Tao. Without her, he cannot fathom how many years it might have taken to find an opportunity for revenge, or if he would have ever had the chance at all. Learn to cultivate grapes well. Xie Tao pats his shoulder. You can experiment with other fruits you find delectable, that if you succeed, do recommend them to me. By the way, where is your sister's body? Can you still locate it? He vividly remembers that night when Zhao Ziqing discovered his sister's lifeless form and, cursing, kicked her body aside, causing her soft form to roll on the ground. Covered in dirt, he had cried there for an eternity, only approaching her once the perpetrators had departed, cradling her body in his arms. Zhou Haiping meticulously cleaned her, dressing her in dignified attire before carrying her out of Fengsheng under the cover of night, that he wished to give her a proper burial, far away from that wretched creature. Thus, he journeyed for days, hiding from zombies, but her body began to emit a foul odor. With no other choice, he found a deep pit nearby and buried her, marking the spot. Lead me there, Xie Tao requests. Zhou Haiping feels bewildered, unsure of Xie Tao's intention to visit his sister's grave. She gently pats his head. You will understand in due time. I believe you will not regret bringing me along. Zhou Haiping harbors some suspicions but dares not voice them, instead clutching his racing heart as he guides Xie Tao to his sister's resting place. Driving allows them to reach their destination more swiftly, and within half a day, they arrive. Zhou Haiping carefully nudges the slumbering Xie Tao beside him. She blinks awake, somewhat dazed. Are we there? Yes. Zhou Haiping's eyes were tinged with a hint of sorrow as he alighted from the vehicle, leading Xie Tao forward. Before long, they arrived at his sister's grave. He had recently visited her, and a small bouquet of flowers still lay at the foot of the mound. That in an instant, Xie Tao summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Dig it up. Zhou Haiping gasped in alarm, clutching Xie Tao's arm tightly. But my sister's remains should have decayed by now after such a long time. You go down and dig too. Xie Tao pushed him forward and handed him a spade. Gripping the spade tightly, Zhou Haiping felt the urge to weep. Yet he believed that Xie Tao would not harm him, and since his sister had already passed, what more could be done? He could only follow Xiao He and Xiao Bai, striving to excavate his sister's remains. Xiao He and Xiao Bai worked swiftly, far outpacing Zhou Haiping. In a short while, they had unearthed his sister's body. There had been no coffin, and after 1 or 2 months, even before fully uncovering her, a foul odor began to waft out. The corpse had decomposed into a grotesque mass, the once delicate features unrecognizable, the stench of decay assaulting everyone's senses. Xiao He and Xiao Bai, lacking noses, continued their work without hesitation, extracting the remains from the earth and lifting them to the surface. With practiced ease, they retrieved tools to cleanse the body. Zhou Haiping sat in stunned silence, watching as Xiao He and Xiao Bai meticulously removed the decayed flesh, revealing the stark white bones beneath. He could not bring himself to move, kneeling in despair, waiting helplessly. The internal organs, having decayed first, had caused gases to form, leading to the phenomenon of bloat, that if the outer flesh had rotted, it signified that the organs had long perished. The body appeared as an empty shell, and Xiao He and Xiao Bai swiftly cleared it out, reassembling the broken bones and cleaning off the grime. They even used clean water to wash the remaining bones, piecing together a complete human form. Once this was accomplished, Xiao He and Xiao Bai clapped their hands and stepped aside. The necromancer sought out the recently buried, even directly approaching the freshly deceased for their material, as a human soul could linger in the body for a maximum of 7 days after death. Xie Tao pressed her bloodied fingers onto the pristine skull, her stature as a powerful mage distinct from that of an ordinary necromancer, while they typically needed to chant long incantations to ensure success. Xie Tao required only her own blood as a medium, occasionally foregoing even the need to draw a formation. It is time to awaken. There are those waiting for you. The moment Xie Tao's words fell, 2 tiny flames ignited within the eye sockets of the skull. Zhou Haiping had not anticipated that she could return, even in this form. The jawbone cracked as it opened slightly, seemingly attempting to speak, but producing no sound. Zhou Haiping was left astounded. Although he had suspected that Xie Tao might be able to do something, especially after witnessing Xiao Bai and Xiao He, he never imagined it would come to this. Sister, Zhou Haiping lunged forward, disregarding the lingering odor of decay. The white bones, stripped of flesh, still bore remnants of pale pink in some areas where decomposition had been slower. Zhou Hanyan instinctively raised her arm to embrace Zhou Haiping, only to realize that her arm was entirely skeletal. She hesitated, seemingly grasping the situation, then looked at her brother in bewilderment. Now you can make your choice. Will you continue to live in this state? Or will you choose to rest? Regardless, your brother has avenged you. What you decide now is entirely up to you. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Hanyan hesitated, while Zhou Haiping buried himself in her embrace. Unable to restrain his tears, "Sister, I do not care what you look like. I just want you by my side. Or perhaps you could stay with me. I beg you, do not leave." In that instant, he was merely a pitiful child who had lost his sister. Devoid of the composure he had shown before, appearing far more fitting for his age, Zhou Hanyan was utterly confused by the unfolding events. She sat there, yearning to speak, yet all that emerged were cracking sounds. After a long while, she gradually calmed down. Rising from the ground, the skeletal figure, taller than both Xiao He and Xiao Bai, first bowed sincerely to Xie Tao, then communicated its intentions to her. "Is this what you desire?" "Very well." Zhou Haiping grew frantic at the side. "What did my sister say? Can you translate for me?" "Your sister said that seeing you in your current state has left her with no regrets." "It seems you are doing quite well." "No," Zhou Haiping interjected swiftly. "I am currently being hunted in Wind City. I still. He struggled to conjure up any concerns that might trouble his sister, but ultimately found nothing, as Xie Tao had taken care of everything. The primary difference between him and Xiao Bai lay in the fact that Xiao Bai had to offer up a body, while he contributed his skills. Zhou Haiping's despondence deepened. He appeared like a bullied kitten on the verge of tears. "Can you not let me finish?" Xie Tao crossed her arms. "Your sister means that she is happy to see you embarking on a new life. She was previously worried you might recklessly throw yourself into danger, so she wished for you to live well. Now that she sees you have chosen to endure your hatred and bide your time for revenge, she feels reassured that you have grown wiser. There are no other implications. She will remain by your side, perhaps even outliving you." Zhou Haiping still wished to roll around, to act spoiled and adorable to soften his sister's heart. Hoping she would stay, upon hearing these words, he broke into a smile. "That would be wonderful." Chapter 56. This is the specialty. I brought back. Xie Tao had almost lost her patience with him, mumbling a few indistinct words before finally agreeing. From the very beginning, Lu Ningning had sensed something amiss. Among the four of them, 3 were endowed with abilities while 1 was a researcher. Such a configuration would ensure excellent treatment at any base they visited. Why, then, had they come to a small base like this? There could only be one plausible explanation. There were individuals in the larger base whom they wished to avoid. Alternatively, they might have had a falling out with someone at a particular base and left in a huff, or even encountered conflicts or enmity with someone there. In any case, it was clear that they could no longer remain at that base, prompting their departure. The base they had conflicts with was likely of considerable size, or else they would not resort to hiding their identities in a small base like this. This was both a good and a bad thing. Lu Ningning's mind raced with possibilities, and a phrase echoed in his thoughts: "Take a chance. And a bicycle may become a motorcycle." With the decision to take a risk made, his demeanor brightened significantly, as if he had not noticed Xie Tao concealing her powers or the fact that her registered ability was related to milk. Their desire for anonymity indicated that they did not wish to stir up trouble and aimed to live quietly. That must mean they would surely sense his sincerity and willingness to accept them. The more Lu Ningning pondered, the more convinced he became, almost wishing to bare his soul to them, saying, "I understand you may have unspeakable pasts. It's all right. My base and I are willing to embrace you. Stay with us, of course." Had he known that Xie Tao and her companions' enemies hailed from Wind City, more accurately, their foes were the brothers Zhao Linfeng and Zhao Linyan, he might not have maintained such a congenial attitude. Lu Ningning was unaware, so he left feeling quite joyful, as though he were the protagonist of a certain story, having drawn the attention of a group of formidable individuals without even a hint of trepidation. After Lu Ningning departed, Xie Tao wore a somewhat bewildered expression, pondering what was going on in his mind, for he seemed peculiarly strange. Zhong Shanjing was at home, while Jiang Xingji was absent, likely due to a recent mission. They had previously promised Lu Ningning to assist in protecting those on assignments, and Jiang Xingji, feeling rather idle at home, had decided to lend a hand. Zhong Shanjing sauntered over slowly and remarked, "You have entirely overlooked the most crucial issue." The city was vast, yet it did not match Lu Ningning's expectations. That IT was difficult to articulate, but while walking through Wind City, he had been reminded of the cathedral. The cities governed by the cathedral possessed a similar aura to Wine City. That IT was that sense of false prosperity, where people were both exploited and indoctrinated, living in hardship yet reluctant to leave, believing that only here could they find protection. Xie Tao, having interacted with such individuals countless times, could not help but notice subtle issues, as if she had installed a cathedral detector within herself. If she could linger in Wind City longer, she might glean a more profound understanding of the situation there, but it was of little importance, as they were destined to be enemies. Zhongshan Jing harbored no favorable impressions of the Holy Church. His entire understanding of it was derived from the words of Xie Tao. It was a place that exploited the faith of the divine to oppress ordinary individuals, one that would incite plagues for the sake of religious conflict. A self-directed farce, veiling its sordidness beneath the guise of sanctity. The tales of Xiao He and Xiao Bai were sufficient to instill aversion in anyone who had never set foot in the Holy Church. When Xie Tao remarked that Wine City reminded him of a city governed by the Holy Church, Zhongshan Jing quickly grasped the underlying sentiment she wished to convey. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Do nothing. Simply focus on living our lives well." Xie Tao stretched languidly, instructing Xiao He and Xiao Bai to prepare bone broth before releasing Zhou Haiyan from confinement. Given that Zhou Haiyan had recently assumed her current form, she might still be somewhat disoriented and would need time to acclimate to her body. "I'll take a nap for a while. We can discuss matters later." With only a few of them present, was it necessary to launch a holy war against Wind City? That seemed entirely unwarranted and excessively troublesome. Xie Tao clearly understood that. Even if the day came when they would clash with Wind City, it would certainly not be today, for Wind City's reputation remained relatively unblemished, much like that of the Holy Church. Although those in power were well aware of the Church's true nature, to the average person, it still appeared as a sect devoted to the God of Light, safeguarding all its adherents and illuminating the world. Wind City was perceived similarly. Despite its internal decay, those connected to Zhao Lin Feng could treat others with disdain, bullying innocents, even to the point of insulting young girls to death. Yet to the majority, it was a tranquil sanctuary that promised protection for all, a place where countless individuals longed to reside. Even those unable to reach Wind City would speak of it as the largest survivor base, claiming that within its walls, most need not fear the disturbances of zombies and that the majority could find enough to eat. How wonderful it would be to live there. Let them bask in their delusions for a while. Zhongshan Jing felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Xie Tao paid little heed to their thoughts and quickly fell asleep. Zhou Hai, unharmed and possessing abilities, could enter without delay, likely in time to enjoy some soup. When Xie Tao awoke, it was already evening. The broth, having simmered for a considerable time, filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. Rubbing her eyes, she descended from her bed and made her way outside. Perplexed, has the special product not yet arrived? At that moment, the doorbell rang. Zhou Haiyan, who had been sweeping nearby, swiftly opened the door to find Jiangxing Ji standing on the threshold. Before Jiangxing Ji could express his longing for Xie Tao, another figure slipped in beside him. "Is this the place?" "Ah, sister." "Ah, Tao Zijie, I've arrived." Jiangxing Ji and Zhongshan Jing exchanged glances at Zhou Haiping standing at the door, then silently turned their attention to Xie Tao, questioning the situation with unspoken words. Eventually, Jiangxing Ji could no longer contain his curiosity. "Who is this?" She joyfully settled herself at the table, utterly oblivious to the strange atmosphere that had begun to envelop them. Especially for Jiangxing Ji, who felt on the verge of exploding. They hadn't yet dealt with Zhongshan Jing, and now another had arrived. Chapter 57. I have come to join this family. 3 men in a dramatic scene. Although Zhou Haiping had not joined willingly, the chaos of such a scenario allowed no room for escape. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Haiping began to sense the underlying tension, seated between Zhongshan Jing on his left and Jiangxing Ji on his right. He felt the weight of their glances, one wearing a disarming smile yet harboring coldness, the other exuding a ruthless demeanor, his gaze sharper than a blade. Zhou Haiping felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Wishing to explain, yet finding no words to articulate his thoughts, he could hardly declare, "I'm not here to disrupt your bond. I've come to join this family." He cast a pleading glance toward his sister. But she too was unaccustomed to such turmoil and could not offer assistance. Dinner consisted of bone broth enriched with corn and winter melon, the latter having been cooked to a tender softness, practically melting in the mouth. The corn, saturated with the savory essence of the broth, was sweet and delectable, that I in the aftermath of the apocalypse, savoring a bowl of rib soup was a source of immense joy. However, Xie Haiping, having just unearthed his sister and spent considerable time cleaning the bones, felt a complex swirl of emotions at the sight of the creamy broth and the ribs within the bowl. Especially with his sister calmly serving him a helping that as he gazed at her pristine bones, his appetite waned. Tears began to flow. "Why aren't you eating?" Xie Tao gently nudged the bowl toward him, her expression radiating warmth. "Think of this as your home. We'll all be living together from now on, so don't be too distant." As she uttered these words, the two men beside Zhongshan Jing began to shoot glances of daggers in his direction, one adopting a facade of a smiling tiger, the other revealing unmasked hostility. Trembling, Xie Haiping grasped his bowl, taking a couple of hurried bites, tears welling in his eyes as he stammered. I've been considering a vegetarian diet lately." "Very well," Xie Tao replied, accepting his bowl to fill it with a generous serving of winter melon and corn. "What vegetables would you like me to prepare?" Yet his sentiments had shifted. After all, this was Xie Tao. She had always preferred convenience, relying on Xiao Bai and Xiao He to feed her during her gaming escapades. When had Xie Tao ever offered to serve anyone else? Zhongshan Jing's gaze sharpened in an instant. Initially, he had not regarded Xie Haiping as a formidable rival, but now he elevated Xie Haiping's threat level above that of Jiang Xingji. Xie Haiping, under the intense scrutiny of both men, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With tears shimmering in his eyes, he wished to cry but dared not. Had he known he would be embroiled in such chaos today, he would have certainly. Yet he would still make the same choice, for he longed to see his sister. What could he do, having chosen this path? He had to endure. This was sufficient. No need to add more. Xie Haiping spoke rapidly. "I am not that hungry. I'll just nibble on something for now, as I have other matters to attend to." Those fruit trees were his own selection and cultivation, sweeter than ordinary fruits, and he did not wish for them to perish and waste away. After all, starting anew would consume considerable time, and he had another pressing concern: escaping this chaotic scene, even if only temporarily. This tumultuous environment was no place for a person to linger. Xie Haiping's face was etched with agony. If he could, he would wish to appear less attractive, for perhaps then he would avoid such tumultuous scenarios. While he wrestled with his dilemma, Xie Tao had already begun sipping her broth, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling among the men. After all, Xie Tao had been single for centuries, engrossed in her research, with little interest in such matters. Indeed, many had shown interest in Xie Tao during this time, some hinting at their affections. Yet she failed to comprehend, as their hints had been too subtle. There had been direct confessions, all of which she had rejected. Particularly amusing was the time a newly appointed holy son of the church had confessed to her. He was fresh-faced and naive, appearing only about 16 years old. Xie Tao encountered him while descending the mountain to procure supplies. The young lad was entirely unaware that she was a necromancer, nor did she realize he was the latest holy son of the church. At that time, Xie Tao was not as formidable as she would later become, perhaps only in her early hundreds. They had teamed up to save an ordinary person from an oncoming noble-esque carriage. And thus their acquaintance began. Upon learning he was a local, she asked him to recommend a few reliable shops while shopping for daily necessities, and during their interactions, the holy son developed feelings. When it was time to part, the holy son shyly inquired, "Where do you live? May I visit you?" His cheeks flushed as he spoke, youthful and bashful in the presence of the girl he admired. "Is it convenient? Will anyone disapprove?" Xie Tao pondered her countless corpses at home and the scattered materials, a group of subordinates daily deliberating on how to make their appearance less ghastly. She mused that if this young boy were to visit her abode, he might well be frightened to tears. Ordinary people could not fathom the life of a necromancer. Their meeting was destined, albeit fleeting. Perhaps they would cross paths again in the future. Thus, she responded and bid him farewell. When they met again, Xie Tao stood among the ranks of necromancers while the young holy son stood with the church. Upon seeing Xie Tao, tears streamed down his face that it was likely that the heart of a boy in the throes of first love shattered into 1,000 pieces at that moment. After all, he had not lived long, and one day he had suddenly perished, replaced by another holy son. Xie Tao had never sought to understand why, but she couldn't help but reflect upon the new holy son as ascension. Remarking to herself, "It seems the previous holy son lacked talent, passing away so soon. Such was Xie Tao, an unwaveringly straight woman, a paragon of steel, causing many to feel heartache. It was only natural that she would be difficult to sway. Do not be deceived by her occasional flirtatious demeanor, which may suggest a profound understanding of the world. In truth, Xie Tao has never experienced love in her several centuries of existence. Among those who have directly confessed their feelings to her, there was a fellow necromancer, a remarkably talented individual who, despite his youth, had already exhibited considerable strength. Though he paled in comparison to Xie Tao, whose talent is renowned as unparalleled throughout history. During one gathering, he unexpectedly declared his affections, leaving Xie Tao utterly unaware of his secret admiration. At the time, numerous other necromancers were present, jesting at the prospect of their union, for both possessed exceptional abilities and shared a cordial relationship as friends over many years. Indeed, they could be deemed a match made in heaven, a pair of celestial beings. The aspiring suitor, brimming with confidence, believed they were perfectly suited for one another, given the consensus among onlookers. Yet, he was met with outright rejection. Xie Tao stated bluntly, "I do not harbor feelings for you, nor do I intend to pursue a relationship." Perhaps feeling humiliated, he stormed off, his expression darkening, and he never attended another gathering hosted by Xie Tao thereafter. To her surprise, he proved to be quite petty, later plotting against her in collaboration with the sanctuary, which nearly resulted in his demise at her hands. As she confronted him, with reddened eyes, implored, "What is it about me that you find lacking? Why did you reject me?" Thus, winning over Xie Tao is no easy feat. At this moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that two of the three men present were indeed interested in her. She quickly finished her dinner and urged Zhou Haiping, "Hurry and bring out the supplies. I'll help you secure a plot of land that I happen to have some strawberry and garlic seedlings that I've been nurturing. Let us tend to them together." All right, Zhou Haiping thought to himself, eager to escape the gaze of the two men and distance himself from this arena of tension, longing only to cultivate the land alongside watermelons and strawberries. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan Jing promptly stood up. "What are you moving? I can assist. Let us divide the tasks. We can plant these behind the house, where there is some vacant land, right?" Xie Tao rubbed her palms together, feeling elated. Soon, she would achieve her fruit freedom. And since Zhou Haiping's ability involved accelerating plant growth, did that mean he could cultivate fruits from the south, north, and even tropical varieties? The thought filled her with warmth as she gazed at Zhou Haiping with newfound tenderness. Without hesitation, Xie Tao dashed ahead, carrying 2 pots of garlic seedlings, while Zhou Haiping followed with several pots of strawberries, and the remainder was taken care of by Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Zhongshan Jing quietly trailed behind Zhou Haiping, inquiring softly, "What is your ability?" Zhou Haiping replied, "I can make plants grow rapidly." Zhongshan Jing was taken aback. Chapter 58. He is the zombie king. This is a natural advantage. Zhongshan Jing finally understood why Xie Tao's demeanor toward Zhou Haiping was so gentle, even approaching tenderness, so that was it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingji, who had been eavesdropping, wore an expression of displeasure. How infuriating! Why did he awaken with an offensive ability? If only he had the power to hasten plant growth, or even just to accelerate the growth of fruits, then he would surely be the one garnering Xie Tao's attention. If Zhou Haiping were aware of their thoughts, he would likely be incensed, for he had once dreamed of possessing an offensive ability to exact vengeance, that if he had such power, he might have been able to take Zhao Ziqing down with him, avenging his sister. Yet these two wished to exchange abilities with him. He too yearned for combat prowess. It was known that if news of Jiang Xingji's ability were to spread, countless would beg to trade with him. His powers encompassing both light and dark, with formidable offensive capabilities, coupled with a skill that could be deemed supportive. Such powers were the envy of many. However, Zhou Haiping remained oblivious, puzzled by the sudden shift in the gazes of the two men, which now bore envy and resentment. Yet, as fate would have it, had he possessed an offensive ability, he might not have survived at all, for Zhao Ziqing would have eradicated him. That it was precisely because his powers lacked offensive capability that he had lived to this day. Eventually encountering Xie Tao, surrounded by the envious gazes of the two men, Zhou Haiping carried the strawberry seedlings to the back of the house, where a vast expanse of land awaited cultivation, merely requiring some tilling and loosening of the soil. Xiaohe and Xiaobai made several trips, transporting everything needed, even bringing chairs for Xie Tao to rest. They were also responsible for tilling the soil, though neither had any experience, and Zhou Haiping had to guide them. While they were busy, Lu Ningning happened to stroll by. Upon seeing him, Xie Tao enthusiastically called out, "Lu Ningning!" He appeared somewhat taken aback. "Are you calling me?" "Yes." After beckoning him over, Xie Tao earnestly inquired, "Could you spare me a plot of land? I wish to plant something. Of course." Lu Ningning readily agreed. "I'll designate a plot for you right away. There's land nearby that hasn't been developed yet. Plant whatever you like." Xie Tao was thrilled and even gifted him some fruit, as they would be interacting frequently in the future. A little reciprocity was only fair. She was not one to take advantage of others. Lu Ningning, receiving the fruit, felt elated, believing their relationship was progressing and that they might become friends. Once friendship blossomed, the bonds between them would solidify. That he subsequently marked out the plot for Xie Tao. Their base was not large, and the population was not fully settled, leaving ample vacant land. That he chose a particularly fertile area for her to cultivate. Xie Tao gazed at the two plots brimming with plants, feeling immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, after leaving with Zhou Haiping, Zhao Linyan seethed with anger, feeling that their Wind City resembled a public restroom. Xie Tao came and went as she pleased. Without so much as a greeting, he rushed to find his brother. "Brother, is there truly no way to locate that woman in Zhongshanjing? At this rate, she will only grow bolder, and our Wind City will lose face." Lin Ruanwan chimed in. "Zhongshanjing is also becoming increasingly formidable. With each passing day, he grows stronger, and we will eventually find ourselves at a loss that to contend with such a being. They should have eradicated him before he reached maturity." When Zhongshanjing transformed into a zombie, it was the perfect opportunity. He was at his most vulnerable. The humans could have eliminated him without incurring significant costs. Once he grew in strength, the nightmare of the previous generation would repeat itself, with Zhongshanjing becoming the zombie king, leading all zombies to oppress humanity, causing survivor bases to vanish one after another, leaving no room for retreat. Zhongshanjing epitomized the irreconcilable conflict between this new species of zombies and the remnants of the old world. However, when Zhongshanjing became a zombie, they had failed to locate him. And recently, they had even exposed their reasons for searching for him. After realizing everything, Zhongshanjing would undoubtedly go into hiding, and once he reached a certain level of strength, he would no longer conceal himself. If this continued, they would only become more passive. Zhao Linyan sat in a chair, playing with two walnuts in his hands. He remained silent until the other two finished speaking, at which point he slowly addressed them. "Ruanwan, in your memories, there is no record of Xie Tao, correct?" "No," Lin Ruanwan replied, puzzled by the inquiry. Thus far, Xie Tao had demonstrated numerous abilities, bearing no resemblance to an ordinary ability user. Among all known ability users, only one possessed dual abilities, that being Zhao Linyan himself. Yet Xie Tao, her exhibited powers included controlling others, summoning combat-ready skeletons, possessing a spatial-like entity, and creating portals. Was this truly an ability? Lin Ruanwan had previously thought that the reason Xie Tao was not mentioned in the last generation was that she had perished before reaching her potential. However, it now seemed otherwise. That we must find a way to investigate this woman named Xie Tao. Otherwise, even if we locate Zhongshanjing, we will be unable to act decisively. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. "You must remain calm." Zhao Linyan expressed some dissatisfaction. "Your temperament is far too impatient. Such behavior makes it difficult for me to entrust you with important tasks. Linyan, I hope you can temper your disposition and learn from Ruanwan. Only when you can restrain your reckless nature will I feel confident in assigning you more significant responsibilities." Zhao Linyan felt somewhat disgruntled, muttering under his breath, but refraining from arguing with Zhao Linyan, whose authority he respected deeply. Lin Ruanwan added, "Brother is right. You're indeed a bit hasty. It is wise to think carefully before acting." Zhao Linyan, understood that I shall now investigate Xie Tao. I need to ascertain her origins, her past actions, and how others perceive her, as thoroughly as possible. Zhongjinwei. Indeed, he is exceedingly curious about Xie Tao's abilities, especially after vaguely learning that her summoning of Xiaohong and Xiaobai is not an extraordinary power, but potentially something even more unique. Shall we proceed immediately? I will promptly tidy up the laboratory. Do you require anything? What shall we bring along? I can manage on my own. Thus, mere minutes later, Zhongjinwei, who was awaiting in the laboratory, beheld Zongshanjing beside Xie Tao. Unaware that Zongshanjing was the zombie king, Zhang Jinwei asked. Xie Tao, while donning gloves, remarked, "Since you are now one of us, and having boarded the ship of thieves, there are matters I must disclose to you." First, she pointed at Zongshanjing. He has actually awakened as the zombie king, and the reason Zhao Linyan's group is pursuing him is due to a prophecy foretelling that he will one day bring about the world's destruction. Zhang Jinwei, having an inkling that Zongshanjing may not be human, felt his gaze intensify with fervor. For researchers in this field, the existence of a zombie king is immensely valuable. Xie Tao continued, pointing at herself. "I am not an extraordinary individual. Rather, I'm a necromancer." Zhang Jinwei. After Xie Tao briefly explained what a necromancer is, Zhang Jinwei's already fervent gaze became even more passionate. "Coach, I too wish to learn." Xie Tao, you lack the innate talent, but entrance into the field is certainly feasible. If you genuinely wish to learn, I can instruct you starting tomorrow. Zhang Jinwei cradled his face, nearly swooning with excitement. "I never imagined I would have the opportunity to study the zombie king alongside a necromancer in my lifetime." The soon-to-be researched Zongshanjing, teacher. Zhang Jinwei eagerly inquired, "What will our research methodology be?" "Currently, we aim to restore the zombie king. His body has developed complications due to evolution with numerous side effects, which is untenable." Xie Tao has deliberately withheld Zongshanjing's rapid evolution for this very reason, that if the foundation is not solid, even a tall building will merely be a precarious structure, likely to collapse at the slightest gust. Therefore, our initial research will focus on this. We shall proceed further only after completing the study. To Xie Tao's intention in enlisting Zhang Jinwei and revealing the truth to him is to merge the technologies of both worlds, hoping to spark extraordinary innovations. The two swiftly donned their experimental attire and silently focused on Zongshanjing. Instinctively, he covered his chest, feeling inexplicably vulnerable before these two individuals, as if he were entirely unclothed. Chapter 59. Are you unable? Xie Tao harbors special feelings for Zongshanjing. Of course, this special sentiment does not pertain to romantic affection, but rather stems from Zongshanjing's uniqueness, which piques her curiosity while simultaneously leading her to regard him as her possession. Xie Tao and Zhang Jinwei encircled Zongshanjing, examining him for an extended period. His physical condition, all data meticulously documented, was swiftly organized into a chart by Zhang Jinwei, which he presented to Xie Tao. As she perused the chart, she discovered that the situation was slightly worse than anticipated. The potential for Zongshanjing to bring about the world's destruction in his previous life may not solely be attributable to his personality or experiences, but undoubtedly influenced by his physical constitution. Gaining power always demands a price. There are no fortuitous occurrences in this world, but if something were to fall from the heavens, it would likely be tainted. After conducting a thorough examination, Xie Tao could not help but exhale deeply. Zongshanjing, devoid of pain, had no need for anesthetics. Thus, he remained conscious and jested. "Am I all right, doctor?" Xie Tao's expression turned grave. "Prepare for the worst. Comrade Zongshanjing, are you willing to donate your body for the advancement of science?" Zongshanjing could not suppress a laugh. "Where did you learn that?" "In novels," Xie Tao replied without expression. After engaging with comics, she seamlessly transitioned to novels, causing Zongshanjing to feel a chill of concern, fearing she might be exposed to dubious narratives. Unaware of his worries, Xie Tao assumed he was anxious about his own condition and reassured him. "Rest assured. With me around, you will be fine. It is merely the materials that may pose a challenge." After examining Zongshanjing, Xie Tao discovered that the toxins within him were continuously affecting his nerves and spreading upward. This meant that if the spread continued unchecked, Zongshanjing would inevitably be impacted in his brain, the zombie king. He would not perish from the zombie toxin. However, the accumulation of toxins within him would proliferate, accelerating as he grew stronger. Presently, he was merely influenced by it, and coupled with the instincts of the undead, he occasionally craved flesh. Once the toxins reached his brain, he might truly become the zombie king. Xie Tao suspected that the so-called zombie king from his previous life had lost his sanity, unable to control himself. Much like Zongshanjing had that fateful night, driven by insatiable hunger. Was that still the real Zongshanjing? Xie Tao could not say. "You should indulge in some good food and drink over the next few days." Xie Tao comfortingly patted Zongshanjing's muscular chest. "Zongshanjing, shouldn't it be a bit premature to indulge in such luxuries?" Xie Tao crossed her arms and replied, "Your physical condition is genuinely concerning. I will devise a solution soon." As she spoke, she reached out to pat Zhang Shanjing's chest again, seemingly unable to resist the urge, and continued to do so, prompting Zhang Shanjing to cast a resentful glance at her. "Xie Tao, I am merely tenderly tapping to soften the meat, enhancing its flavor." "Zhang Shanjing, I find that hard to believe." He rose from the examination table, gently adjusting his clothing, his wounds healing rapidly, leaving only old scars that appeared quite disfigured. Zhang Jinwei, who had been reviewing documents, suddenly heard Xie Tao say, "You may step outside for a moment." Zhang Jinwei paused, not being a fool despite his naive demeanor. He instantly grasped the implications. Thus, Zhang Jinwei hastily set down all his belongings and exited, closing the door with utmost care, displaying remarkable consideration. Zhang Shanjing, aware of Zhang Jinwei's misinterpretation, felt it was of little consequence, for regardless of how he explained himself, no one would believe him that in fact, he wished for everyone to assume he shared a special relationship with Xie Tao, ideally including Xie Tao herself. His only source of displeasure lay in the certainty that Zhang Jinwei's misunderstanding would lead to suspicions about their actions, resulting in inquiries about their clothing and intimacy, all within a mere 10 minutes. "Tonight shall conclude here," Zhang Jinwei, ever considerate, advised. "Please ensure you rest adequately and do not overexert yourself." "Xie Tao, I am not fatigued." Zhang Jinwei glanced at Zhang Shanjing, his expression growing even more peculiar. Zhang Shanjing. Chapter 60. Re-entering Wind City. The amalgamation of knowledge from their distinct worlds swiftly yielded a new plan. Xie Tao, pen in mouth, scrutinized the proposal for an extended period, refining and revising it, remaining sleepless throughout the night. The following morning, upon rising, the other individuals adhering to a normal routine entered the living room to find Xie Tao seated there. Savoring her coffee, of course, the little fairy bore no dark circles beneath her eyes. Thus the group was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xingji even jested, "It's the first time I've seen you awake at such an early hour." Xie Tao stifled a yawn, finished her last sip of coffee, and replied, "No, I merely haven't slept." Jiang Xingji responded, perplexed. During her yawning, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already prepared porridge, bringing it over. After a night of sleeplessness, Xie Tao intended to retire for some much-needed rest, but if there's anything to discuss, let's wait until I've awakened. Xiao Hong, who had not been able to cuddle with her all night, had tears streaming down her face. Jiang Xingji was utterly bewildered by how Xie Tao had managed to stay awake the entire night and only now was succumbing to sleep. Turning around, he caught sight of Zhong Jinqi, whose eyes were shadowed with fatigue, resembling someone utterly drained, as he groggily emerged from his room, approaching to fetch a bowl of nourishing porridge, sipping it while struggling to keep his eyes open. "You didn't sleep all night as well, did you?" Zhong Jinqi had spent the entire night poring over data on Zhong Shanjing, growing increasingly invigorated with each revelation, until he found himself dazedly seated in his room until dawn. Only when the first light of day appeared did he begin to feel drowsy, reluctantly emerging from his sanctuary. Cases like Zhong Shanjing's were exceedingly rare, making it hard for him to part with the information. Zhong Jinqi consumed his porridge with utmost haste before brushing his teeth and collapsing back into bed, determined to awaken quickly and resume his research on Zhong Shanjing. Just moments later, Zhong Shanjing also emerged from his room, sitting beside the table to begin his meal. Jiang Xingji inquired, "Did you sleep last night?" "No, then what were you up to?" Jiang Xingji was beginning to suspect they had gone out to have fun without him, given their collective appearance of sleeplessness. Contemplating life, Zhong Shanjing replied slowly, sipping his porridge. Jiang Xingji was taken aback. "I suspect you're pulling my leg, that in truth." Zhong Shanjing had not deceived him. He had genuinely spent the night reflecting on life, pondering his past, recalling events that had transpired, and contemplating Xie Tao. Of course, the latter primarily revolved around how to win her affection. After the events of the previous night, he realized that with Xie Tao, subtlety was futile. If he was ambiguous, she simply would not comprehend that he needed to be more direct and forthright, yet without being overly abrupt, that if he could find the balance, perhaps Xie Tao would gradually come to recognize who held affection for her and who was truly suitable for her. He had contemplated the initial set of questions for approximately an hour, while the latter had occupied his thoughts throughout the night. Upon arriving at his conclusions, Zhong Shanjing felt an invigorating surge of energy. Even in the presence of his rival, he no longer felt the same trepidation that he had experienced in Epiphany, yet Jiang Xingji remained oblivious. Zhong Shanjing possessed a unique constitution, which Jiang Xingji lacked. In every regard, it seemed Zhong Shanjing's chances were vastly superior. The more he contemplated, the more composed he became that he lifted his head to offer Jiang Xingji a faint smile before returning to his porridge. Once Zhong Shanjing finished his meal and departed, Jiang Xingji, still in a daze, sat down to serve himself a bowl of porridge, at that moment. Zhou Haiping had just risen, yawning as he made his way into the living room. Jiang Xingji asked, "Did you sleep last night? Surely you didn't stay awake too?" "Of course not. I slept for quite a while. It was wonderful." Zhou Haiping had vanquished his adversaries, finally avenging his sister, and had found a safe haven. No longer fearing starvation or being pursued by zombies, allowing him to engage in activities he enjoyed, with ample space to cultivate fruits. After such a prolonged period without restful sleep, Zhou Haiping radiated a glow of vitality. Jiang Xingji could only stare in disbelief. Xie Tao slept soundly until past 4 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, she felt utterly fatigued and stretched languidly, reaching for a list at her bedside before contemplating a venture to procure some items. Consequently, when she emerged for a meal, the group observed her clutching a piece of paper, eating while engrossed in her reading, seemingly oblivious to those speaking to her. She disregarded everyone and dashed out with her list in hand. After the events of the previous days, Lin Huan found himself pondering what crime Xie Tao had committed to warrant a bounty on her head. Given the high priority of the warrant, it must have been something significant. Yet prior to that day, he had never even heard her name. Due to his frequent outings to sell goods, Lin Huan was quite well informed, leaving him particularly perplexed, not overly familiar with Zhao Linyan. He sought information from other acquaintances. However, they were equally in the dark, only revealing the warrant was issued by Zhao Linfeng, but no specifics were given as to Whyit merely mentioned a man, whose name seems to be Zhong Shanjing. Both listed on the same warrant, both with high priority. Who knows what they did? Lin Huan, unable to obtain answers, was consumed by curiosity. After inquiring with several individuals, none could provide clarity, leaving him disheartened that afternoon. He squatted in the courtyard, threading meat on his skewers, preparing for an evening sale. While lost in thought about Xie Tao, someone tapped him on the shoulder, startling him that he had not anticipated anyone could approach him so silently. Had it been an ambush, he might have met his end. "What kind of meat did you roast before?" "I want that." Xie Tao crouched beside him with remarkable familiarity and said, "How about I help you thread the meat? You can grill a few skewers for me later." She waved her hand dismissively. "Once I completed my task, you can notify Zhao Linfeng. Perhaps we can even profit from him." Chapter 61. From today onward, you shall be my sister. Lin Huan had never encountered such an intriguing individual, and his curiosity regarding the situation only deepened. He clapped his hands and replied, "Then lend me a hand. If you finish threading the meat, I'll grill some for you." Xie Tao eagerly set to work beside him, initially exhibiting patience, but soon lost focus, poking at this and that, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. "What is this?" "It's cumin. Used for grilling meat, to be careful not to spill it. And this? Buttered, if you're curious. I can fry you an oyster later." Lin Huan tilted his head to witness Xie Tao's childlike enthusiasm, which was oddly endearing rather than bothersome. Yet she did increase his workload, prompting him to suggest, "All right, I'll manage this on my own. You go play over there to do you see that table? There's lemonade I made. Feel free to help yourself." Xie Tao, however, remained obstinate. "I promise to help you finish this." Lin Huan couldn't help but chuckle at her determination. Fine, you do it." Once all the meat was threaded, Xie Tao cradled a cup of lemonade. Watching Lin Huan skillfully grill the skewers, flames danced in his palms as he expertly cooked, and while grilling, he inquired, "I've been particularly curious about one thing. Could you share it with me? If not, I won't push you. What do you wish to know?" Xie Tao, thoroughly enjoying the lemonade, guzzled down more than a cup, her feline eyes narrowing in delight as she smiled softly, "That I'm just really curious about how you ended up with a bounty on your head." After all, the last person to hold such a distinction was a notorious ability user who organized numerous others to rob and kill, committing heinous acts without remorse. Lin Huan left out 2 critical points. Firstly, the reason that ability user was wanted was primarily due to the murders of individuals who should not have been harmed. That it seemed that during a raid, a powerful base leader's mistress and her family were killed, including 2 of his illegitimate children. Consequently, the bases united to issue a warrant, capturing and executing him, ultimately revealing his extensive record of killings. Secondly, and most importantly, even such a villain found the pursuit against him far less intense than that facing Xie Tao. Yet, Xie Tao appeared nothing like a remorseless criminal. She resembled more of a sweet, neighborly girl, occasionally greedy, her gaze lively and charming, devoid of any menacing aura. That I confronted Zhao Linyan and his girlfriend. I heard that his girlfriend, Lin Ruren, possesses precognitive abilities and foresaw that my friend would one day bring about the world's destruction, prompting her to strike preemptively. Xie Tao chuckled dismissively at this point. Regardless of whether he ultimately destroys the world, that is a matter for the future. That if I were to predict that Zhao Linyan would annihilate the world, could I then justify killing him? It was merely an exercise of brute strength that allowed one to dictate another's fate. That if she were stronger, could she not also determine theirs? Xie Tao's displeasure stemmed not from their intention to leverage this so-called prophecy to eliminate Zhongshan Jing, but rather from their condescending attitude and one wish to perish. Nor would anyone willingly offer themselves up for slaughter based on a prophecy that if they sought to kill Zhongshan Jing, they should simply muster the strength to do so without adopting a holier-than-thou demeanor. As if to say, how dare you resist? How dare you conceal yourself? I shall stand as the pinnacle of morality to judge you. It was utterly sanctimonious to ask that truly how it is. Lin Huan's curiosity was satiated. And he also learned some intriguing tidbits, such as Lin Ruanwan's ability to foresee the future. Zhao Linyan had been playfully beaten by his adorable little sister. He rested his chin in his hand, pondering seriously. Perhaps after being struck by you, feeling utterly humiliated, he wished to take revenge but felt too embarrassed to confess to anyone, thus concocting an excuse. However, the notion of foresight indeed sounds quite impressive. Yet, I am not one to believe in fate, that if someone were to point a finger at me and declare that I would one day bring about the world's destruction, I would likely retort with a dismissive, "Get lost." Such a statement implying death is merely an attempt to deceive the gullible. Wouldn't you agree? Xie Tao swiftly gave him a thumbs up, and Lin Huan chuckled before stating, "You didn't come to Wine City merely for the barbecue, did you? If there is anything else you wish to pursue, do not hesitate to tell me that I am more than willing to assist, should it be within my capabilities. However, if it is beyond my reach." "Oh, I genuinely came to find you just to enjoy some meat. That barbecue you prepared last time was delectable. I also wanted to purchase a few items. Wind City is vast, and the trading market here ought to have a wide array of goods." Xie Tao contemplated taking a stroll to see if she could gather everything she desired. Even if she couldn't find it all, acquiring a portion would suffice. "How about joining me tonight for some stall fun?" Lin Huan coaxed with a grin. "If the items you seek are rather intricate, I could contact a few friends to assist you." "That could work." Xie Tao mused, touching her face, "but I might need to change my appearance." Lin Huan was then treated to a display of her remarkable techniques, astonished by her adeptness. Not only did Xie Tao possess skills akin to disguise, but she could also alter her height, reminiscent of the legendary art of bone contraction. Naturally petite, she appeared as if she were a 13 or 14-year-old girl when she shrank her bones. She even styled her hair into twin ponytails, swaying adorably as she moved her head as a self-proclaimed homebody. Lin Huan clutched his chest dramatically and fell to the ground with a thud. "It's my little sister, my adorable little sister." Xie Tao placed a disdainful foot on his chest, admonishing, "You are utterly lewd. Act a little more appropriately." Yet the ponytail girl was indeed charming. Xie Tao fondled her ponytails with satisfaction, while Lin Huan, unperturbed by her foot on him, languidly declared, "Tonight, I shall be your big brother, and you shall be my little sister. Let us refer to each other as such publicly." Xie Tao raised an eyebrow. "You dare call yourself my brother at your age?" She feared that once Lin Huan discovered her true age, he would wish to address her as auntie. Nonetheless, at that moment, Xie Tao tilted her head back and sweetly called out, "Brother." Lin Huan collapsed once more. Chapter 62. This is someone else's wife. This marked Xie Tao's second visit to the night market in Wind City. Unlike her first visit, she was now a small business owner. Lin Huan insisted she do nothing more than manage the finances, providing her with snacks, fruits, and refreshing lemonade to pass the time. Perched on a tall stool, she swung her slender legs while acting as the cashier, a role she might overindulge in, potentially leading Lin Huan to bankruptcy. After all, whenever someone inquired if they could exchange items, she accepted without hesitation. Lin Huan, blissfully ignorant, stood nearby, grinning like a lovesick fool that if he truly had such an adorable little sister, even bankruptcy would be worth it. A sister is an invaluable treasure. Frequent patrons who did not recognize Xie Tao approached Lin Huan with inquiries, to which he proudly gestured. "That's my sister. You must not tease her, or I shall be quite upset." Later in the evening, two of Lin Huan's acquaintances arrived, and he introduced them to Xie Tao that if you seek anything, consult these two. Should they not possess it, then it likely does not exist in Wind City. Lin Huan spoke with confidence, evidently holding great faith in his friends. Upon hearing this, Xie Tao eagerly patted the stool beside her. Once the two sat down, she presented a list of items. "Take a look at this. I could collect most of these myself, but it would be rather tedious." Xie Tao had no shortage of underlings. Dispatching them to gather the items on her list would yield satisfactory results. Yet she would have to monitor them closely. Most zombies lack cognitive ability, making it challenging to identify intricate items. The mere thought of it made her skin crawl. In many ways, Xie Tao was inherently lazy, which is why she adored the duality of the capable Little White and Little Black, who could handle chores and fight, but were also endearingly charming. Her laziness stemmed from her very essence. In a gaming context, she would likely be the type to grind for resources, though she would prefer to spend real money instead. One of the two men examined the list, his expression turning grim. As he remarked, "If you dedicate time, could you gather most of these items?" "Yes, even all of them. Perhaps you should consider partnering with me. I can act as your intermediary, and I assure you that you will prosper." Xie Tao. The other man appeared more reliable. "I will require some time and may not be able to gather everything. I can only manage a portion. Moreover, your compensation must exceed the value of the listed items, as I need to account for my efforts. After all, time is money, isn't it?" Xie Tao promptly made an okay gesture. "Acquire as much as you can, and once collected, contact Lin, my brother. Shall I provide you with a deposit in advance?" "Yes, and the deposit will likely encompass more than just goods. I will require additional items." That he gestured towards specialized equipment. "These may need to be exchanged with particular professionals. That higher-grade zombie limbs and brains are far more enticing than mere supplies." The two quickly arranged a transaction for a few days later. Once they departed, Xie Tao flopped down like a worn-out fish, waving at Lin Huan. "I want to eat grilled cabbage." The grilled cabbage was delicious. Crisp and sweet, coated in seasoning with a hint of spice, which Xie Tao adored. "Okay." Lin Huan quickly arranged it for her, his gaze towards Xie Tao now radiating warmth, more tender than that of a real brother. Xie Tao spent the entire evening lounging lazily. The night market featured a ring toss game, with prizes that were quite valuable. Items that had been expensive before the apocalypse, such as exquisite jewelry, gold and silver, jade, branded cosmetics, and other necessities that had become highly sought after post-apocalypse, like cigarettes. Many were eager to participate. As Xie Tao passed by, she glanced at the game, spotting a charming little golden pig placed at the center of the ring toss area. Lin Huan, following her gaze, asked, "Do you want it? I could give it a try." He rolled up his sleeves confidently. "I used to excel at these games, whether tossing rings or grabbing dolls. There is nothing I can't do." However, the little golden pig was positioned quite awkwardly and was rather plump, making it difficult to ring. He exchanged 5 rings but failed with 4 of them, feeling increasingly embarrassed in front of his adorable sister. Just as he was about to give up, he casually tossed the last ring, which miraculously landed perfectly around the little golden pig. Glancing down, he found Xie Tao completely unfazed, asking the vendor for 2 more rings. "What do you want?" Lin Huan. "How embarrassing." He casually pointed to 2 items, only to see Xie Tao, without a second glance, casually toss the rings, precisely landing them on his desired items, even perfectly encircling the central prize. "Lin Huan." Xie Tao reached out to receive the prizes from the vendor, tossing them over to Lin Huan with an air of authority. Just then, a young lady strolled by, her eyes sparkling as she shyly approached Xie Tao. Could you help me win something? I come here every night and have tried several times, but I'm not very skilled." Xie Tao, exuding a cool demeanor, instructed the vendor to bring over 2 rings, while the young lady eagerly paid. Holding the rings as if commanding an army, she asked, "What do you wish for?" The young lady cheerfully pointed to a bottle of coveted celestial water on the right, cheering Xie Tao on enthusiastically. Whatever the young lady indicated, Xie Tao effortlessly ringed it, achieving an impeccable success rate, leaving the vendor utterly astonished. The young lady showered Xie Tao with compliments, her praises lifting Xie Tao's spirits as she secured numerous prizes for her. Meanwhile, Lin Huan stood nearby, troubled, contemplating whether he should reveal that she was Zhao Linyan's fiancée. Chapter 63. The stars adoring the moon. Lin Huan's worries went unnoticed as Xie Tao's impressive ring toss skills attracted a crowd of admirers. And she welcomed them all, ready to fulfill their desires, provided they were sweet enough. Ultimately, the vendor collapsed in exhaustion. Upon witnessing the scene, Xie Tao immediately ceased her actions, conceding, "All right, I suppose it is only right to grant the boss a reprieve." Just as the boss was about to open his eyes, Xie Tao added, "We cannot deplete everything in a single night. We shall return tomorrow." The boss remained silent. A multitude of young ladies surrounded Xie Tao, exclaiming, "Hooray, hooray!" Thus, Xie Tao found herself in a constellation of admiration as the young ladies fussed over her, embodying the very essence of a life well lived. The young women who frequented this place and indulged in the ring toss were, in fact, quite well off, for ordinary individuals concern themselves daily with the mere survival of 3 meals, leaving little room for leisure pursuits such as ring tossing, exchanging precious resources for trinkets that hold little value in the apocalypse. Their intent was not born of financial inability, but rather a pure enjoyment of acquiring cherished items through games. Much like certain affluent ladies who, despite having the means to purchase items outright, prefer to spend money on games, as if winning brings greater joy than merely buying. As Lin Huan glanced up, he observed a young lady to Xie Tao's left peeling grapes for her, while another on her right held a glass of lemonade to her lips. Zhao Linfeng's fiancée, he gently dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, wiping away any moisture. Xie Tao resembled an ancient tyrant, perfectly at ease, thriving amidst the attention. Another young lady proposed, "Why not come to my home? I have a spacious courtyard, complete with swings, slides, and a rock garden, where we can enjoy the shade beneath the grapevines. If we play too late, you can stay over, and in the morning I shall prepare egg tarts and jelly for you." Zhao Linfeng's fiancé, interjected, displeased, "Is your home larger than mine? You should come to my place instead. If there's anything you fancy that I do not possess, I can procure it immediately, and our chef would gladly prepare any dish you desire." She shook Xie Tao's arm, her voice sweet and gentle. "Tonight, let us play games together. I have a plethora of games in my room. We can play until late, and then you can sleep with me." Xie Tao felt tempted, pondering whether to accept the invitation. Completely disregarding Zhao Linfeng and his friends, Lin Huan wished to caution her against being discovered by Zhao Linfeng, who would surely be infuriated to learn that Xie Tao dared to visit Feng City and enticed his fiancée. Lin Huan thought, "Have you forgotten that you are a wanted criminal? How audacious to consider staying at the home of the rightful fiancé." Other young ladies expressed their discontent, urging her earnestly, "You must visit my house tomorrow. You cannot stay with her alone all the time." Xie Tao replied, "I promise next time." In Feng City, another faction exists, led by Jiang Tian's father, who shares the dominion with Zhao Linfeng. Though their power is not equally divided, perhaps more like a 40-60 split. Jiang Tian, being his only daughter, harbors little enthusiasm for power struggles. In fact, she despises the intrigues of court. Thus, after careful consideration, her father sought to ally with Zhao Linfeng through marriage, believing that upon his death, with loyal supporters to safeguard her and a husband who is the foremost authority in Feng City, Jiang Tian could continue her carefree existence. She genuinely enjoys gaming and has amassed quite an impressive collection, including several titles that Xie Tao found intriguing but had not previously encountered. The two leaned against the cushions, eagerly engaging in gameplay. Xie Tao possessed a natural talent, though her gaming experience was limited. She adapted quickly, soon ascending to the status of an expert player. Just as they were engrossed in their game, a knock at the door interrupted, announcing Zhao Linfeng's arrival. Jiang Tian displayed evident disinterest, her face betraying a sense of obligation and annoyance, particularly since Zhao Linfeng chose to intrude upon her joyful gaming moment. Xie Tao contemplated eavesdropping, but ultimately deemed it unethical and abandoned the idea. However, her senses were astoundingly acute. Even through a wall, she could discern the hushed conversation between Zhao Linfeng and Jiang Tian. Their exchange could be summarized in 4 words. It was clear that Jiang Tian held little affection for Zhao Linfeng, reluctantly accepting her engagement, while Zhao Linfeng appeared quite taken with her, albeit not in a romantic sense. Rather, he viewed her as an ideal partner in their union. appreciating her lineage and beauty, and deeming her worthy of nurturing a relationship. Thus, Zhao Linfeng politely inquired about her recent well-being, whether she lacked anything, and if there was anything she desired that he could provide. Jiang Tian responded with a non-committal, good that no need. Jiang Tian's smile faltered. Is he truly your fiancé? I suppose so, she replied. Although I do not wish to be with him, I have no choice. Sitting there, she emanated an aura of melancholy. Even amidst the apocalypse, the lives of ordinary individuals and those of the affluent diverge drastically, each bearing their own burdens. The ordinary person's worry revolves around survival and sustenance, while the wealthy suffer from a lack of freedom. Despite having only recently met Xie Tao, Jiang Tian felt a strong affinity for this seemingly younger, yet charmingly intriguing sister. Unable to restrain herself, she lamented, I harbor no affection for him, that I despise men who are cunning, power-hungry, and adept at masquerading their true selves, that my father believes he is reliable and worthy of entrusting my future to him. Yet, if the day comes when my father passes and he seeks to amass all power, will he truly spare a thought for my or my father's sake? He will not, even if I become his wife. Should I ever become an impediment to him, he would not hesitate to remove me. Such men are inherently cold-hearted. They may possess love, yet their desires are unequivocally subordinate to their thirst for power. However, I am acutely aware that without my father's protection, surviving in this world is a daunting task, for I lack offensive abilities and physical strength that I cannot even consider running away, for if anything were to happen to me, my father would be devastated to to him. I am also a vital pillar of his existence. Jiang Tian's head drooped in sorrow as she hugged her knees. Xie Tao, perceptive as ever, recognized that Jiang Tian concealed certain truths, such as the possibility of possessing special abilities that, if discovered, could lead to her exploitation or harm after her father's demise, that a loving father would not force his daughter to marry someone she detests unless there were compelling reasons. Jiang Tian must harbor some secret that poses a threat to her safety. Xie Tao idly tapped her chin, a sudden thought striking her. If you could grow stronger, at least to ensure your own safety. What would you do? I would propose to my father to call off the engagement. If that fails, I would run away, Jiang Tian declared with fervor, only to feel a wave of despondency wash over her. But I know this is merely hypothetical. No, Xie Tao interjected, leaning closer, her voice laced with temptation, akin to a siren beckoning mortals to their doom, that I can make you strong. Would you like to try? Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Xie Tao maintained her composure, casually toying with the game controller, her demeanor exuding an air of clarity that starkly contrasted with her youthful appearance. Jiang Tian fell into deep contemplation, eventually responding with a chuckle, Don't jest with me about such matters. I am not jesting. Xie Tao glanced around, moving a vase closer, inquiring, Is this expensive? Not particularly, Jiang Tian began, but before she could finish, she witnessed Xie Tao raise her hand above the vase. A soft white light cascading from her palm, enveloping the vase in a lustrous sheen. When Xie Tao lightly tapped the vase, it crumbled to dust as if weathered by time. That I can teach you this. Upon first encountering Jiang Tian, Xie Tao recognized her exceptional talent that in her world. Such a young prodigy would likely be whisked away by the sanctuary to compete for the coveted positions of saint or saintess. Even if she could not attain the title of the main sanctuary saintess, securing a position in a branch would be a certainty. Yet, this world lacked a sanctuary, and no one could impart the light-based magic to Jiang Tian, rendering her innate abilities dormant. After hearing Xie Tao's proposition, Jiang Tian found herself torn between disbelief and intrigue, grappling with the notion that a skill, which was not an ability, could indeed be taught. Could it be the legendary magic? Simultaneously, she sensed sincerity in Xie Tao's demeanor, indicating a genuine desire to instruct her. Jiang Tian hesitated, and thus, throughout the night, her gaming focus waned, leading to numerous failures, culminating in a sense of guilt. Xie Tao gently patted her shoulder and said, What was that phrase, How does it go again? I have opened the door to a new world for you. In any case, it is perfectly normal for you to feel a bit disoriented right now. Do not rush. Take your time to ponder it over. Once you have made your decision, come back to inform me. After both had completed their morning rituals, they lay down on the same bed. Jiang Tian tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, and feeling too shy to awaken Xie Tao, she kept shifting restlessly, Xie Tao, unable to endure it any longer, turned over, opened her eyes, and said, I know a friend. When I first met her, she was merely 15, but her father pressured her into marrying a widowed businessman, to be his stepmother. What happened next? Jiang Tian could not help but inquire. She lifted her skirt and ran away. Eventually finding work in a very large place. After establishing herself, her father sought her out at that time. She declared, My fate is not for anyone else to decide, not even you, my father. You might as well inquire with my current employer and see if he is willing to let me go. Later, I asked her, and she replied, had I consented to marry that man, my future would have been utterly predictable, devoting myself to a middle-aged man, raising his children, perhaps even vying for his attention against a horde of his mistresses, that my existence would have been confined to a small courtyard, where, despite never having to worry about food or clothing, I would only gaze at a minuscule patch of sky, dependent on others' whims until death. Freedom is a precious commodity. At that moment, I realized this clearly and was willing to sacrifice everything for it. And I would never regret it. Better to die than to live in bondage. Jiang Tian remained silent for a long while, finally ceasing her restless movements. Xie Tao, with a thud, collapsed onto the bed, finally able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Chapter 65. Corrupted the following morning, as Xie Tao sluggishly rose from bed, she noticed Jiang Tian entering just then. It seemed she had been awake for a while, appearing somewhat disheveled, as though she had not slept well the previous night. Upon seeing Xie Tao, she managed to muster some energy. Let us stay another day. Jiang Tian said, I am quite intrigued by what you mentioned last night, agreed. Xie Tao replied with a cheerful smile. As Xie Tao prepared to leave, Jiang Tian, reluctant to part, grasped her hand and incessantly asked, Where will I go to find you later? Or perhaps you could just stay at my house. Would that be all right? Jiang Tian had discerned last night that Xie Tao was not an ordinary girl, yet she refrained from pressing further, that if Xie Tao wished to share more, she would do so in her own time. It was not for Jiang Tian to pee, or why to remain silent was certainly more appropriate than incessantly questioning, which could be exceedingly bothersome, a discourteous act that Jiang Tian hoped to avoid. When Xie Tao departed from Jiang Tian's home, she carried with her a multitude of items, all gifts from Jiang Tian, who charmingly insisted that Xie Tao was now her master and had no qualms about honoring her guru. Lin Huan. Xie Tao activated a teleportation array, instructing the crimson-clad female zombies to deliver the collected high-level zombie corpses, along with the remaining payment promised to that individual. After tallying the items, Xie Tao opened the door and tossed all the assorted goods before him. Is this sufficient? More than enough, he exclaimed, visibly startled. However, I only brought part of the items today. The rest is still on its way. I won't take everything just yet. I'll take half for now. Xie Tao waved him off, urging him to take it all. I trust in your professional integrity. That he rubbed his hands together, slightly embarrassed. Then I want to be polite, that I will do my utmost to have the remainder ready for you by tomorrow evening. Xie Tao made an okay gesture and allowed him to leave, while Lin Huan stealthily approached from behind, teasingly suggesting, Are you enjoying your stay? There's so much that you've lost track of time. Xie Tao, maintaining her composure, replied, It's quite all right. Well then, Lin Huan began, appearing somewhat troubled. What have you been up to over there these past few days? I hope you haven't truly stolen someone's fiancé, If Zhao Linfeng comes after me, then you should flee. Xie Tao replied nonchalantly, I see no merit in Feng City. Why not come with me? That sounds plausible, but you must have a base of your own. Correct. If you truly possess a place to call your own, I will follow you. Lin Huan grinned. Xie Tao fell into deep thought. Although she was a free-spirited individual, she was also responsible. What would happen to that base after she departed? Yet today, after Lin Huan's remark, a flicker of ambition ignited within her. She ought to establish her own domain. Eventually, Jiang Xingji could serve as the nominal leader. Zhong Shanjing could operate behind the scenes. No, as the secret mastermind. And Zhong Jinwei could oversee research. With this trinity, the base should flourish splendidly. The more Xie Tao contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, leading her to confidently declare to Lin Huan, If I ever establish my own base, you must come and join me. Lin Huan readily agreed. I shall definitely come when that day arrives. After securing a future member, Xie Tao felt quite elated. She indulged in Lin Huan's homemade barbecue once more before collapsing in the room Lin Huan had prepared for her, rolling around on the bed. Xie Tao prided herself on being a democratic person, not one to indulge in tyranny. The next day, even before night fell, the individual returned, bringing with him the remaining materials. Those engaged in research were effusive in their praise for the zombie corpses Xie Tao had procured, declaring them sufficiently fresh and of high rank, inquiring if she wished to establish a dedicated supply route. Xie Tao, who had no desire to engage in business, declined as offered. He appeared somewhat disappointed but said nothing further, merely expressing that he could be contacted for similar tasks in the future. After he departed, Xie Tao bid farewell to Lin Huan, reminding him, "Do not forget your promise that if I truly establish my own base, you must come to seek refuge with me. Let us discuss that when the time comes," Xie Tao said as she took her leave, and no sooner had she departed than Zhao Linfeng approached the merchant who had been gathering materials for her. The merchant had made quite a stir during his collection efforts. It would be quite foolish for Zhao Linfeng to remain unaware that he was a clever man, keenly sensing that something was amiss, and summoned the merchant before him. "Who are you collecting materials for?" Chapter 66. "Do you think I cannot find Xie Tao?" The merchant had not anticipated that merely gathering materials would lead to Zhao Linfeng's inquiry. Though he was a friend of Lin Huan, their relationship was not particularly close, and he was quite astute, promptly selling Lin Huan out. Thus, shortly after Xie Tao's departure, Lin Huan found himself confronted by Zhao Linfeng. Lin Huan's immediate reaction was, "Oh no, Xie Tao has been caught abducting someone else's fiancée." Zhao Linfeng wasted no time asking, "Where's the person who has been collecting materials these past few days?" Upon hearing the question was not an accusation against Xie Tao for stealing his fiancée, Lin Huan breathed a sigh of relief and replied candidly, "I have no idea. I am merely an intermediary. I do not even know who she is. She approached me for business, and as I happen to have a friend in that line of work, I merely referred her. Yet every patron at your establishment claims you refer to her as your sister." Zhao Linfeng was not easily convinced by such claims. Lin Huan remained unperturbed. "That is quite normal. I assent it. Presenting a closer relationship could help secure some discounts. Many people do this when purchasing items. It does not imply that she is truly my sister." That's so." Zhao Linfeng smirked, and Lin Huan suddenly felt a foreboding sensation wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, the words spilled uncontrollably from his lips. "She is Xie Tao, the one from the wanted poster. I have no idea where she has gone. She has never disclosed that information." Halfway through his statement, Lin Huan clamped a hand over his mouth, aghast. Zhao Linfeng had never revealed his extraordinary ability, leading many to believe he lacked any powers, that he had not risen to prominence through brute strength. So no one had gossiped about it became clear that he possessed an extraordinary skill, cleverly hidden from view. Had Xie Tao been present, she would likely have had an epiphany. No wonder Lin Huan had claimed to be reincarnated. It turned out Zhao Linfeng had the ability to compel others to speak the truth, rendering him unafraid of being deceived by Lin Huan. "And what is your relationship with Xie Tao?" Zhao Linfeng sensed the merchant might pose a threat, his instincts warning him not to let this opportunity slip away, especially after perusing the list of materials she had sought. Yet he had never anticipated that the individual in question would be Xie Tao. This was nothing short of serendipity. There exists no significant relationship between us. Prior to this, we had merely encountered each other once, that I merely perceived that the matter of her being wanted may be a misunderstanding. For she does not strike me as a nefarious individual, which is why I chose to conceal this information. Lin Huan realized that even when covering his mouth, he could not restrain himself from speaking. So he simply spread his hands, sank into his chair, and resigned himself to the situation, that if you have any further inquiries, feel free to ask, for I am powerless to resist. Are you truly unaware of her whereabouts? Yes, she departed this afternoon. I did not inquire. Who could possibly know where she would go? Lin Huan replied nonchalantly. No matter how many questions you ask, I cannot provide answers, for there is, indeed, no special bond between us. I assure you, this is the truth. After all, you can discern that, can't you? Zhao Linfeng cast a penetrating glance at him, then stated, "You are no longer a child, thus you should comprehend one crucial truth. One's character cannot be judged solely by their appearance. I am willing to overlook this incident, for you have not committed any actions detrimental to the base, but I must impress upon you a vital point. Xie Tao is not a mere trivial figure. She is formidable, and someone like you, lacking in discernment, could easily find yourself undone at her hands, that I hope you will exercise greater caution in your endeavors. If there is a next time, I shall not be so lenient." Lin Huan remained silent, his previously relaxed posture now stiffened. It was only then that Zhao Linfeng rose to leave. Midway, he abruptly halted and remarked, "However, I must thank you. I have finally discerned where she has taken refuge." Lin Huan's heart raced. He hoped he had not revealed anything, that he genuinely knew nothing. Yet, with such astute individuals, who knows what they might have uncovered? Lu Ningning had initially intended to bond with him. But her attempts fell flat. Lu Ningning felt somewhat disheartened, for since their Group S arrival, the base had flourished under Jiang Xingji's protection. The resource search teams could now venture into more perilous territories to gather supplies. It is worth noting that the relatively safer areas had been thoroughly explored by numerous smaller bases, leaving scant resources behind, while the more dangerous locales posed significant risks for their base's exploration teams, often resulting in casualties or, in unfortunate circumstances, total annihilation. However, that was no longer the case. They now ventured into safer regions, and when shielded by formidable allies, they dared to explore the more treacherous areas, gradually improving their circumstances. Zhong Jinwei also contributed. During his leisure, he generously offered guidance to the existing research personnel at the base that in the presence of Xie Tao. He assumed a subordinate demeanor, yet one must not forget that he is, at his core, a genius, regarded as an authority by others. With the arrival of Zhou Haiping, a skilled farmer, he proved adept not only in fruit cultivation but also in growing vegetables and other crops, albeit lacking the inclination to do so. His primary focus was providing fruits for Xie Tao and a few others, while he lived without worry, dedicating his time to refining his abilities and assisting other cultivators at the base, aiding them in accelerating their plants' growth. In summary, the entire base was advancing at an unprecedented pace, leaving Lu Ningning thoroughly satisfied, to the extent that she felt inclined to offer the leadership position to one of their number, should they wish to remain. Consequently, Lu Ningning, unable to engage in a meaningful conversation with Xie Tao, departed with a sense of regret, stating, "I shall return when you are free." Not long after her departure, Zhao Linfeng dispatched individuals to track nearby. For among the myriad of abilities in the world, several were particularly effective in tracking individuals, especially after receiving a wealth of information that day. Excellent. Zhao Linfeng dismissed him. They had finally located Xie Tao. Chapter 67. A choice awaits you. Zhao Linfeng possessed a unique ability that allowed him to ascertain the veracity of every word uttered by Lin Ruan. Zhong Shanjing was the zombie king, destined to bring about the world's end. Lin Ruan had vividly described Zhong Shanjing's apocalyptic reign, which could be more accurately characterized as the annihilation of humanity rather than the world itself. He commanded countless zombies, assembling a legion comprised entirely of the undead, leaving nearly every base in his wake unable to withstand his assault, resulting in the obliteration of countless strongholds, with surviving humans retreating further and further. At one juncture, they had even united, gathering numerous ability users in an attempt to eradicate Zhong Shanjing. Yet that battle culminated in devastating losses, with only a fraction of humanity's strongest remaining. From that point on, they were left powerless against Zhong Shanjing. Ultimately, every base fell, and the remnants of humanity, aside from a few who had hidden away in cities or desolate corners of the wilderness, were nearly all. The subsequent chapters of the tale remained unknown to Lin Ruan, for she perished when the last base succumbed. Yet even a fool could discern that humanity possessed no strength left to resist Zhong Shanjing. The only outcome was utter extinction, leaving the world devoid of human life, akin to the fate of the dinosaurs. The extinction of the dinosaurs resulted in the emergence of birds and similar creatures. The extinction of humanity would perhaps yield zombies, which in a sense could be seen as a form of evolution. Even in the direst of circumstances, humanity clung to the hope of survival, for they are a species simultaneously fragile and resilient. Were it not for this, humanity could not ascend to the apex of living beings. This conviction is precisely why Zhao Linfeng, upon hearing of Zhong Shanjing's impending annihilation of the world, immediately endorsed the proposal to eliminate him. His resolve in this matter surpassed even that of Lin Ruan, who had witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by Zhong Shanjing. Now that he had discerned Zhong Shanjing's current whereabouts, he began plotting how to bring about his demise. Their time was running short. According to Lin Ruan, it would not be long before Zhong Shanjing matured to a level where most would find him insurmountable, coupled with his ability to command the undead. Even if they managed to defeat him, completely eradicating him would prove exceedingly difficult. Their optimal opportunity had slipped away. Thus, they must seize the moment. Unbeknownst to Xie Tao, she was being followed, as she presently aided Lu Ningning in tending to the injured. Within this base, the most powerful ability user was Lu Ningning's friend, prior to the arrival of their group. The two had established the base together, given their commendable combat abilities and Lu Ningning's aptitude for management. However, before Xie Tao and her companions arrived, Lu Ningning's friend had sustained severe injuries. Despite summoning numerous doctors, they could only stabilize his condition without improving it. Lu Ningning had contemplated seeking Xie Tao's assistance. Given her healing abilities, though no healer capable of treating grave injuries had yet emerged. Still, what if? Yet Xie Tao was perpetually occupied, and whenever Lu Ningning attempted to approach her, she was invariably unavailable. This time, an opportunity finally presented itself, prompting him to urgently inquire with Xie Tao. She promptly nodded. "I can heal. As long as the individual is not deceased, there is hope." Lu Ningning exclaimed, "Please follow me." He was beside himself with excitement as he hastily guided Xie Tao to his friend. Upon entering, Xie Tao immediately detected a faint putrid odor. Once inside, she beheld a young man sprawled upon the bed, the wounds on his back already showing signs of decay, with pus oozing forth, mingled with a darker substance, the cause of which remained a mystery. Lu Ningning recounted the incident with palpable anguish. The situation was dire. I feared he might turn into a zombie. Yet he did not. Regardless of the medications employed, the wound refused to heal, and the decay continued to spread. Now his entire back is, before arriving, Xie Tao had brought along her examination tools, and Zhong Jinwei accompanied her, eager to observe, as they were both intrigued after hearing the symptoms. "Let me conduct an examination first," Xie Tao declared enthusiastically, seizing her instruments and whispering to Zhong Jinwei as they commenced their assessment of Lu Ningning's friend. Lu Ningning positioned himself on a nearby stool, anxiously awaiting the outcome, only to overhear their casual conversation. "Allow me to assist. I happen to have some storage containers." Xie Tao rubbed her hands together and began to extract samples from Lu Ningning's friend. Lu Ningning thought to himself, "Do you not consider the family's feelings at all? Yet, if they can truly heal him, what does it matter if they collect some samples?" Observing Xie Tao's confidence offered him some reassurance, and he nervously awaited the results. Soon enough, Xie Tao had procured the necessary samples and instructed Zhong Jinwei to seal them carefully, ensuring that nothing was damaged before she set aside her instruments. Turning to Lu Ningning, she said, "You now have two options to choose from. Your friend is currently in an unconscious state. What is it that humans say? That is to say, you are now authorized to sign his notification, to make a choice on his behalf." Lu Ningning instantly associated this with a critical condition notification, his anxiety escalating. Did this imply that the forthcoming treatment carried life-threatening risks? However, he had no other choice but to grasp at straws, as prolonging the situation would only serve to exacerbate the suffering without offering any utility. That it was better to take a gamble. Then he heard Xie Tao say, "I have two treatment options to save him. One will leave a conspicuous scar, and the healing process will be slow, potentially taking 3 to 5 days, but it will not result in any aftereffects. The other option will not leave a scar, yet may incur mild aftereffects, though it is faster, resolving in about 5 minutes. You choose." Lu Ningning, already prepared for the worst regarding his friend's life, responded, "Is that all?" Chapter 68. "I can save him," Xie Tao replied. "Isn't this a significant decision?" Lu Ningning's indifference left her perplexed, while Lu Ningning remained unperturbed. "I will certainly choose the option without any aftereffects. It goes without saying, a man with a few scars is nothing compared to the burden of aftereffects. It is infinitely preferable." Xie Tao maintained a commendable attitude towards her patient, taking a moment to explain to Lu Ningning why his friend was in such a state. His condition was somewhat akin to Jiang Xingji's, with the distinction that he had possessed special abilities prior to the infection. Jiang Xingji had relied on his awakened powers to endure, but this individual could not. Within his body, the power of his abilities and the peculiar circumstances of the infection were locked in a constant struggle, resulting in his current state. Not dead, yet not healable. To simplify, the zombie virus had mutated within him, and his abilities acted like an antibody. Ordinary zombie viruses had difficulty infecting those with antibodies. It was akin to having been vaccinated against smallpox, eliminating the worry of contracting it again. However, abilities could not guarantee complete immunity, providing only about 80 to 90% protection. Yet this virus had mutated, rendering his abilities ineffective against it, leading to a relentless attrition between the two forces, culminating in the present condition. Lu Ningning, bewildered by the technicality of the explanation, could only say, "I trust you. Please do your utmost to treat him." Zhong Jinwei was quite eager to undertake this task and dashed off in the end. Only Xie Tao remained in the room. The two methods she had proposed were ones she had learned from a witch during her time as a necromancer, while the latter came from the Holy Hall. The Holy Hall excelled in such superficial treatments, making it appear as if one had been completely healed, with not a single trace of injury, while in reality, the body bore lingering aftereffects. Yet, through this facade of superficial splendor, they had triumphed over witches, who required more time for treatment and left scars. The witch population had been decimated by witch-hunting campaigns, leaving the Holy Hall in control of medical practices, with only a few witches hiding in remote areas, struggling to survive without forming a significant presence. When Xie Tao later observed the situation, she couldn't help but admire the Holy Hall's prowess. They had mastered the art of superficiality and manipulation of public sentiment. Their rise to such prominence was not without reason. After all, not everyone was like Xie Tao, who, in her quest for comparison, had personally learned both methods. The majority only evaluated based on surface appearances. That IT was precisely because of the naivety of the masses, with so few enlightened individuals, that the hearts of the people were so easily swayed. Xie Tao merely sighed and did not delve too deeply. She commenced the treatment for Lu Ningning's friend, a process that would take considerable time, during which she would not leave the room until the treatment was fully concluded. While she was administering treatment to Lu Ningning's friend, someone arrived at the door. The visitor approached quietly and found Lu Ningning. Lu Ningning was currently exhilarated at the prospect of his friend receiving treatment, wishing time would hasten, so he could soon see his friend frolicking about at long last. There was hope. Compared to his previous anxiety, his spirits had improved significantly. Thus, when informed of the visitor, a smile graced his lips. "Is it someone from another base? What brings them to me? Never mind. Let them in for a face-to-face discussion." The visitor donned a black cloak, complete with a hood. As he entered, Lu Ningning was drinking water, and upon looking up to see who had arrived, the visitor pulled back his hood. Pfft. Lu Ningning sprayed water everywhere, and had it not been for the visitor's quick reflexes, he might have been drenched. Lu Ningning had encountered few prominent figures, Zhao Linfeng being one of them. Before the establishment of this small base, he had visited Wind City, albeit briefly, yet he had the fortune to meet Zhao Linfeng once. When one meets a person of such stature, their visage is hard to forget. And Lu Ningning was no exception. He immediately recognized the individual before him as Zhao Linfeng, resulting in his sudden spout of water. After this incident, Lu Ningning panicked, for Zhao Linfeng was the leader of such a significant base. He hurriedly approached to wipe the water off Zhao Linfeng's attire. "I sincerely apologize. I did not expect someone of your caliber to visit. I was just a bit too excited." He spoke rapidly. "Are you all right?" "I am truly sorry." Zhao Linfeng. He likely hadn't anticipated nearly receiving an impromptu facial wash upon entering. Although he had narrowly avoided splattering his face, his clothing had not been so fortunate. However, he was there for a serious matter. Thus he displayed remarkable tolerance. "It's nothing." Lu Ningning busied himself with pouring water, pulling out a chair, and apologizing profusely. After this flurry, he finally became curious as to why Zhao Linfeng had come to his base, especially considering that his base was merely a humble, inconspicuous one, with the only merit being its proximity to Wind City. Moreover, it seemed that Zhao Linfeng had arrived incognito, even donning a hood for added secrecy. Lu Ningning was not foolish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sustain a base, no matter how small. That he promptly donned a warm smile and inquired with genuine curiosity, "May I ask why someone of your stature has come to my base? Surely, you must be quite busy to take the time to visit a small establishment like mine?" Zhao Linfeng did not engage in pleasantries, but instead stated directly, "Has your base recently received some newcomers? The one leading them is named Xie Tao, though she might not be using that name while here." Upon hearing about the recent arrivals, Lu Ningning immediately understood Zhao Linfeng's intent. His expression remained neutral, and his tone did not waver. "No, we haven't had any newcomers for quite some time." Chapter 69. Prepare for an attack. Zhao Linfeng silently scrutinized Lu Ningning, who wore an innocent and nonchalant demeanor. Showing no signs of deceit that in fact, he even adopted a somewhat obsequious tone. What kind of person is the one you seek? What does she look like? If you could share a photo, I would ensure to inform you the moment I see her. Zhao Linfeng genuinely suspected that Xie Tao possessed some extraordinary charm, as it seemed that anyone who met her once or twice felt compelled to protect her. His patience, however, wore thin due to the repeated fabrications and cover-ups. After contemplating for a brief moment, he was about to employ his abilities when a knock at the door interrupted him, that I had an appointment. And they must be here to see me. Would you like to stay for a couple of days? Lu Ningning inquired. I have some urgent matters to attend to. If you are not in a hurry, we can discuss this later. Lu Ningning expressed his regret. Our base's conditions are certainly inferior to those of Wind City, but if you choose to stay, we will do our utmost to accommodate you. I will have Xiao Wang prepare my room right away. This was clearly a subtle attempt to usher the guest out. What kind of host would allow a guest to occupy their room while pushing them to another? Zhao Linfeng could only rise and say, in that case, you may attend to your matters. We can continue our conversation later, perhaps in a couple of days. After Zhao Linfeng departed, Lu Ningning refrained from disturbing Xie Tao, fearing that it might jeopardize the treatment, and sought out Zhong Shanjing instead, relaying the events of the day. Zhong Shanjing was taken aback that Lu Ningning had dared to protect Xie Tao. What audacity it took to shield someone under the very nose of the leader of such a significant base as Wind City. Did Xie Tao possess some kind of unusual allure? Time and again, it seemed that once someone became acquainted with her, they would uncontrollably gravitate towards her. It was no wonder that during their time in that world, the people of the Holy Hall viewed Xie Tao as a thorn in their side. Her ability to unite and incite loyalty was extraordinary. She resembled a natural-born leader. Even if she appeared slightly unreliable at times, those who became familiar with her or spent even a brief period in her company often found themselves enamored by her character. There was an uncontrollable urge to rally around her, with many willing to undertake perilous actions in her name. That as Zhong Shanjing contemplated the situation, Lu Ningning proactively interjected, I am aware that you harbor doubts regarding my stance. Had I received such news before today, I would undoubtedly have chosen to preserve my own safety after a brief moment of hesitation. That my friend is not merely a companion. He is akin to a brother to me, having saved my life countless times in times of peril. Our fates are intertwined. His life is my life, and rescuing him is far more significant than saving myself. Right now, he is still inside being rescued, and there is no way I could betray Xie Tao, the savior of my good brother, that I sent him away temporarily today, but he will undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Lu Ningning expressed with a hint of worry. The manner in which I dismissed him today was too simplistic and crude. He will certainly sense that something is amiss. Zhong Shanjing, however, maintained a calm demeanor. The fact that he sought you out and uttered such words indicates that he possesses a degree of confidence. He may have already discerned our whereabouts and is quite certain that we are within this base, which is why he approached you. Therefore, you need not feel guilty. Rather, contemplate your next course of action. Zhong Shanjing's foremost concern was that Zhao Linfeng, having lost all patience, would directly assault the base. Frankly speaking, compared to Fengsheng, their base was exceedingly small. Should Zhao Linfeng truly send personnel to attack, they might not withstand for long before being utterly obliterated. The most prudent course of action would indeed be to vacate this place and seek refuge elsewhere. Their small number made them a less conspicuous target. Once they departed quietly, even if Zhao Linfeng wished to pursue them, it would require a significant amount of time. Yet, Xie Tao was currently engaged in saving lives and could not leave, and they could not abandon him out of respect. Leaving Xie Tao alone here was not merely a matter of strength. If a surgery was underway, Xie Tao might very well be unable to extricate himself. Upon reflection, numerous complications emerged, leading to the lamentation that Zhao Linfeng's timing was indeed unfortunate. After considerable thought, Zhong Shanjing summoned all the idle individuals, including Lu Ningning, to convene a small meeting to deliberate on their next steps. Currently in attendance were Lu Ningning, Zhong Shanjing, Jiang Xingji, Zhong Jinwei, Zhou Haiping, and a small red creature that could only be cradled and was incapable of speech. Given the proximity of their two bases, Lu Ningning even accounted for the time taken for breaks and various other distractions, ultimately concluding that they had approximately 1 day, which referred to daylight. Specifically 12 hours. After he spoke, silence enveloped the group, as they all realized that the time was indeed too brief. Were they to gamble that Zhao Linfeng would not act swiftly, instead hesitating and engaging in trivial matters before arriving at their base? Such a possibility seemed unlikely. Firstly, the entirety of Fengcheng was effectively under Zhao Linfeng's command. Although Jiang Tian's father could competently negotiate with him, he would not easily defy Zhao Linfeng's orders, as their interests were aligned. Furthermore, Zhao Linfeng was to become his future son-in-law, youthful, vigorous, and capable. Barring matters that severely contradicted his interests, Jiang Tian's father would likely support him. Additionally, they had been actively searching for Zhong Shanjing. And having finally located him, how could they let him slip away easily? They would soon face an assault. And upon realizing this, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 70. Once on the pirate ship. There's no going back. Zhong Shanjing turned to Lu Ningning. You can still reconsider your decision. Once the army approaches, you will truly be bound to us. Even if you claim to them that you are not one of us. No one will believe you. More importantly, this base was on the verge of collapse. Lu Ningning and his friends' painstaking efforts could easily. Lu Ningning approached Zhong Shanjing, hoping to expedite their escape. Now, hearing that they could not leave immediately due to his friend's treatment, his emotions grew increasingly complex, that he could neither abandon his friend nor forsake the innocent individuals within the base. Moreover, their base lacked substantial combat capability. If Fengcheng truly attacked, it was uncertain whether they could endure even 5 minutes. Even if you retract your decision now, no one would blame you. Zhong Shanjing remarked with a calm expression and a gentle demeanor, genuinely believing that Lu Ningning's retreat would not be frowned upon. After all, the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Even with the base, they would merely be offering themselves as targets. There. Any way to stall? Lu Ningning pondered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he wiped his forehead repeatedly. Unable to relinquish his friend. Could we delay for 4 or 5 days? Allow my friend's surgery to conclude first, and then we can escape together. He could not involve the others in the base. Those ordinary individuals were innocent and should not be drawn into their flight. Once they departed, the people from Fengcheng would likely not eradicate the base entirely. Regardless of the scenario, it did not encompass a massacre. As the others in the base were blameless, and Zhao Linfeng was no fool, he still required a good reputation. After much contemplation, Lu Ningning concluded that as long as they could buy time for his friend's treatment to succeed, everything else would fall into place. There is indeed a possibility, Zhong Shanjing replied with a smile, tapping his fingers together. He was unaware that Xie Tao was preparing to establish a new base. He had merely made preparations in that regard. I shall ask you one last time. You will not regret this, will you? Regardless of what transpires. Lu Ningning could only manage a resigned smile. Do I have any other options at this point? Since there are no alternatives, regret is irrelevant. That I can only say that no matter what happens, I will not abandon my friend. Very well, Zhong Shanjing replied cheerfully. If that is the case, I shall speak plainly. I have a method to delay Zhao Linfeng that I cannot guarantee how long it will last, but I will do my utmost, and we may have to fight together when the time comes. Lu Ningning felt as though he was perched on the edge of a precipice, yet he had no other choice. Ultimately, he wore a dejected expression. Why must Zhao Linfeng be so infuriating, choosing this critical moment to create chaos? Could he not delay his arrival by a few days? The more Lu Ningning contemplated, the more his head throbbed, yet he had no other choice. Internally, he cursed Zhao Linfeng several times. Meanwhile, Zhao Linfeng, with great speed, successfully persuaded Jiang Tian's father. They were preparing to mobilize. They must eliminate Zhong Shanjing before he fully evolved into a zombie king. Each day they delayed meant a higher price to pay. Until ultimately, humanity would suffer an unbearable cost. In that moment, Zhao Linfeng appeared almost sanctified, as if he were acting on behalf of all humanity to eradicate a single individual, filled with a sense of righteousness. Jiang Tian's father, having contemplated the situation, was aware of Zhao Linfeng's abilities and thus placed his trust in Lin Wanwan, believing she was not lying. Consequently, they quickly assembled a large group of individuals with abilities. And to prevent someone like Lin Huan from leaking information, they temporarily detained him. A throng of ability users, alongside some capable ordinary individuals, marched toward the small base. The time taken was roughly as Lu Ningning had estimated. Arriving near the base just over a day later, let us not forget the time taken to gather. With the inevitable course of events set in motion, he felt less anxious that he had been pacing outside, continuously glancing toward the room where Xie Tao and his friend were located, fervently wishing for a miracle that they could emerge immediately. At worst, we die together. He sniffed, seeking out Zhong Shanjing to relay this news. You must delay as much as possible. Whatever time you can buy, do so. Zhong Shanjing rubbed his palms together and replied, we will see what happens when you can no longer hold them off. Lu Ningning. Fine, he appeared resolute, dashing toward the entrance. After a brief wait, Zhao Linfeng personally led a multitude of ability users to surround their base. From a distance, Zhao Linfeng spotted Lu Ningning standing at the door, who appeared utterly innocent. That I wonder what wrongs our base has committed to warrant your arrival with so many ability users to block our entrance. Did I ask it because I did not host you properly during your last visit? I did offer to tidy up my room to accommodate you, allowing you to stay as long as you wished, though the conditions may not seem grand. It is indeed the best room we have in our base. Lu Ningning rambled on, making it seem as though Zhao Linfeng were exceptionally petty. Zhao Linfeng had no intention of engaging in such banter. He merely waved his hand and launched the assault. Chapter 71. A rabble. Lu Ningning felt the sweat pouring down his body, nearly soaking his clothes. Though the world had transformed drastically post-apocalypse, with rules and morals in disarray, anything could happen. Yet this symptom was rather exaggerated. He stood there, continuously wiping the sweat from his brow, softly inquiring of those nearby, can we truly endure more than 3 days? Jiang Xingji sat beside him, possessing vastly more knowledge than Lu Ningning. And thus his expression remained unchanged, merely turning to gaze at Zhong Shanjing, who completely ignored them, engrossed in conversation with Xiao Hong. The relationship between Zhong Shanjing and Xiao Hong was far from amicable. Yet, despite their previous conflicts, they could still be considered a family of sorts. Internal strife notwithstanding, they would unite against any external threats. Compared to Zhong Shanjing, Xiao Hong's abilities were somewhat inferior. She could only control the zombies she infected, while Zhong Shanjing commanded all zombies at will. After much deliberation, they reached a tenuous consensus, and with a haughty demeanor, Xiao Hong departed. Upon grasping the situation, Zhong Shanjing contacted Xie Tao's underlings. He could control zombies, but not those bound by a contract to Xie Tao. Although he could not exert control, he could still reach out to them. With Xie Tao absent, gathering her group of underlings swiftly was unfeasible. Thus he had to explore alternative avenues. Zhao Linfeng had amassed a considerable following, including his younger brother Zhao Linyan. Though Zhao Linyan was somewhat reckless and often acted impulsively, he possessed commendable combat prowess. As they surrounded the city outskirts, Zhao Linyan muttered, we must tread carefully. That woman is far from ordinary. She can control those with abilities, and we know not the extent of her powers that we must not afford her any opportunity. Zhao Linfeng had only encountered Xie Tao once, vividly recalling her brazen exit before everyone that he remained unaware of the specific nature of her abilities, as every manifestation she had displayed thus far resembled those of an ability user. Zhao Linfeng gathered information about Xie Tao and consulted several who knew her. Each recounted differing accounts of her powers, with unwavering conviction in their respective observations. To date, he had heard of 4 or 5 distinct abilities attributed to her, with each individual adamantly asserting the accuracy of their accounts. Some claimed her ability lay in manipulating others, including ability users, a notion supported by his brother and several of his brother's subordinates who had first-hand experience. He had personally witnessed Xie Tao utilize something akin to a spatial portal for her departure, which also bore semblance to an ability. Others suggested her power was that of spatial storage, related to the portal, yet fundamentally different. Additionally, it was rumored that her registered ability at the Xie Tao survivor base was summoning, enabling her to call forth combat-capable allies. Conversely, some argued that her commonly employed ability was healing, capable of restoring others' depleted abilities. The variance in accounts led to a state of uncertainty regarding the true nature of her powers, rendering Xie Tao, much like her origins, an enigma. Beyond this, there was another individual to be wary of, Zhong Shanjing. Although Zhao Linfeng had brought many with him, he did not feel particularly confident in their chances of victory. The elite team prepared to exert pressure, aiming to capture Zhong Shanjing alive. But if that proved impossible, they would resort to lethal measures. Zhao Linfeng stood at the forefront, exuding the aura of a leader, as the elite team composed of the strongest ability users surged towards the base like a sharpened blade. Many believe Zhao Linfeng to be overly cautious. Even if there were one or two exceptionally powerful individuals within the base, they had numbers and strength on their side, capable of overwhelming it. However, as they approached the base's entrance, they were met with the sight of an exceptional-looking man standing within. His pale skin strikingly notable, yet otherwise appearing unremarkable. He stood quietly, a faint smile gracing his features, slowly removing his gloves as the group approached. Exercise caution. Upon seeing Zhongshan Jing's bold stance, Zhao Linfeng's vigilance heightened, yet the others remained unperturbed, perceiving his concerns as exaggerated. Suddenly, they witnessed Zhongshan Jing reveal his scarred hands. At which point two skeletal figures emerged from the earth on either side, clad in whimsical made outfits. Naturally, they were Xiao He and Xiao Bai. For years, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had not merely followed Xie Tao without purpose. They were both her servants and half-apprentices. Were it not for their demise, which deprived them of blood and other mediums, they would have mastered numerous necromancer skills under Xie Tao's tutelage. With remarkable speed, Xiao He and Xiao Bai inscribed a modest formation at their feet, and as the last stroke was completed, several zombies leapt forth, including the formidable number 2 and the red-clad female zombie. When not under Xie Tao's control, these zombies acted chaotically, each pursuing their own course, exhibiting limited combat effectiveness. However, Zhongshan Jing's presence changed everything. The number of powerful individuals surrounding Xie Tao was overwhelming, and Zhongshan Jing's low-profile demeanor often led many to overlook the fact that he was prophesied to become the zombie king, destined to bring destruction upon the world, particularly given how Xie Tao relished in teasing him. He consistently endured her antics with a resigned expression, causing those aware of his title to frequently forget its significance. Until this moment, it was as if the gates of hell had opened, unleashing a torrent of zombies that surged forth. Zhongshan Jing had previously communicated with the red-clad female zombie, requesting her to bring forth other zombies not under Xie Tao's influence. The number of Xie Tao's underlings was already substantial, and with the addition of new faces, the sight of them pouring out from the portal left many on the opposing side stunned. They were momentarily at a loss, and by the time they regained their composure, a throng of zombies, seemingly outnumbering the ability users, had encircled them. Someone shouted, "Fear not, they are but a rabble." Yet no one stepped forward. Chapter 72. The Oedipus Effect. Indeed, lower-tier zombies could be slain even by ordinary individuals. For most of them, unlike Zhongshan Jing or Xiao Hong, were newly transformed and lacked formidable strength. Typically, when zombies first emerged, they were rigid, mechanical, and devoid of cognition. Even the most timid of girls could muster the courage to evade injury and capitalize on the zombies' sluggish reactions to defeat them. The reason zombies posed a catastrophic threat upon their birth was not due to their inherent might, but rather their overwhelming numbers, which could convert humanity into their kind. For an equal number of ability users, to eliminate an equivalent number of zombies was a trivial endeavor. Thus, some could confidently declare them a rabble. Yet most discerned that these zombies were not to be underestimated, particularly the leading figures. The red-clad female zombie cradling a bundle, the formidable number 2 looming like a mountain, and Zhongshan Jing at the center. Under Zhongshan Jing's command, the zombies exhibited remarkable discipline. Despite the hundreds, if not thousands, present, they remained eerily silent. Zhongshan Jing stood before the horde of zombies, mirroring Zhao Linfeng's position at the forefront of the ability users, representing humanity and the undead in an unprecedented dialogue. I have never contemplated the annihilation of humanity. However, you have consistently sought to eradicate me. Have you considered that it is precisely your relentless disruption of my tranquil existence, compelling me to resist and to slay more of your kind, that has ultimately transformed me into this world-ending monstrosity? Zhongshan Jing spoke gently. Have you ever heard the tale of Oedipus? The story of Oedipus is a fascinating tragedy involving a king who, upon receiving a prophecy that his son would one day kill him and marry his mother, abandoned his newborn in an effort to avert this fate. Ironically, the queen in question was his own mother. Oedipus's subsequent misfortunes have often been interpreted as the result of his futile attempts to evade destiny, ultimately leading him to fulfill it. Many have pondered whether, had the king raised his son instead of abandoning him, he might have circumvented the prophecy. Similarly, if no one had pursued Zhongshan Jing, forcing him to retaliate and foster hatred against humanity, would he not have become the apocalyptic zombie king? This contemplation lingered in the minds of many, particularly as Zhao Linfeng had previously articulated the reasons behind their pursuit of Zhongshan Jing and recounted the prophecy during a meeting to galvanize their forces. Consequently, a sense of uncertainty permeated the crowd. Zhongshan Jing appeared cultured, refined, and possessed of intellect, prompting many to question whether the prophecy that foretold his transformation into the zombie king had indeed driven him towards this path. However, among those shaken, Zhao Linfeng and Lin Ruren were not included, especially Lin Ruren. After all, Lin Ruren had been reborn. In her previous life, no one had pursued Zhongshan Jing from the very beginning. Did he not also become a zombie king? Thus, Lin Ruren felt a twinge of urgency. Brother Feng. Zhao Linfeng raised his hand slightly and said, Zhongshan Jing, you are merely stalling for time, that I have long perceived you as a cunning and intelligent individual. And indeed, you possess a way with words that can sway others' thoughts. However, you cannot sway me. Zhao Linfeng was an exceptionally resolute person, Tao put it bluntly. Even if Zhongshan Jing would not bring about the world's destruction, he would find a way to capture him, restrict his freedom, and even conduct experiments on him. The future of humanity cannot hinge upon whether a powerful individual is benevolent or malevolent. Zhongshan Jing might be a good person who would never harm humanity. But what if one day his mindset shifted? Only by fully controlling unstable elements can all dangers be eradicated. Zhao Linfeng was precisely such a person with an insatiable desire for control. He had no intention of listening to Zhongshan Jing's lengthy explanations and simply shouted, "Attack!" For the future of humanity. Just as Zhongshan Jing could deftly use language to unsettle others and buy time, he too was adept at using words to inspire others. Though it was merely a short sentence, and his tone was not particularly uplifting, many felt invigorated in that fleeting moment. Zhongshan Jing had initially hoped to delay things a bit longer, but he had not anticipated Zhao Linfeng's astuteness. With a resigned sigh, he gestured as well. Only the few zombies closest to him could hear his words. We cannot take a step back. We must buy enough time for Xie Tao. You can do this, right? The nearest few were among the most capable and intelligent of Xie Tao's followers. Upon hearing that it concerned Xie Tao, they were more excited than anyone, especially Xiao Hong, who leaped onto number two's neck, howling fiercely with a menacing expression. They had to hold this small base until Xie Tao emerged. They absolutely could not allow Zhao Linfeng and his group to disrupt her. Thus, a great battle was imminent, with only Lu Ningning in a corner lamenting, "Why are there so many zombies?" Zhang Xingji stood beside him, arms crossed, appearing quite composed, clearly the only one oblivious to the situation. Lu Ningning, finally realizing the level of peril he had stepped into. If I had known, he might have reconsidered his choices. Xie Tao was unaware of the chaos outside, since she had promised Lu Ningning she would rescue his friend. His friend's condition was dire. If Lu Ningning delayed finding Xie Tao for another 2 days, she could not guarantee she could save him. Perhaps he would end up living in another form, much like Zhou Haiping's sister. Rescuing such a critically ill patient was a small challenge for Xie Tao, as she had not personally saved anyone in a long time to prevent any mishaps. She practiced her skills beforehand. Once she began, she shut herself off from the world outside, her mind solely focused on saving lives. Is there a commotion outside? Never mind. Chapter 73. Close the door. Release Xiao Hong. The war between humans and zombies appeared exceedingly brutal, stemming from both sides' desire to annihilate each other. Those with slightly weaker abilities, whether human or zombie, were treated as mere expendables. However, zombies possessed an advantage. Upon the death of their kind, they could consume the remains, alleviating their injuries and replenishing their energy, enhancing their endurance. In this regard, humans fell far short of zombies. Had it not been for Zhao Linfeng's presence at the forefront, continually uplifting spirits to prevent morale from plummeting, the human side might have already shown signs of defeat. Zhao Linfeng had not anticipated that a large gathering of zombies would yield such an effect, leading him to furrow his brows. If they could not achieve a swift resolution and the conflict turned into a protracted stalemate, they would lose their advantages. Lengthening the battle was not favorable for them, especially with a person Zhao Linfeng deeply feared still absent, Xie Tao. It was uncertain how others perceived Xie Tao, but in Zhao Linfeng's eyes, she was an unfathomable woman capable of swaying the outcome of a war. Her continued absence made him hesitant to commit fully. Should he leave no contingencies, and if they found themselves at a critical juncture, Xie Tao's sudden appearance would catch him unprepared. The base was engulfed in a state of panic, for ordinary civilians were unaware of the reasons behind the multitude of zombies gathering at their gates, nor why they were being besieged. Civilian panic was never a good omen. History had shown countless instances where even the most fortified cities could be breached from within. Lu Ningning had to step up personally to reassure the ordinary people in the base. His reassurances included that the zombies were summoned by ability users and posed no threat to anyone. They were summoned solely to protect the base. Civilians could rest easy, for this war would not impact any of them, unless they chose to intervene. This will all be over soon, no longer than 5 days. After that, everything will return to normal, that I hope everyone can remain calm and quietly await the resolution. This war determined the survival of their base. And Lu Ningning hoped everyone would not hinder their efforts. Lest he show no mercy, in summary, he employed both soft and hard tactics, playing the roles of both good and bad cop, that he managed to stabilize the situation for the moment. Though everyone understood that this stability was temporary, likely to crumble within days amidst the realities and rumors swirling around them. Yet they had never intended for the stability to last long. It merely needed to hold until Xie Tao emerged. Lu Ningning had also boarded the ship of peril, ready to depart with them when the time came. There was a saying, "After my death, let the floodwaters rise," which aptly captured his current mindset. Observing the situation, he noticed that while it appeared the zombies had the upper hand, one must not forget that Zhao Linfeng had only hastily gathered a small force, and reinforcements were continuously arriving. However, their numbers would not increase any further. When Lu Ningning voiced his concerns, Zhong Shanjing smiled beside him. "Who told you we are limited to just this number? Wait and see. The first day was merely a test for both sides. Tomorrow marks the true beginning." Upon hearing this, Lu Ningning struggled to sleep that night, and by morning, his dark circles resembled those of a panda, his lips dry and peeling, looking utterly worn out as if he had been drained by a dozen people the previous night. Even his voice was a bit hoarse. "It's only the second day. Can we really hold out until Xie Tao arrives?" Xiao Hong, who had been sitting quietly atop number 2, suddenly felt disgruntled at his words. Jumping up to thump Lu Ningning on the head. Did he not realize that they still had such a trump card at their disposal? "You needn't worry so much," Zhong Shanjing languidly remarked. "If you have the time to fret, you might as well go reassure the civilians in the base." The zombies remained within the base, having been allocated a designated area for habitation, as they adhered to the rules and refrained from causing chaos. The situation had not escalated into significant turmoil. Yet, they were still zombies, the enemies of humanity, and the passing night birthed numerous rumors. For instance, there were whispers that Lu Ningning had allied with the zombies, forming a human-zombie coalition that had led to the discovery of their base's siege. Such sentiments were rampant, and the situation was escalating that if not properly managed, chaos would surely ensue. Despite the wails, someone had to take charge. He was losing his hair over this and had to keep running around. The truth was 50-50. It was easy to be exposed by telling only lies, so mixing truth with falsehood was the safest option. Some astute individuals could mislead others with a mixture of 90% truth and 10% falsehood, but few possessed such skill. He could only manage a half-truth to placate them. Lu Ningning wore his voice raw in a bid to buy time. Zhong Shanjing was also engaged in delaying tactics. Zhao Linfeng had summoned more people today, and the number of strong individuals appeared significantly greater than the day before. After some contemplation, Zhong Shanjing released Xiao Hong. "Today, it's up to you in such times. To not close the door and unleash Xiao Hong would be a missed opportunity." Chapter 74. A brash individual. Xiao Hong's most significant distinction from ordinary zombies lay in its rapid infection rate, which even ability users could not resist. Should Xiao Hong's power be discovered, it would undoubtedly raise alarms, prompting a frantic effort to eliminate it, much like the current desire to kill Zhong Shanjing. Zhong Shanjing had refrained from letting Xiao Hong take center stage the previous day, instead allowing it to harass some ability users, not out of a desire to protect Xiao Hong as a companion, but because it was indeed their trump card, not to be carelessly revealed. Have you ever seen someone with a winning hand in a game of cards throw away their best card right at the start? Only an utter fool would commit such an act. The ace card is something that must be concealed and revealed only at the most critical juncture. Indeed, this moment is exceedingly pivotal. Initially, people did not regard Xiao Hong with the seriousness she warranted. After all, she appeared as fragile as an infant, and despite the collective awareness of her status as an advanced zombie, they could not help but underestimate her. However, when the first ability user was bitten, no one dared to belittle Xiao Hong any longer. Within mere seconds, the injured ability user began to undergo a grotesque transformation, and within just a little more than half a minute, he had morphed into a zombie, not the lowly kind, but one possessing a certain level of combat prowess, instantly turning to attack his own teammates. His comrades were left in shock, although there was a possibility that ability users could be infected. It typically took a considerable amount of time for such a transformation to occur. Could it be that their friend had been bitten just yesterday? If the first individual had suddenly transformed into a zombie, it might have been attributed to an unnoticed injury from the previous day, but as more and more zombies, second, third, fourth, and increasingly numerous, fell to Xiao Hong's claws or bites, the rapidity of their transformation obliterated any lingering hope. They regarded Xiao Hong with the terror reserved for a monstrous entity, instinctively beginning to distance themselves from her. Zhao Linfeng discerned this troubling trend and could not suppress a frown. He had not anticipated the existence of such formidable zombies under Zhong Shanqing's command. He gestured, and immediately a squad of 5 or 6 exceptionally powerful ability users was formed to confront Xiao Hong, intent on executing a decapitation mission to eliminate her before addressing any other concerns. For if they allowed Xiao Hong to act without restraint, the morale of the group would surely dissipate. After all, the primary advantage of ability users lay in their resistance to zombie infection, granting them a sense of confidence in the face of such threats. Yet now, with the emergence of a zombie capable of infecting ability users, and given Xiao Hong's apparent potency, where 9 out of 10 individuals scratched by her would succumb to zombification, no one dared gamble on being the exception. Their long-accumulated courage had been utterly depleted in a single breath, and many had already begun to retreat from Xiao Hong. The decapitation squad swiftly approached Xiao Hong, isolating her from the fray in an evident attempt to sever her from potential reinforcements. They soon realized that Zhong Shanqing appeared disinterested in aiding Xiao Hong, a situation possibly indicative of internal strife or pre-existing tensions. These 5 or 6 ability users were all staunch loyalists of Zhao Linfeng, among the elite in their ranks, typically reserved for significant matters, yet now conscripted to deal with Xiao Hong. This clearly illustrated that in Zhao Linfeng's estimation, Xiao Hong posed a threat not markedly less than that of Zhong Shanqing himself. He began to contemplate the implications of Xiao Hong's formidable abilities. How much more daunting must Zhong Shanqing, the genuine zombie king, be? In retrospect, launching an assault on this base had indeed been hasty, lacking sufficient preparation. However, should he take ample time to ready himself, it was likely that their adversaries would have fled elsewhere. After all, Zhao Linfeng's casual visit to converse with Lu Ningning had already raised alarms. Now, upon reflection, he felt a twinge of regret, though retreat was not an option. Thus, the foremost objective today became the annihilation of Xiao Hong. If they could bring her down, it would be a significant victory. Zhao Linfeng discreetly signaled to Zhao Linyan to assemble another team to support the decapitation squad, recognizing that none had previously encountered a zombie of Xiao Hong's caliber and remaining uncertain of her true strength. It was prudent to prepare for contingencies, lest they find themselves unable to control the situation should complications arise. When they finally engaged, it became evident that Zhong Shanqing's lack of intervention was not due to a desire to see Xiao Hong fail, but rather because she required no assistance. As 5 or 6 powerful ability users surrounded Xiao Hong, attacking her for over 10 minutes. They failed to inflict any harm upon her. Instead, she mockingly emitted sounds of derision. Observing her effortless prowess, Zhao Linyan, who had been crouched nearby for an extended period, could no longer contain himself. Despite his brother's numerous admonishments, his brash nature prevailed, and he charged into the fray. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Hong, previously feigning distress under their assault, suddenly heard Zhong Shanqing's calm voice. The youth who had just joined the fray, with slightly reddened hair ends, was Zhao Linfeng's younger brother. Without further elaboration, Xiao Hong's gaze sharpened. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Linfeng that if not for him, she would be awaiting Xie Tao's emergence without concern, rather than being embroiled in this chaotic situation. This realization dawned. Xiao Hong narrowed her eyes and began to feign vulnerability, retreating gradually towards her allies. Elated, Zhao Linyan felt certain that his moment to shine had arrived. The impulsive nature of his character made him susceptible to the temptation of glory. and he pursued her relentlessly. However, moments later, oblivious to the danger Xiao Hong posed, Zhao Linfeng received distressing news. Your brother, Zhao Linyan, has been bitten by that peculiar zombie, Zhao Linfeng. Chapter 75. Do you wish to drive him to his death? Zhao Linfeng was well aware of his brother's impulsive tendencies, but had not anticipated such recklessness. Despite witnessing Xiao Hong's capacity to transform ability users into zombies, Zhao Linyan had charged forth without a second thought. Though he often chastised his brother for his impetuosity, their bond was undeniably strong. Following their mother's untimely death, having been abandoned by their father, the two brothers had relied on one another for survival. Thus, regardless of his accomplishments and status, Zhao Linyan remained Zhao Linfeng's most treasured family member. Upon hearing the news, panic surged through Zhao Linfeng. Had he not been mindful of his responsibilities, he might have rushed to his brother's side in a frenzy. Struggling to regain his composure, he directed the others to maintain their formation and not let chaos ensue before sending for his brother. Zhao Linyan's injuries were grave. A deep gash marred his throat, blood gushing forth, while a healing ability user frantically attempted to staunch the flow. If it were merely a wound, it might have been manageable, given the presence of medical professionals among them. Yet the looming question remained, would his brother transform? If Zhao Linyan truly became a zombie, closing his eyes in anguish, Zhao Linfeng reflected. Prior to this day, his desire to eliminate Zhong Shanqing had been driven by a sense of duty and self-interest. But now, a personal vendetta had emerged, to owe everything possible to treat him. He began, his voice hoarse and strained. The young healing ability user, visibly distressed, had just finished applying pressure to stop the bleeding when she noticed the early signs of zombification manifesting in Zhao Linyan. Fearful of Zhao Linfeng's wrath, she hesitantly reported, "He seems to be." Zhao Linfeng knelt beside his brother, witnessing the horror of his transformation. Zhao Linyan's eyes were wide open, yet devoid of pupils, the whites glaringly prominent. Having seen countless individuals succumb to zombification, the sight of his brother's metamorphosis shattered Zhao Linfeng's composure. In that moment, he could no longer focus on the battlefield, kneeling beside Zhao Linyan and pleading, his voice cracking, "Linyan, hold on. You cannot become a zombie." Zhao Linyan opened his mouth, blood spilling forth, choking sounds escaping his throat, crimson trickling from his lips. They've escaped. Lu Ningning approached, somewhat relieved. Why the early retreat today? Was it merely a probe? Zhong Shanqing, tending to Xiao Hong, who was celebrating her triumph with exuberance, replied calmly, because Zhao Linfeng's beloved brother is on the verge of becoming a zombie. He has no choice but to withdraw. He hardly has time to linger here. Xiao Hong, astutely controlling the dosage and injection site of her venom, deliberately delayed Zhao Linyan's transformation into a zombie, thus buying time. Zhong Shanqing understood that someone of Zhao Linfeng's caliber likely had acquaintances capable of rescuing his brother. If rescue proves impossible, the situation becomes even more intriguing. Would he truly sacrifice his own kin for the greater good? Zhao Linfeng does not strike one as the type to engage in such an act of selflessness. If he could utter the words that he would kill Zhong Shanqing for the sake of humanity, could he also bring himself to slay his own brother for the same cause? Should Zhao Linyan become infected, the virus within him would resemble that of Xiao Hong, allowing him to easily spread it to others. That if he is not immediately eliminated, the danger will persist, lurking within humanity's stronghold. Should he indeed have the fortitude to take his brother's life, I might even find myself admiring him, for he would be a true sage. However, if he refrains from committing fratricide, every word he has spoken previously would merely serve as a slap to his own face. As a selfish individual, he ought not to masquerade as a paragon of altruism. The essence of Zhong Shanqing's delight in others' misfortune is glaringly evident, particularly in the absence of Xie Tao, when no one can restrain him, leading to an air of audacious arrogance. Zhao Linfeng's intentions for tomorrow remain uncertain. Should he appear, I must inquire, "How fares your brother?" Lu Ningning, overhearing the conversation, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Let us not be so brazen. If you provoke him beyond measure," she faltered, realizing that even without further insult from Zhong Shanqing, they had already deeply offended Zhao Linfeng. Did they really need to add fuel to the fire? As the saying goes, too many lice do not itch, too many debts do not worry. Suddenly, Lu Ningning regained her composure. "Oh well, say what you wish." Zhong Shanqing remained silent, resting with his eyes closed. Pondering his next course of action, regardless of whether Zhao Linyan becomes a zombie, Zhao Linfeng will not retreat. He will only rally more allies to assault them, for he has no path of retreat left. He must persist until the bitter end, especially given the irreconcilable enmity between them. For both personal and public reasons, he has no choice but to endure that a retreat would not only invite scorn from others, who would accuse him of being a coward, but would also result in dissatisfaction among those who lost comrades with no gain to show for it. The mere thought of letting his enemies go, nurturing a future threat, is intolerable to Zhao Linfeng. Thus, he must press forward, come what may. What stratagems could be employed tomorrow to compel Zhao Linfeng to withdraw? As Zhong Shanjing contemplated, Lu Ningning's subordinates rushed in, exclaiming, "Someone has opened the main gate. Many have entered. We cannot hold them back." Disaster struck. The very scenario they had feared had come to pass, as rumors swirled and a traitor surfaced within their ranks. Chapter 76. An inside man group that had been prepared to rest sprang into action, seeking to prevent the zombies from instilling terror in the ordinary people, which might provoke extreme reactions. During the night, the zombies would not venture out. Even patrols were conducted by ordinary humans. Yet among the traitors was one tasked with patrolling duties. Besides the opening of the gate, someone had set fire within the base, alarmingly close to where Xie Tao was conducting surgeries. This revelation darkened Zhong Shanjing's expression. He could not abide any harm befalling Xie Tao. He promptly rose, and Lu Ningning quickly interjected, "I will take a team to extinguish the flames. I need personnel nearby to protect Xie Tao and the others." Xiao He and Xiao Bai stood silently, evidently prepared to undertake the task of safeguarding Xie Tao. Zhong Shanjing nodded, permitting them to take a few zombies along. With Xiao He and Xiao Bai, they would suffice. Once Lu Ningning hurried away with her team, Zhong Shanjing gathered the rest to confront Zhao Linfeng. This adversary was even more ruthless than anticipated. At this hour, his brother's fate remained uncertain, yet he dared to launch an assault. One could say that while he is protective of his brother, he is not a fool. He is capable of making sound decisions. As Zhong Shanjing and his team rushed toward the direction of the threat, they beheld countless ability users flooding in. The ordinary people, at this moment, became a liability, as fear and panic rendered them ineffective. The chaos escalated due to their presence. Zhong Shanjing could only direct Xie Tao's subordinates to disperse the crowd of ordinary people, clearing the battlefield. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Linfeng amidst the throng, a youth who, despite his tender years, had risen to become the leader of a vast base. At this moment, his eyes were icy, brimming with a palpable killing intent, as if he had entirely forgotten that they had instigated this conflict, cornering others to the brink of despair, which had led to his brother's predicament. Humanity is often plagued by double standards. Zhong Shanjing understood this, yet it did not soften his resolve. Under the cloak of night and the glow of flames, a clash ensued. In this collision, Zhong Shanjing realized that the enemy's numbers had swelled significantly, and many formidable opponents had joined their ranks. He suspected that Zhao Linfeng had seized the opportunity during these past 2 days to forge alliances with other bases. Now, with reinforcements finally arriving, the number of ability users had exceeded that of zombies. While Xiaohong could create zombies, those she produced were not especially powerful, merely superior to ordinary zombies. For instance, while a typical newborn zombie is ranked at 1, hers would be at 10. However, formidable ability users range from levels 40 to 50, and even ordinary ability users capable of engaging in such combat hovered around level 20. That the high transmission rate of her creations posed a danger, leading to their prioritization for elimination. Thus, the overall increase in zombie numbers was not substantial, a rather grim prospect. What should be done next? Is it my turn to intervene? Jiang Xingji remarked, adjusting his sleeves with a hint of impatience. Zhong Shanjing had consistently refrained from allowing him to take action, and he was on the verge of bursting. Zhong Shanjing simply replied, "Let us wait a moment longer. There is no need to rush. I wish to assess the situation." The ability users surged forward, swiftly breaching their defenses. The red-clad female zombie and the second-in-command organized their ranks, nearly dispersing under the onslaught. These two zombies, one inherently powerful and the other possessing leadership skills, exhibited synergy when cooperating, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. Yet they faced an overwhelming number of ability users, and their defenses began to crumble. Jiang Xingji, not particularly adept in subterfuge, felt a surge of urgency, repeatedly inquiring, "Is it not my turn yet? Must we continue to wait?" I said, "Do not rush," Zhong Shanjing replied, his gaze fixed on Zhao Linfeng. As the ability users advanced, the distance between them narrowed, close enough that Zhong Shanjing need not raise his voice to be heard. His tone was gentle, akin to that of a relative inquiring about a child, yet his words cut like a knife. "How fares your brother? Is he still alive, or have you sacrificed him for your ambitions?" Truly, as the largest surviving base, you would choose power over your brother, would you not? At that moment, Zhao Linfeng's expression suggested he wished to rend Zhong Shanjing to pieces, but he quickly regained his composure. "You shall be disappointed. My brother is well and will not become a zombie," he retorted coldly. "As for you, your time has come to die." Zhong Shanjing merely smiled faintly, appraising him with a discerning eye. "Is that so? From your demeanor, I had assumed he had succumbed." Zhao Linfeng, already exuding an aura of frostiness, appeared even more frigid now. With a single command, the eager ability users and zombies launched into their initial clash. This time, he had specifically devised a strategy to counter Xiaohong, momentarily trapping her and preventing her from unleashing her full power. It seemed he had come prepared, seeking out Zhong Shanjing. It was only the second night. Far from the time frame Xie Tao had mentioned, and Zhong Shanjing had not intended to act so soon. Yet now, he had no alternative. Many present were witnessing him in action for the first time. This youth, seemingly frail and delicate, exuding an almost excessive beauty, evoked images of pines and cypresses growing perilously on cliffs, yet posed little perceived threat, until the first assailant lunged close, unleashing their ability, having just mocked Zhao Linfeng. Zhong Shanjing had drawn the attention of most onlookers. In that instant, the robust ability user, upon closing in on Zhong Shanjing, collided with an invisible barrier, not unlike being ensnared in a high-speed machine. His body disintegrated instantaneously, chunks of red and white falling to the ground in a soft thud. Without a single drop of blood staining Zhong Shanjing's garments, he continued to smile, his expression imbued with a gentle warmth. As though he were a figure amidst a crowd, where 8 out of 10 would deem him courteous, and the remaining 2 might approach for conversation. Yet, at his feet, lay a shattered corpse, utterly unrecognizable as human. Chapter 77. No way out. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Even more terrifying was the fact that the man had not even touched Zhong Shanjing before he died. His body shattered into pieces. Yet, the flesh fragments were writhing, and from them sprouted fleshy buds resembling tiny hands and feet, laboriously dragging the pieces together. He reformed into a complete human shape and slowly crawled up, lunging towards his teammates. The person closest to him could even discern that his limbs were not fully connected, giving the impression that they were merely held together by sinew and flesh. Exuding an unsettling sense of instability, moreover, he did not resemble an ordinary zombie. He retained expressions, albeit a fleeting look of resistance that quickly morphed into apathy and lifelessness. Zhong Shanjing murmured to himself while patting his palms. "This is indeed my first time utilizing my own abilities." When he was with Xie Tao, he felt secure, and since zombies posed no threat to him, he had never experimented with the manifestation of his powers. This was truly his inaugural attempt. Yet since it was inherently his ability, he felt a sense of proficiency after just one trial. Zhong Shanjing swiftly raised his other hand, casually pointing in a certain direction. Most individuals could not perceive it with the naked eye, but those with special abilities were struck with fear. "Avoid it! Quickly, get away!" The others, bewildered, inquired, "What happened? What should we avoid?" They were utterly oblivious. Suddenly, the small group of empowered individuals enveloped in a shroud began to convulse violently. Moments later, they roared and turned to charge at their comrades. While Xiaohong required biting or scratching to transform someone into a zombie, allowing the virus to enter through the wound, Zhong Shanjing did not need such measures. He could disseminate his virus into the air, invisibly converting people into zombies. Even those with abilities found it challenging to resist. Amongst them, only one individual knelt on the ground, clutching his throat and struggling to breathe. But he was soon torn apart by nearby zombies. Zhao Linfeng had known from the outset that Zhong Shanjing, as the zombie king, was far more terrifying than Xiaohong, yet he had not anticipated just how formidable Zhong Shanjing truly was. Lin Ruanwan had indeed witnessed Zhong Shanjing's assault on the base, but she had never seen him in his nascent developmental stage. The Zhong Shanjing she had observed had already organized his own army of zombies. Rarely showcasing such abilities, as they were no longer necessary, he seldom appeared before humans, preferring to command his minions to do his bidding. His last confrontation had been with Jiang Xingji, which had led humanity to recognize Jiang Xingji as their final hope. Unfortunately, the darkened version of Jiang Xingji had no intention of redeeming anyone, and thus would not clash with Zhong Shanjing, extinguishing humanity's last flicker of hope. Thus, even Lin Wanwan was unaware of the extent of Zhong Shanjing's terrifying powers. In that instant, everyone's breath hitched. They desperately searched for anything to cover their mouths and noses. Yet if refraining from breathing could resolve the issue, the zombie king would indeed be of little use. They would likely need to don full protective gear, covering every inch of skin to avoid contact with the contaminated air, in order to have any chance of survival. Fortunately, among the empowered individuals was one whose ability was rather peculiar. Typically of little use, that he had only come along today as a mere bystander. Yet his power happened to counteract some aspects of Zhong Shanjing's abilities, that he could create a bubble-like shield to encase individuals, akin to the water-repelling beads seen on television, allowing them to breathe within this bubble and even submerge in water. Although this ability was generally useless, he was able to join the fight due to his robust physique and inherent combat prowess. Despite lacking supernatural abilities, however, now was his moment to shine. He utilized his powers frequently, causing him to sweat profusely. Normally inconspicuous, today he garnered attention akin to a star, surrounded by numerous healers and restorative abilities. With his power, they no longer needed to fear being suddenly infected and transformed into zombies. Nevertheless, even so, Zhong Shanjing remained a formidable opponent. After barely a few minutes of confrontation, casualties were already mounting. Zhao Linfeng, possessing a ruthless heart and a clear understanding of Zhong Shanjing's danger, clenched his teeth and urged more people to charge forward, believing that sheer numbers could vanquish Zhong Shanjing. However, those from other bases watched in anguish for their comrades. After all, empowered individuals were a minority among the survivors, with even fewer possessing significant strength than in a smaller base like Lu Ningning's. There was only one powerful empowered individual, a friend of his, slightly larger bases, such as Xie Tao's, had developed rapidly due to the presence of the well-known Jin Chao, attracting a steady influx of allies. The assembly of so many empowered individuals before them was merely a result of Zhao Linfeng's base being the largest at present, with some seeking to curry favor with him and others swayed by promises of profit. Only Zhao Linfeng truly recognized the threat posed by Zhong Shanjing, thus he was willing to pay any price to eliminate him. Consequently, others hesitated, believing that the costs outweighed the potential gains, feeling they would suffer a significant loss. Zhao Linfeng sensed their reluctance and spoke with an icy, cutting tone. If you withdraw now, all your losses will be in vain, and you will be left with an immensely powerful enemy who will only grow stronger in the future, that if you deem that worth it, then feel free to leave. There exists a concept known as sunk cost, akin to playing a game where one invests a small sum in hopes of acquiring a desired character, only to be left empty-handed, that if one does not continue investing, that initial amount is rendered wasted. This is the essence of sunk cost. Many individuals lacking self-control would continue to invest more money in hopes of obtaining that character, ultimately regretting their decision after finally acquiring it, merely finding solace in the fact that they had achieved their goal. At this moment, many shared similar sentiments. They wished to retreat, but their invested costs far exceeded trivial amounts, leaving them with no choice but to push forward, even if it meant facing certain death. However, inevitably, some began to secretly harbor resentment towards Zhao Linfeng. Chapter 78. Zhao Linfeng's powers. They believed it was Zhao Linfeng who had forced them into this corner predicament, cursing his meddling and lamenting the lack of spoils while incurring losses. Yet no one faltered. However, from this day forth, Zhao Linfeng's reputation might tarnish somewhat, and should similar situations arise in the future, it would likely be challenging to rally such a multitude again, that he was acutely aware of this, yet had no choice. Thus, his demeanor grew even more resolute. Do not retreat. We have no path left to turn back. Forward. Whoever can slay him, I shall grant them a lifetime of untold riches. I, Zhao Linfeng, keep my word. Those capable may come to me with their demands. Even if they wish to claim half of Wind City, I can grant it. This declaration truly stunned some, for it is said that men die for wealth and birds perish for food. Wind City was, after all, the largest base thus far. If one could truly share in Zhao Linfeng's dominion, it would undoubtedly entice not only ordinary empowered individuals, but even leaders from other bases. With the promise of great rewards, a surge of courage ignited among them, and some surged forward towards Zhongshanjing. Perhaps they felt emboldened by the protective bubble, believing they would not be transformed into zombies. What if they truly managed to defeat Zhongshanjing? That would mean a lifetime of opulence. In this post-apocalyptic world, not every empowered individual enjoyed a life of luxury. Moreover, survival was uncertain. With such a formidable base as their backing, they would have no cause for concern in the face of future calamities. This was undeniably tempting. Zhongshanjing did not blink. He would eliminate anyone who dared to approach that moment. Someone had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time, gradually drawing closer to Zhao Linfeng. Unbeknownst to everyone, a multitude of black mist suddenly enveloped Zhao Linfeng. The mist appeared alive, writhing swiftly. Had it not been for one empowered individual stationed nearby, with a unique ability, who reacted in time and shoved him out of the way, Zhao Linfeng might have met his demise. That empowered individual took Zhao Linfeng's place, consumed by the black mist, vanishing from existence without even a brief scream. Dang. Jiang Xingji felt somewhat displeased. You have such a loyal follower by your side. Sacrificing their life for someone like you worth it? The quickest to react was Lin Ruanruan, who had been searching for Jiang Xingji for quite some time. To her astonishment, she spotted him within the opposing faction. She couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. Jiang Xingji. How can it be you? Jiang Xingji did not recognize her. He merely fixated on Zhao Linfeng, clearly contemplating how to eliminate him. The sudden arrival of such a formidable ability user into the fray rendered the battlefield even more chaotic. It was evident that Lin Ruanruan had previously informed Zhao Linfeng about Jiang Xingji's identity and the nature of his existence. Zhao Linfeng's already grim countenance darkened further in an instant. He yearned to inquire of Lin Ruanruan why events had not unfolded as she had anticipated, yet he understood that this was not the moment for such questions. With a frigid gaze, Zhao Linfeng finally took action. Just as the ability of the vice-captain was an ancillary gift, compelling others to inadvertently speak the truth was also an attribute of Zhao Linfeng's power. The true utility of his ability lay in the manipulation of others through language, appearing superficially akin to a form of verbal magic. For instance, when faced with an attack, he could preemptively declare, "Your strike shall merely graze my form," unable to make contact. The assailant might then uncontrollably adjust their aim, causing their skill to miss its mark. That he typically refrained from showcasing his capabilities, partly to conceal a trump card, and partly because the nature of his power would incite considerable wariness among others. His outward demeanor had always been amiable, presenting himself as intelligent yet not particularly formidable. In essence, he played the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, at this moment, he could no longer conceal his true self. His potent abilities naturally came with limitations. Excessive usage would leave him fatigued, yet he had no choice but to persist. Your dark mist has been misdirected, drifting toward Zhongshanjing's position. Zhao Linfeng was acutely aware that once others became wary of his abilities, it would become increasingly difficult to catch them off guard. Thus, he targeted Zhongshanjing with his initial in that fleeting moment. Jiang Xingji felt an involuntary loss of control over his hand, which had been aimed at Zhao Linfeng, and with a sudden twist, it veered toward the unfortunate Zhongshanjing instead. Zhongshanjing was engaged in battle with another ability user. He exclaimed, "You have attacked a teammate." The relationship between the two was already complex, being both allies and rivals, and it was not unusual for them to undermine one another during collaboration. However, to betray him at such a critical juncture seemed ill-advised. Nonetheless, Zhongshanjing's momentary irritation was fleeting, for it was evident to any observant individual that Jiang Xingji's actions were not deliberate, but rather the result of external manipulation. Zhao Linfeng's ability was indeed fascinating. Without caution, one could easily fall prey to its effects. Fortunately, as the zombie king, Zhongshanjing possessed exceptional resilience against dark forces, and with his quick reflexes, he only sustained a glancing blow. Had it not been for the backstab from a teammate, he might have faced dire consequences. Upon witnessing that Zhongshanjing had survived, Zhao Linfeng's expression was tinged with regret. He swiftly employed his ability for a second time. "Zhongshanjing, due to your oversight, You have failed to notice that a third adversary is attacking you. Although Zhong Shanjing had perceived 3 weapons aimed at him in that brief moment, he found himself inexplicably unable to respond to the third, successfully deflecting only the first 2, while the third weapon, resembling a dagger, lunged directly toward him. As Zhao Linfeng uttered these words, blood trickled from his ear. Controlling ordinary individuals might not incur any adverse effects after multiple uses. But both Jiang Xingji and Zhong Shanjing were far too potent. Even though this zombie king was still in the process of evolving, he was beyond Zhao Linfeng's forceful control, and in an instant, he experienced a backlash, a persistent buzzing in his ears. Yet, this also presented an opportunity. Kill him. Zhao Linfeng cried out in anguish. Chapter 79. If I wish to leave, do you dare to stop me? This was their sole opportunity. If they could indeed eliminate Zhong Shanjing, all the efforts expended over the past days would be justified, even deemed a bloodless triumph. Typically so composed, Zhao Linfeng's eyes now burned crimson, filled with an exhilarating anticipation to witness Zhong Shanjing's demise. However, in that moment, it felt as though time itself had halted, or perhaps space had stilled, with even the wind failing to stir, and the advancing blade suspended in mid-air. A delicate, alabaster hand slowly reached toward Zhao Linfeng's eager gaze, slender fingers gently grasping the tip of the dagger. I must say, she began, it is rather inconsiderate to wreak havoc in another's domain while they are preoccupied. Is it not? With a flick of her finger, the blade fractured inch by inch, and only then did time resume its flow. Xie Tao, fatigued from days of exertion, stretched languidly and remarked, You truly are barbaric. Barging into another's abode to assault their underlings, that if I were to retaliate with some excessive measure, you would have no grounds for complaint, would you? After all, there exists a saying among your kind. The one who initiates is the scoundrel, does it not? In that instant, even the ability users felt a chill run down their spines. Post-apocalypse, many had awakened their powers, each as peculiar as the next, like Zhao Linfeng, who possessed a power akin to verbal magic. Others could control lightning, wind, and fire, heal wounds, or restore mental clarity. Yet no one had ever demonstrated the ability to manipulate time as Xie Tao appeared to do, a realm that should belong solely to the divine. Untouched by mortals, Zhao Linfeng recalled Lin Ruanwan's earlier words. In her past life, she had never heard of Xie Tao's existence. Back then, they had speculated whether Xie Tao simply perished before gaining notoriety. Yet, Zhao Linfeng could no longer entertain such thoughts. Who could possibly vanquish someone like Xie Tao? Surely not a god. Thus, in their previous existence, either Xie Tao had never existed, or she had been an ordinary person. Or perhaps she had lived incognito, never crossing paths with Zhong Shanjing or appearing before the majority. This could only be surmised. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Linfeng felt a pang of despair. Was this divine retribution against humanity? If not, why grant Lin Ruanwan a second chance, allowing her to gain an advantage, while concurrently empowering Zhong Shanjing, destined to become the zombie king, and Jiang Xingji, humanity's most formidable ability user? Now, another enigmatic figure. Xie Tao had emerged, seemingly encroaching upon the divine domain. Following her appearance, both the zombies and Jiang Xingji gravitated toward her, and though Zhong Shanjing was the designated zombie king, in that moment, Xie Tao resembled the true queen of them all. She stood in the center, surrounded by countless zombies and Jiang Xingji, gazing down at Zhao Linfeng with an air of superiority. The robust and towering number 2 willingly assumed the role of her steed, while Xiao Hong nestled in her embrace, and even Zhong Shanjing, destined to be the zombie king, along with Jiang Xingji, the strongest ability user, regarded her with a gentle, indescribable gaze, having concluded matters long before. Xie Tao wrinkled her nose, appearing somewhat displeased, for she had not anticipated being ambushed during her busy schedule. It seemed that those who engage in theft often find themselves victimized in turn. Having just taken Zhao Linfeng's fiancé, she was promptly met with retaliation as Zhao Linfeng and his entourage invaded her territory. Truly a case of poetic justice. Yet Xie Tao was remarkably hypocritical. She could pilfer from others, but they could not invade her space. Perched upon number 2's shoulder, she languidly regarded Zhao Linfeng. I intend to depart now. Do feel free to attempt to stop me. With a wave of her hand, her companions began to retreat toward the exit, including Lu Ningning and his friends, Zhao Linfeng's expression shifted countless times, his heart brimming with rage, anguish, and resentment. Yet, Xie Tao's previous display had effectively subdued everyone. Not only Zhao Linfeng, but even the other ability users hesitated to confront her. Particularly given their now opulent array of allies, the hard-won advantage had been utterly reversed. The likelihood of killing Zhong Shanjing had diminished significantly, and many were reluctant to engage further. Countless zombies surged towards Xie Tao, parting the throng like Moses parting the sea, paving a path for her. Zhao Linfeng longed to halt everyone, rebuking them for their lack of resolve. Yet the words failed to escape his lips, for no one understood Xie Tao's enigma and strength better than he did. He himself felt the danger and refrained from acting. Would others dare to follow suit? He could only watch helplessly as Xie Tao sauntered away, even casting a sidelong glance at him. Her youthful, radiant face seemingly laced with mockery. "Do you aspire to be a savior?" she queried, her voice barely audible. Meant solely for Zhao Linfeng's ears. Her expression tinged with subtle derision that felt directed not solely at him, but as if she perceived something beyond him. Once Xie Tao had gradually exited amidst the throng of zombies. He murmured to himself, and what of it? With little hope of achieving their objectives today, Zhao Linfeng resolved to bide his time, a decision that tormented him, yet they had no alternative for now. Retreat was the only option. Zhao Linfeng's voice emerged hoarse, his inner turmoil rendering him physically ill as he suppressed his fury, awaiting another chance that if sheer strength guaranteed victory, then all who bore grudges would forego conflict, merely comparing power levels upon meeting. With the weaker simply conceding and awaiting their fate. Xie Tao was undeniably formidable, yet they would have their opportunity in due course. Zhao Linfeng could only console himself in this manner, laboriously attempting to overlook the fact that he was unable to eliminate Zhong Shanjing and his companions this time. This failure would grant them a longer span of time to develop, allowing them to grow into something far more formidable. Sooner or later, that individual would evolve into the being Lin Ruan was aware of, a force so powerful that none could rival it, ultimately leading to the world's annihilation that a small lack of patience could disrupt grander schemes. Chapter 80. You truly dare to dream? I thought you would kill Zhao Linfeng. Zhong Shanjing remarked softly. Xie Tao waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that I am inherently benevolent. Why would I kill indiscriminately? Zhong Shanjing recalled those who had fallen victim to Xie Tao's schemes. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fine, if you say you are benevolent, then so be it. Zhong Shanjing was momentarily taken aback, but after some time, it dawned upon him that Xie Tao was treating him as a mere stand-in. The Holy Hall was sufficiently powerful and difficult to destabilize at present. Xie Tao had fortuitously encountered Zhao Linfeng, who possessed a semblance of the Holy Hall's operational style, and of course, would wish to keep him around as an experienced fodder. Unfortunately, he was no match for Xie Tao, completely outclassed, even if he realized Xie Tao intended to use him as a source of experience. He could only simmer in impotent rage. Fortunately, it was you who found me back then, Zhong Shanjing suddenly lamented without preamble. Xie Tao replied. Zhong Shanjing clarified, if you had stumbled upon someone like Zhao Linfeng, perhaps I would be standing opposite you at this very moment. Xie Tao responded expressionlessly. Zhong Shanjing couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit amused and feigned sincerity. Then he should be grateful he didn't encounter you. Xie Tao, uninterested in further conversation, leaped onto his back, instructing, let us head south. When we find a suitable location for a base, make sure to mark it and call me to the operation. In his mind referred to a simple recovery process that required gradual recuperation. Xie Tao had previously mentioned a full recovery in 4 to 5 days, but she managed to complete it in less than 3. That when they emerged earlier, his friend had walked over with vigor, appearing as though he had never been injured. Lu Ningning chatted with her friend for a long while, ensuring he was completely restored, with no lingering after effects, before rushing to find Xie Tao. Xie Tao, sprawled on Zhong Shanjing's back, didn't even lift her head, mumbling, don't disturb my sleep. She had not rested for 2.5 days, and was now utterly exhausted. Lu Ningning quickly made a zipping motion across her mouth, having forgotten her earlier predicament, and joyfully resumed her conversation with her friend. Her friend remained oblivious, just having been rescued, and now pulled into the conversation, without any explanation, wearing a befuddled expression. Utterly lost. Before long, everyone learned of Xie Tao's aspirations to establish a base, and they were quite supportive of the idea. There is a saying, a golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. It seems slightly off, but the essence remains. No matter how splendid another's base may be, it ultimately belongs to someone else, leading to an inevitable sense of being an unwelcome guest. However, if it were their own base, even if it were modest, residing there would surely be much more comforting. Moreover, the one who desired to create the base was Xie Tao. Those present either admired her or had been saved by her. Their enthusiasm made them seem like her die-hard fans. Not to mention, even if Xie Tao aimed to unify all of humanity and claim the title of queen, they would merely cheer her on, proclaiming, "We believe it's possible." Even Jiang Xingji, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, would not be an exception that if you were to ask him, what would you do if Xie Tao wanted to rule all humanity? He might ponder, stroking his chin, and then say, I'd probably assassinate Zhao Linfeng first. He seems like a significant obstacle. Among them, the most elated was undoubtedly Zhong Jinwei, as having their own base would ensure a sense of security. And moreover, it would be built by their own people. If he desired a vast laboratory, Xie Tao would likely accommodate him. Given her own interests in that area, that Xie Tao drifted into slumber. The group began discussing the ideal location for their base, its size, and the types of structures they wished to erect. They traveled southward, passing through Wind City, continuing their journey to select a suitable spot for their future base. Each of them was filled with excitement, akin to those about to move into a new home. When Xie Tao finally awoke, she found them deep in discussion about how many acres of land to cultivate and what to grow. Initially, Zhou Haiping felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing they were now openly opposing Wind City, but as discussions progressed, he transformed into the most enthusiastic participant. Upon waking, Xie Tao spotted Zhou Haiping, who should have been the shortest in the gathering. Standing atop a large stone, cheeks flushed and eyes gleaming with excitement, waving his arms, I want 20 acres. I'll grow whatever I desire. His sister stood nearby, arms outstretched, fearful he might fall from the height and injure himself. Xie Tao remarked, Goodness, you haven't even begun to establish the base, nor have you selected a location, and you're already planning the structures. It's like you haven't even saved up for a down payment, but are already dreaming about how to decorate the house. It was uncertain whether to commend their ambitions or to chastise their lofty aspirations. Xie Tao, with an impassive demeanor, stretched and declared, In any case, I want a spacious room filled with games. Just like Jiang Tian's. Chapter 81. A fervent fan, are you? Xie Tao's presence prompted those who were previously normal to join the conversation. For instance, Jiang Xingji said, I want to open a dessert shop. Oh, I didn't expect someone with such thick brows and bright eyes to have a penchant for desserts. Lu Ningning exclaimed, But who would come to buy? It would only be for our own consumption. They sat and chatted for quite some time, sharing a meal. Xie Tao had already sent her subordinates away, dispersing them across various cities, leaving only Xiao Hong by her side, crawling on the ground, making sounds as if eager to join the discussion. Xie Tao lifted Xiao Hong, cleaning the dust off its paws. As she enjoyed the porridge just cooked by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, listening to their idle chatter. Eventually, someone broached the subject. Can Zhong Shanjing really become the zombie king? What they likely meant was, will Zhong Shanjing truly bring about the world's destruction? Yet, given that they were all allies now, asking such a direct question felt inappropriate, so they rephrased it. Xie Tao replied nonchalantly, Who knows? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, contemplating the notion of world annihilation. They realized that it hardly mattered whether Xie Tao endorsed it or not, unless the prophecy foretold that she would be the one to destroy the world. There seemed little cause for concern. They traveled south for several days, encountering a few cities along the way. However, Xie Tao was reluctant to establish her base within a city. She preferred to build anew from scratch. The cities were simply too vast. Even if they designated a portion for their base, while the resources were readily available, the division would prove cumbersome, and humans often came seeking supplies, leading to potential mishaps. Moreover, most existing bases were established in rural areas, which made the scale of Wind City particularly astonishing. It resembled a slightly smaller city, complete with essential infrastructure. Setting aside personal attributes, Zhao Linfeng was indeed a capable individual. Having constructed Wind City from the ground up, albeit with some assistance, such as the backing of Jiang Tian's father's influence, which further strengthened Wind City. However, it was akin to a public listing. Wind City attracted strong collaborators due to its inherent desirability for investment, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Had Zhao Linfeng not been so steeped in the essence of the Holy Hall, Xie Tao might have considered enticing him to join her ranks to help manage the base. Alas, they were destined to walk divergent paths. Throughout their journey, Xie Tao had yet to find a location that resonated with her, often encountering places that were either too small or had unfavorable surroundings. As they continued their trek, they stumbled upon a village. Xie Tao's recollections of villages were tainted by a previous encounter, where innocent travelers were corralled and treated as livestock. She later learned that a rule existed in the apocalypse, one that many had come to regard as a sacred guideline. Never linger in such small villages. Those that would rob passers-by of their resources and release them were deemed merciful. The truly malevolent ones, like the one she had previously encountered, sought not only resources but also lives. Moreover, a village often harbored conspirators. Once one entered, they would be at odds with the entire community. For ordinary individuals, even those with abilities, survival became exceedingly precarious. Unless one is like Xie Tao, appearing delicate and fragile, akin to a flower seemingly easy to bully. In reality, she is a man-eating flower capable of uprooting an entire village, allowing you to experience the joy akin to stepping on a scorching iron plate. Consequently, most wise individuals tend to steer clear of such villages, significantly diminishing their gains. Upon nearing the village, Xie Tao began to survey her surroundings. Oh, the environment here is quite pleasant. It aligns well with their previous requirements, save for the slight distance to the resource points. However, she possesses a teleportation array, rendering this issue entirely negligible. Realizing this, Xie Tao rolled up her sleeves, fully aware of the dangers ahead. Let us go. Let us take a look. A group of people immediately moved in that direction, simultaneously offering prayers. Please let it be a den of villains. For if it turned out to be a nest of evildoers, they could promptly eliminate the threats and occupy the territory with confidence, transforming the quaint village into Xie Tao's domain. The mere thought of this ignited excitement among many, their fists itching to confront the inhabitants, eagerly anticipating their display of fangs. Ahem. The only normal girl among the crowd was Xie Tao. Thus they pushed her to the forefront, making her the bait. Or rather, the one to knock on the door. It had been a long time since anyone had visited this place, as many had learned to be clever, preferring to sleep on the streets or under trees rather than risk lodging in such a small village, fearing they might stumble into a den of wolves. During that week, Xie Tao was the first to proactively knock on the door. Upon hearing the sound, the gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback, pondering who was daring enough to venture into the village at such a time. Truly unafraid of danger, despite his internal musings, he went ahead and opened the door, his curiosity swelling to an uncontrollable degree. Was it a passerby? Did they intend to stay the night in their village? Just as he finished speaking, he beheld Xie Tao standing at the entrance, lazily stating, "Yes, yes, my friends and I would like to stay here tonight. Is that all right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the man fell to his knees, exclaiming with uncontainable excitement, "Of course, you can stay as long as you wish. Why not just make it permanent?" Everyone would be delighted, Xie Tao. What is this? Why do they seem like infatuated fans? Chapter 82. You are all too clingy. Xie Tao, completely unfamiliar with him, stood there in shock, while the man, brimming with excitement, hastily added, "Do you remember? You saved us." He flailed his arms in a frenzy, speaking incoherently. That village, pigsty zombies, Xie Tao. Now I recall. Before entering this village, I had indeed thought of that incident. His mention brings forth a complex mix of feelings. You wouldn't. Xie Tao's sentence remained unfinished as he swiftly waved his hands. How could we possibly do such a thing? We were the victims. How could we harm others? We simply moved to a small base that was laden with rules and chaos, so we decided to leave. And while migrating south, we stumbled upon this empty little village, thinking we might temporarily reside here for a couple of days that we never expected to encounter you. Is that so? Xie Tao beckoned her companions to join her and asked him, "When do you plan to leave? Would you be willing to relinquish this village to me? I wish to establish a base here." Upon hearing this, the man was momentarily stunned, before his face transformed into one of pure elation. "You want to build your own base? That is indeed my intention. Please come." And he glanced around and invited them inside, and once everyone had entered, he joyfully shouted to the villagers, "Come out and see who has arrived." There were not many residents in the village, perhaps around 20, comprising both men and women. Their reluctance to stay in the base stemmed from the numerous hardships they had endured, making them acutely aware of the dangers outside. While residing in the base, they felt uneasy due to the constant influx of passersby, primarily due to a lack of security. Furthermore, the small base was unreliable, prompting their decision to temporarily stay in this village to recuperate. As they heard the commotion, they all rushed out, and upon recognizing Xie Tao, excitement surged among them. They had previously feared they would never see her again, and naturally felt a sense of dependence on the one who had rescued them from such dire circumstances. Some were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept, rushing forward to inquire, "Did you come from this way? Would you like to stay a few more days?" Surrounded by such fervent warmth, Xie Tao felt a bit uncomfortable. She struggled to extricate herself from the throng and said, "Just find me a room to stay in. The rest is not your concern, and please don't crowd me." The gatekeeper promptly intervened, saying, "Everyone, please calm down. We can discuss matters later. Let our benefactor." Xie Tao interjected abruptly, "My name is Xie Tao. Let Sister Tao Tao rest first." He endeavored to keep everyone at bay, exchanging knowing glances, as only he was aware of Xie Tao's plans to establish a base. He needed to share this delightful news with the others and discuss the next steps. The group quickly cleared out the largest and best-constructed house in the village for Xie Tao. And as she settled in with her companions, they presented her with an array of snacks. Noticing her apparent discomfort with the crowd, they gradually retreated, with one lingering at the door, calling out, "If you need anything, just shout. We'll gladly assist." Not quite accustomed to being so warmly enveloped, Xie Tao flopped onto the sofa after they left, exclaiming, "Why are they so clingy?" Zhong Shanjing, nearby, poured water and remarked, "Just wait, there will be even clingier ones to come." Xie Tao, Lu Ningning, evidently more perceptive in such matters, listened intently to the tale of how Xie Tao had rescued the group, comprehending Zhong Shanjing's implication. Indeed, it would be wise to prepare for what lay ahead. Xie Tao. Soon enough, Xie Tao understood their meaning as the group returned bearing gifts, food, clothing, and supplies, presumably their best offerings, including 2 eggs. While Xie Tao wasn't in need of such provisions and initially intended to decline, they hastily deposited the items and fled, fearing she might refuse. Thus, Xie Tao accepted their generosity. Xiaohe and Xiaobai sifted through the offerings, selecting ingredients to prepare a bowl of spicy sour noodles for Xie Tao, adding a couple of bok choy and an egg. Instant food, with its delightful colors and aromas, proved hard to resist. Although they possessed healthy vegetables, Xie Tao craved the convenience of instant meals. Eating too many instant foods isn't good for one's health. My grandmother always said that overindulgence in instant meals shortens one's lifespan. Zhou Haiping, passing by, remarked softly. Xie Tao, unfazed, replied, "Rest assured, I will outlive your grandmother by a long shot." Zhou Haiping. He thought she was insulting him, but in truth, Xie Tao spoke a fact. In terms of age, she could very well be considered his ancestor. The lifespan of a necromancer is contingent upon their power. And even the mightiest necromancer eventually meets their end. Yet Xie Tao is merely 500 years old, which for most necromancers signifies only the halfway point of their existence. For powerful necromancers, her life is just beginning. Moreover, his grandmother's assertion lacks scientific basis. Take instant noodles, for instance. The primary ingredient is flour. Flour unhealthy. A hamburger consists of bread, meat, and vegetables. Bread is also made from flour. The flour, the meat, or the vegetables that are unhealthy. The ingredients of spicy sour noodles include sweet potato starch. Is sweet potato unhealthy? With eggs and bok choy added, the nutritional balance is quite adequate. This bowl of spicy sour noodles is perfectly nutritious. Xie Tao swiftly convinced Zhou Haiping with her reasoning, leading him to ponder deeply, finding her argument compelling. After dinner, Xie Tao fell asleep. The following morning, as the sun climbed high, she rose from her bed, drank a glass of cool water, had a simple breakfast, and prepared to bask in the sunlight. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a throng of people standing at her doorstep. Approximately 20 individuals stood silently, seemingly having been there for quite some time, their eager gazes fixed upon her. "Does your base still need more people?" Chapter 83. "Please let us stay, Xie Tao." She felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "No, we do not need anyone. Not at all." Due to her profound aversion to being clung to, she found their incessant attachment rather overwhelming. In that fleeting moment, Xie Tao even contemplated turning on her heel and departing. The gatekeeper, speaking at a rapid pace, remarked, "If we are to establish a base, manpower will be essential." Aware of Xie Tao's unique ability to control zombies, his mind raced with thoughts. Even if zombies could handle coarse labor, they surely could not manage meticulous tasks, could they? "Allow me to elucidate our advantages," he continued. "Firstly, we are predominantly vigorous young men and women, with very few elderly among us. We are assuredly diligent and capable of self-sufficiency, able to procure our own sustenance without imposing upon you. Secondly, we are fully cognizant of your capability to manipulate zombies and will not react with shock or engage in any improper conduct. We are unperturbed by the potential disdain from other bases that may arise from being in your proximity, as we have already accepted all consequences in making this decision. Lastly, I studied interior design in university." Gradually, others began to speak up. Among them were individuals who had studied accounting, a field conducive to statistical analysis, nurses capable of tending to the wounded, former shopkeepers with extensive business acumen, and those hailing from farming backgrounds, knowledgeable in breeding, planting, and management. There were even some who were less skilled, such as Wang Ji, who suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I studied Chinese literature. I can shower you with flattery." Xie Tao responded with a sigh. The gatekeeper pressed on, "Should you choose to accept us, we can commence work today, initiating the expansion of this village and laying the foundation for your base." Clearly, he was astute, having gleaned Xie Tao's intentions from their brief conversation the previous day. She aspired to establish a base and desired this land for that very purpose. They were either homeless or burdened, either unencumbered or surrounded by ties. "That it was you who rescued us from the depths of despair. We initially sought to repay you, yet it was evident that a formidable individual such as yourself lacked for such things. Therefore, we implore you to allow us to remain by your side. We are capable of any labor." Where others might have been apprehensive about Xie Tao's ability to control zombies, they were not. When they had been confined like livestock awaiting slaughter, no one had come to their aid. It was Xie Tao, she who commanded the zombies, who had offered them salvation. The thought fostered a strange sense of affinity towards the controlled zombies, for they had fought side by side. Zhongshan Jing discreetly nudged Xie Tao, suggesting, "Perhaps you should accept them. They seem quite sincere. Moreover, their need for manpower was evident. If they were indeed loyal and reliable, it would be even better." "Very well," Xie Tao said, adjusting her sleeves. "Since you wish to serve as my vassals, I shall provide for your basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter. Once the base is established, wages will follow, but I have but one stipulation. Do not approach me with the intent to cling." The group, disappointed by this condition, yet grateful to be allowed to stay, nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain, obediently acquiescing. Xie Tao huffed and declared, "From this day forth, we shall commence the expansion of the base. And there shall be no opportunity for regret. That I hope all present remember this. Should any of you engage in actions unbecoming." Then, the crowd erupted in fervent declarations of loyalty, prompting Xie Tao to swiftly cover her ears. Lu Ningning, kindly inform them of our forthcoming endeavors." Among this assembly, the only individuals with notable management skills were the two of them. Although Zhongshan Jing was clever and cunning, it did not equate to proficiency in management. However, with hands-on experience, he would surely adapt swiftly. Before the foundation of the base was even laid, Xie Tao had already begun assigning roles. Naturally, she would be the leader, while Zhongshan Jing would serve as her second-in-command. And Lu Ningning alongside Zheng Keqiao would oversee management and logistics. Should they form a security team in the future, Zhang Xingji would assume command, Zhou Haiping would be responsible for logistics, and Zhong Jinwei would lead research efforts. Ultimately, every individual would be designated a position to fulfill, as there would be ample roles available. Most importantly, Xie Tao identified a spacious area to establish a long-term teleportation array, through which low-level and mid-level zombies gradually emerged. The construction of a base necessitated a considerable workforce. Otherwise, the endeavor would prove daunting. Point 1 need only look to numerous small bases that lacked sufficient residential areas, with most inhabitants relegated to tents. The fact that the Tao Survivor base could offer free housing to ability users for a month was already an enticing draw. Typically, bases would prioritize erecting walls and essential facilities, leaving little manpower to construct residential buildings. Xie Tao did not lack for subordinates. She could also enlist the aid of the red-clad female zombies outside to continuously capture new zombies, transforming them into her followers. Thus, there was no cause for concern regarding a shortage of labor. Xie Tao's preliminary plan involved dispersing the 20 or so new recruits, assigning them as squad leaders, with each leading a contingent of zombies responsible for a section of the wall. After all, zombies lacked intelligence, particularly the lower-tier and mid-tier ones, which could only perform menial tasks and repetitive actions, thus necessitating human oversight. The newly acquired 20-odd followers, combined with the existing personnel, would likely form a dozen or so teams. At that point, leaving 10 teams to construct buildings would suffice. When Xie Tao shared this vision, curiosity piqued among the group. If 10 teams are to build houses, what will the remaining 2 or 3 do? Xie Tao, stroking her chin with a calm demeanor, replied, cultivating crops and raising pigs. The others responded with confusion, yet Zhou Haiping cheerfully declared, then I shall lead the team responsible for farming. There's no rush. Xie Tao waved her hand dismissively that we currently lack sufficient seeds and livestock to rear. For now, we can only clear the land. The arduous labor can be entrusted to the zombies. You may simply observe. As for where the seeds and piglets would come from once the land was prepared, was there not the friendly Zhao Linfeng? Chapter 84. Let us go, we're going to stock up unbeknownst to Zhao Linfeng. He was being targeted, nor did he realize that Xie Tao intended to relieve him of his wealth at that moment. He felt immense pressure, seething with rage in his residence. Previously, in a bid to eliminate future threats once and for all, he had allied with several bases, both large and small, all of which had been on amicable terms with him. Each base suffered significant losses. Not only did they come away empty-handed, but they also allowed a formidable adversary to escape. Many expressed profound dissatisfaction, primarily due to the substantial losses incurred without any accompanying gains that in essence, those surrounding Zhao Linfeng were motivated by profit. Absent such incentives, who would remain in his orbit, taking orders from him? Having lost both men and resources, Zhao Linfeng's mood was already foul, but more troubling was the irreversible nature of his mutation. Though the extent of his mutation was not severe, even with assistance to suppress it, there was no way to revert to his original state. The only outcome was a significant slowing of the mutation process. Zhao Linfeng's countenance darkened as he stood beside the table, unable to contain his frustration, sweeping everything off the surface with a single sweep of his arm, startling Lin Ruin. Is there any way to save Lin Yin? He asked, his expression impassive. Lin Ruanwan pondered for a considerable time before finally responding. There is indeed a method, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to locate the individual, and in the meantime, Lin Yin's level of mutation must not escalate too high. With reddened eyes, she lowered her voice. We must at least try, mustn't we? After a pause, Zhao Linfeng inquired, who are you seeking? Xie Mingjia, a rather unique healing-type ability user. The pace of base construction exceeded expectations. Likely due to their ample manpower, as Xie Tao had previously envisioned, 2 humans served as the primary and secondary leaders, with each squad comprising several zombies, while the external zombies, under the guidance of the red-skirted female zombie, scoured the area for building materials. Over time, Xie Tao established a permanent teleportation array in the village's center, specifically to transport the prepared construction materials, before formally commencing the construction of the base. Xie Tao drafted a blueprint which, to be frank, appeared somewhat abstract. While she was indeed a formidable necromancer and possessed a myriad of skills, she lacked any discernible talent in artistry. Upon receiving the design, her subordinates were left astounded. Xie Tao, seemingly oblivious to the issue, wiped her hands and remarked, "Are you not astounded by my versatility?" With an air of confidence, she declared, "You shall soon grow accustomed to it." The remaining individuals exchanged glances of bewilderment. Fortunately, the gatekeeper had studied interior design and, after much deliberation, collaborated with a few others to revise Xie Tao's plans, rendering them comprehensible. It was then that they officially commenced their work. Just as the materials arrived, allowing them to begin with the simplest tasks. That is to say, it is a matter of demarcating territory. First and foremost, the outermost wall must be constructed, thereby facilitating internal development. An abundance of earth and stone has been transported far from the village, for the confines of the base cannot be so limited. After all, ambition is a requisite of human nature. The wall, being raised incrementally, is taking on a rudimentary shape, and it is anticipated that the outer wall will be completed in a relatively short span of time. Xie Tao's intention at that moment was to construct an inner wall after the outer one. thus creating a double-layered fortification, supplemented by defensive facilities in between, to ensure adequate security that a solitary outer wall would prove insufficient, as it could be easily breached, rendering it unsafe. Such a critical task has been entrusted to you. Xie Tao patted Zhongshan Jing on the shoulder and said, "Hold down the fort for me. I have more pressing matters to attend to, so you must take on the responsibility of guarding our home." Zhongshan Jing. He had been watching over their abode for quite some time and had long since grown accustomed to it. However, he did not expect Xie Tao to summon Jiang Xingji. "Let us go. We are off to procure supplies." Jiang Xingji. "Procure what supplies? So where exactly are we headed?" Xie Tao gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, revealing a gentle smile. "To Wine City." Jiang Xingji. "Understood. Understood. So that is the method of procurement." Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Lin Feng, wondering how his brother was faring, whether his heart was resilient enough to withstand such dire news. In a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xingji mused aloud, "We should leave early. This way, we can still make it back for dinner." That if Zhao Lin Feng could hear their conversation, he would likely be infuriated on the spot. But alas, he could not. Xie Tao found his companion's reasoning quite sound. Thus, with a wave of his hand, he declared, "Let us be off." The morale in Wind City was notably low, owing to the recent unfortunate events. The expressions of those strolling the streets were far from their previous ease. Consequently, when the skies seemed to tear open, revealing two figures emerging, many were momentarily at a loss, unaware of what had transpired. Among them were some awakened individuals who had encountered Xie Tao before. After a brief hesitation, their faces paled, evidently recalling the events of that fateful night. That it was unclear who cried out first. "Quick! Inform the base leader." Almost all, specifically those acquainted with Xie Tao, harbored the thought, "Goodness, she isn't here for vengeance, is she?" Chapter 85. Is this a performance? Such exaggeration. Many within the Wind City base were aware that their leader had recently led an assault on a small base. Although most were oblivious to the fact that the objective of that attack was Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing. Therefore, only those who had participated in that skirmish recognized Xie Tao. These individuals were among the strongest in the base, and at this moment, they were utterly flustered, resembling headless chickens. Xie Tao had previously scouted the area and was aware that their base housed both agricultural and livestock sectors. Only large bases would possess such facilities, while ordinary small bases primarily relied on scavenging for sustenance. Once external sources, such as supermarkets, were depleted, they would be left in dire straits. Slightly larger bases, such as the former Xie Tao survivor base, even had a planting area capable of providing fruit, which was already quite impressive for an ordinary base. Only the foremost large bases had the capacity for comprehensive farming and livestock operations, with Wind City reigning supreme in that regard, audaciously claiming the title of a city. Thus, it had caught the eye of Xie Tao, the little tyrant. When Zhao Lin Feng received the news, his face turned ashen, clearly pondering whether Xie Tao was truly coming for revenge. After all, she did not appear to be the type to easily forgive and forget. Rather, she seemed quite vengeful, which made her intentions seem rather predictable. "Gather the personnel." Zhao Lin Feng commanded sternly, "Rouse all the awakened individuals within the base. This is a matter of life and death for our survival." Yes, his underlings were immediately ablaze with fervor, rushing out to summon others. Since its inception, Wind City had scarcely faced such perilous circumstances. For those who had never witnessed Xie Tao's might, there was even a sense of excitement. They would not be quaking in their boots. Some even speculated that their leader was behaving rather uncharacteristically, as only two individuals had arrived, and they possessed an entire city of survivors. What was there to fear? Most were aware of the limitations of even the most formidable awakened beings. Annihilating hundreds in one fell swoop was already pushing the boundaries of human capability. They were still human, and thus could not transcend certain limits. So what was there to dread? Wind City boasted countless awakened individuals, and among ordinary citizens, many were also combat capable. Surely, sheer numbers could overwhelm the two intruders. Their leader was being overly cautious. This was not his usual demeanor. As he pondered this, he began to rally his comrades. "Move, everyone move. We are being invaded." Upon mentioning the invasion, he wore a rather ambiguous smile, chuckling lightly before adding, "Such occurrences are rare, and if we miss this opportunity, who knows when another fool will attempt to invade Wind City again. Hurry, hurry. If we delay and they take over, we want to even get to witness the spectacle." Those who had participated in the earlier skirmish began to emerge from their quarters, curious and inquiring. Who dares invade Wind City? Surely, no one would be audacious enough to do so, for Wind City was currently the largest human survivor base. Regardless of how formidable other bases might be, they still fell short in comparison. Was it possible that someone had learned of their recent attack on Xie Tao and her companions, which had yielded nothing but losses? Would they dare take advantage of their vulnerability? A leader of a large base surely could not be so foolish, unaware that a starving camel is larger than a horse, unless the invaders were Xie Tao herself. The abilities of the Awakened varied tremendously, yet he had never believed that humans could control zombies. Zhongshan Jing was the zombie king. As for Xie Tao remained oblivious to the psychological shadows she cast on many. And even if she were aware, it is doubtful she would care. Just as that individual was contemplating Xie Tao, he suddenly heard his friend chuckling. It's a rather cute girl, and she brought someone along too. Haha, even if there are two of them, it's my first time seeing anyone dare to invade a large base with just two people. Is their mind not quite right? It's almost a bit pitiable. As he spoke, he noticed the nearby awakened individual stiffen, their complexion turning pale, blood draining from their face, as if they had heard a terrifying tale. What did you say? Repeat that. The friend was taken aback, stammering, it's just a rather beautiful girl, quite cute, and I think she is a spatial awakened being. She entered through a portal from the sky. Even the base leader was taken aback. After I finished speaking, his face changed dramatically, insisting that I gather everyone here. The other person's expression darkened further, clearly confirming his suspicions, and without a word, he turned to leave. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. I have no desire to go to my death. The expressions of the other awakened individuals also shifted dramatically, particularly those who had previously accompanied Zhao Lin Feng in besieging the small base. Their faces morphed into exaggerated masks of horror, as if they had heard a ghost story. They let out cries of despair, fleeing faster than ever, while cursing their base leader. It's all Zhao Lin Feng's fault. If it weren't for him, how could we have provoked such a killing machine? She must be here for revenge. We're finished, we're all finished. Some even broke down in tears, evidently suffering from severe psychological trauma. She is only one person. What is there to fear? She can summon so many. Those with family and friends, hurry and flee. Gather your relatives and friends and run. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The individual exclaimed. What are you all doing? Are you putting on a show? Why are you all so exaggerated? Lacking the strength to comprehend. Merely a secretary, he had no knowledge of the events that had transpired that day, and could only gaze in bewilderment. Surely, it cannot be that, because there are only two individuals, the situation is not urgent, and you are all conspiring to play tricks on me. Chapter 86. What is yours is mine. Those individuals had no desire to explain. They simply wished to escape. With Xie Tao showing up, Wind City was no longer safe. It seemed that the title of the largest human base would soon be snatched away by another. They had better find a new escape route, for remaining here would only lead to their demise. Perhaps Zhao Lin Feng, upon hearing the news, would wish to flee even more than they did. Their expressions were so genuine, their anxiety so palpable, that the little secretary began to panic, incessantly questioning, Are you all joking? Don't scare me. How can just two individuals frighten you like this? Could someone please elucidate for me what exactly transpired? Among those who shared a closer relationship with him, noticing the perplexed expression on his face, one took a moment to explain. You are aware that not long ago, Zhao Lin Feng organized a group, comprising the most formidable ability users from various bases, to besiege a rather insignificant base, correct? Indeed, I believe they even failed. The secretary was cognizant of this incident, but dared not inquire further, as the fact that such a multitude had failed was quite embarrassing. For a secretary, discerning the unspoken thoughts of superiors is a crucial skill. To broach such a humiliating subject might provoke the ire of a superior, and losing one's job would be a mild consequence. Thus, he had never dared to ask what had truly transpired that day, or why they had failed to conquer a small base despite their numbers. Later, when he consulted other acquaintances, they also bore expressions of profound weariness, indicating, you might not believe it if we told you, so it's better left unsaid. Now, a friend has finally confided, we were utterly vanquished by that small base. Haha, you must be jesting with me. As the secretary chuckled, he soon realized that the friend delivering this statement, along with the others, wore grave expressions, gazing at him as if to say, "I told you that you wouldn't believe it." At that moment, the secretary's composure crumbled. "You can't possibly be implying that it was that woman alone who defeated you." Of course not alone. They encountered formidable foes akin to video game bosses, first facing a terrifying yet manageable small boss, followed by a more challenging intermediate boss that, while daunting, did not entirely shatter their morale. Finally, they confronted a colossal boss that left them battered and yearning for escape. To their dismay, an ultimate boss emerged, one far beyond their capacity to withstand, and that ultimate boss was Xie Tao. Countless individuals were left with PTSD, to the extent that even the mere sight of peaches became unbearable, let alone facing the very individual who had instilled such psychological trauma. That they managed to refrain from uttering any nonsense on the spot spoke volumes of their extraordinary resilience. After some disjointed remarks from his friends, they fell into a state of despair, now merely wishing to pack their belongings and flee to another base. Hopeful for a chance at survival, in the end, the secretary stood there, utterly bewildered, uncertain whether to believe the tale or not. For it sounded far too fantastical. Similar events had unfolded for many, and those with a slightly stronger capacity for endurance could rationally ponder why Xie Tao had appeared at their base. If she had come solely for revenge, surely she would have brought more personnel, wouldn't she? Whether rational or irrational, no one wished to confront Xie Tao, resulting in a significantly diminished gathering of forces. When Zhao Linfeng hurried out, his expression was one of utter dismay, and he could only ask in a rapid-fire manner, "Where is Xie Tao now? Report her location." The ability user tasked with observing Xie Tao wore a dazed expression, as if awakening from a dream. She hasn't attacked anyone. She simply proceeded deeper inside. There was a truth he dared not voice. It appeared as though Xie Tao had a specific destination in mind, walking steadily onward without pausing. Zhao Linfeng swiftly began issuing commands to gather more ability users, his tone icy. "I implore you to consider that your families and friends remain within the base. If you encounter her, flee to another base. Can you escape to the ends of the earth? Can you evade this world altogether? If you genuinely believe that fleeing is effective, then, by all means, depart, that I shall not hinder you." The collective countenance of the ability users darkened, for Zhao Linfeng's words struck to the core of their beings. Some wished to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to remain and assess the situation. Zhao Linfeng's tenure as leader was not without merit, yet the erosion of his authority was palpable, leaving one to wonder how much longer he could endure. After berating them, he commanded them to regroup as they had in the past, led by their respective captains, to seek out Xie Tao, to inspire confidence, and prevent any from sneaking away before they even encountered her. Zhao Linfeng personally led the charge, positioning himself at the forefront, a measure that did yield some effect, as many expressed their admiration and chose to follow suit. Xie Tao was swift. At this juncture, she had already brought Jiang Xingji to the vicinity of the planting base. The agricultural area in Fengcheng appeared well constructed, with vast fields merging together, the wind stirring the wheat into waves that were quite a sight to behold. As Xie Tao contemplated the types of seed she required, she surveyed the planting zone, which was connected to the breeding area, where individuals were drying out the harvested grass, a nutritious feed for livestock, thereby establishing a beneficial cycle. Their base not only raised cattle, sheep, and pigs, but also tended to smaller creatures, such as chickens, ducks, and geese. The chicks, freshly hatched, sported soft yellow feathers and waddled adorably. They were placed near the field ridges, presumably to forage for insects, a delightful chorus of chirps emanating from the clusters of chicks as they meandered about. Upon imagining that their base would soon boast such an abundance of charming chicks, Xie Tao's gaze softened. At that moment, Zhao Linfeng finally arrived, having pondered extensively on how to dissuade Xie Tao from any thoughts of revenge. Yet from a distance, he spotted her tenderly cradling a piglet. Zhao Linfeng. What? Chapter 87. Times have changed, my friend. Prior to approaching, Zhao Linfeng had contemplated numerous scenarios, even resolving that if Xie Tao truly came for vengeance, he could endure some humiliation to buy himself a respite. With Xie Tao's character, she might not resort to total annihilation. Like Han Xian, who bore the humiliation of bending beneath another's feet, he was willing to sacrifice something to placate Xie Tao for a chance to counterstrike. Yet, he never anticipated witnessing such a scene. Xie Tao, with a piglet in her left hand and a chick in her right, merrily stuffing them into the spatial gate. Zhao Linfeng. So you're here to rob us. Are you? Why didn't you say so earlier? Some ability users clearly wish to avoid conflict with Xie Tao, remarking, she merely seems to be here for a visit, not to invade our base. Surely there's no need for violence? Under ordinary circumstances, this would have incited some to protest, questioning how one could simply take things without permission. Yet at this moment, the majority surprisingly concurred, even feigning innocence. I told you she looked benevolent. How could she commit such a heinous act as invading another's base? Let us disperse. Let us disperse. My wife is about to give birth, and I need to check on her and the baby. Those with a closer relationship to him rolled their eyes in disbelief. You don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. How shameless can you be? Yet, at that moment, no one dared to retort. And countless others chimed in. I can vouch for him. I am indeed his wife. I stayed in the neighboring ward. She is due today. That is no lie. Indeed, base leader, perhaps we should just let this slide. Their words were laced with a sense of desperation for approval, seemingly unbothered by the loss of dignity, clearly remnants of their earlier fear. Zhao Linfeng's expression contorted in frustration, and after a lengthy pause, he truly waved his hand for them to disperse. However, he retained a select group of elite individuals to keep a watchful eye on Xie Tao, choosing to remain himself, wary of any sudden acts of violence from her. Deep down, everyone understood that if Xie Tao genuinely intended to harm them, there would be no need for pretense. Xie Tao, having spotted Zhao Linfeng from afar, had brought Jiang Xingji along to mitigate any potential interference from him, thus ensuring a smooth execution of her plans to her surprise. Zhao Linfeng proved to be quite astute. She handed the piglet to Jiang Xingji, designating him as the porter, and directly approached Zhao Linfeng. Zhao Linfeng swallowed his bitterness, aware that his thoughts of confronting Xie Tao had not diminished. Yet presently, he lacked any viable strategy. Even feigning weakness was a part of his ploy. That I wish to select some seeds. But I am uncertain where you have stored them. Which ones do I require? Zhao Linfeng. Is it not a bit excessive? You come to my home to pilfer, and now you expect me to assist you in locating what you seek? Yet he dared not voice this, ultimately pretending not to notice Xie Tao, instructing others to bring out the seeds and place them outside, each labeled for convenience. Xie Tao cheerfully collected the seeds as if they were mere treasures. The bitterness in Zhao Linfeng's heart was beyond anyone's comprehension, and he endured his discomfort for a considerable time before opting to leave, leaving a few subordinates behind to keep watch, ensuring that no one unfamiliar with Xie Tao inadvertently provoked her. A misstep that could spell disaster for their entire base at present. The most pressing task for their base is to bide their time and develop cautiously, ensuring they do not venture forth unprepared and perish before acquiring the strength to conquer Xie Tao. Although he is an atheist, he finds himself fervently questioning the divine in this moment. What transgressions have humanity committed to warrant such tribulations? If deities indeed exist in this world, one might be inclined to spit derisively. Do you truly believe you are worthy to represent all of humankind? While Zhao Linfeng wallowed in despair, Xie Tao had already gathered the seeds he desired and tucked them away in a different dimension, while Jiang Xingji busily captured an assortment of chicks and piglets scattered across the ground. Beyond the younglings, they also required some adults, so that when hunger struck, they could be readily consumed, allowing the remaining offspring to grow and reproduce, ensuring their base would be perpetually abundant in sustenance, never again lacking in meat, and no one dared to obstruct their path. The vast Wind City felt as if it belonged solely to Xie Tao, granting her the freedom to roam wherever she pleased. As she passed by Lin Huan, she greeted him. Did you not previously state that you would come if I established my own base? Well, I have one now. Will you join me? When Zhao Linfeng had previously led a group to hunt down Xie Tao, he had opted not to bring Lin Huan along, wary of the potential for him to leak information. Consequently, Lin Huan was imprisoned for an extended period, only released once the chaos had subsided, resulting in a significant delay in news. Upon seeing Xie Tao now, he wore a look of bewilderment, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Initially, he intended to admonish her for daring to return to Wind City, urging her to flee. However, upon glancing around, he noticed a multitude of passers-by, including several formidable ability users, who navigated the area cautiously. Their expressions filled with curiosity, yet none took action. That a phrase echoed in his mind. The times have changed, my lord. Indeed, the pace of change seemed rather too swift. Xie Tao amiably provided him with an address, adding, "It's not fully constructed yet, so feel free to come by later. Just remember, you cannot go back on your word." With that, she took her leave. "And bring me some roasted meat when you come." Lin Huan stood there, dazed, as he watched Xie Tao stride confidently out of Wind City through the main entrance. That he pinched his cheek, realizing this was no dream, and silently turned to his friend, who had recently cautioned him against associating with such a wanted fugitive, lest misfortune befall him. Now, his friend was equally stunned, stammering incoherently, before finally asking Lin Huan, "Is that really Xie Tao? It must just be someone who looks like her."